On the first day of work, I discovered that the company president was, astonishingly, the woman I had a fleeting encounter with 3 years ago. Moreover, she had given birth to a pair of twins. As a novice father, there's no need to panic. The fatherhood sign-in system has been activated. Upon starting, I received a staggering 100 million as a signing bonus. Signing in at a children's toy car amusement park granted me a reward of a Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe valued at 170 million. Signing in at a children's racetrack bestowed upon me a racing skills buff. Signing in at a children's restaurant earned me culinary expertise. Chapter 1. Activating the fatherhood sign-in system. Don't move, or my knife won't be blind to your fate. A chilling yet melodious female voice suddenly echoed through the room. In an instant, a fragrant presence enveloped me as I was abruptly pulled into the room by a striking femme fatale, my back pressed firmly against the door. I could distinctly feel the cold steel of a blade against my neck. This is a knife. A wave of mortal dread washed over me. Damn it. I had thought my night was doomed enough after being dumped by my girlfriend. Little did I know, upon returning to my hotel, I would encounter an even more harrowing situation. Here I was, with a woman holding a knife to my throat. My life was gripped in another's hands. Such a scenario, where one is held hostage by a beautiful woman, is something most ordinary people would never experience in their lifetime. Yet here I was. Truly, my luck had hit rock bottom. Kiss me? I was utterly baffled. What does she mean? This woman who has taken me hostage wants me to kiss her? Quickly, her warm body pressed against me. She's urging me. Desperation took hold. Given that death seemed inevitable tonight, I might as well experience the warmth of a woman before the end. With that thought, I leaned in and kissed her. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door, followed by a man's low voice. Open up! Open up! I, irritated, flung the door open and shouted at the two men in black standing outside. What are you yelling for? Is this your home? Disturbing my sleep in the dead of night. Get lost. If you don't scram, they'll call the cops, you. One of the men in black was furious and was about to strike, but the other restrained him. Have you seen a woman? The other man inquired. I'm busy loving my wife. Why would I notice any woman? Hurry up and get out. Don't interrupt my business. I barked, slamming the door shut. I am furious. I'll take him down. One of the men fumed, reaching for the knife at his waist. The other man held him back. Don't start trouble. We need to find her, or we're both done for. With that, the two men in black descended the stairs in search of someone. Inside the room, after my outburst, I was still shaken. When I slammed the door, I had noticed that both men were armed with gleaming machetes. Thinking back, I felt a twinge of fear. But before I could dwell on it, the warm body drew closer again. The next morning, I awoke with a splitting headache. Rubbing my disheveled hair, I sat up, frowning. Last night's memories washed over me like a tidal wave, and I suddenly became fully alert, rushing to the mirror to inspect myself. Thank goodness I'm still alive. There's a small cut on my neck. It seems last night's events were real and not a dream. Let's see if anything is missing. After disrobing, I found no wounds, no kidney missing, nothing amiss. Wait, what's this? Twisting my neck to look at my back in a mirror, I saw 3 English letters inscribed. YBX. What could this mean? A code? A cipher? A password? An omen? 3 years later, I, now a senior in college, was preparing to graduate. It was time to embark on my job search. Yesterday, I received a mysterious phone call. It stated that I had passed an interview with the extraordinary group valued at hundreds of billions and that I could start work at 9 a.m. today. However, I had never even interviewed with this company. This conglomerate was beyond my wildest aspirations. I was merely a fresh graduate from a third-year finance university. There was no way I could be recruited by such a giant. What was going on? As I gazed at the opulent, lofty hall filled with bustling professionals, I felt a twinge of confusion. Nevertheless, I decided to head upstairs to ascertain the situation. Ding, congratulations, host. You have activated the fatherhood sign-in system. The fatherhood sign-in system? What on earth? I was bewildered that I was familiar with sign-in systems, a popular trope in recent web novels. You check in at various locations and receive generous rewards. But what did fatherhood sign-in entail? I wasn't even married. Where would I find a child? Where does this fatherhood notion come from? Host, the fatherhood sign-in system means that you check in at the locations where your children are to receive system rewards. I was taken aback. My children? I stroked my chin. Are you implying I need to create children now? Host, already have children. I have children. I exclaimed in shock. System, could you please finish your sentences without leaving me hanging? As soon as I uttered those words, the system efficiently flooded my mind with information. Upon reading it, I was utterly flabbergasted. Wait, twins. 3 years ago, after my breakup with Yang Shanshan, who claimed I was only handsome and worthless, saying that looks won't pay the bills, I drowned my sorrows in alcohol. Then, in a hotel room, I was threatened by a woman with a knife, leading to a fateful night. That woman wasn't a ruthless assassin, but the president of the extraordinary group, worth trillions. And to top it all off, she bore me a pair of twins. Phew, gasped Su-chun. What are you doing here? A sharp female voice pierced through my thoughts. I looked up to see my ex-girlfriend, Yang Shanshan, striding towards me in high heels, clinging to the arm of a well-dressed man. The one who asked was indeed Yang Shanshan. Now, standing before me, her expression was one of disdain. What are you doing at the extraordinary group? This isn't a place for someone like you. Leave at once. Shanshan, who is he? The man, elegantly draped in a suit, inquired with a gentlemanly demeanor. Yang Shanshan grimaced. He's my ex-boyfriend, the one I told you about, the poor loser. Zhang Hao's face lit up with understanding, and he looked at me with condescension. Oh, so it's him. Quite impoverished, but isn't he jobless now? Given that he's your ex, I could arrange a position for him. At our company, our cleaning department is in need of personnel. I wonder if he'd be interested. Yang Shanshan immediately stifled a laugh. Cleaning department? Isn't that just for janitors? Seriously, are you short-staffed? Well, I think Su-chun would actually be quite suitable. A poor loser in a lowly position, it's a match made in heaven. Awakened to the presence of the system, Su-chun found himself utterly preoccupied, oblivious to the conversations around him, for the system within his mind had once again announced its message. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at the extraordinary group. You have been rewarded with a Patek Philippe watch of the highest caliber, the Grand Complication Series 5002P in platinum, valued at 17.6 million. What a remarkable system. Upon successfully checking in, he was immediately bestowed with a watch worth 17.6 million. This was indeed the most expensive timepiece from Patek Philippe. Even a supercar like a Ferrari paled in comparison. Truly, the measure of a successful man lies not in his car, but in his watch. Would the host like to wear this watch? Indeed. If not now, when? System, does this successful check-in signify that my twin has arrived at the extraordinary group? Affirmative, host. Twins. Haha, father has arrived. Dismissing the two buzzing flies before him, Su-chun pushed past Zhang Hao and made his way forward. He had to meet his twins, and also the twins' mother, the president of the extraordinary group, Yan Bingxue. Hey Su-chun, how rude of you. Zhang Hao was kindly introducing you to a job, and instead of showing gratitude, you pushed him away. Yang Shanshan fumed, grabbing hold of Su-chun. You need to apologize to Zhang Hao immediately. What's that on your wrist? It feels rather rough. Her delicate hand seemed to have brushed against something radiant and expensive. Su-chun shook off Yang Shanshan's grip, scoffing, apologize? He was blocking my path. What's wrong with pushing him aside? If anyone should apologize, it's him to me. Arrange a job for me? Does he even have the right? As he spoke, Su-chun stylishly tousled his hair. The understated yet luxurious Patek Philippe watch on his wrist glimmered magnificently beneath the chandelier, radiating an aura of opulence. It dazzled the eyes of Yang Shanshan and Zhang Hao, who were momentarily blinded by its brilliance. What is that? A Patek Philippe watch, and the most expensive model, the 5002P worth 17.6 million. Zhang Hao stood there, utterly astonished. Wasn't Yang Shanshan claiming that Su-chun was a mere pauper? How could he possibly afford a watch valued at 17.6 million? That amount could purchase numerous Ferraris. Ding! The twins are approaching rapidly. Upon hearing this news, Su-chun was filled with elation. His little ones were coming. Twins. Mine. He had never encountered twins before, and now he had twin children of his own. What excitement! Chapter 2. The beautiful president of extraordinary group. Snapped back to reality. Yang Shanshan immediately changed her expression and declared, "It's rented. That watch is undoubtedly rented. Today, he has come to the extraordinary group, presumably to charm women with his looks, thus intentionally renting such an expensive watch to masquerade as a wealthy and handsome man, to leverage his charm and secure an offer from the extraordinary group. Having been his classmate for 4 years and having dated for 2 months, how could I not be aware of his financial background? Indeed, he is adorned in nothing but cheap trinkets. How could he possibly afford a watch worth 17.6 million? It is highly likely that this watch is counterfeit. Although it does not appear to be fake, I suspect that today's counterfeit watches have reached a level of sophistication that makes them nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Fake, Yang Shanshan asserted firmly. Su-chun was at a loss for words. I rent watches. I leverage charm to ascend socially. My watch is counterfeit. Only you two lowly individuals could conceive such absurd notions. With that, Su Chun tossed the offer letter from the extraordinary group in front of Yang Shanshan, followed by the purchase receipt for the Patek Philippe 5002p watch, which he had legitimately acquired, landing it squarely on Zhang Hao's head. You two should take a good look at these. Yang Shanshan gazed incredulously at the acceptance letter in her hand. Not only did it bear the unique logo of the extraordinary group, but it also displayed the company's red seal. It clearly stated, "Dear Su Chun, you have successfully passed the interview and have been officially hired as an employee of the extraordinary group." Zhang Hao's purchase receipt was indeed for a Patek Philippe. It explicitly stated that the purchaser was Su Chun. Su Chun had genuinely bought a watch worth 17.6 million. This was utterly astonishing. Even his father would never dare to purchase such an expensive timepiece. Had Su Chun been concealing his status as a hidden super-rich heir? At this moment, Yang Shanshan's heart was tumultuous. Not only had Su Chun secured an offer from the extraordinary group, but he had also purchased a watch worth 17.6 million. He was a concealed, super-rich, handsome man, far surpassing Zhang Hao by several streets. Had he refrained from buying her luxury items merely to test whether she was a gold digger? Su Chun snatched the offer letter from Yang Shanshan and the purchase receipt from Zhang Hao. Unwilling to leave these documents in the hands of such contemptible individuals for even a second, Yang Shanshan felt a pang of discomfort. After all, they had broken up, and she did not wish for Su Chun to thrive more than she did. However, Zhang Hao was even more perturbed at that moment. He decided to disregard everything. For the sake of his pride, he snorted coldly. "So what if you received an offer from the extraordinary group? I thought it was something impressive. You pushed me just now, and if you don't apologize, I can make you unemployed immediately. Being wealthy is nothing special." He was filled with envy towards the rich. Yang Shanshan mumbled beside him. Zhang Hao's uncle is the head of the Human Resources Department at the Extraordinary Group, Su Chun. I advise you to apologize to Zhang Hao right now. Whether you can work here or not hinges on a single word from his uncle. Su Chun smiled slyly. Sure. Call your uncle. I'd like to see how he can make me unemployed instantly. The president of the Extraordinary Group was the mother of his child. It was evident that he had secured the offer without an interview through her special arrangement. Who would dare to dismiss someone appointed by the mother of the child? All right. I'm calling now. Just wait. Zhang Hao exclaimed angrily, pulling out his phone. After the call, he glared at Su Chun. You'll be fired immediately. Let us see if your uncle has that capability. With that, Su Chun turned to leave. Zhang Hao blocked his path, fuming. Where do you think you're going? You're not permitted to leave today. Just wait here. Ding. Host is encountering danger. Would you like to activate the beginner's gift package lottery? A gift package? Why wasn't this mentioned earlier? Activate. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the basic combat skill. Mastering this skill will elevate your fighting abilities above that of an ordinary person. Would you like to activate the basic combat skill? Activate. Instantly, Su Chun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he possessed boundless strength. He could strike down a wild bull with a single punch. All of this transpired in less than a minute. Seeing that Su Chun had not responded, Zhang Hao assumed he had intimidated him, which only emboldened him further as he reached out to push Su Chun backward. However, as soon as his hand made contact with Su Chun, before he could exert any force, Su Chun seized his wrist. With a sharp crack, the sound of a dislocated joint echoed. Ah! Zhang Hao cried out in pain. Su Chun effortlessly tossed him to the ground, as if he were a discarded rag doll. Zhang Hao clutched his hand, howling in agony on the floor. Security. Get the security. Arrest this madman. He hit me. He had not anticipated that Su Chun possessed martial arts skills. His wrist felt as if it were about to break. The pain was excruciating. Today, he intended to make Su Chun crawl out of here. Yang Shanshan stood by, dumbfounded. She had never expected Su Chun to be so formidable. He had flipped Zhang Hao over effortlessly. Zhang Hao was a tall and burly figure, weighing at least 140 pounds. Was Su Chun's strength truly that immense? Hearing the commotion, several security guards rushed in. 3 of them recognized Zhang Hao and immediately attempted to intercept Su Chun, who was heading towards the elevator. Sir, you have assaulted someone. Please cooperate with us as we take you in for questioning. Zhang Hao scrambled to his feet, clutching his dislocated arm, and approached Su Chun with a sinister expression, saying menacingly, I was kindly informing you of the rules of the extraordinary group, and you resorted to violence. A dangerous individual like you cannot be allowed to enter the extraordinary group and harm others. You are definitely fired. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted at the elevator entrance. Zhang Hao and the others turned to look. A woman dressed in a bespoke professional suit emerged from the elevator. With cascading waves of hair, metallic earrings, an exquisite face, and an air of aloof elegance, she exuded a commanding presence. Her long legs adorned with 7 centimeters black high heels radiated confidence. If the most beautiful actress in the entertainment industry scored a 9 for her looks and figure, she was undeniably a perfect 10. A vision of beauty and power, she was every man's dream. It's President Yan. Zhang Hao exclaimed, shocked. He even felt a slight shortness of breath. His heart raced. The pain from his dislocated wrist suddenly seemed to fade. He quickly tidied himself with his other hand, deliberately distancing himself from Yang Shanshan, gazing at the approaching Yin Bingxue with the expression of a devoted sycophant. She was the stunning president of the extraordinary group. Chapter 3. Thank you for sending Su Chen to me. In this moment, there were only 3 individuals present: himself, Yang Shanshan, and Su Chen. Although Su Chen was handsome, he was still a newcomer, and Yin Bingxue did not recognize him at all. Yang Shanshan is a woman, and this is the first time he has brought her to the company. It is therefore inconceivable that Yin Bingxue would recognize Yang Shanshan. Thus, there can only be one explanation. Yin Bingxue has come to seek him out. How splendid! With Yin Bingxue present, he need not wait for his uncle to arrive. He can directly persuade Yin Bingxue to assertively dismiss the new employee, Su Chen. How exhilarating! He can already envision the scene where he uses Yin Bingxue to slap Su Chen in the face. Moreover, he is the victim and can portray himself as a pitiful figure in front of the powerful CEO, Yin Bingxue, eliciting her sympathy. The thrill is intoxicating. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. He eagerly strides towards Yin Bingxue. He cannot simply let such a beautiful and formidable CEO approach him without making a move to greet her. CEO Yin, Zhang Hao greets her with a cultured demeanor. However, Yin Bingxue does not even spare him a glance, bypassing him entirely and continuing on her way. Zhang Hao is left in utter shock, like a stunned goose. Turning to see Yin Bingxue standing directly before Su Chen, she comes to a halt. From the moment Yin Bingxue appears, Su Chen recognizes her as the mother of a child, and thus realizes she has come looking for him. Frankly speaking, Yin Bingxue is indeed extraordinarily beautiful. While Yang Shanshan was already the campus belle at their school, scoring above 85 in attractiveness, she pales in comparison to Yin Bingxue, who utterly eclipses her. In the realm of beauty, comparisons are futile. Su Chen, you are here. Good. After uttering this word, Yin Bingxue turns her icy gaze towards Zhang Hao, asking, you just claimed that Su Chen assaulted someone? You wish to dismiss him? At that moment, Zhang Hao feels like a jester. He never anticipated that Su Chen and Yin Bingxue were acquainted. Moreover, Su Chen has merely entered the lobby, and Yin Bingxue has personally come to receive him. This clearly indicates her regard for Su Chen. Realizing how significant Su Chen is to Yin Bingxue, he dares not continue his arrogance. Quickly hiding his dislocated hand behind his back, Yin Bingxue scans the surroundings, and soon others begin to speak in Su Chen's defense. I saw Zhang Hao threatening Su Chen, saying he would dismiss him. It was Zhang Hao who initiated the push. Su Chen was merely defending himself. Yin Bingxue immediately coldly instructs her secretary. I do not want to see Zhang Hao in the company tomorrow, and anyone who supports him. Understood, CEO Yin. The female secretary immediately replies. Zhang Hao's expression changes drastically. He never imagined Yin Bingxue would not only dismiss him, but also his uncle, who is the head of the Human Resources Department at their company. CEO Yin, you cannot do this. My uncle and I have contributed greatly to the extraordinary group. To dismiss us so casually is utterly unscrupulous. Yin Bingxue coldly shoots him a glance. Do I need your guidance on how to conduct my affairs? The female secretary promptly summons security, who swiftly escort Zhang Hao out. Yang Shanshan watches this scene, utterly dumbfounded. What is the nature of the relationship between Su Chen and Yin Bingxue? Yin Bingxue has directly dismissed Zhang Hao and even his uncle for Su Chen. Zhang Hao's uncle is the head of the Human Resources Department. Could it be that Su Chen is Yin Bingxue's cousin? Indeed. Su Chen is a low-profile, wealthy, and handsome man. He must surely be Yin Bingxue's cousin. If she can win back Su Chen's heart, all future wealth and glory will be hers. She no longer fears losing face and hurriedly rushes to Su Chen's side, confessing, Su Chen, it was all my fault before. I was deceived by Zhang Hao. Can we start over? No. A good horse does not turn back to graze. I, Su Chen, am the man you shall never have. Su Chen dismissively retorts. Su Chen, please give me a chance. Just one. As she speaks, Yang Shanshan attempts to cling to Su Chen's arm, but before she can, Yin Bingxue seizes her wrist and stands before her. Yang Shanshan is left stunned. Yin Bingxue looks at Yang Shanshan and coldly states, you are Su Chen's ex-girlfriend? Yang Shanshan, like a dazed goose, nods. Yin Bingxue continues, since you are his ex-girlfriend, do not disturb him any longer. From now on, Su Chen's life will be under my management. Thank you for bringing him to me. I am not saying this to boast, but since you are here, I must tell you, you have missed out on a truly exceptional man. And in this world, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. Chapter 4. The billionaire CEO wants to marry me. I refuse. Yang Shanshan watches the retreating figures of Yin Bingxue and Su Chen, unable to regain her composure. She never expected that Su Chen was not Yin Bingxue's cousin, but rather the object of her affection. What does this signify? It means Su Chun is extraordinarily remarkable. At this moment, she wishes she could immediately take a regret pill or be reborn 3 years back. Had she known Su Chun possessed such a powerful background and impressive family lineage, she would never have broken up with him, no matter what. Regret and resentment. In the office of the top CEO of the extraordinary group, Yin Bingxue turns to Su Chun, then softens her demeanor, shedding the cold and domineering air she had outside. Becoming much gentler. Did you bring your household registration book and ID? Yin Bingxue inquires. For what purpose? Su Chun asks. Yin Bingxue glances at her wristwatch and replies. It's currently 10 a.m., and we have 2 hours until the Civil Affairs Bureau closes. We still have time. Let us go and obtain our marriage certificate. Su Chun is momentarily taken aback. He is yet to meet the babies, and this child's mother is already eager to get their certificate without explaining anything to him. CEO, I'm sorry, but I am not ready to obtain a marriage certificate with you. Su Chun declines. Furthermore, I just arrived and need to report to the HR department. I must take my leave. With that, Su Chun turns and heads to the door, opening it. With the system he possesses, he is no longer concerned about earning money in the future. He refuses to be a kept man. If they are to get married, it should be he, as the man, who broaches the subject, not Yin Bingxue, the mother of a child. As the door swings open, 2 exquisitely chubby little babies tumble to the floor before Su Chun. Ding. Congratulations, host, your twins have arrived. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. It hurts. Caught eavesdropping. Mama, is this handsome brother our daddy? Daddy, hug me, Tuan wants a hug. A little girl with a top knot resembling a porcelain doll scrambles up from the floor and wraps her chubby little arms around Su Chun's leg, attempting to climb up. The girl bears an uncanny resemblance to Yin Bingxue, exuding cuteness and beauty with her round, large eyes that seem to speak, melting his heart with their adorable charm. She is truly a heartwarming little bundle. The other baby, a boy, looks just like Su Chun did as a child. However, at this moment, the little boy was silently rising from the ground, his small face bearing the proud expression of a miniature adult as he stood beside them. His large, dark eyes gazed up, filled with curiosity and a hint of rejection. This sense of repulsion was something Su Chun could comprehend. After all, he had suddenly become a father, a role that had never existed in the lives of these little ones before. It was only natural for the boy to feel averse to this unexpected paternal figure. With time and affection, that resistance would surely dissipate, he mused with a chuckle. Both children were dear to Su Chun, not only because they were twins, but also because they were a pair of dragon and phoenix offspring. He had both a son and a daughter. How perfect! Laughing heartily, he bent down to lift the baby girl, Tuan, who was clinging to his leg, cradling her in his arms and gently pinching her soft, fair little face, which felt wonderfully delightful. With a smile, he asked, Hello, Tuan. You're so clever, recognizing Daddy at first glance. Give me a kiss. As he spoke, Su Chun planted a kiss on the tiny cherub. She beamed with joy, exclaiming, Tuan is so smart. Daddy, where are you going? Tuan will go with you. Let us go play, Daddy. Wow, that is wonderful. Daddy will play with Tuan. Daddy, I want to drive a little car. I want to show you how I can drive. All right, Daddy will watch you drive. Su Chun replied as he carried Tuan away. The little boy watched them depart, then turned to glance at his mother, Yin Bingxue, who was seated in an office chair. She waved at him, prompting him to scurry after Su Chun. Now that the babies were nearly 3 years old, they walked with great stability. The little boy resembled Su Chun strikingly, exuding an air of handsomeness. He did not call out to Su Chun, but followed him quietly. The father, noticing his son trailing behind, deliberately slowed his pace to allow the boy to catch up. Yin Bingxue withdrew her gaze, her mind drifting back to the moment when Su Chun had declined her proposal for marriage. Yet, seeing Su Chun's affection for the children, even taking the initiative to call himself their father, brought a slight sense of relief to her heart. Ding! A message arrived on her phone. She pulled it out to see a text from her best friend, Gu Yusin. So how is it? Are you on your way to get your marriage certificate? Congratulations. I was rejected. You were rejected? The young and beautiful president of Chao Fan Group, Yin Bingxue, proposed marriage and was turned down. No way. I can't help but laugh. Tell me how it happened. It seems you are eager to return home to inherit your family fortune. I wouldn't mind telling your parents right now that you're not at work, but instead, cozying up at home doing game live streams. No worries. I'm being serious. I'm listening intently. I never expected that with your billion-dollar fortune and goddess-like beauty, you would be the one to propose marriage and yet be declined. Chapter 5. The Adorably Protective Daughter. Yin Bingshue's cool, rounded fingers danced across the screen as she typed. Flirtation techniques. Send. You didn't want them before, did you? Gu Yusin replied with a laugh. Now I do. All right. I'll teach you a few tricks to ensure you win over your heartthrob quickly. Have you told him about Tuan and Lele? No. But he seems to have an inkling, as Lele looks just like him. He even referred to Tuan Tuan as his daughter. As she typed this, a smile unconsciously crept onto the normally frosty corners of Yin Bingshua's mouth, recalling the heartwarming image of Su Chun holding Tuan Tuan, with Lei following closely behind. She continued to type, "He rejected me. I think I was too eager and scared him off. After all, we have only met once 3 years ago." Gu Yusin responded, "As long as he likes children, that's a good start. Schwerer, this isn't like you. You're admitting fault. In the past, it was always others who were wrong, never you. It seems that when you meet someone you like, everything you do wrong is your fault. But with someone you don't like, even their breathing is wrong. You're being double standard." Yin Bingxue retorted, "Let us focus on the matter at hand. It's quite simple. You need to suppress that urge to marry him immediately. He just started working at your company, right? You can gradually infiltrate his life, understand him, get to know him, and warm his heart. You're bound to win him over." Yin Bingxue read through these 4 pieces of advice, silently repeating them in her mind. Soon, her stunningly aloof visage softened into a faint, excited smile. "Let us give it a try." At this moment, Su Chun brought the babies to the company's playground, specially designed for them. There were numerous little toy cars and a racing track. Ding! The host is taking the babies out for their first playdate at the toy car amusement park. Reward for the host, a globally renowned luxurious car, a Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe, valued at 1.7 billion. Upon hearing this announcement, Su Chun smiled. The daddy sign-in system was truly impressive. Such a reward, a 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce. Incredible. Even the most expensive Bugatti Veyron would pale in comparison. This amount could easily purchase 3 Bugatti Veyrons. The system was considerate, knowing he had 2 little ones, thus rewarding him with a practical 5-seater sedan instead of a sports car. What a delight. In his mind he conjured an image. He was behind the wheel, with the children's mother, Yin Bingxue, seated beside him, while the 2 adorable little ones occupied the rear seats in their child safety seats. Just thinking about it filled him with warmth and joy. "Daddy, this is Tuan Tuan's car. It's pink. Isn't it pretty?" Tuan Tuan proudly presented her pink toy car to Su Chun, her face pleading for praise. Su Chun affectionately ruffled her soft hair. "Beautiful. Daddy, I'll show you how I can play with it. My skills are amazing," she exclaimed as she turned the car around, coolly maneuvering it as if it were a high-speed sports car, executing dazzling drifts. Su Chun clapped enthusiastically. "Amazing. My Tuan Tuan is truly remarkable." Seeing his daughter's excellence, an indescribable sense of pride and joy surged within Su Chun. Although this feeling was unfamiliar, it was utterly wonderful. So this is what it feels like to have children. There are truly no words to describe it. Applause erupted nearby, accompanied by the voice of a stranger. "Tuan Tuan has inherited all of Schweer's virtues. Impressive. To drive a toy car so well at such a young age. She must be extraordinary when she grows up." Hearing this, Su Chun turned to see a man around 28 years old standing nearby. "What will she become when she grows up? Why does it concern you? Does your family live by the sea, to be so nosy?" Tuan Tuan hopped out of her toy car and skipped over to Su Chun, wrapping her little hands around his long legs, glaring at the man who had praised her. "Daddy, he's Zhang Hui, one of Mommy's admirers. But she doesn't pay him any attention. What a thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket." Su Chun affectionately tousled her hair. "You are Tuan Tuan and Lei's father?" Zhang Hui asked, frowning. He had heard the news today and rushed over, never expecting it to be true. Su Chun turned to Zhang Hui, raising an eyebrow and correcting him. "I am the biological father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu." Zhang Hui's hands clenched into fists. He could hardly believe that the biological father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu was merely a freshly graduated university student. What did this young man possess apart from being slightly younger and more handsome than him? Rage. However, Yin Bingxue was still unmarried, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. Instantly, a smile returned to his face as he addressed Su Chun. "Mr. Su, I have heard that you are quite adept at fighting. How about an arm wrestling match for Lily's entertainment? A man must possess strength in his arms." He had trained since childhood, his vital energy reaching 120 calories, and his arm strength capable of lifting 1,000 pounds. He was not an ordinary person to be trifled with. He intended to use his strength to teach Su Chun a lesson, making him recognize the stark disparity between common folk and the elite. Before Su Chun could respond, Tuan Tuan, the adorable little one, protectively placed herself behind him, hands on her hips, declaring, "Do you really think you can arm wrestle with my daddy?" Zhang Hui was not angered. Instead, he looked at Su Chun. "Mr. Su, are you afraid?" It was understandable. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Reluctance to compete with him was quite normal. "I shall not press you further." Su Chun smiled faintly. "This is the first time I have encountered someone seeking humiliation." "Very well, I shall reluctantly oblige." "Daddy," Tuan Tuan anxiously looked up at Su Chun. She knew that this bad guy was formidable, capable of lifting numerous toy cars with one hand. She feared her father might lose. Oh no. Su Chen gently patted the little one's head to reassure her. Su Chen, you are too arrogant. Just remember not to cry in front of the children if you lose. The contest commenced. In merely a second, Jiang Hui's wrist was pinned down by Su Chen. Jiang Hui was left in shock. How could this be? Impossible. His arm strength had already reached 1,000 pounds. In his circle, no one could match his prowess. He refused to believe that an ordinary university student like Su Chen could defeat him in such a manner. Surely, he had been unprepared. Yes, he hadn't been ready. They should go again. Jiang Hui declared. Lulu, standing nearby, looked at Su Chen. Her gaze now tinged with curiosity in addition to her previous disdain. Tuan, the adorable little one, leapt with joy, cheering, Daddy won. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is the best. At that moment, Yan Bingxue smiled, her lips curling. She was observing the situation on her computer, which displayed everything happening on Su Chen's side. To keep an eye on the children, she had installed 360-degree cameras in the amusement park. From her office, she could always monitor how the little ones were enjoying themselves. She had witnessed the scene of Su Chen and Jiang Hui competing in arm wrestling. Quite impressive. He won. Truly deserving of the admiration I have for him. Heart emoji. A knock echoed at the door. Yan Bingxue hastily shut her laptop and looked up, regaining her icy demeanor. Enter. Ms. Yan. Here is the contract with Rintai for your review. Yan Bingxue stood, place it on the table. The president of Rintai is still waiting in the office to sign the contract. Let him wait. I am going to see a man. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Yan Bingxue had already exited her office, her high heels clicking as she made her way toward the children's play area. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui insisted on another match. Tuan, the adorable little one, made a silly face at Jiang Hui. Can't handle losing, huh? Nearby, other fathers from the company, accompanying their own children, chimed in. This guy is hilarious. He wanted to compete with Su Chen, lost, and now claims he wasn't prepared. And he wants to go again? Does he really think he can win? That was a total annihilation. Hearing these remarks, Jiang Hui's face burned with embarrassment. He stared intensely at Su Chen, determined to challenge him once more. He could not allow his image to be irreparably tarnished. Was the shadow I left you not large enough? You seek more humiliation? Su Chen remarked coolly. Yes. Jiang Hui gritted his teeth. If you win this time, I will give you 100,000. If you lose, you won't owe me a dime. 100,000 is your salary for 10 months. What do you say? No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal for you. In front of Su Chen, who was accustomed to receiving million-dollar watches and billion-dollar cars, this 100,000 seemed insignificant. I have no interest in money. Jiang Hui glared at Su Chen, filled with resentment, gritting his teeth. If you win again, I will kneel and call you dad. Is that satisfactory? I have no such inclination. Su Chen replied, his lips twitching. What kind of suitors does Yan Bingxue attract? They either seek humiliation or a father figure. Tuan covered her mouth, giggling. I have no such inclination either. I wouldn't want a little brother as big as you. How embarrassing. Even Lu Li's lips twitched, and a barely contained smile flickered across her serious little face as she looked at Su Chen, her gaze now more colorful. Jiang Hui's face flushed with rage. He stood up abruptly, glaring at Su Chen. I see you are simply afraid to compete with me. Afraid of the humiliation of losing. Su Chen raised a finger. Speaking coolly, I am merely indulging your desire for humiliation. What do you mean? A single finger against you. Is that not clear? As he spoke, Su Chen wiggled his finger. You. Jiang Hui was infuriated. He felt utterly belittled. Are you coming or not? Come. This is your own arrogance. I am not bullying you. With that, Jiang Hui sat down, pitting one hand against Su Chen's single finger. He believed that his previous loss must have been due to being unprepared. This time, he would turn the tide. He intended to utterly defeat Su Chen in front of Tuan and Lulu, revealing him to be nothing more than a boastful, arrogant man, unworthy of being a good father. The surrounding fathers gathered around to watch. The children also clustered nearby. When they noticed that Su Chen and Jiang Hui had assumed their starting positions without moving, one curious child asked, Hey, haven't they started yet? A perceptive father responded. They've already begun. They're in a contest. Wow, that handsome uncle's finger is actually holding off the other man's entire hand? That's incredible. Jiang Hui's expression grew increasingly grim. He was exerting all his strength, using every ounce of force he had. Yet, he could not budge Su Chen's solitary finger in the slightest. This was simply too astonishing. His mind was tumultuous with a storm of emotions. Su Chen spoke calmly. You are currently in a state of total victory, correct? What do you mean? I am about to start using my strength. I cannot remain in this stalemate forever, can I? Are you ready? All right. He was incredulous that Su Chen could topple his wrist with but a single finger. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when, once again, his right arm was effortlessly overpowered by Su Chen's solitary digit. Yes, Yen Bingxue clenched her petite fist with fervor, only to immediately revert to her composed and austere demeanor, for she was currently stationed in the employee office, behind the large glass, observing the situation with Su Chun. She had to uphold the serious image expected within the company. President Yen, the young master and young lady have been playing for quite a while. They must be thirsty. Shall I fetch them for some water? Assistant Zhang inquired as he stood behind Yen Bingxue. Summon them to the office. Have the kitchen prepare lunch and add an extra portion, Yen Bingxue commanded, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickering in her eyes. The assistant had chosen wisely, proving to be a commendable ally. Understood, President Yen. It became clear to her why her superior had abandoned a multi-million-dollar contract to come here. It was to witness Su Chun as her assistant. It was her duty to lend support and alleviate the president's burdens. Chapter 7. Truly calling Daddy on knees. On Su Chun's side, the little darling, Tuan Tuan, leaped 3 feet into the air, her tiny fists waving in exuberance. Wow, Daddy won. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is the best. Daddy is Tuan Tuan's idol. The other children nearby clapped their hands in admiration. Tuan Tuan, your daddy is incredible. He defeated his opponent with just a finger. I saw the other side exerting all their strength. Lele, your daddy is so formidable. A child nudged Lele's arm, eyes brimming with envy. Lele, upon witnessing the envious gaze directed at him, managed to stiffen his lips into a modest smile, uttering a single word. Su Chun, now activated with his combat skills, possessed heightened hearing compared to before. Amidst the cacophony of astonished chatter, he naturally did not overlook his son's utterance. A smile graced his lips. Indeed, his son had transitioned from an initial rejection of his father to a budding acknowledgement of his paternal role. Although he had yet to call him daddy, it mattered little. With time, it would surely come. Mr. Su, it is now time for lunch. President Gu has prepared meals for you, the young master and young lady. Shall we proceed to dine? Assistant Zhang approached Su Chun with a polite smile. Su Chun turned to Tuan Tuan and Lele. Shall we eat, my little ones? Tuan Tuan patted her belly, stating, Daddy, Tuan Tuan is a little hungry. Okay, Lele replied succinctly. It seemed he had inherited Yen Bingxue's domineering genes. At just over 2 years old, he spoke with the maturity of an adult, which amused Su Chun. He reached out and playfully pinched his son's exquisitely sculpted face, causing Lele to scrunch up his brows in protest while Tuan Tuan giggled beside him. Jiang Hui observed this tender scene of fatherly affection, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. He had grown accustomed to being the center of attention wherever he went. Yet, at this moment, he felt like an unnoticed jester. Su Chun, in that instant, stood out, becoming the most striking figure in the room. Jiang Hui was not willing to accept such defeat. How could he have lost so easily? Su Chun was merely an ordinary university student. How could he possess such extraordinary strength? His might must be at least 2,000 pounds. His vital energy likely reached 150 calories, on the verge of becoming a martial artist. Otherwise, how could Su Chun so effortlessly overpower him with just a finger? Was it possible that Su Chun was not an ordinary student, but rather someone training from a hidden family? The mere thought sent shivers down Jiang Hui's spine. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Su Chun hailed from a concealed lineage. Not to mention, Su Chun's striking looks transcended the mundane. Even the most effusive praises would fall short of capturing his allure. Consider Su Chun's strength, a young man barely out of university, almost on the cusp of becoming a martial artist. Furthermore, the fact that Yen Bingxue had willingly chosen to bear his child spoke volumes of his extraordinary nature. All these signs pointed to one conclusion. Su Chun was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. He must have emerged from a hidden family. Those from such esteemed lineages, when they step into the mundane world, must never be trifled with. Recalling his previous reckless actions, Jiang Hui shuddered, then hastened to kneel before Su Chun. With a thud, he dropped to his knees and, in a show of contrition, proclaimed, Daddy. The entire room was left in stunned silence, especially Assistant Zhang, who was well aware of Jiang Hui's background as a true heir of wealth in Zhonghai. Only a person of such standing would dare pursue President Yen. She had initially thought Jiang Hui would be infuriated by Su Chun's display of prowess, but to her astonishment, he sincerely knelt before Su Chun, calling him daddy. It was utterly unexpected. After all, this was in a public setting, and she could see colleagues in the office area craning their necks to witness the spectacle through the glass. Su Chun himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated this fellow would genuinely kneel and call him daddy. Daddy. Jiang Hui, noticing Su Chun's lack of response, assumed his voice had been too soft for Su Chun's liking. Thus, he raised his voice, which boomed throughout the entire floor of the corporation. The sound reverberated, reaching the ears of employees behind soundproof glass, leaving them bewildered. Who was calling daddy so loudly? Stand up, Su Chun said, noticing the growing crowd. Jiang Hui, with a face full of gratitude, rose and bent slightly, apologizing. Mr. Su, I truly did not recognize your might earlier. It seems we have become acquainted through this unusual encounter. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall assist you without fail. By the way, I will immediately compile a list of potential suitors for President Yin. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards her. As an apology for my earlier recklessness, I hope you will accept this anonymous bank card. The password is 123456, and it contains 10 million. With that, Jiang Hui respectfully placed the card into Su Chen's hands before hastily departing, as if his behind were on fire. Chapter 8. The First Close Encounter. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Was this truly the Jiang family's young master, Jiang Hui, kneeling and calling this handsome man daddy? Moreover, he had presented a 10 million bank card as an offering. Jiang Hui's prowess was unquestionable. Thus the only conclusion was that this striking gentleman possessed even more astounding abilities. Heavens! When did the extraordinary group gain such an impressive figure? The staff members peering from the other side were equally flabbergasted. The young master Jiang kneeling and calling someone daddy? This was monumental news. Assistant Jiang gazed at Su Chun in disbelief. This was the man their president had chosen. This was the father of the young master and young lady. To have vanquished Jiang Hui so swiftly, causing him to kneel and declare daddy. A true powerhouse, indeed. She excitedly reported the matter in its entirety to her esteemed president. Mr. Su, this way please. Assistant Zhang politely and respectfully followed behind Su Chun and the little ones, Tuan Tuan and Lilu, as they ascended the stairs. At this moment, Yin Bingxue, who had witnessed her child's father successfully win over Zhang Er, had returned to her office. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she concealed her smile, her brows emanating a gentle warmth. Assistant Zhang respectfully ushered the three into the office, bowed slightly, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. The office was suffused with the delectable aroma of food, the culinary skills of the Michelin chef undeniably impressive. The dishes set upon the coffee table were not only visually appealing, but also exuded an enticing fragrance and sheen. Yin Bingxue was the first to approach and take a seat, waving towards Su Chun and the two little treasures behind her. Come and eat. Tuan Tuan, clutching her little belly, scampered over, not forgetting to call out to her father, Daddy, come eat. Lulu walked over in an orderly fashion, adjusting his little bottom to squeeze onto the small sofa beside his sister, leaving a space next to their mother. Su Chin cast a satisfied glance at his son and smiled as he approached. This lunch was prepared by our chef. Do try it, and let me know if it suits your taste. If not, I can have something else prepared. Yin Bingxue gently pushed the bowl and chopsticks towards Su Chun. After doing so, she felt her heart palpitate noticeably. This was her first time being so proactive with a man, and it made her a little nervous. Su Chin nodded, taking a seat beside Yin Bingxue. The faint scent of the woman wafted through the air, more captivating than the food itself. Daddy, eat the meat. Tuan Tuan, from a distance, struggled to use her learning chopsticks to pick up a piece of pan-seared beef steak and extend it towards Su Chen's bowl. Oh no, I can't reach. My little hands are too short. Su Chun understood immediately and raised his bowl to catch his daughter's loving offering. After tasting it, the tender meat juice mingled with a hint of black pepper spread across his palate. Delicious. Is it good, Daddy? Tuan Tuan tilted her little head, asking adorably. Su Chun nodded vigorously, responding, absolutely delicious. The meat my precious daughter picked for me tastes fantastic. Tuan Tuan, filled with joy and satisfaction, put down her bowl and began to spin around, pulling her brother's hand. Brother, Daddy loves the meat Tuan Tuan picked for him, yay. Lu Li's cute little mouth quivered slightly, and with a pretentious air, he remarked, Tuan Tuan, remember, one should not speak while eating. After saying this, he glanced at the remaining piece of pan-seared beef steak, realizing it was the last one. Did Su Chun like this? Should he pick it up to give? Humph. No way. He wouldn't help Su Chun with his meal. Su Chun observed the little expressions on his son's face and couldn't help but chuckle. The little guy was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. No worries. With a bit more guidance, he will heed his father's words. Yin Bingxue's gaze fell upon Su Chun's profile as she placed some asparagus from her plate into his bowl, then quickly retracted her chopsticks. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed with an intensity that felt like a tidal wave. It was her first time putting food into a man's bowl. This trick had been taught to her by her best friend, who advised that when doing so, one should say something caring. However, after placing the asparagus into Su Chun's bowl, the prepared line about how the steak might be too rich and the asparagus was perfectly roasted to cleanse the palate got lodged in her throat. No matter how hard she tried, the words wouldn't come out. Moreover, her heart raced uncontrollably. Su Chun looked down at the vibrant green asparagus in his bowl, somewhat surprised. He never expected the billionaire president would personally serve him food. Such treatment was surely a lifelong dream for many men. He felt a wave of vanity swell within him. He smiled and reciprocated by placing a piece of asparagus into Yin Bingxue's bowl, saying, in return, "You look a bit thin. You should eat more." Yan Bingxue looked at the sudden appearance of food in her bowl. When she raised her gaze, she found Su Chen already focused on his meal. She withdrew her gaze, her heart fluttering joyously like a magpie that had found a piece of candy. However, she maintained her usual calm demeanor. Yet, the little Tuan sitting beside her could sense her mother's good mood, giggling cheerfully beside her. Daddy and Mommy's relationship is truly wonderful. So great. Su Chen enjoyed his lunch, relishing both the culinary delights and the warmth of his children and their mother's company. While eating, he took out his phone, contemplating a significant matter. He opened the official flagship store of DR on his phone and privately messaged customer service. "I would like to order a DR diamond ring. When can it be delivered? Dear, please provide your address." Superb Group. Dear, delivery within 2 hours in the 6 districts of the city. 2 hours? Quite efficient. When it comes to proposals, it must be the father of the child who takes the lead. Let us prepare the ring. Su Chen browsed through the official website and selected the most expensive DR diamond ring, priced at 5.88 million. With the generous sum of 10 million gifted by his son, he quickly placed the order. "Congratulations on ordering the most expensive lifelong commitment from our store. We also offer proposal service packages. Would you like to add those as well?" The chat window displayed several images of 5 different priced proposal packages. After reviewing them, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim internally, "How splendid. The DR diamond ring truly deserves its reputation as the finest engagement ring. And the accompanying proposal services are incredibly romantic." He found himself envisioning various proposal scenarios involving himself and Yan Bingxue. Romantic, touching, unforgettable. He wondered if the beautiful president in front of him would shed tears like a textbook example of a weeping pear blossom. Just thinking about it made his heart race. "I want this most expensive one, the 3 million proposal package, scheduled for tonight. How do I place the order?" "Dear, you can order the corresponding service product according to the package." Placing the order and making the payment was a seamless process. Today, Su Chen experienced the joy of spending without a second thought. Tonight, he intended to give his children's mother, Yan Bingxue, a proposal night she would never forget. Chapter 9. Roommates shocked. Billionaire president proposes with twins. After lunch, Tuan, supporting her round little belly, curled up on the sofa, her beautiful big eyes barely visible. The little darling was getting sleepy. Lulu, too, lacked energy, as a stomach filled with food required a significant amount of cells for digestion, making his head prone to oxygen deprivation and drowsiness. Suddenly, Su Chen's phone rang, the sound dispersing the sleepiness of the 2 little treasures. "Yes, all right. I will come down shortly." After hanging up, he turned to Yan Bingxue beside him. "I'm full. I'm heading downstairs to work." Yan Bingxue hesitated, wanting to say something, but recalling her best friend's words, she slightly pursed her lips. "Okay," she nodded gently. Upon hearing that her father was leaving, Tuan instantly shook off her drowsiness, sliding off the sofa to hug Su Chen's pant leg. Lulu also woke up, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. Is he leaving again? How long will he be gone this time? Will they meet again? Lele descended from the sofa and stood beside her mother, her small hands fidgeting nervously. "Daddy, don't go," she said in a sweet, coaxing voice. Su Chen looked down to find his daughter's round, expressive eyes glistening with unshed tears. In that moment, his heart melted, and he scooped her up, affectionately rubbing his face against her soft cheek. "Tuan, be good. Daddy isn't leaving. He's just going to work." However, Tuan was reluctant to part with her father. "Let Tuan work with Daddy," she pleaded, wrapping her arms tightly around Su Chen's neck. Su Chen felt equally hesitant to leave his daughter, but it was his first day at work, and he couldn't possibly bring her along, could he? Yan Bingxue, noticing his dilemma, approached and gently took Tuan back into her arms. "Tuan, your daddy has to work. We mustn't disturb him, okay?" Tuan pouted in response, nodding obediently in her mother's embrace, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Chen. "Daddy, you must come home early." Su Chen nodded, forcing himself to leave the office with quickened steps. The trials of being a new father. He nearly succumbed to the charm of his little darling's affectionate pleas. Holding her daughter, Yan Bingxue's gaze lingered on Su Chen until he disappeared behind the door. She turned back, inhaling deeply as she led the 2 little ones back to the sofa. "Tuan, Lele, tell me, do you like Daddy?" Without hesitation, Tuan nodded vigorously, proclaiming in her sweet voice, "I like him. I super like Daddy. Daddy is amazing. He defeats the bad guys. Daddy is the best." "Would you like to live with Daddy?" Yan Bingxue asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tuan nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Yes. Tuan wants to be with Daddy, Mommy, and brother forever. Tuan wants Daddy to live with us. She wants to see Daddy every day." Yan Bingxue's eyes gleamed even brighter as she turned to her son, Lele. "What about you? How do you feel about Daddy? Do you want to live with him and Mommy?" Lele, caught off guard by the question, averted his eyes momentarily before softly responding. I'll go with what mommy and sister say. His words indicated a tacit approval. It appeared both children were fond of Su Chun. Coincidentally, she too harbored affections for him. Thus, Yin Bingxue resolved to win this man's heart. She aimed to ensure that Su Chun's name would grace the household registration, making him the head of their family. After a trip downstairs to retrieve the diamond ring, Su Chun opened the box and was immediately dazzled by its brilliance. The gemstone far larger than any pigeon egg. The thrill of extravagance was indeed a different sensation. He tucked the ring box into his pocket and ascended to his workstation, where he was promptly greeted by messages from his roommates in their WeChat group. Brother Su, how was the interview at Super Extraordinary Group? Chen Jiqiang inquired. Brother Su, are you coming back for lunch? We haven't eaten yet. Should we wait for your celebration feast? Hee. Zhang Yubin chimed in. Brother Su, if there is no celebration feast, let us go out for a meal and drinks. Guyu added. These three had shared a living space with Su Chun for 3 to 4 years, forming a solid brotherly bond, and their inquiries were thoughtful. One asked. One suggested a celebration, while the other smoothed things over, indicating that no matter how Su Chun responded, they would have his back. However, Su Chun believed his reply would certainly catch them off guard. Everything that had transpired today was beyond his own expectations. Don't worry, brothers. I am already employed at Super Extraordinary Group. Furthermore, I have children now, twins. A boy and a girl. They're 3 years old. Their mother is none other than the president of Super Extraordinary Group, Yin Bingxue. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue asked if he had brought his ID and household registration, stating she wanted to take him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. It was all so sudden that he had to refuse. The WeChat group fell silent for more than half a minute before messages flooded in like an explosion. Chen Jiqiang exclaimed. Shocking. Capital letters shocking. Zhang Yubin echoed. Shocked to the heavens. Guyu interjected. Oh my god. Brother Su, you're incredible. Not only have you become a formal employee at Super Extraordinary Group, but you've also been proposed to by the billion-dollar beauty president. Super Extraordinary Group was a colossal enterprise, valued at trillions. Rumors had it that the president, Yin Bingxue, remained unmarried, and she had a pair of adorable twins. There must have been suitors surrounding her. And now, Su Chun had not only received a proposal from Yin Bingxue, but that pair of charming twins were also his children. Incredibly, he had even turned down Yin Bingxue's proposal. I'm so envious I could turn purple. Chen Jiqiang lamented. I'm so envious I could explode on the spot. Zhang Yubin exclaimed. I'm so envious my teeth are aching. Guyu added. Seeing his roommate's astonished messages flood the screen, Su Chun smiled and typed back. Calm down, you three. Brother Su, you're so amazing. How can you remain so composed amidst such explosive news? I'm willing to revere you as a deity. Zhang Yubin remarked. Chen Jiqiang just fell off his chair. Guyu quipped. Brother Su, tell me, is your family incredibly wealthy? A billion-dollar beauty president willingly bears your children and even proposes to you. You previously claimed your family was poor. Surely you were joking, right? The roommates continued to bombard the chat with their astonishment. This frenzy lasted a full 10 minutes before they gradually cooled down. Brother Su, you turned down your sister-in-law's proposal. What are your plans? Chen Jiqiang asked. As a man, how could I let the mother of my children bring up marriage? Naturally, it's my responsibility to propose first, then to marry. She is the mother of my twins. I must give her a grand proposal. What other women have, she must have too. Although soft rice is delicious, I still prefer hard rice, With the system in place, there is no need for me to rely on a woman as support. Brother Su, you're impressive and mighty. A true man, Zhang Yubin declared. Indeed, as a true man, matters like proposals and marriage should never be initiated by the woman. It is the man's duty to take the lead. Well done, Brother Su. Chapter 10, missing him already? Brother Su, on this splendid day, with your successful job resolution and the discovery of your sister-in-law and your niece and nephew, we must have a celebration feast, Guyu declared with a mischievous grin. Chen Jiqiang playfully tapped him on the head, quickly messaging the group. Don't worry, Brother Su. I've already given Guyu a good talking to for his lack of awareness. On such a wonderful day, we won't disturb you, Brother Su. You and your sister-in-law, along with the 2 little ones, should enjoy your time together. Chen Jiqiang, being extroverted and astute, sensed from Su Chun's words that he had plans for the evening. Su Chun smiled and quickly typed, Yes, brothers, I do have important plans tonight. Let us postpone the celebration feast for another day. Rest assured, that meal will not be forgotten. I'll take you to a nice place when the time comes, and we'll have a great feast. Zhang Yubin, Brother Su, you go ahead with your matters. The significant events in life are far more important than our celebration banquet. We would much prefer to toast to your wedding. Guyu, Brother Su, I acknowledge my mistakes. I await your good news. Chen Jiqiang, Brother Su, pursue your ambitions without restraint. Should you require any assistance from us, do not hesitate to ask. We are all eagerly anticipating your updates. Su Chun, indeed. The celebration banquet will certainly take place, so hold your horses, everyone. After saying this, he sent 3 generous red envelopes in the group chat, each containing 10,000 yuan, randomly divided into 3 portions for them to snatch. Good wow? Brother Su is impressive. On the very first day of work, he distributed 30,000 yuan in red envelopes. Truly, Brother Su is not an ordinary person, an understated wealthy individual. You certainly know how to keep things under wraps. Zhang Yubin, thank you, Brother Su. I managed to grab 15,000. Brother Su is extraordinary. Brother Su, you are magnificent. Here's to Brother Su landing an offer from the extraordinary group. Here's to Brother Su becoming a father. Here's to Brother Su's upcoming wedding. Chen Xiao. Today, we can finally enjoy a sumptuous meal. I snagged 8,000. Goodness, I have never won such a substantial red envelope before. Being Su Chen's roommate is simply delightful. Here's to Brother Su and sister-in-law. May this night be filled with beautiful scenery and cherished moments. Here's to Brother Su becoming a father. As the lunch break ended, more people gradually filled the office. Everyone remained at their desks, cautious not to stare indiscriminately. However, many young women had noticed the handsome newcomer, Su Chun. A few bolder souls took advantage of the pretext of getting water to walk back and forth, just to catch a glimpse of him. Su Chun observed it all, a slight smile gracing his lips. His charm was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, he already had 2 little treasures mother, Yin Bingxue, and he had even turned down her proposal. Thus, the minor flirtations in the office held no allure for him. On his first day at work, the HR department provided him with company information for a brief overview. The Extraordinary Group is currently the largest automobile manufacturer in Longhua, with many components exported abroad. The group's market value exceeds 1 trillion, and it possesses a core research and development department specializing in high technology, an industry prioritized for support by Longhua. Colleagues mentioned that they were involved in mecha research and development. Among other things, the company dossier was extensive, and in the past, Su Chun might have taken a long time to read through it all. However, since activating the daddy sign-in system, he discovered he had developed an extraordinary photographic memory. Reviewing documents became a swift endeavor, and in less than 20 minutes, he finished what would normally require an entire day. Just then, his WeChat pinged. Su Chun picked up his phone and noticed a new friend request. He instantly recognized the name, Yin Bingxue. It was directly her name, and her profile picture was of her in formal attire. Had it only been a short while since they parted, and she was already missing him? Su Chun chuckled softly and accepted the friend request. Meanwhile, in the president's office upstairs, Yin Bingxue held her phone, her palms slightly sweaty, her usually aloof expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Fortunately, the office was empty. If her subordinates saw their usually composed and unflappable president looking anxious while staring at her phone, they would surely be taken aback. Her nickname was her own name, and her profile picture was indeed her. Surely, Su Chun would recognize it. Would he accept her friend request or, like her marriage proposal, reject her overture? The mere thought of potential rejection made Yin Bingxue bite her lip, her delicate brows knitting together as her heartbeat quickened. Ding! The crisp notification sound seemed magnified, like a small drum beating on her heart. Yin Bingxue jumped, glancing at her phone as if facing a formidable adversary. After 2 deep breaths, she looked down to see. Congratulations. You and Su Chun are now friends. You can start chatting. Yes. Yin Bingxue pinched her cheeks, her lips curving into a smile. However, what should her first message be? She pondered for a long while, typing and deleting several drafts, until finally, her finger slipped. Sending the message, I'm not working overtime tonight. A simple 6-character message felt rather aloof. Annoyed, she bit her lip, her slender, fair fingers hovering over the screen, contemplating whether to retract it hastily. Yet, Su Chun had just added her as a friend. He must be holding his phone right now. What if he saw it and then noticed her retraction? How awkward that would be. Su Chun read the message and couldn't help but chuckle. What did it mean? Was not working overtime tonight an invitation for him to ask her out? Leaning back in his chair, he thought, as a man, I should take the initiative. He quickly typed, how about we grab dinner tonight? After sending it, he felt uneasy. He had a grand surprise planned for that evening and couldn't reveal it prematurely. So, he deleted it and replied with something else. Yin Bingxue waited anxiously, her heart racing as she saw Su Chen's reply. I'm not working overtime tonight either. Yin Bingxue's mind raced, recalling the romantic novels her friends had filled her head with about domineering CEOs falling in love. She quickly replied, then let us leave together after work. After sending it, she felt it was a bit too direct and, blushing, added, Tuan Tuan and Lila wanna see you. Su Chun, reading her message, couldn't suppress a hearty laugh. Tuan Tuan and Lila want to see him? Or was it Yin Bingxue who wanted to see him? Haha. It seems that he, Su Chun, has thoroughly captivated this beautiful and powerful president. Perfect timing, as he had a grand surprise to unveil tonight. All right, let us leave together after work. After sending that, Su Chun smiled and added, I want to see Tuan Tuan and Lila too. Upon reading his first message, Yin Bingshue's lips curled into a smile, only to blush when she saw the second one, her gaze flitting awkwardly. Why did she feel as if Su Chun had intentionally said that? Regardless, they would be leaving together after work, and Yin Bingshue felt elated. Swiftly diving back into her tasks, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. This afternoon seemed to drag on endlessly. In the break room, Tuan Tuan and Lulu, having had their fill of rest, scampered out with their small pillows, their bare feet sinking into the plush gray carpet, looking utterly adorable. Yin Bingshue looked up at her children and asked, Tuan Tuan, Lulu, shall we go home with Daddy tonight? Tuan Tuan's eyes brightened, clapping his hands. Yes, yes. Mommy, let us bring Daddy home. I want to sleep with Daddy and Mommy. Tuan Tuan adored Daddy, and Mommy was determined to bring Daddy home. The little one, oblivious to the nuances, made Yin Bingshue blush deeply. Clearing her throat, she spoke softly, not so soon. Lulu remained silent, but suddenly turned to her sister while playing and asked, Mommy, when will you finish work? After work, she should be able to see Su Chun, right? Yin Bingshue felt an increasing sense of urgency upon hearing her son's words. Was the afternoon dragging on a tad too slowly? She yearned to hasten the end of her workday, eager to take her two little treasures and Su Chun out for a meal. Chapter 11, Astonishment. A grand proposal. At long last, the clock signaled the end of her workday. Yin Bingshue was the first to rise, one hand grasping her coat, while the other held her son and daughter's small backpacks. She called out to Tuan Tuan and Lele, let us go. Tuan Tuan and Lele, engrossed in their block play, looked up in bewilderment. Huh, why is Mommy so eager today? Usually, she needs the assistant to remind her several times before she heads home. Tuan Tuan, with a sudden spark of cleverness, whispered to his brother, Brother, Mommy must be anxious to find Daddy, which is why she is leaving work so quickly, Lele pouted slightly, contemplating a rebuttal, but upon seeing their mother's composed yet joyful figure, he relinquished the thought. See you in the underground parking lot, Yin Bingshue instructed. Okay, I'm heading down now. See you shortly, Su Chun replied as he packed up his belongings and made his way downstairs. As he descended, his thoughts drifted to the meeting place and the luxurious car awarded by the system, which he had yet to see. System, are you there? Yes, host. How may I assist you? Where's my Rolls-Royce? The system rewards are being stored. Please extract the reward as needed and specify the vehicle and storage location. The system was indeed considerate. Please park it in the underground garage and inform me of its location. The key can remain in my pocket. Understood, host. The vehicle has been parked in the Extraordinary Group's underground garage, level B072. The key is in your pocket for your convenience. Received. Su Chun pulled out the key from his pocket, a black shell with a silver inlay, featuring the overlapping double R logo, subtle yet opulent. A Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 1.7 billion, how impressive. As he arrived in the parking lot, he coincidentally crossed paths with Yin Bingshue. Tuan Tuan, like a pink ball of energy, rushed towards him. Daddy. The little one took a running leap, and Su Chun effortlessly caught him, their synchronization flawless as if rehearsed countless times. Was this the marvelous bond of blood relations? Yin Bingshue pondered. Lele trailed behind his mother, casting a glance at Su Chun, but upon meeting his gaze, he quickly averted his eyes. With a gentle smile, Su Chun addressed Yin Bingshue, shall we? Yin Bingshue walked beside him, holding Lele's hand. As they approached her vehicle, she intended to drive off, but suddenly noticed another Rolls-Royce parked nearby. Huh. Assistant Zhang, following closely behind Yin Bingshue, expressed mild surprise. President Yin. This is the globally limited high-end custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yin Bingshue's own vehicle was a custom Rolls-Royce, priced at just over 100 million. Yet the one before her was evidently even more extravagant. No sooner had she spoken than the luxury car's lights blinked twice, emitting an unlocking sound. Both Yin Bingshue and Assistant Zhang turned their gazes towards Su Chen's hand, specifically, the key he held. Su Chen, is this car yours? Yin Bingshue's lips pursed, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment. Assistant Zhang was so taken aback he could scarcely articulate, stammering, Mr. Su. This car is the globally limited high-end custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. It's priced at 1.7 billion. Yin Bingshue continued. There are only 3 in the world, one with the president of T country, another in the garage of a certain bigwig in Long country, and the last one, astonishingly, is in the Extraordinary Group's underground garage, and it belongs to my children's father. The last thought lingered unspoken in her throat. At the mention of the price, Assistant Zhang gasped sharply. Mr. Su, this car is simply too luxurious. Su Chun was driving a 1.7 billion globally limited high-end custom car, and he was still so young, having just graduated from university. She had been astonished when her own president acquired an 11 billion luxury car, fearing each drive would lead to a scratch or dent. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Chen's vehicle was even more lavish. Incredible. Tuan, oblivious to the monetary implications, understood the atmosphere's excitement, clearly recognizing that Daddy's car was extraordinarily impressive. She joyfully circled around Su Chen, her little face beaming with excitement and pride. My daddy is the best. Lele, following behind, also gazed at Su Chen's car, his eyes sparkling with delight. The little boy, at just 3 years old, was already enamored with automobiles. Let us go. Let us take my car for dinner. Su Chen opened the back door, pleasantly surprised to find 2 child safety seats installed. Wow, fantastic. Truly worthy of a doting dad. Placing the children in the back seat, Su Chen gallantly opened the front passenger door for Yan Bingxue. Observing this, Assistant Zhang discreetly retreated. As the vehicle exited the underground garage, it drew considerable attention, with onlookers attempting to capture photos. But the luxury car sped away before they could press the shutter. Once inside the car, Yan Bingxue cracked a window to let in the evening breeze, hoping to ease the tension of sharing such a confined space with Su Chen for the first time. However, when she regained her senses, she realized the car had veered from her anticipated route, stopping instead near the city's most luxurious central square. This was a small park adjacent to the square, directly facing the large LED screen. Su Chen parked and glanced at his phone. The staff from DR were thoroughly prepared, awaiting his signal to commence the evening's performance. Content with the images sent by customer service, Su Chen made a last-minute adjustment to the content, prompting urgent recalibrations, which were quickly confirmed with an OK. We're here. Let us get out. As they exited the vehicle, Yan Bingxue surveyed the dimming sky, perplexed, and inquired, how did we arrive here? Before she could finish her sentence, Tuan suddenly exclaimed, Mommy, look, there are little planes. So many little planes. Yan Bingxue looked up to see a swarm of drones flying overhead, their twinkling lights gradually forming a shape YBX. That was the abbreviation of her name. Following that, a heart shape emerged. After a brief moment, the drones began to move again, assembling into a complex English phrase, will you marry SC? SC. Su Chen. Yan Bingxue's eyes widened in disbelief, and simultaneously, the massive screen displayed a dazzling drone show live for all to see. The crowd in the square erupted in excitement. Oh my, look, someone is proposing. What is this? Drones? How beautiful and romantic. I must post this on WeChat, on Douyin. I can't believe I'm witnessing such a romantic proposal. In no time, countless individuals in the square were capturing the moment on their phones, while others located the drone launch site in the park, snapping photos of the spectacle above. The internet was soon flooded with videos and news about the extravagant and romantic drone proposal at the central square, drawing countless viewers' attention. Wow. Is this what the world of the wealthy looks like? A proposal involving 400 drones, broadcast live on the grand screen of the central square. I could hardly dare to dream of such a spectacle. The wealthy find their happily ever after, while we can only bear witness. The sense of immersion is profound. I am already poised to reach out. Life seems impossible, yet this romantic proposal has found its way onto my bucket list. Did the 400 drones move me? No. It was the staggering sum of 2 million spent on the proposal that truly touched my heart. Such is the reality of a domineering love. As the excitement escalated, the drones in the sky morphed into a new formation, unveiling a stunning diamond ring. It appeared not only in the heavens, but also before Yan Bingxue. The brilliance of the 5-carat diamond sparkled so magnificently that it nearly overshadowed the drones above. Mother of my child, will you accept this ring from your child as father? Su Chen asked gently, gazing at Yan Bingxue. Beside them, Tuan was so overwhelmed with joy that she covered her mouth, her wide eyes brimming with happiness, while her other hand gripped tightly onto her brother, causing Lele's arm to ache. Well, in light of Su Chen's grand preparations for their mother, he decided to endure for the moment. As Su Chen produced the ring, the drones commenced their final act of performance, proclaiming, I hope we can become a happy family. Yan Bingxue stifled her emotions several times, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of redness as she gazed at Su Chen, her right hand trembling slightly as it rose. The ring slipped onto her middle finger, and with that final phrase, a realization dawned upon her. Su Chen had not uttered the words I love you. Yet this enchanting proposal, along with the striking presence of the diamond ring, was a testament to their roles as Tuan and Lele's parents. But what did it matter? She would win Su Chen over, through her own strength. She would embark on a journey of romance that began with marriage and blossomed into love. I agree. Let us go and wed, Yan Bingxue exclaimed, seizing Su Chen's hand as they hurried toward the car amidst the fading sounds of the romantic drone display. Her heart raced. There was no time to lose. Her child's father had proposed, and they must marry immediately. Su Chen, caught in her fervor, chuckled helplessly, Wait a moment, mother of our child. The Civil Affairs Bureau is already closed. Yin Bingxue turned back, her eyes sparkling with determination, a confident smile gracing her lips as she declared, "Fear not, with me around. The Civil Affairs Bureau will never close." Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, but soon found himself being ushered into the car, along with their two excited little ones, as their family sped toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chapter 12, Signing Next to Ultraman. Reward, Mecha Manufacturing Technique. On the way, Yin Bingxue made a phone call. At that moment, the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau had just returned home. Before the car even came to a halt, he instructed the driver to turn back. When Su Chun and Yin Bingxue arrived, the director himself emerged to greet them, and Su Chun once again witnessed the power of wealth. The notion of adhering to a strict work schedule was utterly dismissed. When the president of a trillion-dollar conglomerate wishes to marry, even a supposedly closed Civil Affairs Bureau will open its doors. The mother of his children was indeed remarkable. After submitting their documents, they needed a photo for the marriage certificate. Yin Bingxue deemed this crucial and suggested they visit a nearby photography studio for a lovely portrait. Thus, the family made a spontaneous trip to the studio next door. The girls took longer to get ready. Su Chun, however, merely tidied himself up. Tuan Tuan and Lei also wished to take pictures with their parents. Their youthful skin was delicate, their large, adorable eyes framed by long, curled lashes, needing no enhancement to appear perfect. Before long, Su Chun found himself tending to his son and daughter as they awaited their mother's makeup completion. Lei felt somewhat uneasy alongside Su Chun, casting her gaze around before spotting an Ultraman model in the display window, compelling her little feet to move in that direction. Observing her brother wander off, Tuan Tuan followed his gaze and, upon seeing Ultraman, excitedly tugged at Su Chun's hand, exclaiming, "Daddy, look, there's Ultraman. I want to take a picture with him. Can you help me, please?" Naturally, Su Chun could not refuse his little princess's personal invitation. Scooping her up and heading toward the window. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing next to Ultraman. You are rewarded with the beginner mecha manufacturing technique. Wow. Mecha manufacturing technique. This system is indeed generous. Incredible. This is not merely a luxury watch or car. It is a genuine skill. Moreover, mecha technology is the pinnacle of advancement being pursued across Blue Star, and the extraordinary group is striving to develop it as well. Su Chun had researched a bit, and when he grasped the skill in mere seconds, he realized that the beginner manufacturing technique had already surpassed the current state of mecha research. Wow, the system is truly powerful. Tuan Tuan, unaware of the extraordinary skill her father had just acquired, continued to pull at him excitedly, pointing at Ultraman in the window. "Daddy, look at Ultraman." Tuan Tuan adored Ultraman for its incredible powers, capable of transforming into something immense. Lei, captivated by her favorite character, momentarily forgot her earlier unease with Su Chun and chimed in, "Mommy will make a real Ultraman in the future. I will work with Mommy and design a super amazing superhero, even more powerful than Ultraman's battle mecha." Su Chun regarded his son with pride. Little Lei was impressive, harboring such clear and ambitious aspirations at such a young age, just like his father. He too had once harbored similar dreams. Whether to become a scientist or to possess Ultraman's transformation key and become a hero who saves the world. Lei was only 3 years old, yet such goals already endeared him to Su Chun's heart. After a moment of pride, Su Chun replied, "Battle mecha is merely child's play for your father." Tuan Tuan gazed up at him, her large eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. "Daddy, can you really make big mechas?" Lei looked at him, equally astonished, and after a moment of silence, retorted, "Humph. Mommy hasn't made one yet, so I don't believe you." Su Chun, glancing at his son, felt a fleeting urge to lift this pretentious little one for a good scolding, to instill in him the respect for his father's authority. Yet, seeing the way he gazed at Ultraman softened his heart. After all, he was just a 3-year-old child. As a father, he ought to practice tolerance. He was already a big baby himself, unbothered by a child's antics. Su Chun remained silent, but Tuan Tuan, displeased, spread her arms protectively around her father, pouting as she argued with her brother, "Brother, you're being mean. You have to believe Daddy. Daddy is super amazing. He can chase away bad guys and make big mechas. Daddy is the best." Lei, momentarily speechless due to his sister's fervor, finally relented after a few moments, his expression softening. "Mommy said I'm the older brother, so I have to spoil my little sister and not argue with her." Meanwhile, as Su Chun engaged in conversation with his son and daughter, the wind chimes at the shop's entrance jingled, and a man clad in a casual jacket strode in, seemingly on a quest to find someone. The internet was currently abuzz with the romantic proposal involving 400 drones, and Shui Haoyu, bored at home, had been scrolling through Douyin, discovering a barrage of posts about it. At first, he paid no mind, but later, he inadvertently glimpsed a perspective from the park, though it revealed merely a shadowy figure. He would unmistakably recognize his goddess, Yin Bingxue. Connecting this with the earlier initials, he immediately deduced that someone was proposing to his goddess. He rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau to intervene, only to be informed that he was too late. Yin Bingxue had already begun taking photographs. He hurried in, and upon entering, he overheard Su Chen uttering, "Battle mechas, piece of cake. Who does he think he is, so arrogant?" Glancing again, he noticed Su Chen flanked by two adorable little ones, Tuanchuan and Lele. Cui Haoyu suddenly realized that this was the man recklessly proposing to Yin Bingxue. "Lele, as the older brother, you truly outshine your sister. You know who is merely boasting," he remarked. A battle mech is an intricate creation. Currently, no one globally has managed to produce a finished product. However, Uncle believes that with your brilliance, Lele, you will undoubtedly create an extraordinary battle mech in the future. Lele turned her head and frowned slightly at Cui Haoyu. Indeed, some matters require comparison. Su Chen noticed Lele's frosty demeanor towards him, but found solace in her evident disdain for Cui Haoyu. It warmed his heart to see his son siding with him. Lele turned away, completely disinterested in Cui Haoyu. The latter, feeling slighted by a mere 3-year-old, nearly lost his composure, clenching his fists to maintain a semblance of a smile. He then directed his gaze towards Su Chen, saying, "You are the one who proposed to Bingxue at Central Square, right? Please refer to me as Miss Yin or Director Yin. I am not familiar with you, uncle." Lele rolled her eyes and declared. Su Chen stifled a chuckle, exchanging a knowing wink with Lele. His son had made an excellent point. Lele, sensing Su Chen's gaze, quickly shifted her attention away. This man, did he truly think he was assisting him? No, he merely wished for others not to dwell on his mother. Humph. That was precisely it. He steadfastly stood by his mother's side. Cui Haoyu's lips twitched as he glared at Su Chen, gritting his teeth, aside from being somewhat handsome. "You don't seem all that remarkable." He scrutinized him with an unfriendly gaze, exhibiting a hint of disdain. "That suit looks hastily thrown together. The creases from ironing are still visible. Did you rent it? Or perhaps borrow it? 400 drones for a proposal along with a large screen. This must have cost millions. Young man, here's a tip. Don't overextend yourself. With numerous lending platforms available, it's unfortunate that Miss Yin Bingxue is not a woman easily swayed by trivial loans." Chapter 13. The entire venue in shock. Dad can truly create mechas. "Daddy, don't pay attention to this fool." Tuanchuan gently tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, whispering in what she thought was a tiny voice. The assistant sister said he is not very good. He watched too much Ultraman as a child and is a bit heavy. She pointed at her own little head, looking at Cui Haoyu with sympathy. Heavy? More like a bit delusional. However, Su Chen observed that Cui Haoyu seemed quite normal, though perhaps his eyesight was lacking. He gently patted Tuanchuan's little head, lowering his voice to say, "Tuanchuan, we shouldn't speak such things in front of uncle. It's impolite. We'll discuss it at home." Cui Haoyu's face flushed crimson. He was not delusional. He was simply passionate about mecha research and enjoyed watching mecha anime. Others simply did not understand. Just as he was about to explode, he suddenly realized that Tuanchuan had called this man daddy. What did that imply? Had he truly won over Yin Bingxue and even gained the approval of Tuanchuan and Lele? Cui Haoyu was astounded, and at that moment, a glimmer of light caught his eye. He focused and discovered it was the reflection of a diamond from Su Chen's watch. Wait, wasn't he that the nearly 20 million by Li Fada 502p? Cui Haoyu, a genuine young master, could certainly distinguish between counterfeit and genuine goods. Su Chen's watch was authentic, a watch priced at nearly 20 million, and he could afford it. Didn't he that imply that the drones and the romantic proposal were all backed by substantial means? Cui Haoyu reevaluated the striking young man before him. It seemed that economically overpowering him would be improbable, but that was fine. He possessed his own expertise and pride, mecha manufacturing. His connection with Yin Bingxue was founded on mechas. He was an enthusiast with a budding understanding of the field, having penned a paper published in the Long with Technology magazine. The mecha project at Chao Fan Group was proposed by Yin Bingxue, and they met at a mecha seminar, from which point Cui Haoyu became utterly infatuated. Viewing her as his goddess, he had fantasized countless times about proposing to Yin Bingxue in a mecha of his own creation, only to be preempted by this audacious young man who nonchalantly claimed that battle mechas were trivial. Very well, he would challenge him on mecha knowledge. A man should rely on his capabilities. Boasting must come with consequences. You just claimed that battle mechas are a piece of cake for you? How about we exchange questions about mechas? Whoever fails to answer, loses. What do you say? You seemed quite knowledgeable about mechas earlier. I trust you're not afraid of a challenge now. Su Chen replied coolly, I had no intention of engaging with you, but it seems you are rather eager for punishment. Fine, go ahead and ask. With both children present, it was also an excellent opportunity for him to impart some mecha knowledge to them. Cui Haoyu smirked. Let me ask you the simplest question. What is the best material for the external armor of a mecha? Currently, no one globally had succeeded in constructing a mecha. Thus it remained in the research phase. The best material they had developed for external armor was titanium alloy, although they had yet to announce it publicly. Suchin would undoubtedly be unable to answer. Surely, he would mention those subpar materials like aluminum alloys or steel. Suchin replied nonchalantly. The best material for mecha armor is currently titanium alloy, which possesses exceptional bullet resistance and moderate weight. Upon hearing this, Cui Haoyu was left speechless. What the? Suchin actually knew. Darn it. Yin Bingxue must have informed him. Otherwise, how could Su Chun, who was not a mecha researcher, know not only that titanium alloy was required, but also that it needed to be highly bullet resistant and of appropriate weight? Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. You know this. Tuanchuan exclaimed, clapping her hands in encouragement for her father upon witnessing Cui Haoyu's dismay. Although she understood little, that did not deter her from looking up at her father with admiration. My turn to ask, Suchin stated coolly. Go ahead. Cui Haoyu replied, his expression darkening. He had not anticipated that his attempt to intimidate Su Chun would backfire. However, he assumed Su Chun wouldn't be able to pose any advanced questions. Whatever Yin Bingxue had shared with Su Chun was likely nothing extraordinary. Su Chun remembered only the names of certain components. Yet without a decade's worth of profound research into mechas, he would remain utterly oblivious to their intricacies. The inquiries posed by Su Chun were easily resolvable. Since you just asked me the simplest of questions, I shall return the favor with one equally uncomplicated. How should one optimally design a mecha control cabin? Upon hearing this question from Su Chun, Cui Haoyu puffed out his chest and confidently proclaimed, of course, it should utilize mechanical manipulation methods, akin to the joysticks found in aircraft cockpits for piloting. Employing joysticks to unlock mecha weaponry and buttons to control various functions of the mecha. This, indeed, was the most basic of questions. Any novice student of mecha could provide an answer. It was evident that Su Chun was utterly uninformed about mechas. His earlier ability to respond to Cui Haoyu's query was purely fortuitous, as he had merely recalled what Yin Bingxue had mentioned. Now, he prepared to pose a question of moderate difficulty, for such inquiries would surely be beneath Yin Bingxue's consideration. Thus, Su Chin would undoubtedly be left in the dark. Just as he was about to articulate his second question, unexpectedly, Su Chin chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Cui Haoyu frowned. Lei also turned to look at Su Chun. Cui Haoyu's response had been entirely correct. He had articulated everything accurately. The current control mode of mechas, indeed, involves a combination of joysticks and buttons, modeled after aircraft cockpits. After his laughter subsided, Su Chun remarked, it appears your understanding of mechas is still at a kindergarten level. What do you mean? Cui Haoyu bristled with indignation. This insinuation suggested that Su Chun looked down upon his answer, believing he had erred. Could he possibly be mistaken? Such information was clearly delineated in introductory mecha literature. There was absolutely no error. Su Chun was merely feigning profundity and ostentation. Su Chun clarified. My meaning is quite explicit. The foolish method you propose may suffice for piloting an aircraft. But do you sincerely believe it is suitable for operating a mecha? Cui Haoyu was infuriated. How dare he label his method as foolish, and to claim his understanding of mechas was akin to that of a preschooler. Such insolence was intolerable. Then pray tell, what is the best method? Cui Haoyu retorted with a sardonic smile, tossing the question back to Su Chun. He was eager to see what insights this neophyte could possibly offer regarding mechas. At that moment, an elderly gentleman seated in a corner, perusing a magazine, abruptly set it aside and cast a keen gaze towards Su Chun, seemingly anticipating his response. Su Chun replied calmly, naturally, it involves utilizing detection sensors. Employing semi-transparent LCD glasses to relay the mecha's field of vision, as well as controlling the direction of the mecha's head-mounted camera. Additionally, a hand-controlled 3D strategic map display. A touch panel would exhibit various metrics and the operational status of devices, while the fire control weapon system would be governed by AI voice commands. This setup would enable the mecha to execute a myriad of actions we desire. Ultimately, the most optimal method entails a helmet-style electroencephalographic sensor, directly linking the mecha to the brain's neurons, achieving a harmonious integration of 100. Reaching the level of unity between man and machine, akin to the legendary synergy described in martial arts novels. This method, imparted to me by the system, represents the pinnacle of advancement, far surpassing the current technological limits. Even if others were aware of it, they would be incapable of creating such a helmet-style electroencephalographic sensor. However, I, in the future, shall certainly be able to. For once I comprehend intermediate mecha manufacturing techniques, I shall acquire this skill. At present, my foundational mecha manufacturing skills allow me to implement the detection sensor method I just described. Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was left in utter astonishment. Stunned, Not only Cui Haoyu, but also Lele and the elderly gentleman in the corner. After recovering from his shock, the elder immediately sprang to his feet. His gaze towards Su Chen ablaze with fervor. He hastily recorded Su Chen's previous remarks on his phone, fearful of forgetting them. Gazing at the documented design proposal for the mecha control cabin, his face shone with admiration. This design was nothing short of explosively perfect. The prior mechanical manipulation scheme was utterly obliterated in comparison. He had never anticipated that his visit to his granddaughter today would lead to the serendipitous encounter with such a gifted young man. What a tremendous windfall. He must ensure that his granddaughter obtains this young man's contact information. Such talent must be recruited into the top-tier academies of Longhua. Lele, too, was taken aback by Su Chen's unexpected depth of knowledge. He was truly aware of a novel and superior design for the control cabin. Though she struggled to grasp the technicalities, she could sense its significance. Su Chen was indeed remarkable. It appeared he truly possessed the capability to construct grand mechas. Tuan, a devoted fan of her father, clapped enthusiastically, despite not fully understanding, cheering, "Daddy is amazing. The plan Daddy proposed outshines all others. Daddy is surely destined to create magnificent mechas. My daddy is a superhero." Cui Haoyu could scarcely fathom that such a control cabin design had been articulated. Even the eminent scientists of the top-tier academies would struggle to conceive something as exceptional. In this moment, he felt no indignation, only two words echoed in his mind: impressive. Though he pursued Yin Bingxue, he was also an avid enthusiast of mechas. Su Chen's declarations illuminated his recognition of Su Chen's extraordinary prowess in the realm of mechas. He completely forgot about continuing their competition. Instead, he began to pose questions one after another, relinquishing his previous arrogance. It was as if a beleaguered student had encountered a universal teacher, yearning for immediate assistance with his every conundrum. "Su Chen, what do you think about the exterior of the mecha?" Cui Haoyu began. "Have you finished your inquiries? Are you here to stir trouble or to extract trade secrets from the extraordinary group's mecha research through provocation?" Suddenly, a sharp female voice interjected. As the impeccably made-up Yin Bingxue emerged, her presence commanding and protective as she approached Su Chen. "What else do you wish to inquire about regarding our company's secrets? Are you hoping to receive a legal notice from our company's legal department?" Chapter 14, Obtaining Marriage License. Cui Haoyu opened his mouth, intending to explain. But Yin Bingxue provided him no opportunity, not even a glance, as she grasped Su Chen with one hand and took hold of their son and daughter with the other. Heading straight for the photo booth. With her makeup accentuating her beauty, Yin Bingxue exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Both beautiful and formidable, Su Chen felt elated. After all, such a stunning and aloof CEO was soon to become his legitimate wife. What a thrilling day. Su Chen and Yin Bingxue posed for a couple-s photo, followed by a casual family portrait with Tuan and Lele. As the photographer instructed them to arrange themselves, Tuan eagerly extended her arms, exclaiming, "Daddy, hug me." The cherubic smile of the little darling resembled that of an endearing sunflower, radiating an irresistible charm and brilliance. Su Chen joyfully extended his arms to embrace his daughter. While on the other side, Lele stood beside her mother, her soft little hand clasped in her mother's, occasionally glancing towards Su Chen. Su Chen is about to marry Mama. He probably won't be leaving anymore, right? So, should he call him Daddy? The little one slightly lowered her gaze, her long, curly eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her fair eyelids. "Little friend, Auntie is going to take your picture. Can you smile and say cheese with Auntie?" Upon hearing the voice, Lele lifted her head and flashed a smile at the camera. The family portrait of four turned out perfectly. Su Ming had the photographer print a smaller version to keep in his wallet. The photo session and the marriage registration process took no more than 5 minutes. Indeed, some things are remarkably efficient. As Su Chen held the bright red marriage certificate in his hands, he found it hard to believe. "I'm married? I can't believe I've actually wed the beautiful CEO of a trillion-dollar group. And I have a pair of adorable twins." Moreover, he had activated the daddy sign-in system. How incredible! Yin Bingxue, gazing at the certificate in her hand, felt slightly lightheaded, her heart racing like it did when she aced her high school physical fitness test. Overwhelmed by the immense surprise, which intensified her heartbeat, she had married Su Chen. They were truly wed, and it was Su Chen who had proposed, though she understood that all of Su Chen's actions were motivated by Tuan and Lele. The esteemed Gu Yusin had once said that feelings could be nurtured over time. At that moment, Gu Yusin was applying a facial mask while scrolling through Douyin, repeatedly watching a series of drone proposals. She initially thought her phone had frozen, only to realize that this was the latest trending phenomenon. A wealthy individual had rented 400 drones to propose in the central square, entirely without revealing their identities, yet allowing everyone to witness the event. a marvel of understated luxury in the realm of romance. The sourness of love. This young lady adheres to the principle of long-life singlehood. No one can sour my experience. Wait a minute. YBX. Yin Bingxue? A happy family? This sounds remarkably like our dear Bingxue and her little darlings, Tuan Tuan and Lele. Gu Yusin leaped off the sofa, her masked face contorting into a contemplative expression, and then she sent a message to Yin Bingxue. Shui'er, how did the reunion with your Mr. Su go on the first day? Just as Yin Bingxue exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, she received Gu Yusin's WeChat message. A smile crept onto her lips as she glanced at Su Chun, ensuring he wasn't paying attention, and quickly snapped a photo of their marriage certificate to send in the chat. Gu Yusin, oh my, darling, you're married. To Su Chun. So that drone proposal in the central square was? Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed slightly as she typed rapidly on her phone. Yes. OMG. Gu Yusin ripped off her mask and exited WeChat to check Douyin's updates again. Wow, this romantic proposal was indeed arranged by Su Chun for Shui. How utterly romantic. I feel like a lemon, sour to my very core. What a delightful love story this is. It's clearly the sweet romance of our Bingxue. Darling, you're simply amazing. A single shot, and you've struck straight into Mr. Su's heart. To get the marriage certificate on the very first day of meeting. This operation caught me completely off guard. I wasn't even prepared to be a bridesmaid. Seriously, darling, your Mr. Su is impressive. 400 drones. A proposal broadcasted live on the central square screen. This level of romance is so lavish, it's perfectly suited for our precious darling. And I must say, Mr. Su seems quite admirable. Refusing your proposal during the day shows he has a sense of responsibility. After all, such matters should be initiated by the man. Quite right, darling. I'm utterly reassured and satisfied with your choice. Haha. The ever-contradictory Gu Yusin couldn't resist showering the continuously streaming proposal videos with likes. Wishing she could comment beneath each one. Wishing my darling and Mr. Su everlasting happiness. As Yin Bingxue read her best friend's messages, her smile broadened, and she gently set down her phone, turning her gaze to Su Chun, who was lovingly tousling Tuan Tuan's head while she beamed up at him. Under the warm glow of the streetlights, that scene was both beautiful and nostalgic. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, numerous pedestrians passing by noticed Su Chun and Yin Bingxue emerging with their two little treasures, the bright red marriage certificate in hand, and were left utterly astonished. What is happening? Isn't the Civil Affairs Bureau closed? How could they still get a marriage certificate? Is this the rumored privilege of the wealthy? Truly, poverty limits my imagination. Today is indeed a day for dog food. Douyin is filled with romantic proposals in the central square, and here at the Civil Affairs Bureau, capitalists are registering their marriages at night. What a sight to behold. Look, they even got into that Rolls-Royce. Truly, they are the affluent. A handsome man and a beautiful woman with two adorable twins. Is this the blissful life of the wealthy? The handheld pancake suddenly lost its appeal. Oh, mama. I loathe not being a rich second generation. With luxury cars, beautiful companions, and twins, this lemon felt overwhelmed by the sourness of envy. At this moment, a jubilant Su Chun was driving with the children's mother, Tuan Tuan, and Lele, cruising down the road of happiness. However, the question remained, where would this journey lead them tonight? Tonight, Su Chun and Yin Bingxue spoke almost in unison. Su Chun chuckled and said, "You go ahead." Yin Bingxue bit her lip. "No, you say it." "All right, I was thinking we could go to my place. What do you think?" As soon as Su Chun's words fell, Yin Bingshue's head snapped up, her large apricot-shaped eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment. That was precisely what she intended to say as well. Chapter 15. Tonight, let us stay at Daddy's house. Upon seeing the expression on Yin Bingshue's face, Su Chun immediately understood. Their marriage had unfolded rather unexpectedly, and now the question of where they would reside had become the foremost concern. How about we let the kids decide? Yin Bingxue suggested. Su Chun nodded and turned to Tuan Tuan and Lele. Tuan Tuan, Lele, do you want to go to Daddy's house tonight or back to Mama's house? Without hesitation, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, Tuan Tuan wants to go to Daddy's house. I want to bring Mama and brother along too. I've never been to Daddy's house before. Tuan Tuan insisted. Lele remained silent, but gazed at Su Chun with curious anticipation, indicating that he, too, was eager to visit Daddy's home. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue quickly acquiesced. All right, then we shall go to your house. Yes, Su Chun readily agreed. He had been in the process of job hunting, and with school finishing up, he was soon to vacate his dormitory. Therefore, he had rented a two-bedroom apartment with a total area of 90 square meters, which would comfortably accommodate Yin Bingxue and the two children. However, as a single man living alone, his home was somewhat disorganized. Before stepping out, he had no inkling that so many events would transpire today, so naturally, he hadn't tidied up beforehand. However, this was the first occasion for the children's mother and the two little treasures to visit his home. and Su Chen was keen to avoid the embarrassment of having them witness a house strewn with rubbish and certain unseemly socks piled haphazardly about. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "It's rather late. Let us dine out before returning home." Securing the agreement of the three, Su Chen hastily sent a brief message to the housekeeper who had tidied up his place last time, urging her to attend to the household cleanliness promptly. The housekeeper was familiar with Su Chen as she managed the dormitory at his school and also undertook cleaning jobs elsewhere. After Su Chen moved out, his roommates occasionally threw wild parties, leaving the place in disarray. The few men, disinclined to tidy up, opted instead to pay the familiar housekeeper to restore order. The housekeeper, well acquainted with Su Ming, promptly replied to his message. "Little Su, why the rush for tidying up? Planning to bring your girlfriend home tonight?" "Yes, Ani. I'm counting on you to make the house spick and span. We shall return in an hour. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is spotless. Wishing you a delightful evening tonight, haha." Su Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon reading her message. This evening marked his first occasion bringing the children's mother and the kids home, and it was bound to be particularly enjoyable. Su Chen's residence was situated near the university, an area he knew well. As they had arrived, he took the liberty of selecting a barbecue place renowned for its delectable flavors and drove them there. Upon encountering the bustling night market, Yin Bingxue appeared momentarily taken aback. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei leaned against the car window, equally perplexed. With adorable curiosity, Tuan Tuan pressed her face against the glass, leaving a small foggy imprint as she spoke. "Daddy, where is this?" "This is the most famous street for snacks in the university town. There are so many options, and one particular barbecue spot is exceptional. Shall we go there?" "Barbecue? A street stall?" Yin Bingxue swallowed hard, not out of hunger, but because she had never dined in such a lively setting before. Tuan Tuan seemed indifferent to the evening's menu. As long as she was with Daddy, she was content. Yes, let us go eat barbecue," the little one insisted. Eager to escape her safety seat, "Daddy, hold Tuan Tuan. She wants to eat grilled meat." Lei Lei, with a slight frown, cautioned, "Barbecue isn't healthy. It's bad for your body. Plus, there are too many people here. The sanitation conditions cannot be guaranteed. Eating this kind of food may upset your stomach." The small child spoke with earnestness, bearing the demeanor of a miniature adult. Although merely 3 years old, he was well-read and knowledgeable, and their mother had never taken them to such street stalls. Su Chen extended his arm, intending to ruffle his son's hair, but the little fellow dodged his touch. He chuckled nonchalantly and remarked, "Lei Lei, a young man like you surely cannot have such a weak stomach. Restaurants can produce culinary delights, and so can street vendors. It's all about the chef's skill. I believe barbecue should be judged by its taste, rather than its location. Fear not. For the barbecue I'm taking you to is undoubtedly safe, hygienic, and delicious. I assure you, after one serving, you will crave a second." Lei Lei remained furrowed, his eyes reflecting trepidation as they gazed upon the crowded snack street. Yin Bingxue observed Su Chen's profile, and as if resolutely making a decision, she clenched her tiny fist and declared, "All right, let us go eat barbecue." Su Chen was somewhat surprised by her decisiveness. A person of Yin Bingxue's stature, one would think, had never frequented such street stalls. Nevertheless, he trusted his taste, confident that the barbecue place he had chosen was on par with upscale restaurants. "Indeed, trust me, the flavors here will not disappoint." As they alighted from the vehicle, Tuan Tuan eagerly dashed away, while Lei Lei, still somewhat reluctant, felt compelled to follow as their mother led the way. The lively eatery buzzed with energy, the sizzling grills emitting tantalizing aromas of succulent meat. Su Chen sought a more secluded spot to sit, wiping down the table and chairs with napkins before allowing Yin Bingxue and the children to take their seats. This thoughtful and considerate gesture brought a faint smile to Yin Bingxue's lips. Despite the crowd, the chefs worked with remarkable speed, and soon 3 large platters of fragrant barbecue, rich in both meat and vegetables, including seafood, arrived, perfectly grilled and seasoned with cumin and sesame, exuding an irresistible aroma. Tuan Tuan could no longer restrain herself. Su Chen, noticing her reaching for an enormous meat skewer, quickly intervened to prevent her from injuring herself on the skewer. "Tuan Tuan, let Daddy serve it for you." "Okay, thank you, Daddy," she replied, her eyes sparkling. Su Chen offered a gentle, affectionate smile before transferring the meat into a bowl and pushing it towards Tuan Tuan. "Remember to blow on it before eating, it might be hot." Lei Lei remained still, while Yin Bingxue appeared to be still grappling with her thoughts. Su Chen picked up a particularly fragrant lamb skewer and turned to Yin Bingxue, saying, "Do try this. It's truly delightful." Yin Bingxue hesitated for a moment, the skewer looking appetizing, yet the thought of it being from a street stall made her slightly apprehensive. However, Su Chen's earnest gaze implored her to give it a chance. Chapter 16. How to Sleep in 2 Rooms. Yin Bingxue opened her mouth, her pearly teeth sinking into the tender meat, savoring the lasting flavor of the barbecue on her palate. The exterior was slightly crispy, while the inside was tender and juicy, truly exquisite. Her eyes brightened, and upon noticing her reaction, Su-chan raised an eyebrow with satisfaction, grinning, "See? I didn't deceive you." Although this establishment is located in a snack street, its flavors surpass those of many high-end restaurants. Indeed, it's rather impressive. Such a talented chef should not be confined to this location, she remarked, glancing at the grilling master before turning back to him with a subtle smile. Now, only Lele remained who had yet to try the food. Having witnessed their mother's approval, he pondered whether he should taste it himself. The little one stared at the barbecue before him, his eyes wide, mouth slightly agape, with a glimmer of drool threatening to spill. Su-chan found his son's expression amusing, torn between desire and pride. What need had a young man to shy away? He lifted his hand and offered the meat skewer directly to Lele's mouth. Taken by surprise, Lele found his mouth filled with the savory barbecue. The delightful flavor momentarily rendering him speechless, caught between his earlier disdain and this newfound enjoyment. At that moment, Tuan took a bite of her meat, purposefully revealing her little teeth to her brother. "Look, it's delicious. You must try it," she insisted, tugging at the skewer that Su-chan had placed, causing the meat to slide into Lele's mouth. Observing Lele's cheeks puffing with barbecue, Tuan erupted into laughter, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Su-chan, seeing their joyful exchange, pushed the platter closer to the three of them, cheerfully encouraging, "Do eat more. I ordered plenty. After this, we have 2 more platters waiting." Yen Bingxue nodded, a slight smile gracing her lips. Just then, her phone chimed with a new message from Gu Yusen. "Shue, darling, what are you up to? Where are you celebrating after getting your marriage certificate? You've been ignoring me, boohoo." Yen Bingxue emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, her mind a whirlwind of extraordinary events that had transpired that evening, leaving her astonished and unsure of how to articulate the monumental surprise to Gu Yusen. Upon receiving another message from Gu Yusen, Yen Bingxue decided to share a photograph showcasing the delectable barbecue spread on the table, with Su-chan's distinctly knobby hands visible in the corner. "Gu Yusen, is that barbecue? And from a roadside stall, no less. Shue, you actually went to indulge in street food for Su-chan. Is this the power of love?" Yen Bingxue, the flavors here are delightful. It's south from the snack street adjacent to Su-chan's university. I'll bring you along next time. Gu Yusen, you refused to accompany me to that little dive in the alley. Yet a single word from Su-chan and you're off to a roadside stall. Darling, what happened to your principles and your fastidiousness? Do they vanish in the presence of Su-chan? Woe is me. Yen Bingxue, indeed. His confident and sincere gaze captivated me. And the taste here is truly remarkable. Su-chan has exquisite taste. Gu Yusen, oh dear, I adore your directness and your aloofness. On the other end, Gu Yusen nearly choked on her own exasperation, but what could she do? After all, she had chosen this friend and now must indulge her whims. After nearly 2 hours of feasting, Su-chan settled the bill and escorted Yen Bingxue and the 2 children back to their apartment complex. The evening was perfect for a leisurely stroll, and the aging complex was home to many elderly residents who enjoyed congregating in the exercise area at the entrance, fanning themselves and engaging in lively conversation. Suddenly, a new car pulled into the lot, igniting a flurry of chatter among the seniors. "Who has bought a new car? It looks splendid. Oldly, have you lost your touch? That's a luxury vehicle, a Rolls-Royce. The cheapest model costs over 6 million. This car is clearly not the ordinary. It must be worth even more, perhaps several tens of millions. What? A tens of millions car in our little neighborhood? Old son, you must be losing your marbles. Hey, you don't believe me? Let us go take a closer look. My son has told me much about cars, and I'm certain this is a Rolls-Royce. Enough of your bickering. Let us see whose relative drives such an exquisite car." The elderly residents eagerly rose, trailing behind the Rolls-Royce. The car parked smoothly in front of the building, and Su-chan stepped out just as the curious seniors approached. Among them was Aunt Lin, Su-chan's neighbor, who exclaimed in surprise, "Little Su?" Having moved in just over a month ago, Su-chan often crossed paths with Aunt Lin, who was warm-hearted and frequently brought over vegetables from her garden. While Su-chan had never accepted her produce, he had received fruits from her. "Aunt Lin, out for a breath of fresh air?" "Yes. Little Su, is this your car?" Aunt Lin inquired with curiosity. "This is indeed my new car. And this parking space seems to belong to my unit, as it's rarely occupied, so I parked here," Su-chan explained. "Indeed. I can't believe you've graduated from university and bought a car already. What kind is it?" "Old son just mentioned something about a Rolls something, and that it's very expensive. It's a Rolls-Royce, acquired for 1.7 billion, Su-chan replied. The surrounding seniors were left in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. 1.7 billion for a car? That could purchase our entire old complex. These young people, renting in old complexes while driving 1.7 billion luxury cars. What a novel concept. Little Sue, you're incredible. With such an expensive vehicle, I feel our neighborhood has suddenly appreciated in value. This car is magnificent. Much better than those my son previously showed me. May I take a photo? I wish to show my son. Of course, please wait a moment, he said. Opening the passenger door to let Yin Bingxue exit, then gently lifted the twins, Tuan Tuan and Lele, from the back seat. Upon seeing the three of them, the elderly residents were filled with curiosity. Little Sue, who is this beautiful young lady and these adorable children? Aunt, this is my wife, Yin Bingxue. And these are my son and daughter, a pair of twins, Lele and Tuan Tuan. The seniors were astonished. Little Sue, you're married. Such a beautiful wife. You are truly fortunate. And twins, no less, a rare dragon and phoenix pair. Little Sue, you and your wife are quite the prolific couple. Just look at these two little treasures. They are utterly charming. Little Sue, I never imagined you'd marry and have children, let alone acquire such an expensive car. Living in our neighborhood, we now have something to boast about. Hearing their remarks, Su Qin glanced at the slightly shy Yin Bingxue, who was pursing her lips. And a broad smile crept across his face. Dear elders, it's getting late, and the children are tired. I'll take them upstairs now. When I have the chance, I'll bring back some sweets for everyone to celebrate. Today's marriage registration was rather spontaneous, and he hadn't prepared any sweets. Moreover, during such a significant moment, he naturally wouldn't leave his wife and children behind to fetch them. All right, off you go. Quickly now. With Tuan Tuan in one arm and holding Yin Bingshue's hand with the other, Su Chun led his family upstairs, with Lele trailing behind her mother. Upon entering the apartment, Yin Bingxue surveyed the interior from the foyer. Well, the place seems quite nice, she mused. Though modest in size, it was neatly decorated, and a bouquet of fresh lilies adorned the entrance vase. To her surprise, Su Chun had a knack for creating a pleasant living environment. A small plush toy on the sofa immediately caught Tuan Tuan's attention. The little girl dashed over, clutching a pink bunny with delight. Daddy, bunny. Tuan Tuan loves the pink bunny. Indeed, I won this from a claw machine with my roommate last time, and if you like it, it's yours. Noticing the price tag still attached to the bunny, which indeed seemed as though it had just been retrieved from a claw machine, Yin Bingxue pondered how Su Chun might engage in such activities. If he had gone with male friends, that made sense. Had it been with girls, the bunny would likely have been given away. Right, it must have been with boys, she thought, envisioning Su Chun and a group of guys anxiously trying to retrieve toys from a claw machine, a smile unwittingly gracing her lips. Dear mother of the children, my little abode is certainly not as spacious as yours, comprising just 2 rooms, a master bedroom with a double bed and a guest room with bunk beds. It should suffice for our family. It's sufficient, but how will we sleep? Yin Bingxue mused, glancing at the 2 bedrooms, her exquisite almond eyes blinking. A hint of blush crept onto her otherwise cool visage. Chapter 17, Yin Bingxue explored Su Chin's bedroom. Today marked the first day of their marriage, and she yearned to sleep in the master bedroom. Yin Bingxue was acutely aware that Su Chin's proposal and their marriage were largely influenced by Tuan Tuan and Lele. However, what she sought was not merely a title on a household registration, but a genuine family bond. She desired for Su Chin to fall in love with her. Thus, she intended to seize every opportunity to cultivate their relationship. As Ms. Gu mentioned, she wished to gradually permeate his life, becoming his habit and preference. However, this was not something she could directly propose, given her status as a woman. Yin Bingxue looked at Su Chun with anticipation, hoping he would consider these nuances during the arrangements. Unfortunately, Su Chun was oblivious to Yin Bingxue's gaze and continued speaking to himself. How about this, mom of the children? You take Tuan Tuan to sleep in the master bedroom, while Lele and I will occupy the second bedroom. After speaking, he turned to Lele and said, Lele, you take the lower bunk while I take the upper one, all right? Their separate sleeping arrangements certainly posed no issue. Just as Lele was about to respond, Yin Bingxue, standing behind Su Chun, subtly shook her head. Lele pouted and declared, No, I don't want to share a room with you. I want to sleep with my sister. Su Chun retorted, Stinky Lele, how old are you? Still wanting to sleep with your sister? I'll take the upper bunk, and your sister will take the lower one. Well then, that cheeky child was attempting to use his own words against him, wasn't he? Fine. You two can stay in the second bedroom while I sleep in the master bedroom with your mother. There are 2 bathrooms in the house, and with 4 of us. Who wants to shower first? First come, first served. Me. Tuan Tuan wants to shower, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, darting over like a little cannonball and jumping into Su Chin's embrace, looking up at him with a sweet and adorable smile. The aloof little Lele, having perfectly inherited his mother's poised elegance in her work, remained silent and directly retrieved his change of clothes from his small backpack, heading toward the bathroom outside. Su Chun, cradling his daughter, pointed to the little one's back and asked, Will Lele and Tuan Tuan shower by themselves? Yes, they usually shower alone at home. Tuan Tuan only bathes with me during bubble baths, Yin Bingxue replied. Su Chen cheerfully remarked. Our two little treasures are so clever. At 3 years old, they can shower and dress themselves. Tuan Tuan, Daddy will take you to the master bathroom for your shower. If you need anything, just call for Daddy or Mommy, okay? Although his daughter could shower herself, Su Chen still felt uneasy. After all, this was their first visit to his home, and many things were different. He feared they might not adapt well. Thus, while the son and daughter showered, Su Chen remained in the living room, and Yin Bingxue waited in the bedroom, ready to handle any unexpected situations. Yin Bingxue glanced outside, then gently closed the door. After locking it, she joyfully started moving around the room. Her steps light and airy as she surveyed the compact space of around 20 to 30 square meters. In the center of the room stood a 2-meter-wide double bed, neatly made, with 2 pillows at the head, one slightly crumpled and the other looking quite new. It seemed that Su Chen usually slept here alone. Yin Bingxue couldn't help but smile, walking over to caress the slightly wrinkled pillow. This must surely be the one Su Chen used. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The faint scent of shampoo was reminiscent of Su Chen's own fragrance. Near the window stood a desk adorned with books related to Su Chen's field of expertise, mostly mechanical in nature. As Yin Bingxue flipped through them, she noticed Su Chen's notes, his handwriting beautiful and vigorous, evoking an image of his long, strong hands, with prominent veins, a pair of powerful hands indeed. On the other side of the bed was the entrance to the master bathroom, concealed behind a large wardrobe. Yin Bingxue bit her lip and glanced around. Wondering if there was anything amiss with Su Chen's wardrobe, she sought to understand his preferences, as this would provide a reference for future gifts. With a glimmer in her eye, she approached the wardrobe and opened it. The clothes hung neatly, not in abundance, yet each piece was meticulously organized, creating a pleasing sight. Her delicate fingers glided over the garments, and she formed a certain impression of Su Chen's dressing style. He seemed to favor a casual aesthetic. Today, as formal attire was likely for an interview. With these thoughts, her brows curved slightly in amusement. It appeared that the company's formal dress code warranted some reconsideration. Extraordinary Group wasn't a sales company, after all, and there was no need to don formal wear every day. As long as the attire wasn't outlandish, ordinary casual wear would suffice. Su Chen's handsome visage and physique would undoubtedly shine even brighter in casual attire. After the two little treasures had finished showering, Su Chen brought the hairdryer to the living room to dry Tuan Tuan's hair. The little girl's hair was fine and soft, yet plentiful, destined to become a cascade of thick, dark locks. The more Su Chen observed his daughter, the more he cherished her, his hands gentle in their movements. Tuan Tuan relished Daddy drying her hair, playing with her pink little bunny while occasionally turning back to smile at him. All right, Tuan Tuan, your hair is all dried now. Thank you, Daddy, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, turning to plant a vigorous kiss on Su Chen's cheek, the sound of the kiss echoing, instantly elevating their shared happiness. No need to thank me. This is what Daddy should do. In the future, Daddy will often dry Tuan Tuan's hair. Su Chen replied, elated. Tuan Tuan nodded vigorously. Okay. From now on, Daddy will dry Tuan Tuan's hair. Tuan Tuan likes Daddy drying her hair, she joyfully stated, sitting obediently beside Su Chen. He felt a swell of joy. His daughter was truly a thoughtful little darling, utterly adorable. No wonder so many men yearned for daughters. Who could resist such a charming and sweet little creature? With both a son and a daughter, a pair of twins, life was indeed splendid. As Su Chen thought of his son, he looked up to find Leilei's hair still damp, water dripping from it, but the little one seemed unfazed. Leilei, come here, Daddy will dry your hair too. Leilei casually flicked his hair and replied, no need, my hair will dry soon. Before he could finish, Su Chen had already pressed him down. The hairdryer was set to a gentle warmth, not too hot, with a soft breeze that felt comforting as it brushed against his hair and occasionally grazed his cheek. Leilei's little mouth gradually relaxed. This is quite nice. After settling the two little ones and bidding Tuan Tuan good night, Su Chen turned off the lights in the room, leaving a warm yellow wall lamp as a night light before leading Yin Bingxue back to his room. I'll go shower outside. You can use the bathroom in here. I've left a new towel for you. Take your phone with you, and if you need anything, just call me. Su Chen waved his phone, then took his change of clothes and stepped outside. By the time Yin Bingxue finished her shower and emerged, Su Chen was already lying on the bed. Seeing her come out, he patted the space beside him and said, come lie down and sleep. Chapter 18. This night, sleepless. Yin Bingxue slowly walked over and lay down on the other side of the bed. I've turned off the lights. Su Chen switched off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. However, gradually, visibility became clearer. Outside the window, a full moon cast its ethereal glow, spilling into the room and enveloping everything in a gentle luminescence. Su Chen and Yin Bingxue lay side by side, not touching one another. Both kept their eyes open, clearly unable to sleep. After such significant events today, neither could find rest. Su Chen's heart was still racing with excitement. In the span of a single day, he had acquired a wife and children, luxurious cars, and even an impressive system. His life had taken an astonishing turn, soaring to new heights. Yan Bingxue opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling above her, her palm pressed against her chest as she felt her slightly accelerated heartbeat. Oh, she had met Su Chun, married him, and even spent the night at his place. Everything transpired so swiftly that it left her utterly unprepared. She felt that bringing Su Chun into the extraordinary group was indeed the most astute decision she had ever made. Moreover, the surprises that Su Chun harbored seemed to far exceed her expectations. According to the information she had gathered, Su Chun was merely an ordinary senior student. Yet throughout this day, the luxury watches, high-end vehicles, and his extraordinary proficiency in mecha technology were clear indicators that he was no typical fourth-year student. Just how many secrets did Su Chun possess that she was yet unaware of? With a soft creak, Su Chun turned over, inadvertently resting his arm on Yan Bingshue's shoulder. Both of them, still awake, were momentarily taken aback. Oh no, he had forgotten that someone was beside him today. How could he carelessly roll over as he usually would? This unexpected physical contact caused Yan Bingshue's eyes to widen in an instant, her breath momentarily catching, while her heart raced like a fervent drumbeat. Still awake? Su Chun inquired, quietly retracting his arm. Yan Bingxue responded softly. What's the matter? Is it difficult to sleep in a new place? Su Chun turned to face her openly. Yan Bingshue's face flushed instantaneously, though the night provided her with some cover. No, I'm just a bit hungry. Are you hungry too? Shall we go grab a late-night snack? Su Chun patted his stomach, saying, now that you mention it, I am a little hungry too. Let's head downstairs for some late-night food. The two of them quickly dressed and got up. Before stepping out, Su Chun mentioned he wanted to check on the two little ones next door. Under the warm glow of the wall lamps, the two little treasures were soundly asleep. Tuan Tuan was cuddling a pink rabbit, her little feet restlessly kicking the blanket off. On the upper bunk, Lei Lei lay still, neatly arranged under the blanket. Not a wrinkle to be seen, with her hands resting outside the covers. Su Chun suspected that this child probably didn't need to make her bed every morning. Yan Bingxue tucked her daughter in, and the two of them silently retreated. At midnight, the street food stalls were bustling with activity. Outside the community, a long street was lined with various food stalls, offering late-night delicacies primarily consisting of barbecued skewers, fried rice, noodles, dumplings, and oden. Stalls were nestled closely together, with one pot sizzling vigorously while another pot simmered a rich broth, emitting a delightful aroma. A few patrons were enjoying late-night snacks, some savoring barbecued dishes with beer, while others indulged in a bowl of fragrant chicken soup noodles, warming both heart and stomach. Upon witnessing this scene, Yan Bingshue's delicate brows slightly arched in surprise. Who would have thought she had eaten street food twice in a single day? If someone she knew saw her, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. What do you want to eat? There's barbecue, fried rice, fried noodles, various noodle soups, dumplings, and oden over there. And on that side, there are grilled cold noodles and liangpi. Su Chun clearly seemed well acquainted with the offerings here, rattling off the food options with ease. I'm open to anything. What do you feel like eating? Yan Bingxue inquired. She genuinely had no idea which of these dishes were actually edible. Su Chun glanced at the lively barbecue stall, rubbing his nose, and suggested, let us have some chicken soup noodles. We had barbecue for dinner, so let us eat something nutritious for a late-night snack. All right. Yan Bingxue nodded, following him to the noodle stall. The stall owner was standing by a large pot, cooking noodles. Upon seeing Su Chun, she smiled and said, oh, young man, switching from barbecue to noodles tonight? What would you like? 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles. He replied, then turned to Yan Bingxue and asked, do you have any dietary restrictions, like green onions or cilantro? Yan Bingxue shook her head. No, I don't eat any of those. Boss, make sure neither bowl has green onions or cilantro. The owner chuckled. Got it, young man. Taking your girlfriend out for late-night snacks is certainly a different experience. Eating chicken soup noodles at this hour is nourishing. You must take good care of such a beautiful girlfriend. Su Chun grinned. Of course. I must take good care of my own wife. Yan Bingxue was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Su Chun's profile, a sweet sensation blossoming in her heart. He openly acknowledged their relationship. He said he would take care of her. They wrapped up the noodles and returned home, sitting at the coffee table to eat. The rich aroma of chicken soup filled the room. Yan Bingshue's long hair seemed a bit inconvenient, and Su Chun noticed her struggling to keep it out of the way, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. After some thought, he stood up and retrieved a large plastic clip from the shelf, the kind typically used for hanging blankets to dry. Scratching his head, Su Chun said, this is all I have at home. If it doesn't work, you might have to make do. Before Yan Bingxue could react to what he was doing, Su Chun suddenly approached her from behind, gathering her thick waves of hair into a neat bun and securing it with the clip. The result was quite satisfactory. Su Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction. Yin Bingxue touched her hair, a novel sensation washing over her, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. Thank you. After finishing a bowl of hot chicken soup noodles, both of them began to perspire slightly, yet their stomachs were comfortably full. At that moment, the guest room doors suddenly swung open, and Tuan, barefoot and rubbing her sleepy eyes, shuffled out. Smells so good. What are Daddy and Mommy sneaking? The little one hurried over, propping herself up on the coffee table to peek at the 2 bowls of soup, her lips pouting as she began to cry. Wawa. Daddy and Mommy are so mean, sneaking food without leaving any for Tuan. Wawa, Tuan wants to eat too. Having never encountered such a scene, Su Chen was instantly flustered and scooped up his daughter, holding her icy little feet while soothing her. Tuan, don't cry. Tomorrow morning, Daddy will get something delicious for you, okay? Chapter 19, Mom's Early Morning Video Call. The next morning, Su Chen was roused from his slumber by a ringing sound. After a late-night snack and tending to his daughter, he had gone to bed around 2 or 3 in the morning, leaving him with a serious lack of sleep. Groggily, he answered the WeChat video call from his mother. Son, are you awake? Didn't you go for an interview at the Extraordinary Group yesterday? Why didn't you message me last night? How did the interview go? Son, are you still sleeping? Su Chen mumbled, eyes closed, his hand inadvertently tilting the camera, causing the view to momentarily shift. Although it was just a fleeting moment, Suma immediately noticed that a girl with long hair was lying beside her son. Suma was momentarily taken aback, then her face lit up with surprise as she looked at Su Chen. She cleared her throat a couple of times. Son, did you? Suddenly, Su Chen jolted awake, recalling the events of the previous day. Yin Bingxue was indeed lying right next to him. In a panic, he almost hung up the video call, but upon turning his head, he discovered that Yin Bingxue had already awakened, her beautiful eyes wide open, curiously gazing at him. Su Chen paused momentarily before switching the camera to the rear-facing mode, directing it towards the ceiling. He candidly remarked, Mom, I'm all grown up now. Could you possibly choose a different time to call next time? I'm not dressed and sleeping here, and it would be rather inappropriate if you accidentally saw something you shouldn't. At that moment, Yin Bingxue had fully awakened. Hearing that it was Su Chen's mother on the other end of the video call made her heart race with anxiety. She had intended to tidy her hair and present herself a bit more appropriately, but was taken aback by Su Chen's unexpected words. Did he not want his mother to know of her existence? Yet they were already married. Could it be that Su Chen still had not accepted her? Yin Bingxue bit her pink lips, her brow slightly furrowing in contemplation. Upon hearing her son's words, Su's mother chuckled warmly. Yes. It seems I called at an inopportune moment. Haha, my dear son, I won't disturb you further. Call me back when it's convenient. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that his mother must have seen something, prompting her hurried exit from the video call. He never anticipated that she would call so early, especially when he had yet to figure out how to tell her about his marriage and their 2 children. After ending the call, Su's mother hurried to the study, her heart brimming with joy, and exclaimed to Su's father, Old Su, I told you I heard a magpie calling this morning. Surely, it signifies a great joy. Haha, I was right. Su's father, engrossed in his calligraphy, looked up and inquired, What great joy? Did our son pass an interview? Oh dear, I completely forgot to ask. Su's mother smacked her forehead in frustration, with an exasperated glance. Su's father replied with a smile, Isn't that why you made the video call in the first place? Yes, but I just discovered an even greater joy. Su's mother beamed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I just saw a long-haired beauty sleeping beside our son. Su's father nearly dropped his brush, leaving a large blot of ink on the rice paper. What? Our Chin has a girlfriend? Proudly, Su's mother smiled. They must have been together for quite some time if they're sleeping in the same bed. That little rascal, keeping this from us. Did you see the girl? You didn't get a chance to talk? Su's father eagerly set down his brush, his face alight with happiness. No, our son was likely still groggy, forgetting that someone was beside him. The camera shook a bit, and I couldn't see her clearly, only that she had long hair and fair skin. Definitely a lovely girl. He must have felt a bit shy and quickly switched the camera, even mentioning that he's grown up now and that it was inconvenient to video call in the morning because he wasn't dressed. Huh, I see. He must have a daughter-in-law by his side. Su's father rubbed his hands together, barely containing his excitement. Wonderful. Dear, our son has graduated from university. It's about time he found a partner. A young man should establish a family before a career. With our support, who knows, we might soon be grandparents. You, old man, are dreaming even more beautifully than I am. Su's mother teased, yet she couldn't help but beam with delight. Old Su, do you think we should visit our son and meet our future daughter-in-law? Su's father pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let us wait. This matter shouldn't be rushed. Our son is grown now and knows how to handle things. Once he gives us the word, we'll go over immediately. bringing our savings to help him buy a house and bring his bride home. Meanwhile, Su Chun had fully awakened. Ruffling his disheveled hair as he turned to Yin Bingxue and asked, "Did I wake you? My mom has gotten older. She wakes up so early every day and often calls at dawn. I was so groggy that I forgot you were here." Yin Bingxue shook her head, a fleeting smile gracing her lips. "It's fine." Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her expression earnest. "Su Chun, we are already married." "Huh, yes." Su Chun blinked in confusion. "Since we are husband and wife, I think I should pay a visit to your uncle and aunt." Su Chun caught the fleeting emotion that crossed her face, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. Was it that Yin Bingxue felt she was deliberately hiding from his mother? This girl had quite the sensitive mind. With a jovial chuckle, he replied, "Of course we should meet. But it certainly cannot be in the same manner as before. We must present ourselves as a family. With our children in tow, you should dress appropriately, and we shall bring some gifts along to visit." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Yin Bingxue glanced down at her attire, only to realize that after a night's sleep, her silk nightgown had slipped down her shoulders. If they had indeed met his future mother-in-law looking like this, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly pulled the covers over herself. Hiding completely, Su Chun erupted into laughter. "Good morning. I'm off to wash up." With that, he leaped out of bed, donned a t-shirt and shorts, and made his way to the bathroom. As he brushed his teeth in front of the mirror, he couldn't help but envision bringing Yin Bingxue and their children back home. Imagining the joy on his parents' faces upon discovering he had a daughter-in-law and a pair of 3-year-old twins. They would surely be overjoyed, given his mother's personality. She might just be so excited that she wouldn't know how to react. Such a beautiful scene was one he certainly wanted to witness firsthand. Thus, he was determined to share this delightful news with his parents. Chapter 20, Lonka University. Su Chun, such a talent, must be recruited. Once Yin Bingxue finished washing up and emerged, she found Su Chun and the twins already seated in the living room. Su Chun had ordered breakfast, which included soy milk, fried dough sticks, chicken soup with wontons, soup dumplings, and a bowl of lean meat congee, small portions, yet spread out across a table full of food. "Good morning, Mommy. Daddy bought us so much breakfast. Look, there are soup dumplings that you love. Daddy really loves Mommy." The little one grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly white baby teeth, radiating innocence and charm. Witnessing this scene first thing in the morning brought a refreshing sense of joy, promising happiness throughout the day. With the two little treasures seated across from her, Yin Bingxue settled beside Su Chun. As soon as she sat down, Su Chun pushed the soup dumplings towards her and continued the conversation they had left off. "I thought about it. Since my parents live on the outskirts of Zhonghai, it will take us 3 to 4 hours to drive there. With both of us working and the kids needing to go to kindergarten, it's not a suitable time. So, after I finish up my graduation matters here at school, we can go back together, and we can also bring my parents over to attend my graduation ceremony. What do you think?" Yin Bingxue nodded. "Sounds good. I'll follow your lead." She was immersed in the tone of Su Chun's words. Their discussion felt like that of an ordinary, loving couple. Life after marriage seemed quite pleasant. "Make sure to eat plenty. I bought a lot. And if we don't finish it, it will go to waste." Su Chun gestured towards the spread of breakfast. Yin Bingxue nodded, pushing her soup dumplings towards the center of the table. "You should eat too." As Tuan sipped the chicken soup and munched on the wontons, he listened to the banter between his parents, covering his mouth as he giggled quietly. "Hee, Daddy and Mommy have such a good relationship. They are a happy family." With a gleeful expression, he raised his little face and eagerly asked, "Daddy, are you going to take us to meet Grandma and Grandpa?" Lei had long since grasped the essence of the conversation, yet the initial segment articulated by Su Chun left him with a hint of uncertainty. As the latter part unfolded, Lei felt an urge to inquire, but, upon reflecting on the current dynamics of his relationship with Su Chun, he restrained himself. When his younger sister posed the question, he ceased all motion, neglecting his breakfast, and eagerly awaited the response. Su Chun's large hand traversed the table to gently ruffle the soft fur of Tuan's little head, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, once Daddy finishes his tasks, we shall take Mama, Tuan, and Lei back to grandfather and grandmother's home. They will undoubtedly adore both Tuan and Lei. Yay. Tuan will also be immensely fond of grandfather and grandmother. Tuan is so thrilled. Daddy, please hurry and finish so we can return with Mama and Lei. Tuan wants to buy gifts for grandfather and grandmother and bring them delicious cakes to enjoy." The little one, though petite, exhibited a profound sense of filial piety. Lei, who had initially sat with a rigid posture, suddenly relaxed, his gaze dropping to conceal a burgeoning smile at the corners of his mouth. The thought of reuniting with grandfather and grandmother filled him with joy. Su Chun observed the emotions of his son and daughter, a swell of pride and fulfillment surging within him as a father and head of the family. This sensation was truly magnificent. Halfway through breakfast, A call from his roommate. Gu Yu interrupted the moment. Su Gu, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Their essay class gathering tonight. A farewell dinner. Don't forget. Yes, I remember. Su Chen replied. Well, let us discuss it when you arrive tonight. The guys are waiting for you. All right, see you tonight. With the call concluded, Su Chen continued his breakfast. At Lonka Institute, in an office, an impeccably dressed elderly gentleman occupied an office chair. He was the same elder Su Chen had encountered at the photography studio the previous day, now perusing Su Chen's personal information. The more he read, the more perplexed he became, frowning as he turned to his assistant, Xiao Su. Are you certain this information is accurate? Yes, Yuan Lao. I obtained this data from their school, along with his personal resume. There should be no discrepancies. The elder inhaled sharply. But how can a student from a third-tier automotive design program possess such extensive research on mechas? Xiao Su, we must recruit this individual to Lonka Institute. The more he scrutinized the documents, the clearer it became that this individual was exceptionally talented. Xiao Su was taken aback. What sort of prodigy could elicit such regard from Yuan Lao? Yuan Lao was a pioneer in the field of mecha research within Longhua and a leading figure. For a senior student to capture his attention must indicate remarkable abilities. However, judging from the records, he appeared to be an ordinary university student, with nothing particularly outstanding other than a pleasing appearance and above-average grades, showing no evident advantages in mecha expertise. Why had Yuan Lao taken such an interest in him? Yuan Lao, I fail to understand. This student named Su is majoring in automotive engineering, which is unrelated to mechas, has never participated in any competitions, nor published any notable papers in the field. Why do you hold him in such high esteem? Recalling the scene from the previous evening, Yuan Lao's eyes brightened. He excitedly paced the office, his face alight with enthusiasm. Xiao Su, you did not see him in person. If you had heard his words yesterday, you would understand he is a true talent. The mecha technology in Longhua has been under research for so many years. Yet we have yet to achieve a genuine breakthrough from theory to reality. I believe this young man embodies the hope for that advancement. If we succeed in manufacturing mechas in the future, I am certain the first one will be crafted by Su Chen. Xiao Su was rendered speechless with astonishment. She was eager to discover who Su Chen truly was to receive such high praise from Yuan Lao. Could he genuinely be the first man to build a mecha? Was he truly that formidable? Yuan Lao, shall we extend an olive branch to Su Chen? Our mecha department has never made exceptions for third-tier undergraduates, especially non-specialized students. Yuan Lao waved his hand dismissively. In the presence of genuine expertise and genius, rules are meaningless. I will handle that aspect. We cannot afford to overlook a talent like Su Chen in our mecha research department. You contact him and clarify our intentions. Or perhaps I shall personally visit him to discuss. Xiao Su watched as Yuan Lao exited the office with an invigorated step. As if he had just achieved a significant breakthrough, her astonishment only deepening. She sincerely hoped Su Chen would join Lonka Institute. She yearned to witness in person the prodigy of whom Yuan Lao spoke so highly. In all her years of service, she had never seen Yuan Lao place such importance on anyone else. Chapter 21, The Adorable Son. After breakfast, the family of four set out together. Upon reaching the ground floor, Assistant Zhang was already waiting by the car, alongside an additional Rolls-Royce. Mr. Su, good morning, President. Assistant Zhang greeted with a smile before briefing Yan Bingxue on the day's agenda. President Yan, at 8:30 this morning. You have a meeting with the boss of Shengshi regarding the 1.2 billion project in the southwest region. We should be leaving now. Yan Bingxue nodded and turned to Su Chen. I must depart first. Can you manage taking the children to kindergarten? I'll have Assistant Zhang stay behind. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need. I'm perfectly capable. Taking our son and daughter to school is a father's duty. You can entrust them to me. All right. Contact me if you need anything. I'll send the kindergarten address to you on WeChat shortly. Yan Bingxue turned back multiple times. Even though it was only a few meters away, taking an eternity to settle into the car. Assistant Zhang stifled a laugh at the sight. The bond between the president and Mr. Su was truly heartwarming. They were reluctant to part, even for a moment. Once Yan Bingxue departed, Lei grew restless. He was unaccustomed to being alone with Su Chen. Although Tuan was present, his sister was entirely focused on Su Chen, her thoughts consumed by Daddy whenever he was around. Being there felt almost redundant. Su Chen first secured their daughter in the backseat safety seat before reaching out to pick up his son. Lei shrank back, pouting, I can do it myself. Su Chen chuckled and didn't press the issue. All right, then handle it yourself. Little rascal, still unwilling to concede. Lei clambered into the car, settling into the safety seat, but encountered a slight difficulty while attempting to fasten the seatbelt. His small arms and legs were insufficient to reach. How awkward. Su Chen leaned against the car door, leisurely observing his son, fully aware that he was struggling but choosing not to intervene, instead standing with his arms crossed in a relaxed pose. After several attempts, Lei still couldn't manage it. Upon glancing up at Su Chen's smiling face, frustration welled within him. In a fit of annoyance, he flung the seatbelt aside and declared, "Forget it. I'm a big kid now. I don't need a safety seat. I want to sit in the front." As the little one prepared to leap down, Su Chen firmly grasped his shoulder, his playful demeanor shifting to seriousness. According to Article 34 of the Zhonghai City Road Traffic Management Regulations, it is expressly stated that minors under the age of 12 are prohibited from occupying the front passenger seat in a moving vehicle. Lele, you wish to sit in the front passenger seat, but alas, you are not yet qualified. Even in the back seat, a safety seat is required. Of course, you could always opt to walk to school. Su Chen chuckled. You, Lele, pouting in indignation, clenched her little fists, her adorable face puffed up like a balloon, undeniably cute. Su Chen laughed heartily, playfully teasing her. Now, settle in. We must depart. It's the first day of school, and I cannot allow you to be late. He swiftly secured Lele's seatbelt before entering the car and driving towards the kindergarten, though Lele continued to sulk. The sight of Su Chen's smiling face in the rearview mirror eased her irritation. In a whisper from the back seat, Tuan Tuan exclaimed, "Hee, Daddy is taking us to kindergarten. I'm so happy. Let us ask him to walk us in later." Lele paused momentarily, as if recalling something, and nodded gently. Their hushed voices were clear to Su Chen, who had presumed his son would refuse, given the boy's typical demeanor of resistance. Yet, here was Tuan Tuan eager to allow him to escort them into the kindergarten. How intriguing. Su Chen arrived at the address sent by Yan Bingxue, and the luxury car drew attention wherever it went. The kindergarten teachers stood at the entrance to greet the little ones, surrounded by parents dropping off their children. The opulent Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance immediately captured everyone's gaze. "Teacher Fan, have we welcomed new children to our kindergarten? I haven't seen this car before. Is it a Rolls-Royce? I recall Tuan Tuan and Lele's mother drives one too, but it doesn't seem as lavish as this. Teacher Fan, is this the new child's parent? We must get to know them." Teacher Fan shook her head in confusion. "No, there are no new children enrolled." Then whose luxury car is this?" Curious glances turned towards the driver's seat as a tall, handsome young man stepped out. "Wow, he is so handsome. Why must I encounter such a striking man at the kindergarten's entrance? Oh heavens, is this a cruel twist of fate? It's another day of admiring someone else's husband. I wonder whose child he is. Wait, it's Tuan Tuan and Lele," Teacher Fan exclaimed. Meanwhile, Su Chen had locked the car, taking Tuan Tuan by one hand and extending the other toward Lele. To everyone's surprise, Lele, after a moment of hesitation, obediently took his hand. What a miraculous turn of events. Why was his son suddenly so compliant? "Good morning, Tuan Tuan and Lele." Teacher Fan greeted the children before looking up at Su Chen. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" "You must be Teacher Fan. I've heard about you from their mother. I am Su Chen, the father of Tuan Tuan and Lele." A collective gasp arose among the parents and Teacher Fan, all astonished at Su Chen's revelation. "You are Tuan Tuan and Lele's father?" "Indeed," Su Chen affirmed. Tuan Tuan happily chimed in. "Teacher, this is my daddy." In an unprecedented moment, Lele added, "Teacher, this is our daddy. Hello, Mr. Su." My goodness, no wonder Tuan Tuan and Lele are so adorable. Their father is incredibly handsome. Lele is just like you, a charming little one from the start. Mr. Su, your ability to produce such delightful twins is remarkable. The entire kindergarten envies us. The parents buzzed. "So, Mr. Su is Tuan Tuan and Lele's father? You are truly impressive. Mr. Su, you must come to drop Tuan Tuan and Lele off more often. Let us parents enjoy the view. Mr. Su, that car looks incredibly luxurious. Which model of Rolls-Royce is it? I don't believe I've seen it online. It must be a custom version." A male parent's attention fixated on Su Chen's vehicle. Su Chen nodded. "Yes, it is a globally limited high-end custom version." "A limited high-end custom version. Wow. That car must be worth over 100 million. Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. Mr. Su is both wealthy and handsome. Have you joined the parent group? Let us exchange WeChat, so we can add you." Hearing this, Tuan Tuan quickly intervened, placing herself between the parent and Su Chen, adorably puffing up her cheeks as she spoke with the confidence of someone far beyond her years. "Annie Xiaoxiu, my mommy has already joined the parent group. And daddy and mommy are always together, so he doesn't need to join. Humph. Daddy and mommy have an incredibly strong bond." Chapter 22, Astonishment. The man behind Su Chen is the CEO. In the morning, Su Chen was diligently working at his desk when a WeChat message popped up. "Are you busy? Please come to my office," from Yan Bingxue. A slight smile graced Su Chen's lips. This young lady truly couldn't bear to be away from him for even a moment. Having just returned from a meeting, she was eager to summon him. Such charm. He mused. As he adjusted his attire, preparing to rise, the manager, who had been eyeing him all morning, approached and rapped on his desk. "Su Chen, go make a copy of this document for me." Glancing down, Su Chen noted it was a company file he happened to have on hand. He promptly retrieved it and offered it to the manager. Here is a copy I already have. The slightly portly 30-something manager frowned, displeased. He had been observing Su Chen for quite some time. This young man had mysteriously parachuted into the company without undergoing his interview, and upon reviewing his credentials, discovered he was merely a graduate from an average third-tier university. When did the design department of Chao Fan Group become a haven for unqualified applicants? Moreover, Su Chen possessed a dangerously handsome face, and since his arrival, the female employees had collectively donned makeup and dressed to impress, clearly attempting to catch his attention. The male colleagues in the design department, including this 30-year-old bachelor, had never garnered such attention from the women, who had previously shown little interest in their appearance. Yet, with Su Chen's entrance, they had suddenly become enthusiastic, leaving the manager feeling overshadowed. Thus, he seized the opportunity to assert his authority. Su Chen, are you quite the opportunist? I asked you to make a copy, and you simply handed me what was on your desk? Do you think that by entering Chao Fan Group, you've secured your position indefinitely? Let me inform you that all new employees undergo a 3-month probation period, and whether you remain is at my discretion. It was evident he was attempting to create difficulties for Su Chen. The female colleagues cast worried glances in his direction, but the manager's words rang true. He held the power in the office. To protect their jobs, the colleagues were hesitant to offend him. Su Chen felt a surge of frustration. However, recalling that this was Yin Bingshua's company, which he considered akin to his own, he deemed it unworthy to engage with such minor characters. Let him act out. Once the truth of his and Yin Bingshua's relationship emerged, the manager would find himself overwhelmed by public opinion. Su Chen placed 2 documents on the desk and said calmly, "Manager, this is not a matter of me being opportunistic. Nor is it that I am unwilling to assist you with the photocopying. It is simply that the president has just summoned me to her office. Surely, you cannot expect her to wait for me to finish copying these 100 or 200 pages before I go, can you? This document is an introduction to the group company. Aside from the newly recruited employees, I doubt anyone else has any immediate use for it. If it is absolutely necessary, I can handle it upon my return." The bald manager erupted into laughter, his protruding beer belly shaking amusingly. "The president called for you? Su Chen, you really know how to boast. Do you think that after watching a few romantic workplace dramas, you can prattle on in the extraordinary group? The president's affairs are managed by the executive office. Don't even think for a moment that she would seek out a mere design assistant like you. Even if she did, it would be her assistant, Zhang, who would call to inform me first, and then I would pass the message to you. But I haven't received any call at all. Su Chen, I see you are not just being opportunistic, but also harboring ulterior motives." Just then, the shrill ring of a phone cut through the tension, startling everyone in the office. All eyes turned toward the phone. The manager's neck stiffened as he turned, frowning at the device on his desk. What on earth? Why is the phone ringing now? Could it be that the executive office is actually calling? A slight smile played on Su Chen's lips as he leaned against the desk, his hands clasped comfortably in front of him, striking a charming pose. The female colleagues gasped in surprise, one blushing as she answered the call. "Hello, this is the design department of Extraordinary Group." It's the PR president." Yes, manager." The colleague's face turned pale, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed to the manager, "Manager, come quickly, it's for you." The manager's expression grew serious as he approached. "Who is it? The executive office?" The colleague shook her head. The manager let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't the executive office, he feared no one. Before answering the call, he shot Su Chen a glare, as if to say, "We'll discuss your deception later." "Hello, this is Zhang from the design department." "Yes, president." "All right, I will go and call him right away." The previously arrogant manager was now paler than the startled colleague, his plump hands trembling as he turned to Su Chen, stammering, "Mr. Su, the president is calling for you." Su Chen walked over with an air of nonchalance. Compared to the two who had just spoken, his demeanor while answering the phone was nothing short of elegant. It felt as if the voice on the other end was not that of the cold and beautiful president of Extraordinary Group, but rather that of a warm and caring wife. "Yes, all right. I was slightly delayed due to some matters, but I will head up now. See you shortly." After hanging up, Su Chen glanced at the manager, who wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost, hastily lowering his head, avoiding eye contact, clearly shaken. Su Chen approached him with a smile, saying, "Manager, I shall head upstairs now." "Why, yes, go ahead." The manager stammered. "And what about these documents?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired. The manager immediately clutched the 2 documents to his chest, declaring, "I will photocopy them myself. I'll do it right now." As Su Chen entered the elevator, the manager felt his knees buckle, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, he managed to catch himself on the desk, barely standing upright. Otherwise, he would have certainly embarrassed himself in front of his subordinates. Wow, this new handsome intern is truly extraordinary. The president actually called him personally. Indeed. I've been with the company for 3 years, and that was my first conversation with the president. My legs went weak. Her voice is simply captivating. Oh dear. I think our manager might have kicked a brick wall this time. A daily workplace lesson. Never underestimate any new intern, for you never know who might be backing them. Hey, what do you think about our handsome intern? Who exactly is he? Chapter 23. The colleagues are stunned. Su-chun has joined the mecha research department. Upon entering the office upstairs, Su-chun instantly donned a charming smile. The sunlight streamed in, casting a soft golden hue over his handsome features. Yin Bingxue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes softening slightly. Su-chun, I heard what you said about mechas at the photography studio yesterday, and I thought it was wonderful. Today, during an internal meeting, I mentioned your ideas to the head of the research department, and everyone was astonished and impressed by your vision. Do you mind that I shared your thoughts without your permission? Yin Bingxue asked, as this knowledge was personal and could indeed be protected. The field of mecha research is currently a hot topic. Su-chun's theories, if heard by the right ears, could usher in a new era of development. Su-chun chuckled heartily and replied, Why would I blame you? If you want to hear those ideas, I can share them with you anytime. Feel free to tell anyone you wish. They are merely a collection of concepts. Even if I were to make them public now, those who wish to turn them into real mechas would likely need decades, if not centuries, to do so. The mecha knowledge in the system is vastly superior to the current research level of this world, but merely having ideas is futile. One must also possess the basic crafting skills endowed by the system to truly bring those concepts to life. Hearing Su-chun's confident words ignited a spark of passion within Yin Bingxue. The father of Tuan Tuan and Lele is indeed a remarkable man, so incredibly charming. Yes, my research team also mentioned that while the ideas are excellent, they are unable to implement them, as many concepts exceed their current research capabilities. Su-chun, would you be interested in conducting research in the field of mechas? The design department you are currently in was assigned based on your university major. But I believe with your knowledge of mechas, you could easily join the core mecha research group within Extraordinary Group. Would you be interested in pursuing this line of work? Yin Bingxue added, I'm merely seeking your opinion. If you're not interested, that is perfectly fine. Work matters should entirely depend on your preferences. Su-chun pondered for a moment and replied with a grin. The mecha research group sounds pretty cool. Besides, Tuan Tuan and Lele are quite interested in mechas. I haven't given them a proper gift yet, so why not create a mecha for them to play with? Had anyone else said this, Yin Bingxue would have dismissed it without a second thought, as if crafting a mecha for children was a trivial feat. Yet, when Su-chun said it, she believed he could indeed accomplish it. All right, I'll have Assistant Zhang arrange it. You head downstairs first, and we'll go to the research group shortly. Su-chun nodded, rising to head toward the door, but suddenly paused, turning back. Yin Bingxue, who had been gazing at his back, stiffened, her cheeks slightly flushing. Their eyes met, and Su-chun smiled, mouthing, The lipstick shade you're wearing today suits you perfectly. You look beautiful. Yin Bingxue was momentarily taken aback, her face heating up as her earlobes turned nearly transparent with embarrassment. She glanced at the closed office door and walked over to the window to catch some fresh air. What is it with Su-chun, speaking so freely in the office during the day? Yin Bingxue thought to herself. Yet she couldn't help but pull out her phone to check her reflection in the front camera, examining her lips. Today, I applied Yves Saint Laurent's iconic gold bar in shade 21, and the color is indeed exquisite. Henceforth, I shall adorn my lips with this hue more frequently. As Su-chun returned to the office, the bald manager approached him, but before he could utter a word, Assistant Zhang arrived. Manager Zhang, is there something you wish to discuss with Mr. Su? Assistant Zhang inquired. The manager immediately shook his head, sporting an awkward smile as he replied, No, nothing at all. Oh, if there's nothing amiss, kindly step aside. Mr. Su needs to gather his belongings. As of today, he shall be transitioning to the company's mecha research department. Since he has just arrived here, he likely has no handover tasks, so I will escort him directly. What? Su-chun is going to the mecha research department. The entire office was astounded. Everyone was well aware that the Extraordinary Group harbored a super mysterious mecha research department, which occupied an entire adjacent building. Although it belonged to the same corporate family and was merely next door, the mecha research department was worlds apart from the automotive research department where they currently resided. Just from the security protocols, the mecha research department was anything but ordinary. Employees could access their building using their ID cards at the main entrance and swipe their cards in the elevator to reach their designated floors to access other floors. Special authorization was required. In contrast, employees of the adjacent building could not even enter through the front door with their ID cards. Those working in the neighboring edifice utilized palm prints for entry, with the first floor exclusively occupied by security personnel, making entry more stringent than airport security. The Mecha Research Department represents the most sought-after research frontier globally, and the Extraordinary Group has invested considerable effort and resources into this domain. Thus, the Mecha Research Department stands as the most coveted division within the Extraordinary Group, with barriers so high that ordinary employees could hardly hope to breach them. Yet, Su Chun, on his second day at the company, was unexpectedly assigned to the Mecha Research Department. Wow, who would have thought our handsome intern was a talent in mecha technology? No wonder the president personally called for him. It turns out he is a master. This is utterly cool. With such a handsome visage and exquisite hands, coupled with towering and attractive high-tech mechas, oh my goodness. This is the quintessential configuration of a protagonist in a sci-fi blockbuster. Alas, how disheartening. Just as a charming young man finally graced our office, he is whisked away before we could even glance at him properly. What shall we do, facing this crowd again? Sigh, but do not be disheartened. At least we can save some money on cosmetics. Who knows if we will ever see him again after he joins the Mecha Research Department. I haven't even had the chance to speak with him. Such a pity. Manager Zhang wore a face that resembled someone who had just swallowed a fly, his complexion pale and eyes wide with shock. His legs trembled, and he dared not glance towards Su Chun, who was leisurely packing his belongings. He quickly retreated discreetly. I cannot be seen, as if sensing his presence. Su Chun suddenly turned and said, by the way, Manager Zhang, didn't you ask me to make copies of the documents earlier? I'm still here. So if you need me to. Copy what documents? Assistant Zhang interjected. Su Chun observed the shifting expressions on Manager Zhang's face and smirked. It seems the manager has already taken care of the copies himself. After this fright, Manager Zhang finally buckled at the knees and collapsed into the break room with a thud, prompting muffled laughter from everyone in the design department. Assistant Zhang exchanged a knowing glance, comprehending the situation. That day, just half an hour after Su Chun had transitioned to the adjacent building, Manager Zhang from the design department was dismissed from the company due to poor management. Chapter 24. The Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, radiating high-tech vibes. Su Chun had little to pack and thus followed Assistant Zhang to the adjacent building empty-handed. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. His combat skills, bestowed by the system, were indisputable, yet the aura of martial prowess emanating from the security personnel on the first floor was far from ordinary. Su Chun discreetly trailed behind Assistant Zhang until they reached the front desk, where the staff greeted them warmly upon recognizing Assistant Zhang. This is Mr. Su. The receptionist's face lit up, addressing Su Chun. Hello, Mr. Su. Please follow me for a moment. We need to record your palm print, so you may freely access the first floor. The palm print only grants access to the first floor? Su Chun approached. Recording a palm print was considerably more complex than a fingerprint, yet it also made duplication exceedingly difficult. Fingerprints are small, and one could potentially conceal a mold in the palm to infiltrate, but a palm print encompasses the entire palm. To replicate it entirely, one would need to wear a complete mold, which is an enormous target, likely to be apprehended before even entering the building. Is the security system on this floor truly so stringent? After recording his palm print, Su Chun accompanied Assistant Zhang into the elevator. As they ascended, Assistant Zhang explained, Mr. Su, our entire building's access system relies on individual fingerprint and iris recognition. Both are indispensable. With that, she placed her finger on the scanner and pressed her eye against the detection device. Level 2 access validated. Elevator privileges fully unlocked. Assistant Zhang pressed the button for the 27th floor. Mr. Su, our building's access levels vary. The special access is the highest tier, allowing unrestricted movement throughout the building. Yet currently, only the president possesses a special access card. I have a level 2 access card, permitting entry to any floor, but not to the core research areas. The team leaders hold level 1 access, granting them entry to the research department, but not to the core chambers. Consequently, the lower the access level, the more peripheral the reach. Su Chun nodded, indicating his understanding. Internally, he was quite astonished. Although he was aware that the extraordinary group was engaged in mecha research, he had not anticipated the seriousness with which Yin Bingxue approached it. With such a rigorous security system, there must be even more astonishing secrets within. The elevator halted at the 27th floor, and as Su Chun stepped out, he felt as though he had suddenly diminished in stature. Upon closer inspection, he realized the floor height was exceptionally lofty, estimated to be around 20 meters. This height was indeed suitable for housing mechas. Before him stood a vast glass exterior wall that appeared fragile yet was, in reality, impervious. Su Chun approached and noticed Assistant Zhang stood motionless at the entrance. What's the matter? Su Chun inquired. Mr. Su, this is the core department. My access card does not permit entry. I have already messaged the president. She will come to escort you. No sooner had she spoken than a wall adjacent to them unexpectedly slid open, revealing Yin Bingxue emerging from within. Goodness, is this an invisible door? Given the height, this must be Yin Bingxue's office. It turns out the two buildings are interconnected. What a clever design. Yin Bingxue approached, scanning a series of instruments inside. The seemingly seamless glass before them abruptly parted in the center, and once Su Chen stepped through, it seamlessly restored itself, leaving no trace of its previous opening. Indeed, this is high-tech. Su Chen, welcome to our company's most crucial mecha research department. They traversed a spacious area, arriving at a door forged of steel, truly a sight to behold, impervious to the naked eye. Yan Bingxue utilized her access card to enter, and upon crossing the threshold, the vista expanded dramatically. Researchers clad in white uniforms were diligently engaged at their respective workstations, where virtual projections materialized out of thin air, responding to the gestures of the operators. On the vast screen, a towering mech projection slowly rotated, with the occasional replacement of a part. Clearly, it was a prototype of a mech still in the creative phase. Although it was merely a model constructed on a computer, it did not yet represent a true mech. Inside the glass display cabinets adorning the walls, various high-tech miniature robots and components exuded a unique charm of modern technology. Stepping into this space felt akin to entering the set of a sci-fi blockbuster, where the advanced technology elicited admiration. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings with a demeanor of calm. For the knowledge of technology he possessed far surpassed the current level of advancement. Two men in their 40s approached Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. "President Yan, you've arrived," greeted the older of the two. The man beside him gazed at Su Chen with eager anticipation. "President Yan, this must be Mr. Su, correct?" "Good day, Mr. Su. I am the deputy team leader of the research department. I had the pleasure of listening to your mech theories this morning, and I found them incredibly enlightening. However, there are certain aspects I still struggle to comprehend, particularly regarding the detection sensors you mentioned." Xiao Chun, Mr. Su has just arrived and is still familiarizing himself with the environment. You can ask him your questions later. The deputy leader's excitement was palpable as he sheepishly scratched his head, turning to Su Chen. "My apologies, Mr. Su. I should have been more considerate." Haha, no worries. We will be colleagues from now on, and I have much I wish to learn from you. I hope you will be generous with your insights." The team leader smiled as he addressed Su Chen. "Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. I am Qiu Jin, the leader of the research department. Your theories on mechs are truly remarkable, and I must admit, I did not anticipate you being this young. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. With your addition to our research department, I am confident we shall achieve significant breakthroughs in mech development." "Very well, Mr. Su will be working here from now on. I will take him to obtain his access pass," Yan Bingxue remarked, her expression devoid of warmth before her subordinates, projecting the image of a domineering CEO. Upon returning to Yan Bingxue's office, Su Chen followed her guidance and entered his fingerprint and iris data into her computer. "Do you have any plans after work today?" Yan Bingxue inquired, recalling a phone call Su Chen had received during breakfast regarding an event that evening. "Yes, a farewell dinner with my university classmates," he replied. "Oh, where is it? Should I arrange for a driver to take you there?" "There's no need for that trouble. I'll just call a designated driver later. I expect to be out quite late. Besides, the dinner is at Gue Kulai, which is right next to my university and not far from my home." Yan Bingxue nodded. "All right, then I will go pick up Tuan Tuan and Lele. Please let the kids know that Daddy has a dinner tonight, but we'll be home early." Su Chen smiled, his tone so natural that it brought a subtle sweetness to Yan Bingxue's heart. The notion of returning home early made it feel as though they had been living together for a long time. Chapter 25. Class reunion. On his first day at the research department, Su Chen spent the afternoon in the materials room. The current research phase at the extraordinary group had surpassed the mech level publicly disclosed by the Dragon Country. Yet it still fell short of the concepts swirling in his mind. If the extraordinary group's pace continued, it would likely take hundreds of years to produce a true combat mech. However, the equipment here was state-of-the-art, and with the skills bestowed by the system, combined with the extraordinary group's robust financial backing, Su Chen believed that this timeline could be significantly expedited. Within 6 months, he was certain he could create a mech. As the workday concluded, Su Chen packed his belongings to depart. The special access pass had been successfully verified, unlocking all its features. "A special access pass?" the deputy leader exclaimed in astonishment. "Heavens, Mr. Su possesses the same level of access as the president." The team leader shot him a disapproving glance. Yet his own eyes were filled with astonishment as he regarded Su Chen. This Su Chen must possess formidable strength. The farewell dinner was set at Gue Kulai, a well-known local chain restaurant near the university that, while not inexpensive, was popular among students for annual gatherings. During their 4 years at university, Su Chen and his classmates had only dined there once, a naive experience that had cost him half a month's living expenses. After that lesson, they had not returned. But now, with a farewell dinner proposed by someone, it was hard to refuse. All fresh graduates, some of whom had yet to secure employment, held on to their meager funds for rent and job hunting, feeling compelled to attend the dinner despite financial strains. As one Pin spoke, feigning poverty, "I haven't even received my first month's salary yet. and tonight's meal will consume 2 or 3 days' worth of income, he seemed to lament. Yet his true intention was to signal to everyone that he had already secured a job. Moreover, it was a well-paying position. With an average cost per person nearing 600, plus drinks, it would likely exceed 1,000. To spend that much in a few days suggested a monthly salary of at least 10,000. Classmates soon surrounded him. Wang Ge, what kind of amazing job did you land? Is it over 10,000 right away? Wan Pin smiled smugly, waving his hand dismissively. Not at all. It's not that exaggerated. I merely joined Hongxian Group as a junior design assistant. The internship salary is over 7,000. But I'll only reach 10,000 after 3 months. Wow, Wang Ge, you're awesome. Getting into Hongxian Group. That's the second largest automotive manufacturer in Zhonghai. Aside from our seemingly unattainable extraordinary group. Wang Ge, with such a good offer, your future is certainly bright. We'll be counting on you in the future. Wang Ge is impressive, quietly landing such a good job. He must be the most successful among us. Wan Pin feigned modesty, though a grin spread across his face. Oh, there are still many classmates who haven't secured jobs yet. Perhaps your opportunities will be even better. Besides, isn't there a young master among us? At the mention of the young master, eyes scanned the crowd. Someone asked, is Lin Zhou coming today? Lin Zhou attends our gatherings based on his mood. Today's at Gue Kolai. Who knows if he'll find it appealing. Speaking of which, Lin Zhou didn't seem to participate in our spring recruitment and hasn't appeared at school recently. He must have gone home to inherit the family fortune. That's a certainty. Though Lin's group may not rival Extraordinary or Hongxian, it's still a billion-dollar enterprise. Plus, Lin Zhou is the heir. And returning home means stepping right into that role, which must be far more appealing than our grind. Ah, how enviable to be born with a silver spoon. Hearing this, Wan Pin's smile twitched slightly. He had merely mentioned Lin Tianxiang to downplay his own achievements, expecting everyone to continue praising him. Yet, the conversation had shifted to Lin Tianxiang instead. What was so great about a young master? He had earned the Hongxian offer through his own merit. Classmates, let us head to the private room. I've booked a great spot on the second floor, with large windows overlooking the entrance. We'll see when classmates arrive. Wan Pin hurriedly redirected the conversation, eager to shift the focus back to himself. A group of early arrivals made their way upstairs, settling in while casually chatting and keeping an eye on the entrance. Suddenly, a bright red Maserati supercar pulled up at the entrance. The attention of the classmates was immediately captivated. It's Lin, the young master. Oh my, this new car is simply stunning. Lin Tianxiang stepped out of the vehicle, whistling charmingly, tossing the car keys to the attendant beside him, instructing him to park it in the most prestigious spot. As the door to the private room swung open, Lin Tianxiang strolled in, his arm around the class beauty, Qin Xianqian, instantly becoming the center of attention. Young Master Lin, we just saw your new sports car. The red Maserati. It's incredibly cool. Surely, that car must have cost a fortune? Lin Tianxiang scoffed. Such naivety. It's merely a sports car, worth around 5 million. I'm now the general manager of the Lin Corporation. Isn't it standard to drive a $5 million car? The classmates gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the young master was extraordinary. He had become the general manager right after graduation. Young Master Lin, you are now flourishing in both love and career. Congratulations on your union with the class beauty, Qin. Lin Tianxiang beamed, turning to the blushing Qin Xianqian, saying, we're about to get engaged soon. You all must come. I want to take you out to experience the world. Dining at those mundane restaurants near the school is hardly an experience worth having. Now that you will all be joining society, our gatherings should reflect a certain level of sophistication. Had it not been for this farewell dinner, I wouldn't have bothered coming to such a place. He then inquired, by the way, where is everyone else? Is Suchun not here? He scanned the crowd, failing to spot Suchun. It was known that he had come specifically for Suchun today. Wan Pin had personally called him yesterday, emphasizing that Suchun would attend, which was why he made the effort to come. Lin Tianxiang was handsome and born into privilege, a true prodigy. But Suchun had overshadowed him throughout their 4 years in university, snatching the title of class beauty from him consistently. Just thinking about it left a bitter taste in his mouth. Without Suchun, would he have been able to pursue Qin Xianqian for over a year? It was clear she was enamored with Suchun's looks. However, her vision may have faltered, but her intellect shone through. While everyone was scrambling for jobs, she finally realized the importance of wealth and gravitated towards him. Today he was determined to show Suchun just how much superior he truly was. Look, what a magnificent car, exclaimed a classmate standing by the window. Everyone turned to see the emblem of a Rolls-Royce flash by. Wow, I can't believe we can spot a Rolls-Royce near our school. That car starts at 6 million, exclaimed another. That car is definitely worth more than 6 million. It must be a high-end custom version. I remember seeing it on Douyin. What was it called? Ah, found it. No way. That's the one. 7 billion Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe. The emblem is red. It's specific. So eye-catching. Only the one. 7 billion custom version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom Coupe has that unique color for the Spirit of Ecstasy emblem. My goodness, that car could buy 20 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Chapter 26. I'm coming clean. This one. 7 billion car indeed belongs to me, Suchun. The discussion among the classmates intensified. After all, it was a super luxury car. Many would never see a 7 billion top-tier luxury vehicle in their lifetime. Plus, men have an inherent passion for cars, making the conversation lively. They were all curious about the owner of this magnificent vehicle. As if on cue, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Su Chun at the entrance. With his striking features and model-like physique, he immediately captured the attention of every girl present. Several female classmates glanced at Su Chun and quickly averted their eyes, shyly blushing. The class beauty, Qin Shanqian, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Su Chun is truly handsome. It's a pity he lacks both wealth and prospects. During their university years, she could harbor a secret admiration for Su Chun, but now that they had graduated, money had taken precedence. Thus, she chose the wealthier Lin Tianxiang. The male classmate who had been speaking before quickly shifted his tone, dripping with sarcasm. Hey everyone, just moments after that luxury car passed, our class beauty, Su Chun, shows up. Could it be that he is the one who bought the Rolls-Royce? He feigned curiosity, yet his gaze towards Su Chun was filled with disdain and anticipation for a spectacle. This classmate, Chen Guang, was Lin Tianxiang's roommate and held a deep-seated animosity towards Su Chun. Lacking his own family wealth, he had grown accustomed to flaunting his association with Lin Tianxiang, resulting in a misplaced sense of arrogance. Su Chun found it baffling how someone could take pride in being a sycophant. After all, that car truly belonged to him. Su Chun. Lin Tianxiang suddenly chuckled, addressing Chen Guang. Don't speak nonsense. That car was a globally limited high-end custom Rolls-Royce, with only a handful in existence. Priced at 170 million. How could our class beauty possibly afford such a top-tier luxury vehicle? Wan Pin approached, standing beside Lin Tianxiang. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Lin Tianxiang stealing his spotlight earlier. Su Chun was his true target today. Lin Tianxiang, being a wealthy heir, was incomparable. But Su Chun was different. Word had it he hadn't secured a job yet. Wan Pin saw this as an opportunity to step on him. Exactly. Do you think everyone is like young Master Lin? How could Su Chun possibly afford a car worth over 100 million? Wan Pin chimed in. Our Su Chun, well, he only has his looks to showcase, but in the real world, it's all about merit. Just as Wan Pin finished speaking, the door to the private room swung open once more, and a staff member approached Lin Tianxiang, respectfully handing him the keys to the Maserati. Lin Tianxiang dramatically waved the car keys in front of Su Chun, grinning. Su Chun, as classmates, I'm more than willing to help you out in the future. This car is new. If you need it for an interview, I can lend it to you to make an impression. By the way, you have a driver's license, right? After listening to their conversation for a while, Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. After all that boasting, I thought you had bought something impressive. It's just a shabby Maserati worth a few million. How dare you act arrogant in front of me? Shabby Maserati? Su Chun, are you living in a dream? Lin Tianxiang retorted, his face turning pale with anger. Can you even afford this Maserati? Su Chun shrugged. A Maserati worth over 5 million might have seemed significant to me a few days ago, but now, driving a custom Rolls-Royce worth over $1 billion. How could I possibly be impressed by a Maserati? If you were to gift me that Maserati, I wouldn't even bother to drive it. I already have my own car. Huh. Wan Pin laughed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Su Chun, you bought a car? What did you get? It's not that trendy little Wuling Mini, is it? That car seems to be quite popular lately. It's stylish and would suit a pretty face like yours, haha. Chen Guang chimed in. Class beauty, you really bought a Wuling? That is a good car. High-end for just 38,000. Haha. The male classmates burst into laughter, while Su Chun merely regarded them with an expression that suggested he felt they were the ones being foolish. These pompous individuals regard a Maserati with awe. If they were to discover he drives a Rolls-Royce worth 7 billion, they would surely be left in shock. Several girls, unable to tolerate their arrogance, spoke up indignantly. Lin Tianxiang, Chen Guang, Wan Pin, you three are being utterly excessive. Su Chun is our classmate. The moment he arrives, you resort to mockery. Are you envious of his looks that surpass yours? What do you have? A bit of money. What is so impressive about wealth? Have you never witnessed the rise of the underprivileged? Have you never seen a tycoon fall from grace? Your lack of class is truly appalling. The word struck a nerve, and the three boys' expressions soured, ready to retort. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and a female server rushed in, frantically addressing the valet who had just handed Lin Tianxiang the car keys. Why are you running so fast? I couldn't even call you back. The valet, taken aback, replied, Huh? What's wrong? I'm delivering the keys to the guest. Delivering what? A Rolls-Royce just pulled up downstairs. Hurry and move the guest's Maserati. We need to clear the best spot for that one. 7 billion Rolls-Royce. We can't afford even a scratch on that car. If anything happens to it, we're doomed. The valet, startled, quickly turned to Lin Tianxiang, forcing a smile. Mr. Lin, I'm afraid I need to borrow your car keys to reposition your vehicle. Faced with the reality of the 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce, Lin Tianxiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Reluctantly, he tossed the keys to the valet, his displeasure evident as he coldly warned, be careful with it. Park it in a good spot. If it gets scratched, you won't be able to pay for it. After issuing his warning, Lin Tianxiang stood by the window, still unwilling to concede defeat, watching as his Maserati was driven out of the prime parking space, followed by the entrance of the 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce. His classmates rushed to the window, eager to gawk at the luxury vehicle. This car is stunning. It's truly worthy of its 1.7 billion price tag. It looks like it's made of gold. It's a dream I could never aspire to. If I could sit in the passenger seat of such a car, I would feel my life was worth living. Lin Tianxiang's expression darkened, and he retorted, what is so special about luxury cars? All right, let us eat. By the way, Su Chen, where did you park your car? Annoyed by the change in parking for his Maserati, Lin Tianxiang glanced at Su Chen, eager to belittle him to appease his own vanity. Su Chen, fully aware of Lin Tianxiang's intentions, smirked coldly and raised his chin towards the Rolls-Royce below, saying, aren't you all looking at where I parked? His classmates were taken aback. What does he mean? Lin Tianxiang was the first to grasp the implication, bursting into laughter as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Ha, Su Chen, are you claiming that car below is yours? Su Chen nodded, confirming, indeed. Ha. Wan Pin laughed even harder, and a wave of laughter erupted among the boys. The girls, unable to hold back, chimed in. What is wrong with you? Is it only permissible for Lin to purchase a car? Why can't our campus heartthrob have one too? We're all classmates. Why is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Despite the support from several female classmates, they too did not genuinely believe that the 1.7 billion car belonged to Su Chen. Lin Tianxiang and Wan Pin exchanged glances at their classmates, exasperated. You girls are truly bewitched by Su Chen's looks. That car downstairs is worth over $1 billion. Su Chen, a mere college student, couldn't possibly afford a Rolls-Royce. Wan Pin added, if that car truly belongs to Su Chen, I'll call him grandpa in front of everyone and bow down to him 3 times. I have no interest in picking up a grandson. Su Chen chuckled, well, if you insist on saying that, I could certainly provide a good show for my classmates. As soon as he finished speaking, the same valet entered again, this time accompanied by a sharply dressed man in a suit and tie. The man, flanked by 3 valets, approached Su Chen and bowed respectfully. Good day, sir. I am the lobby manager for distinguished guests. Your Rolls-Royce has been parked in the finest spot. To ensure its safety, we've cordoned off the area. But it won't hinder your departure. We have personnel dedicated to guarding your vehicle. There will be no issues while it is here. Here are your car keys. Esteemed guest, we wish you a delightful dining experience. The manager presented the keys to the Rolls-Royce with both hands, and Su Chen casually placed them in his pocket. Meanwhile, the valet handed Lin Tianxiang the keys to the Maserati, complimenting him. Sir, your classmates are truly extraordinary. Lin Tianxiang's expression darkened further. Extraordinary? Who is the tiger and who is the dragon? Su Chen is nothing but a penniless loser. Yet, at that moment, his classmates were left in stunned silence by the revelation of this loser's opulent vehicle. Su Chen, that Rolls-Royce is really yours? My goodness, campus heartthrob. You've made it big. Bro, you're incredible. How much did that car cost? 1.7 billion for a super luxury car. Only 3 exist globally. And it's the pinnacle of prestige. Wow, Su Chen, you're truly something. I can't believe you've been hiding your wealth throughout these 4 years. Su Chen, is driving that luxury car as exhilarating as it seems? We just saw it zoom past. It was so cool. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. All cars are quite similar. A good car is simply comfortable to ride in and drive. If you're curious, feel free to take a look once we finish eating. Thank you, Su Chen. I never thought I'd witness a 1.7 billion luxury car, let alone get a chance to see it up close. Su Chen, can I take a picture with you in the car? The female classmates gazed at Su Chen with newfound admiration, their eyes glinting with excitement. However, the most shocked of all was Qin Qianqian. When had Su Chen become so wealthy? What had she missed during the past 6 months? While her classmates busied themselves with job hunting, Su Chen had not participated in campus recruitment or taken a job. She had assumed he had given up, only to discover he had purchased a 1.7 billion luxury car. This was far more impressive than Lin Tianxiang, the wealthy second generation who merely bought a 500,000 sports car. Qin Qianqian felt a spark of renewed interest. She discreetly distanced herself from Lin Tianxiang, slipping her shoulder from beneath his hand, and bashfully addressed Su Chen. Su Chen, you're amazing. You've bought such a fine car right after graduation. It's truly enviable. Su Chen glanced at Qin Qianqian, offering a non-committal smile. Throughout their college years, the class beauty had shown some interest in him, but he harbored no feelings for her. Now, he was far more captivated by the mother of his future child, who far surpassed her in beauty. Wan Pin stood among the crowd, observing Su Chen's face, his eyes glimmering with jealousy. Where had Su Chen acquired such an extravagant vehicle to flaunt? Given Su Chen's spending habits over the years at school, how could he possibly afford such an extravagant car, let alone a vehicle worth 1.7 billion? Even a mere wheel of a 1 million car would be beyond Su Chen's means. Huh, so you wish to flaunt, Su Chen? Very well, I shall expose you. Immediately. Wan Pin, with a smile, addressed Su Chen. I truly didn't expect this, Su Chen. You are indeed impressive. Still not even graduated from university. And you've already acquired a 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce. In all of Long Nation, only one enigmatic magnate has purchased this custom edition, and now they're SU. It appears that Long Nation boasts two individuals who own this exclusive 1.7 billion Rolls-Royce. You are indeed a beacon of pride for our nation. As your classmate, I feel immensely honored. Su Chen, I never would have guessed that the wealthiest person in our class is you. Coming from a prominent family that has kept a low profile, I have never encountered someone so unassuming. Su Chen, your family's fortune must surely exceed 100 billion, right? No, with a vehicle costing 1.7 billion, it must be worth at least 1,000 billion. Chen Guang immediately chimed in. Lin Tianxiang, having previously suffered embarrassment, regained his wits upon hearing Wan Pin and Chen Guang's remarks. He realized they were skeptical about the authenticity of the car belonging to Su Chen. Indeed, he had been foolish to believe that the 1.7 billion car was truly Su Chen's. Although Su Chen was driving it, there were countless faux-rich second-generation individuals renting luxury cars to show off. Who knows, perhaps that car was merely rented by Su Chen to impress. He might even be eating dirt for months to pay off the debt after today. At that thought, his previously suppressed spirits lifted, and a smile crept onto his face as he joined Chen Guang in saying, Yes, Su Chen, I truly didn't expect you to be so impressive. I'm in awe. No wonder, while everyone else has been frantically job hunting this past half year, you've been leisurely enjoying life. It turns out your family possesses genuine wealth. My family is modest, owning a small company, and my father insists I return home to inherit it right after graduation. With your family being so much wealthier than mine, you surely have no need to seek employment. You'll simply join your family's company after graduation, right? Which major conglomerate does your family belong to? Is it the Extraordinary Group? Upon hearing this, Wan Pin immediately added, It must be the Extraordinary Group. The Extraordinary Group is a trillion-dollar conglomerate, and only such a grand establishment is worthy of someone of Su Xiao's stature. Chen Guang, suppressing his laughter, concurred, exactly. Only a trillion-dollar company like the Extraordinary Group would befit someone of Su Xiao's caliber. The female classmates, observing the trio's attempts to flatter Su Chen, exchanged worried glances, eager to speak up for him but uncertain how to proceed. For a moment, they felt anxious. After the initial excitement waned, their demeanor shifted, especially after hearing Lin Tianxiang and the others. It was quite plausible that the ostentatious 1.7 billion car Su Chen drove was merely rented. Now, their inquiries into Su Chen's employment and family background were putting him in a tight spot, pushing him towards embarrassment. How cruel. Yet, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised that Lin Tianxiang and his companions had regained their wits and were not merely belittling him, but were also attempting to flatter him. Watching them speak like jesters was rather entertaining. Indeed, a farewell dinner and class reunion are particularly amusing gatherings. Su Chen chuckled, shrugged, and said, You've hit the nail on the head. The Extraordinary Group is indeed my family's. I shall not pretend any longer. I shall reveal my cards. I'm currently employed at the Extraordinary Group. Here is my work ID. As he spoke, Su Chen produced his identification and placed it on the table. Chapter 28, Shock. The president of Lonka Institute pays a visit. The expressions of Lin Tianxiang and his companions abruptly changed. They ceased their pretense. The facade was torn down instantly. Su Chen, I truly did not expect you to be such a braggart. I underestimated you. Lin Tianxiang fumed, absolutely refusing to believe that Su Chen could gain employment at the Extraordinary Group. He was even more incredulous at the notion that the Extraordinary Group belonged to Su Chen's family. Why not claim the universe as his home? The classmates harbored doubts as well. Qin Qianqian wished to support Su Chen, but even she felt that his claims regarding the Extraordinary Group were too extravagant. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, Su Chen, it's not shameful if you haven't landed a job yet. We just graduated, take your time. Wan Pin could no longer maintain his facade and resumed his ridicule. Su Chen, have the pressures of not finding a job these past few months driven you to hysteria? Your family owns the Extraordinary Group? You work there? That car of yours is clearly rented. Classmates, we all know Su Chen's background. We've studied together for 4 years. And even our Lin Zhou can only afford a 5 million Maserati. Do you truly believe Su Chun can afford a 1.7 billion luxury car? This self-proclaimed low-key heir from a mysterious family is merely basking in flattery, thinking he is truly a wealthy heir. Su Chun regarded Wan Pin as though he were a fool. Wan Pin, if you wish to play tricks and avoid bowing down to acknowledge your superior, I never said I would let you off the hook. I have no interest in a dim-witted grandson like you. You claim my car is rented? This model is one of only 3 in the world, with one owned by the president of T country, another residing in a certain magnate's garage in Long Nation, and the last one parked downstairs. Who do you think would rent such a vehicle? If you had bothered to research this car, you wouldn't be so embarrassed. The brain atop your shoulders is meant for contemplation, not merely to accommodate your 2-bit stature. Just then, Chen Jiqiang, Zhang Yubin, and Guyu arrived late. Hearing Su Chen's remarks, they exchanged glances, quickly grasping the situation. Zhang Yubin signaled to the others and suddenly raised his voice. Su Gu, you arrived so early. We thought you'd be coming in late due to work. Guyu playfully tapped Zhang Yubin's head, chuckling. Zhang Yubin, are you silly? The extraordinary group never has overtime. Chen Jiqiang joined them, sitting beside Su Chun. Su Gu, I just overheard Wan Pin wanting to bow down and call you grandpa. I didn't expect today's farewell dinner to turn into such a spectacle. Wan Pin, I heard you joined Hongxian. Hongxian cannot be compared to the extraordinary group. Why don't you bow a few more times to Su Gu and see if he can help you secure a clerk position at the extraordinary group? Indeed, our Su Gu has considerable influence at the extraordinary group, Guyu said with a knowing smile. Su Chun understood Guyu's implication regarding himself and Yin Bingxue, and couldn't help but smile in amusement. Wan Pin's face turned pale with rage as he gritted his teeth. Su Chun has great influence at the extraordinary group. Guyu, how can you exaggerate so? Su Chun, if he even got into the extraordinary group, is likely just a janitor. At this point, Lin Tianxiang was already on the phone with his uncle, whose friend happened to work at the extraordinary group. Hello, uncle. This is Tianxiang. I have a question. One of my classmates claims to have received an offer from the extraordinary group, but isn't it notoriously difficult to get in? So I'm just checking to see if he is actually employed there. Ah, indeed, he is my university classmate, named Su Chun, with the character for Su from Suzhou, and Chun meaning fine dust. Well, could you please inquire for me? All right, I shall await your call. He hung up the phone and comfortably settled into his chair, casually wrapping his arms around Qin Qianqian. Qin Qianqian glanced at Su Chun, seeming somewhat awkward as she attempted to escape his embrace. But then she heard Lin Tianxiang say, Classmates, a friend of my uncle works at the extraordinary group. My uncle is checking on Su Chun's situation. But he mentioned that the recruitment system at the extraordinary group is quite stringent. Only top industry elites are hired without passing the examination. Su Chun, did you not expect me to possess such capabilities? Haha, the boast you just made is about to be debunked. You are in quite a predicament. Su Chun remained unfazed, instead harboring confidence in Lin Tianxiang. As Wan Pin had just stated, he was bragging about renting a car. Lin Tianxiang promptly sought connections to verify the claim. Truly, when one is in need of a pillow, the heavens send it forth. Splendid. The phone rang, and all the classmates turned their attention, eagerly anticipating this call. Just as Lin Tianxiang was about to answer, some of Su Chen's female classmates urged, Lin young master, why not put it on speaker? We wish to hear it for ourselves, lest you later slander Su Chun. Lin Tianxiang had initially intended to dismiss whatever answer he received, claiming Su Chun was deceiving them, but now, cornered by several female classmates, he reluctantly activated the speakerphone. Hello, Tianxiang, I just asked my friend at the extraordinary group, and they said there is no newcomer named Su Chun. Could it be that your classmate has been deceived? Oh, I see. Thank you, uncle. Lin Tianxiang hung up with a smile plastered on his face. Su Chun, what do you have to say now? The extraordinary group has confirmed your non-existence. Who would have thought, Su Chun, that a distinguished campus heartthrob like you would resort to such fabrications? Are we merely your playthings? Wan Pin scoffed. The female classmates exchanged glances, and one, possessing a bit more courage, approached Su Chun and said, Su classmate, perhaps you should just return home today. It seems this meal is not worth consuming. They are clearly targeting you. Hey, Lu classmate, what do you mean by that? It's neither me nor Lin young master who is bragging, who is targeting Su Chun. Clearly, it is he who lacks shame and revels in boasting. Utter nonsense. Guyu exclaimed, my brother Su is indeed employed at the extraordinary group. Su Chun regarded Lin Tianxiang calmly and said, Lin classmate, perhaps you should verify the facts. We are all classmates after all. I fear you may embarrass yourself if this is merely a misunderstanding. If the extraordinary group cannot confirm my presence, then perhaps they should inquire with the mecha design department. Su Chun, you truly do not shed tears until you see the coffin. The mecha design department of the extraordinary group is on par with the national level mecha research institute, the Lonka Institute. Do you even comprehend what a mecha is? Such high technology is likely beyond your imagination. Lin Tianxiang's nostrils flared with arrogance, and the roomful of classmates regarded Su Chun with skepticism. At that moment, a melodious female voice interrupted the tension in the room. "Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Su Chun?" Everyone turned to see a beautiful woman in a professional outfit standing at the door, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. The elder, clad in traditional attire, exuded an extraordinary aura, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, resembling a scholarly figure. "It is I," Su Chun replied nonchalantly. "Mr. Su, greetings. I am the assistant to the president of the Lonka Institute, and this is our president. He wishes to speak with you. May we take a few moments of your time?" The assistant smiled warmly. In an instant, the room was enveloped in astonishment. Chapter 29. Joining the Lonka Institute. Su Chun looked at the elderly man in traditional attire, his brow furrowing slightly. He had seen this elder yesterday at the photography studio while taking wedding photos with Yan Bingxue. Although it was merely a fleeting glance, having activated his system, his memory had improved significantly. Thus, he could recall even those he had only seen briefly. He had anticipated that this elder was the president of the Lonka Institute. It seemed the elder had come to find him after hearing his conversation with Cui Haoyu at the studio, recognizing the brilliance of his insights on mechas. Hence, he had taken the initiative to seek him out for a discussion. Realizing this, Su Chun nodded at the elder. "Certainly. The Lonka Institute holds immense significance for the entire Long nation, contributing greatly to its advancements. In this world of high technology, a nation's prowess in cutting-edge technology directly translates to greater global influence and benefits. Therefore, Su Chun held the scientists of the Lonka Institute in the highest regard." As Su Chun and Elder Yuan departed, his classmates erupted in collective astonishment. Heavens! The president of the Lonka Institute came to find Su Chun to speak with him. The Lonka Institute houses our nation's most elite researchers, the most mysterious and advanced mecha studies. Could it be that Su Chun's earlier claims regarding his involvement in the mecha research department of the Extraordinary Group were not mere bluster, but indeed the truth? It must be true. Goodness, Su Chun is incredible. I never expected that while we were studying automotive engineering, Su Chun was humbly engaged in mecha research. How shocking. Wan Pin, listening to the chatter of the girls, was infuriated. "You women are truly short-sighted. You are clearly blinded by Su Chun's appearance. Did you not hear what Lin Young Master's uncle said? Su Chun is just boasting. He has never set foot in the Extraordinary Group. As for this elder claiming to be the president of the Lonka Institute, do you truly believe him? He could very well be an actor hired by Su Chun to put on a show." "You scoffed, Wan Pin. You are truly a frog at the bottom of a well. How could you possibly comprehend the greatness of my brother Su?" Wan Pin rolled his eyes. "A frog at the bottom of a well? Huh, if I am, then you must be a filthy bug at the bottom." Yu did not continue the argument. Regarding Wan Pin with a look of incredulity, his focus lay on the fact that the president of the Lonka Institute had personally sought out his brother Su. It seemed his brother was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, a female classmate, her face alight with shock, pointed at the television that had gone unnoticed, exclaiming, "Oh my, look! The person on TV is the very elder we just saw." Everyone turned to see a segment of a CCTV interview program airing. The elder was indeed the interviewee, and beneath him, his title was displayed, President of the Mecha Research Division of the Lonka Institute. Indeed, he truly is the president of the Lonka Institute. This is a CCTV interview program. There is absolutely no possibility of fabrication. Heavens, how astonishing. A figure as esteemed as the president of the Lonka Institute has appeared before me. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Even more impressively, the president personally sought out Su Chun. He must wish to discuss matters concerning mecha research. Su classmate truly is capable of creating mechas. My goodness, this is so cool. Whether female or male classmates, aside from Lin Tianxiang, Wan Pin, and Shen Guang, everyone else was filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with admiration. In their eyes, there was nothing but admiration for Su Chun. At this moment, a sudden and jarring ringtone shattered the students' astonishment. It was Lin Tianxiang's phone. Lin Tianxiang, in a rather foul mood, noticed it was a call from his uncle and deliberately switched to speakerphone. Eager for his classmates to hear that even the dean of Lonka Academy had come to seek out Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun was still boasting. In reality, Su Chun was not even employed at the Extraordinary Group. "Tianxiang, my apologies. A friend from the Extraordinary Group just called, and indeed, there is a new employee named Su Chun. However, he has only just joined the Mecha Research Department. As you know, the Mecha Research Department at Extraordinary Group is quite enigmatic, so most employees are unaware. He only learned this from higher-ups. Tianxiang, your classmate is impressive. Is he a fellow student of yours? You should definitely foster a good relationship with him. Who knows, he might even look out for you in the future." With a bang, Lin Tianxiang's mind exploded with this revelation, and he hastily hung up the phone, but his classmates had overheard everything. Wow, Su Gu is not joking. He really has entered the Mecha Research Department of the Extraordinary Group, and even the Dean of Lonko Academy has come looking for him. Su Gu is truly remarkable. Incredibly. From our third-tier institution, we have produced such a genius in mecha technology. Su Gu is simply extraordinary. His 3 roommates wore expressions of pride, looking at Wan Pin and Lin Tianxiang defiantly. How about that? My Su Gu is indeed impressive. Do you now understand? At that moment, the illustrious Su Chun was engaged in conversation with Elder Yuan in another private room. So, are you saying that you heard my theories on mecha yesterday and wish to recruit me into the Mecha Research branch of Lonko Academy? Su Chen inquired. Elder Yuan nodded. Mr. Su, I noticed you seemed rather eager to obtain your marriage certificate, so I refrained from disturbing you. However, after returning home, I found myself unable to sleep all night, thrilled by the prospect of having such a talented young person in our nation, whose insights into mecha are so profound. I firmly believe that our nation's mecha technology can achieve breakthroughs with your contributions. Mr. Su, I am aware that you have already joined the Mecha Research Department at Extraordinary Group. The leadership of our nation is very supportive of research in mecha, and the endeavors of private enterprises do not conflict with the research conducted at Lonko Academy. If someone of your caliber is willing to join us, even as a consultant, it wouldn't be a problem if you can't come in every day. Moreover, in terms of compensation, what Lonko Academy offers is not merely economic or material benefits. Mr. Su, as long as you agree to join us, you can voice all your demands. A yearly salary of 2 million is the baseline. And should you achieve significant breakthroughs, all intellectual property rights and revenues will belong to you personally. Additionally, our nation places immense value on high-tech talent, and we can assist with housing in Zhonghai. I sincerely invite you to join Lonko Academy. The current housing prices in Zhonghai are astronomical, in desirable locations. Prices reach hundreds of thousands per square meter, and even less favorable areas cost several tens of thousands. Some people toil their entire lives without affording a home. And with the current purchase restrictions, having money doesn't guarantee you can buy one. Housing is undoubtedly the foremost concern for contemporary graduates. And now the state has directly resolved this for Su Chun. However, Su Chun did not place much importance on this, with the system by his side. Luxury cars worth billions were at his fingertips, and acquiring a home was certainly not a concern. To be honest, Su Chun was quite exhilarated. As a man and a young person from Longhua, to receive a personal invitation from the Dean of Lonko Academy was a matter of immense pride. This was a matter of great honor, surpassing even the acquisition of the system, for it represented the pride of being a citizen of Longhua. He immediately addressed Elder Yuan with utmost seriousness. Elder Yuan, I am willing to join Lonko Academy. The nation nurtures talents like us, and I await the day I can serve my country. I am currently employed at the Extraordinary Group, so I will serve as a mecha consultant at Lonko Academy. Although I cannot attend daily, whenever Lonko Academy requires my assistance, I, Su Chun, shall undoubtedly be at your service. All that I know regarding mecha, I will contribute to the advancement of our nation's mecha technology. Elder Yuan gazed at him, visibly moved by Su Chun's patriotism. Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, Excellent. Mr. Su, you are truly the pride of our nation. Rest assured, Longhua will never shortchange you. Very well, it's settled then. I will make time to visit Lonko Academy for the formalities. Today is the farewell dinner for my university classmates, so I must excuse myself for now. All right. I'll see you off, Elder Yuan said, rising to accompany Su Chun as he exited. In the private room, the students were fervently discussing Su Chen's remarkable achievements. Qin Xianxian had unconsciously distanced herself from Lin Tianxiang, now firmly believing in Su Chun's prowess. Previously, her vision had been narrow, but it was clear now that Su Chun was indeed the most formidable. Wan Pin, however, remained unyielding, fervently contending with the group. How can you be certain that Su Chun can actually enter Lonko Academy? That institution is a national entity. Why should he gain entry? I suspect he is merely doing menial work in the Mecha Research Department at Extraordinary Group. You lot are so gullible, just because the dean came to see Su Chun. You genuinely believe he can enter Lonko Academy? How laughable. A female student could no longer hold her tongue and retorted. Is it not impressive that the dean personally sought him out? Did the owner of Hongxian come to find you when you received your offer? I think not. Whether Su Chun enters Lonko Academy is secondary. The key point is that such a brilliant scientist, the dean, actively sought him out. This indicates that Su Chun must possess genuine expertise in the field of mecha research. I can see you're just unwilling to admit that Su Chun is superior to you. All you radiate is a sour demeanor. You, Wan Pin seethed, gritting his teeth in frustration. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Su Chun stood at the threshold. Elder Yuan had personally escorted him to the entrance and extended his hand in greeting, politely stating, Mr. Su, let us confirm our arrangements. Next Monday at 10 in the morning, I will send someone to Extraordinary Group to escort you to Lonko Academy for your onboarding process. From now on, we shall be colleagues. Su Chen nodded. Thank you, Dean. You are too kind. Please take care. As Su Chen entered the room, it erupted in excitement. With Wan Pin's face contorted in disbelief, akin to someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. However, no one paid him any mind. Everyone flocked to Su Chen. Su Gu, you're incredible. So, not only have you entered the Mecha Research Department at Extraordinary Group, but you're also going to work at the Mecha Research branch of Lonko Academy? Wow, this job is amazing. Su classmate, you can actually research mecha? That's just too cool. I can already picture it. Su classmate, so dashing, piloting a massive mecha, it must be super awesome. Cooler than the male leads in American blockbusters. Su Gu, you've truly ascended to great heights. You must take care of us, your university classmates. Surrounded by their admiration, Su Chen felt a wave of delight wash over him. Is this what it feels like to have an unlimited number of faces slapped? Indeed, it was quite gratifying. It was his first time being the center of attention, and he found it exhilarating. Meanwhile, among the crowd, someone was discreetly attempting to slip away, hoping to take advantage of the moment while everyone was focused on Su Chen. Su Chen possessed combat skills bestowed by the system, his senses remarkably acute, with exceptional vision that allowed him to instantly notice Wan Pin's subtle movements. He raised his voice amidst the crowd, calling out, Wan, why are you so anxious to squeeze through? Surely you're not seeking an open space to kneel and pay homage to me, are you? Upon his words, the crowd instinctively parted, granting Wan Pin a clear path. Observing Wan Pin's expression, Guyu chuckled and said, Wan, are you ready? I'll record this moment. After all, it's our brother Su acknowledging his grandson. This video will surely become a cherished memory at our future gatherings. It was evident to all that Wan Pin wished to escape, but Su Chen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, swiftly apprehending him. Wan Pin awkwardly stood still, torn between the urge to curse and the desire to feign nonchalance. However, given Su Chen's current stature and influence, he dared not act recklessly. With Su Chen's formidable reputation, offending him would jeopardize not only his standing in Hongxian, but likely in all of Zhonghai. Gritting his teeth, Wan Pin unhesitatingly chose the path of submission over pride. He immediately donned a servile smile, approaching Su Chen with a sycophantic demeanor. Grandfather Su, your wisdom is unparalleled. My little antics were no match for your keen eyes. I merely sought a spacious spot to pay my respects. Thank you, my fellow classmates, for making room for me. Su Chen remained silent, observing Wan Pin with an amused gaze. Laughter erupted among the classmates, many pulling out their phones to record the spectacle. Despite the scrutiny of eyes and cameras, Wan Pin maintained his smile. He knelt with a thud, bowing 3 times before Su Chen, exclaiming, Grandfather Su, from now on, I am your devoted grandson. Look at the precision of my bows. If they do not meet your standards, I shall redo them. If you are satisfied, kindly overlook my transgressions, and remember your humble grandson in times of fortune. I promise to honor you well. His obsequious demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the female classmates, prompting them to avert their gazes. Su Chen found him excessively ingratiating and waved his hand dismissively. All right. Enough of that. You're making me lose my appetite. Understood. I shall rise now. Wan Pin beamed, standing up and following Su Chen closely, realizing that kneeling had somehow steadied his nerves. With someone as formidable as Su Chen as a grandfather, he felt it prudent to curry favor. Bowing was a trivial price to pay. As the atmosphere seemed to settle, with everyone returning to their seats to prepare for the farewell dinner, Lin Zhou, still unwilling to concede, scoffed once everyone was seated. So, Su, you're quite fond of acknowledging grandsons, aren't you? It makes sense. Considering you're a single dog with no girlfriend, who knows when you'll have children? He reached for Qin Qianqian, intent on flaunting his relationship. However, she swiftly slapped his hand away, displeased. There are so many classmates here, don't make a scene. After speaking, she looked at Su Chen with a blend of anticipation and tenderness. Lin Tianxiang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him just as the door to the private room swung open. A darling little girl burst in like a cannonball, launching herself into Su Chen's embrace. Daddy, her sweet voice, paired with her cherubic features, stunned everyone present. Moments later, a little boy entered, equally adorable, but with a more serious expression. Tuan, didn't mommy say not to run around? Come on, Daddy is right here, the giggling little girl exclaimed, perched on Su Chen's lap. Wait, are these children Su's? The crowd was still processing this revelation when they were captivated by the entrance of Yan Bingxue. Oh my goodness. Her beauty. Even the top stars in the entertainment industry pale in comparison. Moreover, she exuded an aura of authority. Who was this stunning woman? In the presence of Yan Bingxue, all the female classmates felt overshadowed, their allure dimmed, even the class beauty Qin Qianqian. As Yan Bingxue approached Su Chen, she said. I picked up Tuan Tuan and Lele. They didn't want to go home first and insisted on seeing their daddy. I hope I'm not interrupting. Su Chen shook his head, standing with Tuan Tuan in his arms. Not at all. We haven't even started eating yet. He turned to the group. I apologize. My little treasures are quite attached to me. I brought my family for the farewell dinner. I hope no one minds. The classmates immediately shook their heads. Their eyes filled with excitement as they gazed at Yin Bingxue and the two adorable children. The male classmates couldn't hide their envy, while the girls, though slightly disheartened, were nonetheless enchanted by this picturesque family of four. Chun Jiqiang, who had been seated beside Su Chun, promptly vacated his seat, moving aside to make room for the children. So, this is our sister-in-law and our little niece and nephew, right? Su Chen nodded, pulling out a chair for Yin Bingxue. Please, have a seat. As Su Chen's family settled in, the atmosphere in the private room ignited with liveliness. Su, you're married. And your wife is stunning, with such adorable twins. How enviable. These two little cuties are like mini versions of you and your wife. A pair of twins. You and your wife truly are blessed. You should have more. It would benefit our country's current marriage rates. The room buzzed with excitement as everyone greeted Yin Bingxue and the children, except for Lin Tianxiang and Qin Xianqian, who appeared utterly crestfallen. Lin Tianxiang was taken aback, realizing Su Chun had such a beautiful wife and charming twins. His earlier mockery felt like a slap to his face. Even if he were to remain unnoticed, he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had planned to ridicule Su Chun for being a perpetual bachelor throughout college. But Tuan Tuan and Lele were undeniable reflections of Su Chun and Yin Bingxue, making it impossible for him to speak. It was infuriating. Qin Xianqian felt a pang of regret, as if she had missed out on a fortune. If only she had been more proactive with someone as capable, handsome, and affluent as Su Chun, perhaps she would be the one sitting beside him with the twins. Alas, there is no remedy for missed opportunities. With the arrival of Su Chen's family, the meal became secondary for Lin Tianxiang, who hastily announced, "Classmates, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving." He dashed out, forgetting even the girlfriend he had once been proud of. Qin Xianqian sat awkwardly, glancing at Su Chun before covering her face and fleeing. This small interlude seemed to have no effect on the vibrant atmosphere within the private room, where the excitement of the gathering continued unabated. Ah, sister-in-law looks somewhat familiar. With such beauty, is she perhaps a celebrity? A female classmate exclaimed in astonishment. Guyu wore a knowing smile as he turned to the classmate and replied, "What are you saying, dear sister? Our sister-in-law is not someone from the entertainment circle. She is a formidable female CEO who has made her mark through sheer capability. You might have seen her on the financial channel. She is the president of the extraordinary group." The female classmate's expression transformed into one of sheer shock. "Oh my goodness. Sister-in-law is actually President Yin of the extraordinary group. She is my idol." The other classmates were equally stunned. "Good heavens, Su Xiaoqiao. How many secrets have you been hiding from us? It turns out you have long been married to President Yin and even welcomed a pair of adorable twins. I finally understand why. While we are all busy striving for our careers, Su Xiaoqiao remains so composed. The extraordinary group is indeed run by your family." Previously, when Su Chen mentioned that the extraordinary group belonged to his family, many classmates were skeptical. Now, after seeing Yin Bingxue, they were entirely convinced. "Brother Su, please share with us your love story with sister-in-law. This is a real-life tale of a campus heartthrob and a beautiful president. Just thinking about it is exhilarating." The classmates clamored for Su Chen to speak. He turned to glance at Yin Bingxue, who happened to be looking back at him. At that moment of eye contact, Yin Bingxue slightly lowered her gaze, her face hidden in shadows, though her ears had already turned crimson. Sharp-eyed classmates could no longer contain their excitement and urged those nearby to look. "This is astonishing. It's said that the beautiful president of the extraordinary group, Yin Bingxue, lives up to her name, embodying a cold and stunning beauty. Who would have thought she would reveal such a shy and blushing side in front of Su Chun? The allure of Su Xiaoqiao is truly undeniable." Noticing Yin Bingxue's shyness, Su Chun leaned in, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear, "They wish to hear our story. Shall I share a bit?" The proximity between them allowed his warm breath to cascade over Yin Bingxue's profile. Her heart raced, a flutter of excitement coursing through her. In truth, it wasn't just the children longing for their father. She too wished to remain with Su Chun rather than return home. However, as Su Chun was dining with classmates, she felt uncertain about whether he would welcome her presence. After all, there had been no public announcement regarding their marriage. Yin Bingxue believed that Su Chun married her primarily for the sake of their children. Hence, she felt a tinge of anxiety about appearing as his wife at his gathering with classmates. Yet, when Su Chen asked if he could share, a wave of happiness washed over her. His willingness to speak seemed to imply that he acknowledged their relationship in his heart. Yin Bingxue nodded, her eyes glistening with anticipation as she looked at Su Chun, eager to learn how he perceived their story. Upon receiving her consent, Su Qin addressed his classmates. The tale of my love with your sister-in-law is quite lengthy, especially since our children are already 3 years old. But let me share a more recent event. Just last night, I proposed to your sister-in-law. In Central Square, I orchestrated a drone wedding for her. I devoted considerable effort to secure her affection. As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, several classmates who were avid social media users immediately reacted. Oh my goodness. The drone proposal at Central Square yesterday. It was planned by Su Ge for sister-in-law. Wow. I've been scrolling through my feed, and it's been filled with the proposal event. I can't believe this is the love story of our campus heartthrob and sister-in-law. I feel like I've stumbled upon a sensational scoop. While Su Qin's roommates were aware of his proposal, they were unaware of the details. However, the mention of a drone proposal immediately sparked their imagination. Gu Yu secretly gave Su Qin a thumbs up, exclaiming, Su Ge, you're incredible. When you mentioned proposing to sister-in-law, I was ready to lend a hand, but you went all out with 400 drones. Wow, you truly are something else. Sister-in-law, that proposal must have been deeply moving, right? Honestly, as a man, I felt a rush of emotions just watching the proposal footage. Chen Jiqiang, seated nearby, remarked with a smile. Yan Bingxue blushed and nodded, gazing at Su Qin with a face full of happiness. Yes, it was surprising and very touching. It's truly rare to be moved by money. Her words resonated with her classmates, who looked at Su Qin and Yan Bingxue with adoring smiles. After all, Yan Bingxue was the beautiful president of the Extraordinary Group, a company valued in the trillions. Compared to that, a proposal involving 400 drones, while extravagant, was merely a display of wealth. Yet, it was Su Qin's heartfelt intentions that genuinely touched Yan Bingxue. Oh my, this is the power of love. Chapter 32. Yan Mother's shock. My daughter is married? What a momentous occasion. At that moment, in a luxurious villa in Zhonghai, an elegant matron was painting her nails while humming a tune. The matron possessed striking beauty, and due to years of careful maintenance, she appeared to be in her early 30s, albeit with the added charm of a mature woman. She was none other than Yan Bingxue's mother. As the phone rang, Yan Mother glanced at the screen and noticed it was a call from her close friend. With a smile, she pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, her friend's voice came through. Hello, Shuyun, you won't believe the incredible news. Yan Mother, still preoccupied with her nails, casually inquired, what news could possibly be that astounding? As long as my house isn't falling apart, I can't consider it groundbreaking. It has nothing to do with your house, but this news is about your own family. Shuyun, Bingxue is married. Did you know? What? Yan Mother's hand slipped, causing nail polish to smudge across her fingers. She hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe it off and picked up the phone again. What did you just say? My daughter Bingxue is married? Are you certain? Absolutely. My husband, Lao Gu, told me directly. He just attended a meeting at the bureau and ran into Old Zhang from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Old Zhang mentioned that last night. Your daughter Bingxue called him back from home to get a marriage certificate with a man, bringing along the twins. Yan Mother was left in a state of shock. Half a minute later, she suddenly leaped from the sofa in joyous exultation. Finally, I have waited for this day. Woohoo! Overcome with emotion, Yan Mother spoke into the phone, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Her friend chuckled. Shuyun, look at you. Compared to your daughter Bingxue's decisive demeanor, you seem rather delicate. Really? It's not that I'm delicate. You have no idea how worried I have been about Bingxue getting married. For years, I have been longing for her to settle down and find a father for the twins. I know. Isn't this a wish fulfilled? By the way, do you want to know who Bingxue's husband is? I can have my husband call Lao Zhang. He personally handled the marriage certificate and must know what the man looks like. No need. No matter what he looks like, I will accept him. As long as he is a man. Yan Mother placed her hand over her heart, her face brimming with happiness. How many years has it been? Other children are either in early relationships, dating, or stepping into marriage, while my Bingxue has been solely focused on her studies. I thought she would find a boyfriend after graduating from university, but who would have imagined she would dive straight into her career instead? Furthermore, take a glance at the top floor of the corporation. It appears that every individual in the secretarial department who is able to approach her is a woman. Even the cat upstairs is female. Moreover, among those who play closely with Bingxue, not a single male can be found. I can't help but worry about whether this child's sexual orientation is in question. 3 years ago, she suddenly brought home 2 children. And I even went so far as to conduct a paternity test in secret. Although the results confirmed that Tuanshuan and Lei are indeed Bingxue's, I can't shake the feeling that she brought them back to deceive me and my husband, Lao Yin, because she didn't want to get married. Now that she is married, I can finally set my anxious heart at ease. As for what kind of person my son-in-law is, I couldn't care less. You truly have a way with words. Your Bingxue is so beautiful. How could there possibly be an issue? Her friend on the other end of the line chuckled. Is there more you wish to share? Mama Yin, having set aside her nail polish, joyfully engaged in a lengthy telephone conversation. Do tell, do tell. Don't keep me in suspense. Share all the good news with me. Haha, look at you in a frenzy. I must tell you, your son-in-law is quite extraordinary. Did you know that after they obtained their marriage license yesterday, Bing Xue took the 2 children to live at your son-in-law's home? And they even dined on barbecued skewers at a bustling street stall. Can you believe it? Mama Yan's face was a portrait of astonishment. You mean to say my Bing Xue went to eat barbecue at a street stall? Is this news credible? Absolutely true. Shuyan, I even had to extract a hefty sum from our little Yusin to find this out, offering her several thousand for the intel. She even showed me the chat pictures Bing Xue sent, including images of her enjoying barbecue. Mama Yan's expression was one of disbelief. I can scarcely believe you are speaking of my Bing Xue. That child has a cleanliness obsession and has never consumed unhealthy or unsanitary food. Her meals have always been prepared by Michelin-starred chefs. Could it be she truly went to eat at a roadside stall? Haha, you just don't understand, do you? The power of love is magnificent. And it doesn't stop there. Later that evening, Bing Xue also went with her partner to a nearby food stall to have chicken noodle soup. Mama Yan blinked, forcing a smile. Well, it seems Bing Xue has genuinely grown up. She has even learned to adopt double standards. She used to disdain the chicken noodle soup I made, yet here she is, choosing to eat from a food stall. Truly, a married daughter is like water poured out. Alas, it appears my precious daughter now belongs to someone else. Though she spoke these words, Mama Yan's tone was filled with joy, and her smile was uncontainable. Her friend on the other end could easily guess. Shuyun, you are indeed playing coy. Who was it that was so excited upon learning of Bing Xue's marriage? You are just trying to provoke me, aren't you? Attempting to elicit jealousy from me, perhaps? Oh, your Bing Xue has found her match, while my Yusin remains an enigma. Mama Yan replied, rest assured, it will happen, haha. The moment she opened her mouth, her smile was impossible to restrain, especially since her friend was genuinely happy for her. Shuyun, are you not curious about your son-in-law? I certainly am. I wish to know what kind of man can captivate your Bing Xue. Mama Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she smacked her lips. Curiosity is indeed a given. Since he is my son-in-law, I must meet him. Though I cannot be too overt about it. What do you mean? I only know that it is the son-in-law who feels nervous when meeting the mother-in-law. I have never heard of a mother-in-law feeling anxious about meeting her son-in-law. Haha, Shuyun, you truly are something else. How about I accompany you to bolster your courage? Don't jest, Lao man. It's not that I am nervous about meeting my son-in-law. I fear for Bing Xue instead. You know, that child has always been determined. She brought home twins without a word, and now getting married without informing the family. I worry that if I show up unexpectedly, it might upset her. I think it would be better if she tells me herself. Look at you, lacking ambition. But in all seriousness, we parents now truly gauge our children's moods and expressions. Sometimes when my Yusin is upset, I feel uneasy, and as for your Bing Xue, I dare not be too imposing when I see her. Haha. Mama Yan's thoughts turned to her daughter, her face softening with tenderness and love. Indeed, Bing Xue is not one to smile easily. She often wears a serious expression and is decisive in her actions. I often feel she is more mature than I am as her mother. Therefore, even though I am curious about my son-in-law, since Bing Xue has not mentioned it to me, I can only observe him in secrecy. At this moment, Mama Yan's eyes lit up. I plan to visit my son-in-law tomorrow. I am genuinely curious about the man who has led my Bing Xue into the realm of matrimony and who is willing to indulge in street food. I must see him with my own eyes. Chapter 33. Sign in at the craft assignment. Reward. Master calligraphy skill. After finishing their farewell dinner, Su Chun led Yin Bing Xue and the 2 precious children back to his home. It was already getting late, and as soon as Tuanshuan and Lei Lei entered the house, they pulled out their backpacks. Brother, have you figured out how to do your homework? Tuanshuan sat on the carpet, leaning her little head close to Lei Lei. Lei Lei nodded yes. I have already thought of it. Tuanshuan gasped in surprise, her round little face straining to form a chubby double chin, her little mouth pouting. Boo-hoo. I haven't thought of anything yet. What are you going to do? Tuanshuan asked. Lei Lei smiled mysteriously, winking. I can't tell you yet. You'll see it once I'm done. Tuanshuan pouted, her cheeks puffed up, huffing. You're just trying to be secretive. Hurry and think about what you're going to do, Lei Lei urged. Tuanshuan wrapped her small hands around her head, her soft little fingers gently twirling her hair, adorably adopting a contemplative expression. But this is so hard, boo-hoo. Daddy, Tuanshuan shouted, looking up. What is it, Tuanshuan? Su Chan immediately set down his water cup and hurried over to his daughter. Ding. The host has signed in at the craft assignment for the first time, rewarding the host with full marks in craft skills, as well as master calligraphy and painting skills. Oh my goodness. The sign-in system is back. And this time it's for craft skills and calligraphy painting. Splendid. To be a competent father, I must certainly be able to assist the children with their homework. Kindergarten assignments are primarily focused on crafts and simple writing and drawing, So the skills awarded by the system are truly a timely boon. May I activate this reward skill now? Activate. Almost instantaneously, Su Chun felt his fingers becoming more elongated and agile, and as he looked around, the oil paintings hanging on the walls and the calligraphy in the dining room that previously seemed merely acceptable now appeared exceedingly ordinary. He resolved to find time to write and paint, enhancing the cultural sophistication of his home. Tuanchuan, what craft assignment do you need to complete? Bring it to Daddy so we can work on it together. At that moment, Yin Bingxue, who had been managing emails on her laptop, occasionally found her attention drawn to Su Chun. Seeing him about to work with Tuanchuan and Lei on their craft assignment brought a smile to her face. This scene was simply heartwarming. She turned her head back to her work, feeling invigorated. Indeed, Mrs. Shuyan was correct. Establishing a family before embarking on a career is not without merit, as a family can bestow immense strength upon an individual. Tuan tilted her little head, nuzzling against Su Chen's arm with a playful demeanor. Daddy, our teacher asked us to create a handmade toy, with the theme being simple playthings, which we will share with our classmates tomorrow. She giggled, expressing her excitement about her chosen project, while still pondering her own idea. But I haven't thought of anything yet, Daddy. Can you help me, please? I just can't come up with anything. The little girl seemed rather indifferent towards her assignment, playfully toying with Su Ming's watch. Su Chen sensed that it wasn't a matter of her lacking ideas, but rather her reluctance to engage her mind. This simply wouldn't he do. Tuan, this is your homework from the teacher, not for Daddy to complete. Your brother came up with his own ideas, and while Daddy can assist, the concept must come from you. Although his daughter was merely in kindergarten, instilling a serious approach to her studies from a young age was essential. Otherwise, he might find himself akin to those frantic parents online, driven to madness over their children's homework every night. Tuan looked up, pouting slightly, but upon seeing her father's earnest expression, she promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Then I want to make a little bunny, she declared. Tuan adored bunnies immensely. Daddy, will you help me make a little bunny, please? She lifted her cherubic face, revealing a set of small, white baby teeth, with her diminutive form accentuated by large, bright eyes and long, fluttering eyelashes resembling delicate butterfly wings. Such an adorable little darling. How could even the toughest of hearts resist? Su Chen finally grasped the joy of being a devoted father. All right then, Daddy will help you create a delightful little bunny toy. Yay, Daddy is the best. The little one exclaimed, jumping up and dancing around Su Chun and Lei in circles. Daddy, you're going to help me make a bunny toy? Now Tuan knew exactly what she wanted to create. She was eager to collaborate with her father on the bunny toy, giggling with excitement. Lei, who had already taken out paper to work on his own project, froze nervously upon seeing Su Chen approach. Now, with Su Chen assisting Tuan, Lei suddenly found his own toy idea lacking its previous allure. What was the point of making a toy all by himself? What do you want to make, Lei? Su Chen inquired. Lei stiffened, sitting up straighter. I can do it myself. With that, he commenced his own work. Su Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head, and began assisting Tuan. Tuan, Daddy will make a bunny that can play hide and seek. Huh, what bunny can play hide and seek? That's just nonsense. Lei scoffed. Su Chen retrieved a paper cup and 3 straws from the refrigerator, taping one end of the straws together and piercing holes in the sides and bottom of the cup. After completing these steps, he drew a large circle, 3 smaller circles, and 2 elongated ears on a piece of paper. Tuan, could you help Daddy by cutting this out? Tuan nodded enthusiastically, taking the small scissors and carefully following her father's drawn shapes. Once she finished cutting, Su Chen drew a pair of sparkling big eyes and a small mouth on the large circle, adding rosy cheeks with a red pen, and coloring the insides of the ears and small circles pink. He then affixed the ears to the large circle and attached it above the 3 straws, trimming the sides of the straws to form the bunny's little hands. The lower straw slipped through the hole in the cup, completing the project. With a mischievous smile, Su Chen held up the finished toy. Tuan, watch closely. The little bunny is going to play hide and seek with you. He gently tugged on the lower straw, causing the bunny's head to hide beneath the blanket, its hands raised in playful concealment. When he released it, the bunny's little face reappeared. Tuan watched intently, clapping her hands in delight. Wow, Daddy, you're amazing. You really made a bunny that can play hide and seek. Daddy, I love the toy you made. The little one exclaimed, leaping into Su Chen's arms and planting a big kiss on his neck. Su Chen beamed with joy, placing the toy in Tuan's hands. Now, you try playing hide and seek with the bunny. Okay. Tuan took the toy and began to play happily, not content with playing alone. She ran over to Lei, exclaiming, look, Daddy made a bunny that can really play hide and seek. Lei, who had indeed seen it earlier, was equally astonished. He had anticipated that Daddy could create a bunny that truly played hide and seek. He was quite impressive. However, Lei wouldn't voiced this admiration. Turning his head away, he haughtily declared, "What is so fun about that? I don't like bunnies. I want to make a little cow that doesn't fall over." Having not succeeded in impressing, Tuan Tuan darted over to Yin Bingxue to show her the hide-and-seek bunny. Yin Bingxue regarded the little creation with a faint smile, gently glancing at Su Chun and remarking, "Yes, this bunny is adorable. I'm sure Tuan Tuan's friends will love it tomorrow." Daddy and Tuan Tuan's handmade project is quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Lei hurried to finish his own project. He certainly couldn't allow Su Chun to outshine him in front of his mother. No way. The little one was determined to create a little cow that wouldn't topple over, a concept of his own, albeit simple yet amusing. Utilizing a bottle cap and some cut paper, he fashioned the shape of a cow, with a large circle for the head adorned with little ears, and a smaller circle for the belly, perfectly sized to fit the bottle cap. While his cow lacked the vivacity of Tuan Tuan's bunny, the childlike artistry was undeniably adorable. He affixed the cow's belly to the bottle cap, then placed a ball of modeling clay inside, believing that this would prevent the cap from tipping. With a gentle shake, it would become a wobbly toy. However, upon completing it, he discovered that the toy tipped over immediately. Lei furrowed his brow, muttering, "Why does it keep falling?" The little one, perplexed, attempted several more times, only to achieve the same result. Having observed the situation for some time, Su Chun discerned the issue and calmly stated, "Lei, do you believe that if Daddy gives it a slight nudge, your wobbly cow will stand upright?" Lei turned to him. "Really? Absolutely. Would you like Daddy to give it a try?" Su Chun inquired with a smile. Lei hesitated, glancing at his painstakingly crafted cow, unsure. He was reluctant to seek his father's assistance, yet he also recognized his own limitations. Noticing his son's silence, Su Chun feigned inaction, waiting for Lei to approach him for help. After contemplating for nearly half a minute, Lei pushed the cow towards him, pouting, "Then you can give it a try." Su Chun chuckled, retrieving the modeling clay from the bottle cap, rolling it into a larger ball, and placing it at the very bottom of the cap. He then set the cow on top and gave it a gentle sway, causing the little cow to wobble side to side without falling over. Lei's eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile involuntarily graced her small face. "Daddy is so clever. With just a little modification, the little cow truly won't topple over." At that moment, Tuan Tuan, over there, suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Daddy is amazing. He revived the little cow in no time. Daddy is really great." Lei's smile faltered slightly as she glanced at Su Chun, her eyes brimming with surprise, yet her lips remained sealed. The little one pressed her lips tightly together, as if afraid that if she spoke, she might inadvertently praise him. That adorably awkward demeanor was simply irresistible. Su Chun couldn't help but ruffle his son's hair. Lei seemed momentarily taken aback, but did not shy away. Daddy's hand is so large and warm. This head pat is quite comforting." The following morning, as usual, Su Chun took the children to kindergarten before heading to work. The two little ones were exceptionally cheerful today. As soon as they entered the classroom, they eagerly showcased their handmade crafts from the previous night, while other children displayed their own creations on their desks. The female teacher stood on the podium, smiling as she greeted everyone. "Good morning, class. A new day has begun. Last night, I assigned you a craft project to complete with your parents. Now, please come up one by one to present your work." Tuan Tuan and Lei sat at adjacent desks. Upon hearing this, Tuan Tuan excitedly turned to her brother. I'll go up first. I think Daddy's little rabbit will definitely win a prize, and your little cow is great too." Lei's lips curled into a slight smile. Without Su Chun present, his expression appeared less awkward. He glanced at his sturdy little cow, then at his sister's rabbit, and he squinted his eyes, breaking into a smile. Their classmate, curious about their conversation, leaned closer and asked, "Lei, what did you and Tuan Tuan make?" Lei hastily concealed his little cow in his palm. "You'll find out when I go on stage," he replied, maintaining an air of mystery. The children took turns presenting. Most of the crafts were quite ordinary, such as little pinwheels, boats, and hearts made of paper. When it was Tuan Tuan's turn, her little rabbit, which could play hide and seek, though simple, was incredibly entertaining. The younger children adored it. Next, it was Lei's turn to showcase his roly-poly cow, which piqued the boys' curiosity. How can a bottle cap turn into a roly-poly? This is so magical. After the teacher reviewed all the creations, she asked the children to vote for the toy they desired most. Tuan Tuan and Lei's toys received the highest votes, prompting the teacher to announce, "Thus, today's first prize goes to our dear Tuan Tuan and Lei. For those who did not win, do not be disheartened. We will have many more craft projects in the future, so keep up the good work. Now, let us invite Tuan Tuan and Lei to the stage to share the making process of their little toys. Would you like to learn, classmates?" "Yes," the children chorused, their gazes fixed on Tuan Tuan and Lei. Even 3-year-olds have a sense of pride. Tuan Tuan was overjoyed to hear she had won first place. her adorable face radiating with joy as she held her little rabbit, eagerly stepping up to share with everyone. Lele, too, was happy. The little one shed his usual serious demeanor and followed his sister onto the stage with a beaming smile. Tuan demonstrated how to make the rabbit, concluding with, "This was made with my daddy's help. My daddy is super skilled at crafts." When it was Lele's turn, he briefly introduced his little cow and reminded everyone. The most crucial part of making this roly-poly cow is to place the clay at the bottom. I initially didn't do it right, and the cow wouldn't stand. But then Daddy helped me adjust it, and it worked perfectly. He naturally called out Daddy, his lips pursed with a hint of bashfulness. The children below applauded, expressing their amazement and envy. Tuan and Lele's daddy is so amazing. He can create such fun toys. My mom says Tuan and Lele's daddy is super handsome. I envy Tuan and Lele. I wish my daddy could be as awesome as theirs. Hearing this, Lele's smile widened, thinking to himself, "Indeed, my daddy is incredibly impressive. Your daddies can't compare." Later, the teacher presented the results of the craft project, along with the little red flowers and certificates awarded to Tuan and Lele. To Yin Bingxue. Upon seeing this, she promptly shared the news and pictures with Su Chun, adding a message, "Tuan and Lele won first place. They must be so happy. Your craft is remarkable." While at work, Su Chun, upon receiving the messages, felt a surge of happiness and immediately posted a status update on social media, featuring the certificates his children had received. The caption read, "My two little treasure certificates. A commemorative image for my social circle." After sending the message, Yin Bingxue anxiously awaited a response, but instead of a reply, she received a notification about Su Chen's post. Seeing the caption and the accompanying pictures, she couldn't help but hit the like button almost instantaneously. Su Chen posted. He shared the children's certificates on his social media and referred to them as his two little treasures. Is this a public acknowledgement? A flicker of joy danced in her heart. Previously, when Su Chun proposed to her, he had not posted anything on social media about their marriage, nor did he mention it during video calls with his mother, leaving her feeling somewhat let down. She understood that Su Chen's proposal and marriage were likely influenced by Tuan and Lele. Now, with this social media update from Su Chun, Yin Bingxue perceived it as a step forward. She resolved to continue striving to win Su Chen's heart. Today it was about Tuan and Lele. She hoped that next time he would post about their family. After Su Chen's post, his phone buzzed incessantly. With his handsome looks and affable personality, he had many friends. He rarely posted, so each update garnered significant attention. This particular post was no exception, as the news was quite sensational. The number of likes was overwhelming. Su Chun merely skimmed through them and paused briefly at Yin Bingxue's name before diving into the comments. "Guyu, congratulations, Su. Tuan and Lele look like brilliant little ones. I bet there will be so many awards in your household. Chen Jiqiang, so envious. Su, your niece and nephew are too exceptional." His university classmates and roommates were aware of his children, so the comments were mostly congratulatory. However, for those friends who had never met Yin Bingxue or the children, it was an astounding revelation. "Su Chen, is this your account? You have kids? When did this happen? Su, you're married and have children. Tuan and Lele, a boy and a girl, are they twins? Wow, Su, you're amazing. Su, you secretly had kids without telling the brothers. Incredible. Some people are already losing at the starting line of life. Su, when did you pull off such a significant event?" Chapter 35, The Mother-in-Law Arrives. As Su Chen read through these comments, a smile stretched across his face. Haha, these folks are quite amusing. To his surprise, the experience of sharing pictures of children on social media was utterly delightful. It was no wonder that those slightly older friends he knew seldom posted anything on their moments until they became parents. Once they had children, they would post nearly 10 updates a day, all revolving around their little ones. Previously, Su Chun could not comprehend this phenomenon, but now he understood. Sharing pictures of children truly brought immense joy. With Tuan and Lele being so adorable, he would have ample opportunities to share their pictures in the future, haha. Documenting the growth of his charming children through social media was indeed one of the most enjoyable pursuits. After reveling in this thought for a while, Su Chen selected a few moments to respond to, and then set his phone aside to resume his work. Before him lay a 24-inch digital screen, upon which the initial contours of a battle mech were taking shape. This was the project he aimed to complete that day. For his first mech, Su Chen had a clear vision. He intended to create the best possible version of the first battle mech to emerge from the Dragon Kingdom. This existing standard referred to the mech knowledge bestowed upon him by the system residing in his mind. The screen displayed a towering mech, segmented into its head, shoulders, chest, upper arms, forearms, thighs, and calves, with each part distinctly outlined to enhance the flexibility of these articulated sections. Internally, he envisioned utilizing a gear-driven engagement mechanism, controlled by precision gears to maximize the mech's responsiveness to human joint movements. The external material he intended to use was the titanium alloy he had previously mentioned, known for its exceptional strength and remarkable ballistic resistance while maintaining a moderate weight, ideal for the current technological level of mechs. He also had ideas for the internal components and power drive system. After finalizing the exterior design, he would turn his attention to the internal systems. Su Chun was confident that with his current knowledge level, coupled with the cutting-edge technology from the Extraordinary Group's Mech Research Division and the Dragon Institute's Mech Research Sub-branch, he would be able to unveil the first armored mech of the Dragon Kingdom within a few months. The thought of the future invigorated him with enthusiasm. As noon approached, Su Chun received a message from Yan Bingxue. Su Chun, I need to fly to Yanqing for an urgent meeting. I cannot confirm my return time, but I will try my best to be home before 10 tonight. I will have my assistant arrange lunch for you. Upon reading her messages, Su Chun was about to type a response, urging her not to worry about his lunch, when Assistant Zhang arrived. Mr. Su, the president is heading to Yanqing for a meeting. I will have the chef prepare your lunch. Is there anything specific you would like? Su Chun thought to himself. Yan Bingxue was incredibly considerate. Even in her absence, she ensured that his midday meal was taken care of. Assistant Zhang, you need not worry about my lunch. Please accompany President Yan. As her personal secretary, you ought to be by her side. She will undoubtedly be busier without you. Assistant Zhang hesitated for a moment, her expression reflecting uncertainty. As Yan Bingxue's personal assistant, she had accompanied her everywhere, managing all trivial matters. However, now, Su Chun's significance to Yan Bingxue surpassed her own, and with her rushing off to a meeting, it was surprising that she had asked Zhang to stay behind. Torn between her concern for the president and her desire to fulfill her duties, Assistant Zhang replied, Mr. Su, I will still arrange your lunch before I leave. No need. I will just eat at the cafeteria. I've been at the group for 2 days, and I haven't even visited the cafeteria yet. But, no buts. I will speak with President Yan about it shortly. You should hurry along. Assistant Zhang nodded gratefully, realizing that Mr. Su was also quite considerate of the president. Their mutual affection seemed to flourish. How wonderful. After bidding farewell to Yan Bingxue, Su Chun made his way to the cafeteria for lunch. Not long after, outside the cafeteria's glass doors, Tang Shuyun stood fully disguised, her head wrapped in a scarf, large sunglasses perched on her nose, and a mask covering her face. Peering through the glass at Su Chun, who was enjoying his meal. Suppressing her excitement, she asked, Xiao Qi, is that him? Secretary Qi nodded affirmatively. Yes, madam. That is Mr. Su Chun, personally brought in by President Yan. Confirming her son-in-law's identity filled Tang Shuyun with joy. Ahem, Xiao Qi. I must make a trip to the cafeteria incognito. Please inform the staff to keep my presence under wraps. Secretary Qi frowned in confusion, but complied with her request. What sort of person was Su Chun? He had been personally recruited by the president and now directly worked in the mech design department. And even the madam felt the need to disguise herself to observe him. How intriguing. She quickly sent a message to the staff. The madam is visiting incognito. Please ensure discretion. Once arrangements were made, Tang Shuyun changed into an extraordinary group uniform and entered the cafeteria. As soon as she stepped inside, the management staff recognized her and brightened, approaching to greet her. However, Tang Shuyun coughed heavily and gestured for silence. The staff quickly recalled the recent message and fell silent, standing obediently. Other employees also received the notice, intensifying their focus on their tasks, yet their eyes subtly tracked Tang Shuyun. What was happening? Why was the madam suddenly visiting the staff canteen incognito? With her recognizable face, 80% of the employees knew her. Did a covert visit hold any significance? Observing her demeanor, it seemed she had a special objective today. Tang Shuyun carried her tray and circled around Su Chun before suddenly stopping in front of him. Smiling as she inquired, is this seat taken? May I sit here? Su Chun glanced up and saw a woman in her 30s, exuding elegance and beauty. Even though she wore a standard uniform like everyone else, her features were strikingly enhanced, complemented by her well-maintained fair skin. Of course, he replied with a smile. After sitting down, Tang Shuyun did not rush to eat. Instead, she initiated a conversation with Su Chun. Are you a new employee at our company? I don't believe I've seen you in the cafeteria before. Is this a casual pickup line? Su Chun mused to himself, amused. His charm was indeed remarkable. Even a woman in her 30s was captivated by his good looks. Just look at her eyes, brimming with barely contained excitement, clearly directed towards him. Yes. I just started 2 days ago, Su Chun replied with a smile. Ah, I thought so. A young and handsome fellow like you. If you had been at the extraordinary group for long, I would surely have known you. Tang Shuyun's smile widened as her gaze lingered on Su Chun, growing increasingly satisfied. This young man was simply too handsome. When standing beside Yan Bingxue, along with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, they formed an exquisite tableau. Chapter 36, Identity Check? Young man. Why are you dining alone? Doesn't your girlfriend join you? Tang Shuyun inquired, testing the waters. Su Chen considered this a typical probing question, aimed at discovering whether he had a girlfriend. However, he was not just a married man. He was also a father to two adorable children, rendering other women irrelevant. This sister, despite my youthful appearance, I am already married, and both my children are 3 years old. Tang Shuyun let out a soft exclamation, unable to hide her delight. Did Su Chen just call her sister? What a charming boy he is. Moreover, he openly admitted to being married, even considering Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei as his own children. Indeed, he is a responsible young man. Observing that she was not only unperturbed but appeared even more cheerful, Su Chen felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. What was going on? Wasn't this sister supposed to be flirting? Knowing he was married with children, why was she wearing such an expression? Tang Shuyun looked at Su Chen with increasing fondness, much like a mother-in-law gazing at her son-in-law. Such a wonderful son-in-law must not be easily let go. She was determined to assist her daughter in winning Su Chen's heart. The first step in her mission was to discover her son-in-law's preferences and cater to them. You're already married and have 2 3-year-old children? It's hard to believe. Young man, you appear far too youthful for such responsibilities. After bestowing a compliment, Tang Shuyun began her lunch, casually inquiring, young man, how do you find the food in our cafeteria? Su Chen nodded, it's quite good, much better than the school cafeteria. The cafeteria employs professional chefs, and the daily specials vary. Today's offerings included sweet and sour pork and steamed base. What flavors do you typically enjoy? Do you prefer spicy or sweet? I'm not very picky. I suppose I lean a bit more towards spicy, Su Chen responded. You enjoy spicy food. Quite commendable. The humidity in the south calls for a bit of spice to dispel it. Now, if I may pry a little, what type of girl do you fancy? You married so young. Your wife must be exceptionally beautiful. I'd love to know what kind of girl could capture the heart of such a handsome husband. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and Su Chen engaged in light conversation while eating. Indeed, the mother of my children is quite the beauty. And what about her personality? Is it the kind you admire? Tang Shuyun eagerly inquired, knowing her daughter had a somewhat aloof demeanor. However, having seen her accompany Su Chen to street vendors, she pondered whether her daughter had changed in the context of love. Perhaps she was gentle with Su Chen? This question delved a bit deeper than he anticipated, and Su Chen merely smiled without answering. Tang Shuyun, not pressing further, asked, young man, you mentioned university. You must be quite young, right? Is your family supportive of your early marriage? By the way, who else is in your family? Gradually, Su Chen began to sense that the inquiries from this woman bore a resemblance to a census. This did not feel like mere idle chatter. Recognizing the situation, he promptly tidied his tray and remarked, big sister, I've finished eating. Please take your time. With that, he departed with his tray in hand. Tang Shuyun watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her face. Although she had not gleaned much useful information for her daughter today, she had indeed met a promising young man. After lunch, Su Chen returned to his afternoon work. During a break, he glanced at his phone and noticed a message from Yin Bingxue sent a few hours prior, informing him she had safely arrived in Yangqing. But there were no further updates. Presumably, she was busy. Su Chen replied, you get busy. I'll pick up Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei this afternoon. The kindergarten's dismissal time was early, at 4:30 p.m., while the supernatural group ended work at 5:30 p.m. Su Chen completed his tasks ahead of time and left early. Driving to the kindergarten, his spirits soared, with cheerful music playing in the car as he hummed along. The feeling of picking up his children from school was truly delightful. He was now a parent to 2 preschoolers. Upon arriving at the kindergarten at 4:10 p.m., the parking lot was already filled with cars, as parents tended to arrive early to collect their little ones. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei's teachers were discussing yesterday's craft assignments, with parents seated beside their children, listening attentively. Tuan Tuan turned his head, spotted Su Chen outside, and immediately waved joyfully. Daddy! The little fellow sat obediently on his chair, restrained from rushing out, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness. The teacher, upon seeing Su Chen, beamed and approached him. Mr. Su, you've arrived. Please come in and take a seat. Entering, Su Chen noticed Lei Lei quickly shifted to create space between himself and Tuan Tuan, avoiding Su Chen's gaze. This little one was still quite shy. Su Chen settled himself between his son and daughter, and the teacher promptly announced, parents, this handsome gentleman is the father of Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. The 2 craft projects that tied for first place, which I just showcased, were completed with Mr. Su's assistance. Mr. Su's craftsmanship and creativity are exceptional. Everyone should learn from him. The assembly of parents turned their attention to Su Chen, praising him in unison. Mr. Su, your hands are incredibly skilled. How did you come up with such clever yet simple crafts? My husband and I pondered for hours last night and could only manage a simple paper boat. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, your father is truly remarkable. He is a role model for us. I hope my little one will also achieve first place in the future. Tuan Tuan, overwhelmed with joy, took his father's hand and generously declared, "Anyone with questions can ask my daddy. He is super smart." Lei remained silent, but as he listened to the praise, a smile spread across his face, and he instinctively edged closer to Su Chun, reducing the space between them. Promptly at 4:30 p.m., school was dismissed. Su Chun secured Tuan and Lei in their safety seats in the back before taking the wheel himself. Tuan chattered away like a cheerful little yellow oriole, recounting the day's events at kindergarten. "Daddy, today my brother and I were really happy. We both received little red flowers and first-place certificates. Daddy, the other kids were so envious of us. They all wanted to make the little toys we made, but I forgot how to do it. Luckily, Lei remembered, and he taught everyone." When Lei was suddenly called upon, he felt a rush of heat to his cheeks and awkwardly turned his head away, his hand unconsciously reaching for his flushed ear. Seeing this, Su Chen's mood brightened. This little guy may not say much outwardly, but it seemed he had secretly learned all his skills last night. "Tuan, Lei, Mommy is on a business trip and will return late. Tonight, it will just be the three of us at home. I'll ask the chef not to prepare dinner. I'll cook for you myself, okay?" Tuan eagerly nodded. "Yes, I want to eat what Daddy cooks." Lei, however, appeared somewhat anxious. Could Daddy really cook? Chapter 37. Acquiring Culinary Skills. It had been 3 days since they moved in. Breakfast was bought, and dinner was prepared by the home chef, as Su Chun had never cooked before. He actually had little confidence in his culinary skills, but since the children's meals weren't complicated, he figured he could search for tutorials online, and it shouldn't be too difficult. After all, meals prepared by a father for his own children would undoubtedly taste better. Su Chun discovered that he was increasingly enjoying the role of a father. He was determined to learn how to cook and prepare delightful meals for Tuan and Lei. The refrigerator at home was stocked with vegetables, and Su Chun directly returned with the two little ones. Lei appeared somewhat uneasy, thus he followed Su Chun into the kitchen. As they stepped inside, the sound of the system resonated in Su Chun's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to cook for the little ones. First time check into the kitchen with the adorable treasures, sign in successful. Rewarding the host with chef god skills. Bingo! The system was remarkably efficient. He no longer needed to learn how to cook. With the chef god skills, he could effortlessly satisfy the little one's appetites. As Su Chun activated the skill, he felt a transformation within himself in the brief moment it took to open the refrigerator. Gazing at the assortment of ingredients before him, his mind morphed into a sophisticated and advanced machine, instantly devising dozens of meal combinations tailored to the items in the fridge. Furthermore, it provided thoughtful suggestions on dishes suitable for 3-year-olds. Contemplating for a moment, Su Chun resolved that 3-year-old children cannot handle overly rich flavors and surely prefer sweeter tastes. He decided to prepare sweet and sour ribs, alongside the little one's favorite cola chicken wings. The vegetarian dishes would include a medley of shrimp, pine nuts with corn, complemented by garlic broccoli and lightly salted vegetable greens. To round off the meal, he would make a Westlake beef soup, achieving a perfect balance of meat and vegetables for optimal nutrition. With 3 people dining and 2 little ones, Su Chun prepared modest portions of each dish, aiming for them to be consumed in one sitting, as leftovers would need to be discarded due to the potential nitrite content, which could be detrimental to the children's health. With the chef god skills, Su Chun felt akin to an artist wielding a pencil or a warrior grasping a sword. The iron wok and spatula danced harmoniously in his hands, and seasoning was at his fingertips. Lei observed for a while, noticing Su Chun's adeptness and feeling somewhat helpless, stepped outside to wait for dinner with his sister. When dinner was served, Tuan and Lei sat in their chairs, gazing in astonishment at the fragrant spread before them. "Wow, Daddy made so many delicious dishes, with big wings, my favorite." The little one immediately reached for a cola chicken wing, finding the use of chopsticks cumbersome. She abandoned them and opted to eat with her hands instead. "So fragrant and delicious. Daddy, you're amazing. The soup is super tasty too. Daddy, you're incredible. It's even better than what Annie makes at home." Hearing his sister's exaggerated praise, Lei felt skeptical. Their mother had said that Auntie was a professional cook. How could Daddy possibly surpass her culinary skills? Surely, Tuan was just indulging in flattery because she adored their father. Lei picked up his chopsticks, determined to taste the food himself. He elegantly placed a shrimp in his mouth, intending to savor it delicately, but the moment the shrimp touched his palate, an explosion of flavor unfolded. The freshness and tenderness were unparalleled. Lei's eyes sparkled with delight, and Su Chun observed it all with satisfaction. Although his son did not verbally commend his cooking, the fact that he devoured 2 bowls of rice was the greatest acknowledgement of his culinary prowess. It was evident that the chef god skills had successfully conquered the appetites of the 2 little treasures. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Tuan and Lei had finished their baths, yet Yin Bingxue had not returned. The 2 children felt a touch of disappointment, sitting in the living room and occasionally glancing towards the door. Su Chun understood that the little ones had grown up with Yin Bingxue, while daytime was manageable. Nighttime, without her presence, would surely weigh heavily on their hearts. However, since Yin Bingxue mentioned she would be home late tonight, Su Chun refrained from bringing it up, instead choosing to play with them in the living room for a while before tending to their bedtime. Tuan nestled in Su Chen's embrace, her usually chatty little mouth now slightly pouting. Su Chun felt a pang of empathy and gently comforted his daughter until she fell asleep in his arms before placing her back in bed. Lele, being a boy, was not accustomed to being held by Su Chun and had settled down early on. However, once Tuan drifted off, he found himself still awake, his mood somewhat somber. Su Chun adjusted Tuan's blanket, then stood up, contemplating before reaching out to gently stroke Lele's head. The little one immediately opened his eyes, gazing at him like a startled fawn. Su Chun smiled tenderly and softly said, "Lele, Mommy will be home after finishing her work. She will return shortly. You should go to sleep early, and you will definitely see Mommy in the morning, all right?" Lele looked at Su Chun, and his unease suddenly dissipated. He nodded and gently closed his eyes. Once he ensured they were both asleep, Su Chun turned off the lights and stepped out. In Yangcheng, in the conference room, Yin Bingshue's expression was less than favorable as she intermittently glanced at her watch. It was getting late. The events of the day had unfolded unexpectedly, and this meeting had come about even more abruptly. Several responsible parties were evading accountability, and after hours of discussion, they had yet to devise a single useful solution. If this continued, she feared she would not reach home until the middle of the night. Remembering her promise to Su Chun to be home by 10, Yin Bingxue felt a wave of irritation wash over her. She glanced at the still arguing individuals before her and suddenly spoke sternly. "I did not hire you to shirk responsibility during a crisis," she proceeded. "We will discuss whose fault this is later. Right now, I am giving you half an hour to present a solution. If you fail, you may all go home." As the beautiful CEO's fury erupted, the room fell silent. No one dared to utter a word. Instead, they focused earnestly on finding a resolution, some even making phone calls in hushed tones. Half an hour later, everyone presented a plan. After reviewing them, Yin Bingxue selected the most effective one and suggested modifications, concluding the meeting without delay. She did not linger for a moment, rising swiftly from her seat and striding out of the conference room with an air of urgency. As she exited, a collective sigh of relief echoed in the room. Someone quietly inquired, "What just happened? Why was President Yin so furious today? Is there an issue at headquarters?" Another added, "Our problem isn't that significant. By all accounts, President Yin shouldn't have reacted so strongly. Although she is typically aloof, she is patient regarding work matters. Why the sudden urgency today?" In the elevator, Yin Bingxue glanced at her watch. She had already exceeded her anticipated time by half an hour. If she followed her original plan, she would undoubtedly arrive home past 10. Not wanting to break her word or keep Su Chun waiting, she instructed her assistant, Zhang, arrange for a helicopter immediately. "I must reach the airport as originally planned." Minutes later, a helicopter whirred over the top of the Yangcheng Supernatural Group S branch, instantly attracting attention. "My goodness, has President Yin summoned a helicopter? She must be in quite a hurry." Chapter 38. A warm bowl of noodles late at night. Thanks to the helicopter, Yin Bingxue managed to arrive at Su Chen's neighborhood before 10 o'clock. Standing at the foot of the building, she suddenly slowed her pace after a hurried journey. Looking up, she noticed that Su Chen's home was on the third floor, with the living room lights still aglow. The warm yellow light stood out against the darkened windows, exuding a comforting warmth that was especially inviting in the depths of night. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as she entered with a light step. Using the key Su Chun had given her, she opened the door and immediately spotted Su Chun tidying up in the living room. Numerous toys had been moved into their home, and the once clean and orderly small living room was now scattered with the children's belongings. Su Chun had nearly finished tidying up, with only a few scattered items remaining, which he was preparing to gather and place into a storage box. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned and stood up, immediately spotting Yin Bingxue standing there. The wind had picked up this evening, causing her long hair to become somewhat disheveled, and a few strands clung to her typically pristine and fair face, creating an unexpectedly charming sense of disarray. She appeared a bit fatigued, likely due to her hurried return. Realizing that it was precisely 10 o'clock, the time they had agreed upon, Su Chen's heart warmed at the thought that Yin Bingxue had made it back just in time. It felt as if he had been gently stung by a bee. Though not painful, it was rather sweet. He approached the door and enveloped Yin Bingxue in a tender embrace. A fleeting contact that he quickly withdrew from. "You're back? Has the wind outside made it cold?" Yin Bingxue remained in her previous stance. Her cheeks flushed as she shook her head. "Not cold. It's quite warm. The wind is strong outside, but in that moment, I felt completely warmed." She had anticipated Su Chun would hug her. Although it was merely a simple embrace, it marked a historic moment for both of them. Perhaps this could be considered her progress? How wonderful. Just then, an inappropriate sound broke the serene atmosphere of the entryway, causing Yin Bingxue to freeze. Her face instantly reddening as she panically covered her stomach. Her usually eloquent speech failed her in this moment. Goodness, how embarrassing. Why did her stomach have to growl at such a time? It seemed her stomach was rather uncooperative. Su Chun chuckled softly, fully aware of Yin Bingshue's embarrassment. Yet he restrained his laughter. Truth be told, she looked utterly adorable in this state. Who would have thought that the ice-cold CEO, Yin Bingxue, could also be caught off guard by hunger? Su Chen felt that he had struck gold tonight. It's quite late, and you haven't eaten. If this continues, I might just get angry. You're neglecting my dear wife's stomach. Go over to the sofa and wait. I'll prepare something for you. Would you prefer tomato and egg noodles or shredded meat noodles? Yin Bingxue, both shy and delighted, pouted her pink lips and replied, both are fine. In the kitchen, Su Chun donned a sky-blue apron, diligently chopping meat while maintaining a serious demeanor, exuding an aura of domesticity. However, his striking features seemed a tad out of place in this setting. Such a handsome man cooking in the kitchen resembled something straight out of a romantic drama. Yin Bingxue leaned against the doorframe, her eyes filled with admiration and affection as she pulled out her phone to capture the moment. Gu Yusin, Bingxue, what are you up to? Want to come out for a drink? Upon seeing this message, Yin Bingxue quickly snapped a photo of her handsome chef and sent it over. In the image, Su Chan was turned away from the doorway, engrossed in his cooking, revealing only half of his arm, where muscles subtly peeked through his shirt. Yin Bingxue, I'm busy, not going. Gu Yusin, what? Am I not your best friend? Now that you're married, can't I even invite you out for a meal? Yin Bingxue, I have food at home. I'll order you takeout. Gu Yusin couldn't help but twitch her mouth at this message. You have food at home. You're throwing dog food at me, and even offering takeout. It seems that ordering you takeout is the greatest kindness and affection she can muster. Gu Yusin, I'll treat you to crawfish, hot pot, or a seafood feast. Choose whatever you like. I'll steal the best wine from my dad's wine cabinet. Yin Bingxue, no, I only want shredded meat noodles tonight. Gu Yusin, come on, Bingxue, is it really that extreme to prioritize romance over friendship? Upon reading this, Yin Bingxue felt her ears flush slightly. She responded with a playful sticking out tongue emoji. This elicited a shiver of excitement from Gu Yusin. Gu Yusin, love is terrifying. My beautiful Bingxue is sending such emojis. Alright, I want to disturb your married life. By the way, it seems your relationship with Su Chun is progressing well. P.S. even cooking for you? Do tell me, how far have you two gone? Have you managed to pin him down? At this, Yin Bingshue's face flushed even more, and she hastily changed the subject. I have to go eat noodles now. You should eat less at night, or you'll gain weight. Gu Yusin, how could you curse your dear friend like that? After reading this message, Yin Bingxue tucked her phone away, focusing intently on the busy Su Chun in the kitchen. He was already boiling the noodles, and the steam rising from the pot enveloped the kitchen in a soft haze. The warm yellow light from the range had cast a gentle glow over Su Chun, creating a cozy ambience. He moved with a calm assurance, knowing precisely when to add the noodles, when to introduce the meat, and how to adjust the heat. It was as if all the steps were etched in his mind. Perhaps feeling the warmth of the kitchen, Su Chun rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing a portion of his arm, the defined veins becoming visible with his movements, exuding strength. It turned out that even while cooking, he possessed an undeniable charm. Alright, time to wash the dishes and eat. Su Chun called out. Yin Bingxue immediately rushed into the kitchen, fetching bowls and chopsticks to rinse them clean. The steaming noodles were plated on the table, and even before she took a bite, Yin Bingxue felt a wave of warmth spreading from her heart to her fair face. Her empty stomach clamored for attention, eager to savor the enticing bowl of shredded meat noodles before her. Yet, she hesitated to pick up her chopsticks, a swell of emotion rising within her. In the past, after working late and returning home, the cook would already be asleep, and she couldn't be bothered to wait for a bowl of noodles, opting instead to go to bed hungry. Or, as might be the case tonight, if she had returned too late from a meeting, she might have even spent the night in Yangqing. She never imagined that, upon coming home late at night, the lights would be on, someone would be waiting for her, and a bowl of warm noodles would be prepared for her. Everything felt so heartwarming. Come on, eat your noodles. Just being hungry won't fill your stomach, Su Chun said with a smile. Yin Bingxue nodded and picked up her chopsticks to begin eating. The moment she took a bite, her eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. The noodles Su Chun had prepared were truly exquisite. They were cooked to perfection, with a delightful chewiness. And the shredded meat and scallions infused the noodles with a wonderful aroma, sending warmth rushing through her. Her empty stomach seemed to have found its source of energy, clamoring eagerly for more. How does it taste? Su Chun inquired. Yin Bingxue nodded vigorously. Delicious. Better than what the Annie at home makes. Su Chun, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. After dinner, Su Chen sat beside her, chatting about Tuan Tuan and Lilu receiving awards at school. As Yin Bingxue devoured her noodles, she listened with surprise as Su Chen spoke with pride about receiving public recognition at their children's kindergarten. She knew he was skilled with his hands, but she hadn't expected him to mention such a somewhat childish matter with such delight and pride. It seemed he genuinely enjoyed participating in kindergarten activities as Tuan Tuan and Lili's parent. Yin Bingxue had initially harbored concerns that when Su Chen met the children, Tuan Tuan and Lilu, who were now 3 years old, there might be an estrangement between them despite their familial ties. Reminiscent of the awkwardness Lilu felt around Su Chen. However, it appeared that Su Chen did not share such sentiments. He quickly embraced the role of a father and performed even better than she had anticipated. And what transpired afterward? Did anything amusing occur after you brought Tuan Tuan and Lila home this evening? Yin Bingxue could not help but inquire. For the first time, she internally lamented her overwhelming workload. Previously, she had been a workaholic, always prioritizing her job above all else. But since having Tuan Tuan and Lilu, she had endeavored to balance her career and family life. Yet today, upon hearing Su Chen recount his experiences with the children, she felt a twinge of regret for not being present. How extraordinary. What happened next? After bringing them home, I prepared a sumptuous feast for them. Today, Lila devoured 3 large bowls of rice, and Tuan Tuan consumed 2. I made 5 or 6 dishes along with soup, and astonishingly, they nearly finished it all. Su Chen chuckled, remarking on the children's hearty appetites. Yin Bingxue gazed at him in astonishment. You cooked for the children? What about the chef at home? Why wasn't anything prepared? I instructed her not to prepare anything. I went to fetch the children, and since you were not at home, the 3 of us had nothing to occupy our time, so I personally cooked for them. My time with the babies is still limited. I must seize the opportunity to strengthen our bond. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. If the children enjoy my cooking, it is the first step towards winning their affection. Yin Bingxue listened, her surprise palpable as she glanced at the bowl of noodles before her. To win a person's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Was Su Chen attempting to win her over through this bowl of noodles? Her cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly bowed her head to eat. Avoiding Su Chen's gaze, her mind was a whirlwind of emotions, joyful and excited, yet tinged with a hint of doubt, fearing she might have misinterpreted his intentions. Seeing her eat hastily, Su Chen laughed. Slow down, no one is competing with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Bingxue choked on a mouthful of food and instinctively covered her mouth to cough gently. Su Chen handed her a tissue and gently patted her back, chuckling. I've noticed that although you present yourself as a stern CEO, in private, you are quite similar to Tuan Tuan and Lilu. When faced with something delicious, you instantly forget your seriousness. Is my cooking so irresistible that you cannot stop? Yin Bingxue had initially choked on soup due to his playful remark, but as he continued, she found herself genuinely overwhelmed, coughing to the point of her face flushing crimson. Su Chen, what on earth are you saying? That is utterly inappropriate. Yin Bingxue was uncertain whether he spoke intentionally or inadvertently, for his words were laden with double entendre. You. Cough, be quiet. No more of that. Su Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. As a seasoned gentleman, he quickly grasped the source of her embarrassment. However, he had merely spoken off the cuff, not anticipating that the adorable Yin Bingxue would misconstrue his words. Suddenly, he burst into hearty laughter, glancing at the still flushed Yin Bingxue. I did not expect that our children's mother is not solely focused on work. You seem quite knowledgeable about popular culture. That vehicle is certainly not just for a trip to kindergarten. Yin Bingxue shot him an indignant glare. You shouldn't say that. That was not my intention. I merely stated a fact, and you prompted me. Su Chen replied, unable to suppress his mirth. I said nothing. Your thoughts are the issue. I am full now. I am off to take a shower. With that, Yin Bingxue feigned composure as she stood up, pushed her bowl away, and turned to head towards the bathroom. Once inside her room, she swiftly shut the door and, in frustration, tapped her forehead with a delicate fist. Yin Bingxue, what on earth were you thinking? How could you have uttered such words, letting Su Chen notice? This is beyond embarrassing. He cannot possibly think I am experienced in such matters. I really know nothing. With a huff of annoyance, Yin Bingxue gathered her clothes and phone and entered the bathroom, filling a bathtub with water before immersing herself, hoping a bubble bath would ease her exhaustion. However, as she soaked, her mind was consumed by the earlier exchange. She worried that Su Chen might perceive her as a woman of experience, perhaps even misjudging her past interactions. Her heart raced with anxiety and irritation. Thus, she took out her phone and resumed her conversation with Gu Yusin. Ms. Gu, may I ask you something? Gu Yusin, ever attached to her phone, replied almost instantaneously. Oh, have you finished your noodles? Finally remembered you have a best friend? Let us get serious. Look at this. Ask away. Though darling, you may prioritize romance over friendship, I will remain steadfast by your side. Whatever the issue is, feel free to inquire. I assure you I will speak candidly. Indeed, I have a friend who accidentally misinterpreted a conversation with a man she likes, and he caught on. Do you think he would consider her a less than decent girl? Darling, are you fabricating a story about a friend? Let us not mince words, it's about me. Huh, how exhilarating. My dear admits it. I must say, Su Chun is quite a remarkable man. I genuinely wish to meet him. If you keep this up, I will show your mother the novels you read. With a casual remark, she hit Gu Yusin's sore spot. It was widely known that Gu Yusin was an avid reader. And if her parents were to discover the contents of her phone, it would undoubtedly lead to a mortifying situation. Huh, just kidding. Don't take it to heart, darling. Now tell me, what was the situation? Yin Bingxue recounted the events, her cheeks still flushed even through typing. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Darling, this is simply a case of love clouding your judgment. You merely had a playful exchange with Su Chun. Besides, he initiated the remark, so no harm done. Are you certain there is no issue? I don't want him to misinterpret things. I've never spoken like this with anyone else. Oh dear, my little ancestor. You're scaring yourself. A playful exchange between couples is just a sign of affection. I think you're simply inexperienced. Which is why you're making a big deal out of something trivial. Here, let me recommend a few books for you. What kind of books? Hee. Books that will teach you. Bingxue, read more from seasoned authors. It will broaden your horizons, and you one T seems so innocent and adorable next time. To truly win Su Chun over, you must take that final step. We must stand upon the shoulders of our predecessors to behold farther vistas, mustn't we? Quickly, gather the books. These are invaluable insights left for you by your sisters. Once you have perused them, I'm certain you will be unstoppable. And you shall win over Su Chun. Yin Bingxue, upon reading this passage and receiving the compressed file tossed her way, instantly tossed her phone aside, covering her face with her hands as her heart raced furiously. When had she transformed into this? It seemed to have begun only after she encountered Su Chun. Previously, in the business realm, she had interacted with numerous males, seeing them merely as partners or competitors. Her professional demeanor had never faltered. Yet, with Su Chun, her thoughts had veered so easily into disarray. Could it be that her experience was so scant that she could not withstand the allure of a handsome man? Yin Bingxue submerged her face in water, seeking clarity, and then picked up her phone, accepting the file. After washing the dishes, Su Chun headed straight for the shower. As he entered to fetch his clothes, Yin Bingxue deliberately turned her back to him. Aware of her lingering embarrassment, Su Chun merely stated, I'm going to take a shower, before stepping into the bathroom. Only after he had closed the door did Yin Bingxue glance back. She took out her phone and opened a book, but the sound of water from the bathroom rendered her unable to concentrate. Her gaze frequently drifted toward the bathroom door. Suddenly, her phone rang, startling her so much that she nearly dropped it. Seeing it was her mother calling, she quickly composed herself and answered. Hello, Schwer, what are you up to? Mom, I just returned from Yangcheng, and I'm about to take a shower and sleep. Are you at home? Perfect. Let's have a video call. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue sat up straight. No, we can't do a video call. This is Su Chun's home. How about we save it for another day? I'm a bit tired today. Just a quick chat before I sleep. Tang Shuyun on the other end smiled broadly. She had already heard that Yin Bingxue was living at Su Chun's home, and now her daughter was refusing the video call. It seemed the matter was indeed true. How wonderful. Yet, her daughter was still keeping it from her. She needed to devise a way for her to admit it herself. After a moment's thought, Tang Shuyun concocted a plan. All right, let's chat over the phone. Schwer, the reason I called today is that I have something to discuss with you. Are you free this weekend? Yin Bingxue, not thinking too much of it, replied. The weekend plans aren't set yet, Mom. What is it? Certainly, she had no pressing work for the weekend, but now that she had Su Chun, she wished to devote her leisure time to nurturing familial bonds. If her mother had something genuinely important, she would attend, but if not, she would prioritize her romance. It's nothing major, just that a friend's son has returned from abroad. He is around your age, quite handsome and a high-skilled professional. So I thought it would be nice for you to come home for a meal and meet him. She had brought up matchmaking outright. Surely her daughter would not resist. Yin Bingxue frowned at once. Mom, didn't I say I wasn't interested in these things? You promised me before. Oh dear, isn't this a different time? Now that Tuan Tuan and Lulu are 3 years old, and you're at the age for marriage, I can't help but worry, Schwer. Please understand your mother. Yin Bingxue let out a gentle sigh. Mom, there's no need to fuss. I'm already married. Married? Is that true? Schwer, you aren't just saying this to avoid matchmaking. Are you? Tang Shuyun feigned skepticism. No, I truly am married. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Zhang at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The stamp from the Bureau confirms it. It's a recognized marital relationship. Tang Shuyun on the other end was overjoyed. Her daughter had confessed to being married. How soon could their family return home together? Surely it would be soon. Really? That is wonderful news. Schwer, you are so determined. How could you keep such a significant matter from your mother? What is your husband like? Her mother's inquiries made Yin Bingxue glance toward the bathroom, her thoughts drifting to Su Chun. A subtle smile graced her lips as her voice softened. He is quite nice, very handsome, treats both the children and me well. Intelligent and capable, and he even cooks. Tuan Tuan and Lila love the meals he prepares, and I like them too. The many virtues of Su Chun made Yin Bingxue feel a bit shy as she praised her husband in front of her mother. Tang Shuyun was increasingly delighted, marveling at the fact that Su Chun could cook. A young man so handsome and yet possessing such domestic skills. How splendid. Hearing you speak so fondly. I'm eager to meet my son-in-law. He must be quite the charming young man to have captivated our Shuer. Since you're already married, why not bring him home for a meal? How about this weekend? I'll prepare a feast for you all. Chapter 41. Son, I am proud of you. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingshue's gaze dimmed slightly, her pink lips pressing together. Her voice lacked the gentleness and excitement it had moments ago. Mom, let's discuss this another time. Tang Shiyun's joy seemed to extinguish abruptly as she contemplated something and clenched her fists in frustration. She had been too hasty, too excited to speak without thought. Shuer, are you worried about your father? I believe. Mom, it's all right. I visited Yangqing today, and I'm quite tired. I need to sleep. Let us talk about this later. Tang Shuyun sighed softly and replied, all right then, rest early, dear. Don't just focus on work. Take care of yourself and your husband. We have plenty of time ahead. Good night. Good night, Mom. Yin Bingxue ended the call, lowering her head, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Her marriage to Su Chun had come so suddenly, and she hadn't considered much of the future. She wondered how her father would react. Creak. The bathroom door swung open, and Yin Bingxue immediately turned her head. Su Chun emerged, clad in a bathrobe, the neckline loose enough to reveal his well-defined chest. His damp, tousled hair dripped water as he dried himself with a towel. What a splendid sight of a handsome man emerging from the bath. Yin Bingxue recalled the novel she had just read and suddenly felt an impulse to expedite matters. However, they already had Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Surely their relationship was already consummated? What did that make their current situation? This question did not linger long, for as she saw Su Chun approaching, her mind was consumed by a singular thought, to seize him, to claim him wholly as her husband. But she hesitated. The resolute Yin, formidable in the business arena, found herself momentarily paralyzed. As Su Chun neared the bedside, she sprang up, her gaze flustered. I'm thirsty, I'll go boil some water. With that, she dashed out of the room. Su Chun couldn't help but chuckle. This little one was still flustered, far too easily embarrassed. He ran his fingers through his hair as the mobile phone on the bedside began to vibrate incessantly. Upon glancing at the screen, Su Chun noticed it was a call from his mother. Oh, why has Mom suddenly been so diligent in calling these past few days? At the Su residence, Su Dad anxiously inquired, what is the matter? Has our son answered yet? Su Mom shook her head. Not yet. The call hasn't even connected. Don't fret. A few minutes prior, while preparing to rest at home, Su Dad and Su Mom received an unexpected phone call from a friend, who mentioned having seen the photos of their grandchild that Su Chun had shared on his social media. They expressed their surprise at not being informed about such significant events as Su Chun's marriage and the birth of a child. Completely bewildered, Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged casual remarks before hastily calling Su Chun to inquire. What should I ask him? Su Mom's palms were clammy with anxiety. Su Dad pondered for a moment, rubbing his hands together. Just don't be too direct. We can't jump straight into questions about the child. If our son hasn't mentioned it, there must be a reason. We shouldn't pry. Su Mom nodded in agreement. Then how should I approach it? Start with asking about his job search. Isn't he busy looking for work since graduating recently? Once he shares a bit, we can then inquire about the child. All right. Stop talking. The call is connecting. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling me so late? Are you missing your son? Su Chun cheerfully greeted. Hearing her son's voice eased Su Mom's tension, and a smile graced her face. Of course, I miss you, darling. You are my son. Have you been busy with graduation and job hunting? Your father just got paid today, and we wanted to check if you need any money. Mom, I'm financially stable. I've already secured a job, so you and Dad needn't worry about that, Su Chun replied. Found a job? So soon? What position did you land? Which company? Su Mom inquired excitedly. Su Dad leaned closer to the phone, straining to hear, gesturing impatiently to Su Mom. She nodded, holding the phone away while switching to speaker mode. Mom, I've joined Chaofan Group, the one frequently mentioned on the financial channel. It's a major corporation. Su Chun endeavored to reassure his parents regarding his employment. Chaofan Group, came Su Dad's voice. Is that the company involved in automotive research? Yes, Dad. That's the one, Su Chun confirmed. Su Mom and Su Dad's faces lit up with delight. She couldn't help but gently punched Su Dad's arm in excitement. Our son has actually joined Chaofan Group. That's a prestigious company. He surely has a bright future ahead. Su Dad, beaming with pride yet maintaining his composure, nodded. Your major is still relevant. And landing a position in such a large company is commendable. You must work diligently, son. Su Chen chuckled. Dad, my role at Chaofan ISNT directly related to my major. I'm working in the Mecha Research Department. The Mecha Research Department? What does that entail? Su Mom asked. Puzzled. Su Dad, astonished, exclaimed, Son, you've joined the Mecha Research Department? That's a government-approved division of Chaofan Group. It's currently one of the company's most valued sectors. But you studied automotive design. Don't you need to know about mechas? Su Dad was unaware of his son's aptitude in this area. Well, I know a bit. It's something I've been passionate about, so I self-studied during university. I have quite a few insights in this domain, Dad. Not only did I secure a position in Chaofan's Mecha Research Department, but next Monday, I'll also be working at the Mecha Research Branch of Lonka Institute. Lonka Institute. Su Dad and Su Mom were left momentarily speechless. Though Su Mom didn't comprehend the intricacies of mechas, she understood that Lonka Institute was a national entity, far superior to ordinary companies. The realization that their son could work at Lonka Institute meant he would be secured in a government position, holding an iron rice bowl for life. Su Dad, rubbing his hands together in excitement, stammered, Son, how did this happen? You're so knowledgeable about mechas, and now you'll work at Lonka Institute's Mecha Research Branch? I know a bit. It was the branch's director who invited me. However, since I had already joined Chaofan Group, my role at Lonka will merely be as a consultant. Earning an extra paycheck isn't too shabby, right? Mom and Dad, I'm doing well. You don't need to worry about me, Su Chen reassured them over the phone. Su Dad was so moved he nearly shed tears, while Su Mom, not fully grasping the significance of mechas, could see her husband's expression and understood that their son must be quite remarkable. Son, this is fantastic. I never imagined you would achieve so much. Su Dad exclaimed joyously, wiping away tears with a choked voice. Hearing his father's emotions warmed Su Chen's heart. Dad, please don't cry. This is a good thing. I'll surely make something of myself, and you and Mom will enjoy a good life with me. Yes, my son is undoubtedly destined for greatness. Mechas are at the forefront of technology. I never anticipated you'd excel so much. It fills me with joy. Su Dad expressed eagerly. Su Mom, handing a tissue to Su Dad, also felt her eyes watering. Chen, I've never seen your father this happy. Son, even though I may not understand it all, I know you're exceptional. You are the pride of both me and your father, and also the glory of the Su family. As Su Chen listened to his parents' slightly choked voices, he felt a lump in his throat, nearly brought to tears himself. However, this was a moment of joy, and he refused to cry. As a man, he wouldn't easily shed tears. Son, with such a wonderful job, your mother and I can rest easy. You must excel at Lonka Institute and Chaofan Group. I believe in your abilities. Who knows? Our family might produce a national hero who can design a true mecha. Su Dad clenched his fists, filled with optimistic visions for the future. Su Chen chuckled from the other end. Dad, your aspirations are a bit modest. Perhaps I could be the first to design a mecha and become a worldwide hero. Haha. You silly boy, you're quite proud. But your mother and I believe in you. In our hearts, you are the best. Su Mom wiped her tears, suddenly recalling the matter at hand, and tentatively suggested, Son, since your job situation is settled, shouldn't you consider family matters as well? In truth, the reason Mom and Dad called so late was that Aunt Chun had just informed them about the award certificates for children that Su Chun had shared on social media. Son, what is going on? Whose child is that? Su Mom inquired, secretly hoping it was indeed her son's child. Yet feeling the gravity of the situation made her hesitant to assume. Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately understood. No wonder his parents had called so late. They had just discovered the photos he posted about the children's awards. If they didn't get answers tonight, they probably wouldn't sleep peacefully. Originally, Su Chen had planned to wait until after the graduation ceremony to surprise his parents by bringing Yin Bingxue and the children home. However, since his parents were already aware, there was no need to keep it a secret any longer. Mom, Dad, those aren't someone else's children. They are mine. Your grandchildren. What? Su Mom was utterly astonished. As soon as Father Su regained his composure, he hurriedly seized the phone and inquired, Son, what on earth is happening? When did you have children? Do you have both a grandson and a granddaughter? Is it twins? His tone was laced with uncontainable excitement, and Su Chen felt a surge of happiness within. Indeed, I have children now, one boy and one girl. They are fraternal twins. For a long moment, both Father and Mother Su were rendered speechless, exchanging astonished glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Father? Mother? Son, your mother is here. Both your father and I are present. We're just so astonished. We're overjoyed to the point of being at a loss for words. Son, when did this delightful news come to pass? How could you not share such a monumental event with us? How old are the children now? Why are they already receiving certificates? Mother Su assumed that if Su Chen truly had children, they must still be in his wife's womb. Thus, Upon hearing that Su Chen's social media was filled with certificates, she could hardly fathom it concerning her own child. Su Chen explained, "Father, mother, it's quite a long story. But the children are indeed mine. Both are already 3 years old. I only recently learned about this, and it came as a surprise. I was planning to bring them back to tell you in person at a later time." Mother Su replied with delight, "You silly boy. What is there to be ashamed of? Your father and I are elated that you have children. If they are already 3 years old, does that mean your wife raised them alone all these years?" "Yes," Su Chen affirmed. With a gentle sigh, Mother Su remarked, "Son, you've never raised children. You wouldn't know how arduous it is to rear a child. Moreover, raising a pair of fraternal twins simultaneously involves not only substantial financial investment, but also immense time and effort. Your wife must have endured considerable hardship. You cannot neglect her." Despite her joy, Mother Su couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the mother of the two little ones. Over the past 3 years, she had single-handedly raised them, certainly facing numerous challenges. Thinking of Yin Bingxue, Su Chen felt a mix of gratitude and concern, and solemnly stated, "Mother, I understand. That is why, after meeting her, I immediately married her. We have already obtained our marriage certificate. Is that so? Son, such significant news should have been shared with us sooner. Merely getting the certificate isn't enough. The wedding must also be splendid. Your wife has undoubtedly endured hardships these past 3 years. We cannot allow her to be slighted simply because the children have grown." "I understand, rest assured, mother. I will treat your daughter-in-law well. I had originally planned to bring the whole family back to see you after I finished my graduation matters." Yes. You must bring them back. We need to prepare gifts for your wife and the grandchildren," Mother Su joyfully exclaimed. At this moment, Father Su, finally regaining his composure, could hardly contain his laughter. "All right, then we shall all return together. It's getting late. Mother, you and Father should rest early. I must also get some sleep. I have work tomorrow. Good night." After Su Chen hung up, Father and Mother Su were so exhilarated that they found it impossible to sleep. Mother Su joyfully paced around the house, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is wonderful, Lao Su. Truly wonderful. Today is a splendid day. Our son not only has a good job, but also a wife and 2 children. I am so happy I hardly know what to say." Father Su retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet and brought out the leftover peanuts from dinner, cheerfully declaring, "Wife, let us raise a glass. You old man, haven't you already had dinner? Why drink wine now?" Mother Su chided with a playful smile. Father Su replied, "I'm just so happy. Our son has settled down and started a family. How could I not be overjoyed? Moreover, they are twins. Our son and daughter-in-law certainly know how to produce." "Nonsense. The birth of twins is determined by genetics. If our family possesses that trait, it must be because of you," Mother Su retorted, but her voice trailed off abruptly. Father Su paused for a moment, and they both realized they had reached a mutual understanding, skillfully avoiding the topic. Father Su continued, "Wife, how much do we have saved up? With our son and daughter-in-law now married, and with 2 children, I suspect a wedding is imminent, and we must prepare a new home for them." Chapter 43. Mom, what are you doing? Mother Su nodded in agreement. "Yes, I looked at our savings a while ago, and we have over 600,000 saved. Wedding and bride price will certainly require funds, and with the property prices in Zhonghai being so exorbitant, I fear our savings may barely cover the down payment." Mother Su felt a headache coming on. She glanced at Father Su and tentatively asked, "Actually, the other card has that 1 million which we could use." "Absolutely not. Dear, we have endured for so many years. We cannot squander our hard work now. We will figure out how to help our son with the house purchase. If necessary, we can sell our apartment to assist him with the down payment. After all, the 2 of us are still in good health and can easily rent a place." Mother Su nodded, smiling. "You're right. We won't touch that money. Our son is doing so well now. He will surely have a good life. We should do our utmost to support him and his wife." However, their son mentioned waiting until he finished his graduation matters to bring his wife and children back, which meant they would have to wait over half a month. "Lao Su, I can't wait that long. I want to see my daughter-in-law and the 2 children right now," Mother Su exclaimed excitedly. Father Su took a sip of wine, his eyes brimming with excitement. "Half a month does seem rather long. Had we not known, it would have been one thing, but now that we are aware, how can we wait that long?" Seeing an opportunity, Mother Su immediately suggested, "Why don't we go directly tomorrow? Our son has given us such a delightful surprise. We should return the favor." Father Su chuckled, pulling out his phone. "All right, I'll buy the tickets right now." When Yin Bingxue returned, Su Chen had already ended the call. He vacated his previous spot, patted the bed, and said, "Come over and sleep. The bed is already warm." Yin Bingxue paused for a moment, then smiled and walked over, lying down. The comforter was indeed warm and just the right temperature, and the pillow held Su Chen's scent, subtly infused with a hint of mint from his shampoo. Both were exhausted from the day's events, and they quickly fell asleep. experiencing a night free of dreams. The next morning, Yin Bingxue awoke to find herself nestled in Su Chen's embrace. Startled, her beautiful hazel eyes widened, and her body stiffened instinctively. What is happening? Last night, she distinctly remembered sleeping on opposite sides. How did she end up resting her head on his arm, nestled in his embrace? Su Chen's other hand rested on her waist, their faces mere inches apart. After her initial shock, Yin Bingxue was suddenly captivated by Su Chen's sleeping visage. He is so handsome. A smile crept onto Yin Bingxue's lips, her cheeks flushing slightly. This morning feels truly beautiful. I wish to awaken in Su Chen's arms every day. With his eyes still closed, Su Chen appeared to be in deep slumber, allowing Yin Bingxue to freely admire his striking features. How could anyone be so extraordinarily good-looking? His eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips, each feature perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. Over the past 3 years, as she watched Lei grow, transforming into her ideal vision, her yearning for Su Chen only intensified. At long last, Yin Bingxue eagerly anticipated Su Chen's graduation, yearning to recruit him into her company without delay. With proximity to the source of her desires, she envisioned transforming him into her significant other the moment he reached maturity, dreaming of a harmonious family reunion. Now, with half of her plan successfully realized, the remaining half lay in ensnaring Su Chen's heart completely, allowing them to blossom into a blissful family of 4. As these thoughts danced through her mind, Yin Bingxue felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. Her gaze was fixed unwaveringly on Su Chen, and if he remained oblivious to such fervent admiration, he must have been in the deepest of slumbers. Su Chen awoke, yet did not immediately open his eyes, fully aware that Yin Bingxue was secretly observing him. This little lady was notoriously shy during the day. One misstep, and she would retreat. Yet now, with him asleep, she displayed an unexpected boldness. Daring to gaze at him so intently, Yin Bingxue was even bolder than Su Chen had anticipated. She admired Su Chen's thick eyebrows and long, lush eyelashes, resembling 2 elegantly curled fans, exuding an inexplicable allure. Gently biting her rosy lip, she cautiously shifted beneath the covers. One of her arms was pinned beneath her own weight, while the other was restrained by Su Chen's arm, making movement rather challenging. Unable to maneuver her lower hand, she opted to move the hand beneath Su Chen's arm, her actions deliberate and cautious to avoid awakening him. Su Chen sensed the subtle movements beneath him, a mixture of amusement and curiosity bubbling within him as he pondered what this girl was up to, deciding to feign sleep. As Yin Bingxue gradually withdrew her hand from the covers, she could not suppress a soft exhalation. The warmth of her breath brushed against his face, carrying the delicate scent of a woman. This early morning encounter was certainly quite intoxicating. Oblivious to her own enticing demeanor, she continued to gingerly reach for Su Chen's eyelashes. Her own lashes were indeed lovely, yet she was a girl. It was remarkable for a man like Su Chen to possess such beautiful lashes. She wondered if his lashes matched her own. In truth, Yin Bingxue yearned to caress his eyebrows, dark and thick, resembling a sharp blade that slashed through the air, subtly imbued with a sense of masculine strength. However, fear held her back. She worried that Su Chen might awaken. Surely, a gentle touch on those long lashes would be harmless, right? Summoning her courage, she carefully raised her hand, inching closer to Su Chen's face. Su Chen's mind raced, nearly crying out in exasperation. What is Yin Bingxue up to? Why not just be straightforward? This cautious demeanor is truly tantalizing. With his eyes still closed, he relied solely on his senses to decipher her intentions, yet he remained utterly baffled. Time ticked by, the distance between them so intimate. Yet Yin Bingxue's shyness and caution prevented any contact. Impatience welled up within Su Chen, prompting him to slightly furrow his brow. Startled by this motion, Yin Bingxue instinctively withdrew her hand, inadvertently striking Su Chen's arm. Paralyzed with trepidation, she resembled a frightened little rabbit, her body stiff and her large eyes tightly shut. With no choice but to maintain his pretense of slumber, Su Chen remained still. Yin Bingxue cautiously opened one eye, relieved to see him still asleep, and resumed her earlier actions. Learning from his previous mistake, Su Chen dared not move an inch, silently urging her to act swiftly. Just then, a cherubic voice echoed from the doorway. "Mama, what are you doing?" Chapter 44. How embarrassing. Tuan Tuan burst into the room, immediately spotting her parents wrapped in each other's embrace. The summer heat was already intense, and although the air conditioning was running, the thin blanket had slipped down to their waists after a night's rest. Thus, the sight of Su Chen and Yin Bingxue entwined was entirely visible to the little one. Instantly, she covered her eyes, stifling laughter as she hurriedly fled the scene. With a resigned sigh, Su Chen opened his eyes. Yin Bingxue's cheeks flushed a vivid crimson, akin to a ripe crab. "I'll get up first," she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and darting into the bathroom. Su Chen, watching her retreating figure, could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting how close he had come to discovering her intentions. After both had finished freshening up, Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei were seated on the sofa, with the little girl animatedly recounting the scene she had just witnessed. Just now I saw Daddy hugging Mommy while sleeping. Their faces were almost touching. How embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the two protagonists felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Lei Lei gently nudged his sister. Tuan Tuan, you mustn't wander into the adults' room or look at things you shouldn't. If not for her brother's interjection, Yin Bingxue would have been even more mortified. Her cheeks burned as she swiftly retreated to her room. As a man, Su Chun maintained a certain composure, chuckling as he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It was Saturday, and Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei did not have school. As Tuan Tuan savored her father's lovingly prepared breakfast, she chimed in, Daddy, Mommy, since Lei Lei and I don't have school today, will you take us out to play? Yin Bingxue, sipping her oatmeal, shook her head. Tuan Tuan, Mommy has to work today. In a bustling commercial city like Zhonghai, most enterprises operated on a 6-day workweek, making Saturday a typical workday. Pouting with disappointment, Tuan Tuan replied, but my classmate Pan Pan is going out to play with her parents today. Noting her daughter's forlorn expression, Yin Bingxue hesitated before suggesting, how about letting Daddy take you out for some fun? She turned to Su Chun, expressing her dilemma. I have 2 important video conferences today, and I truly cannot spare the time. Understanding her predicament, Su Chun nodded reassuringly. It's all right, I can take them out to play. It won't interfere with my work. I'll complete my tasks when I return this evening. Yin Bingxue's face lit up with joy. Tuan Tuan, too, was thrilled, her little head bobbing excitedly. Yay, we get to play with Daddy. Daddy, let us go to the riverside. Pan Pan said her parents often take her there for barbecues. You should take us too. Su Chun nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Yin Bingxue left for work, while Su Chun inquired about the specific location from Tuan Tuan and searched for nearby recreational facilities, discovering it was a camping and barbecue site, perfect for a day of relaxation by the riverside. Once they finished eating, Su Chun led the 2 children to a nearby supermarket to gather supplies for the barbecue. The area was designated for grilling and camping, with barbecue grills available for rent on site. However, it was essential to bring the raw ingredients along, as purchasing them there could be both pricey and lacking in freshness and cleanliness. Upon entering the supermarket, Su Chun pushed a small cart over, and the moment Tuan Tuan spotted it, she clung to his pant leg, exclaiming, Cart, cart, Daddy, I want to ride in the little cart. All right. Daddy will lift Tuan Tuan into the cart. Su Chun hoisted his daughter into the cart, where she perched happily, her little legs dangling over the edge, swaying in delight. As Tuan Tuan settled into the cart, a radiant smile illuminated her face, and Su Chun, experiencing this joy for the first time, couldn't he help but smile back at her. Glancing over, he noticed Lei Lei watching with envy. Lei Lei, would you like to hop in too? Seated atop the cart was the younger sister, while you occupied the interior, with father effortlessly pushing it along. Lei Lei immediately turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed as if her secret thoughts had been unveiled. She protested, I don't want to, that's so silly. With that, the little one marched forward. Su Chun gritted his teeth behind her, muttering, Hey, that brat. Tuan Tuan, what would you like to eat? He inquired, pushing the cart while keeping an eye on Lei Lei, who was walking alongside them. The supermarket was bustling on this Saturday, and the petite figure of the little one could easily be swept away by the crowd. Tuan Tuan expressed a desire for barbecued meat, lamb, beef, pork, all sorts of meat. But it must be a balanced diet, my dear. You shouldn't be picky and must eat more vegetables too. Su Chun gently admonished as he gathered various cuts of meat. Tuan Tuan pouted, declaring, but I don't like vegetables. They don't taste good, only meat is delicious. But the vegetables Dad grills are quite tasty. Mushrooms and greens are delightful. Would you like to give them a try? Su Chun ventured to ask. The little one hesitated. She didn't enjoy vegetables, yet she adored her father. If the vegetables were prepared by him, she felt compelled to eat them, for she wouldn't want to disappoint him. All right, Tuan Tuan will eat the vegetables that Daddy grills. Everything Daddy makes is delicious, she resolved. Su Chun felt a warmth in his heart. His daughter was indeed his little treasure, so obedient and utterly endearing. After purchasing a plethora of Tuan Tuan's favorite foods, Su Chun turned to Lei Lei. Lei Lei, what do you want? Lei Lei awkwardly approached the refrigerated section, asserting, I can choose for myself. The little one grabbed a large bottle of yogurt and a bag of fragrant steamed buns, but when she reached for the ham at the top, her small hands couldn't quite grasp it. Aware that Su Chun was watching, her urgency grew, as if she needed to prove herself, and she continuously tiptoed to reach it. After observing for a while, Su Chun shook his head and stepped forward, effortlessly retrieving the ham from the second shelf. Is this what you wanted, Lei Lei? He asked. Lei Lei turned to him, placed her items into the cart, and silently nodded. Feeling indignant, she huffed, wishing she could grow taller and match Su Chun's height. She didn't want to rely on his help. It felt so embarrassing. With a mountain of food and drinks in tow, Suchin finally arrived at the riverbank by late morning. The ultra-luxurious Rolls-Royce, with its distinct engine sound, immediately became the center of attention upon arrival. Pampan, unfamiliar with cars, merely thought the vehicle was beautiful and felt she had seen it somewhere before. Pampan's father exclaimed with excitement, "I can't believe we see such a high-end Rolls-Royce here. This car is all the rage lately. I saw someone on Douyin last time who said it was worth 1.7 billion. My goodness. There are so many wealthy people in Zhonghai. To spend 1.7 billion on a car, it's a life we ordinary folks can hardly imagine." Pampan's mother chimed in, adjusting her attire. As they chatted casually, Pampan suddenly spotted Tuan Tuan descending from the car and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Tuan Tuan and Lele." Pampan's mother turned to look, saying, "Indeed, Pampan, what a pleasant surprise to encounter your classmate today." She quickly washed her hands and led Pampan's father, holding their daughter as they approached. "Tuan Tuan, Lele, Mr. Su, what a coincidence." Chapter 45. The barbecue prepared by my father is delicious. Su Chun had little recollection of this family of three, but upon seeing his daughter rush over, he recognized Pampan. Pampan's mother introduced herself. "Mr. Su, I am Pampan's mother. Pampan and Tuan Tuan are classmates in kindergarten. Just a few days ago, during a craft assignment, you even spoke on stage. This is Pampan's father." "Ah, I remember now." "Hello," Su Chun replied. Though he couldn't quite recall their faces, he knew they were the parents of his daughter's classmate and greeted them politely. "Child's father, this is the Mr. Su I mentioned to you. His handmade crafts are extraordinary. Tuan Tuan and Lele won first place. That little rabbit in hide-and-seek was taught by Tuan Tuan," she added, instantly bridging the gap between the two parents. Pampan's father smiled. "So that was Mr. Su's creation. Quite impressive. Your craftsmanship is remarkable, Mr. Su. Are you here for a weekend outing as well?" Su Chin nodded. "Yes, Tuan Tuan said this place was fun, so I brought them along." Tuan Tuan, holding Pampan's hand, happily told her father, "Daddy, it was Pampan who said her dad and mom often bring her here, and that's why I wanted to come." Su Chin chuckled. "Ah, so it was Pampan who discovered this wonderful place." Flattered by the compliment from the handsome uncle, Pampan beamed with joy. Meanwhile, Pampan's father, familiar with the area, accompanied Su Chun to rent a barbecue grill. Tuan Tuan had already begun playing with Pampan. Pampan was an average-looking little girl with working parents who had an ordinary appearance. She resembled her father, possessing a slightly square face, and sported two playful pigtails that added to her cuteness. However, Pampan was acutely aware that she did not possess Tuan Tuan's beauty, as all the children in class favored Tuan Tuan, but not everyone liked her. Though young, she was quite perceptive, noticing that Tuan Tuan was pretty and had a wealthy family, which made her feel inferior. Thus, she often boasted that her parents took her out for barbecues and treated her exceptionally well. Little did she know, Tuan Tuan's father had brought them here today as well. The only area where she felt she might surpass Tuan Tuan seemed to pale in comparison. Gazing at Su Chun busily preparing, Pampan pouted slightly. "Tuan Tuan, my parents often bring me for barbecues. My dad is an incredible cook," Pampan declared with a hint of pride, unbeknownst to innocent Tuan Tuan. This was a slightly boastful remark. She cheerfully replied, "Pampan, my daddy is an amazing cook too." Pampan felt increasingly disheartened and couldn't help but raise her voice. "But your daddy has surely never made barbecue for you. I bet my daddy's barbecue is far better than yours." The little girl's voice grew louder, catching the attention of the three parents nearby. Pampan's parents exchanged awkward glances with Su Chun, while her mother attempted to pull her aside. "Pampan, how can you speak to your classmate like that?" Pouting, Pampan turned her head away, visibly upset. Noticing Pampan's anger, Tuan Tuan looked slightly distressed and walked over to Su Chun, looking up at him as she softly said, "Daddy, Tuan Tuan didn't say anything wrong." Su Chun gently patted his daughter's head, reassuringly saying, "Yes, Daddy knows. Our Tuan Tuan is not bullying anyone." Upon hearing this, Pampan's father felt embarrassed and quickly said, "Mr. Su, I apologize. My daughter Pampan can be rather thoughtless." Su Chun shook his head, his smile dimming slightly. He chose to refrain from further conversation with Pampan's parents and focused on preparing the barbecue. Tuan Tuan and Lele sat obediently beside him, helping in their own little way, though their version of helping mostly involved creating chaos. The meat in their hands had transformed into toys for their imaginative play, becoming useless after a while. Setting up the grill, Su Chun, with his culinary prowess, soon filled the air with tantalizing aromas. The riverside was alive with families enjoying a day out, interspersed with a few young couples. The children and girls were drawn to the delightful scent. "It smells so good. Why does everything smell like barbecue? It's making my mouth water." The children, guided by their innate desires, rushed over to Su Chin's barbecue stand, surrounding it with eager anticipation, their little mouths watering in delight. Pampan, having just been scolded by her mother, had red-rimmed eyes. Initially still a bit upset, She couldn't help but glance towards the enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Uncle, your barbecue smells amazing. May I have a little taste?" inquired a bold little girl, drooling in anticipation. Suchin smiled and nodded. "Of course. Please wait a moment. I'll save a couple of skewers for these two little friends here, and the rest will be for you to taste." "Wow, you're so kind, Uncle." He placed the freshly grilled skewers in front of Tuan Tuan and Lele, allowing them to choose a few first, then divided the remaining skewers among the surrounding children. After devouring the treats, the kids couldn't stop praising the food. "Wow, Uncle, this is delicious. It's so much better than what my dad makes. Even tastier than at the restaurant. It's truly fantastic." Upon hearing this, Tuan Tuan's face lit up with pride, and she exclaimed, "I told you my dad is an amazing cook." Lele remained silent, but took a hearty bite of her skewer, savoring the flavor. So good." Pan, seeing everyone enjoying their food with greasy smiles, suddenly burst into tears. "Mommy, I want to eat too." Pan's mother offered her daughter the skewers grilled by her father, but Pan refused to look at them, pointing at Suchin's barbecue. "I want to eat Tuan Tuan's dad's skewers. I want the delicious ones, Wah." "Child." Pan's mother sighed helplessly, giving her husband a nudge. He sighed in resignation and awkwardly approached Suchun. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. Could you possibly spare a couple of skewers for my Pan? That child is quite stubborn." Suchin chuckled, gesturing toward his barbecue stand. "I'm truly sorry, but I've already given out all my first batch. Perhaps you could ask Tuan Tuan. She still has plenty." Pan's father felt even more embarrassed, fully comprehending Suchin's hint. Pan had just hurt Tuan Tuan's feelings, and now they were seeking food. It would depend on whether Tuan Tuan was willing to forgive. He had intended to leave, but upon hearing his daughter's heart-wrenching sobs, he steeled himself and asked Tuan Tuan, "Tuan Tuan, Pan made a mistake earlier. Would you be willing to share some of your skewers with her? Uncle can bring you more later, grilled by your dad, which is even tastier." Without hesitation, Tuan Tuan handed over her skewer, saying, "Of course, Uncle. Give this to Pan. I'll wait for my dad to grill me more." Pan's father received the skewer, feeling touched. "Tuan Tuan, you are such a wonderful child." He returned to his daughter, while Suchin looked at Tuan Tuan, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Today, you did remarkably well. So how about I reward you with more meat later?" Tuan Tuan's eyes sparkled at the mention of meat, and she eagerly nodded. Pan, having finally tasted the barbecue she longed for, stopped crying immediately. However, Pan's father took the opportunity to educate her seriously. The little girl realized her wrongdoing. After being scolded by her mother, she still felt unjustly treated. But now, knowing that Tuan Tuan had willingly shared her skewer, she felt guilt wash over her. Feeling remorseful for having lashed out at Tuan Tuan, she approached her. "Tuan Tuan, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been angry at you. You're so cute. Prettier than me, and your family is wealthier. You even said your dad's meat is better than mine, and that made me sad. But I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted that way." Chapter 46. Su Dad and Su Mom arrive at Suchin's doorstep. Pan's tears flowed like golden beads, and Tuan Tuan immediately came forward, taking Pan's hand and gently wiping her tears. "It's okay, I forgive you. I'm not mad, we're good friends." Pan nodded earnestly, and the two children happily sat down nearby to enjoy their skewers. Pan's father, taking a small stool beside Suchun, apologized once more. "Mr. Su, I truly feel terrible about this." Suchin shook his head. "It's no trouble at all, Pan's father. Just look at the two children now. Everything is just fine. It was merely a small incident. You are so magnanimous. Indeed, sometimes we parents are not as perceptive as the children. Tuan Tuan is just as generous as you. We're delighted that Pan has such a friend." With the children reconciled and the parents harboring no ill feelings, Pan's father decided to bring the barbecue stand over to learn from Suchun, drawn by the mouth-watering aroma of his cooking. As the two fathers grilled, they exchanged insights on parenting. Suchun, a novice in fatherhood, listened intently. "Mr. Su, raising children is quite a challenge, yet it brings joy. Watching these little ones grow day by day is truly a magical experience. By the way, Mr. Su, I've noticed that Tuan Tuan seems to enjoy meat quite a bit and is not fond of vegetables. Is she a bit picky?" Suchin nodded. "Indeed, Lele is all right, eating both vegetables and meat, but Tuan Tuan is quite the meat lover." Pan's father chuckled. "It's amusing how our daughters both prefer meat. Kids have no body image worries. Meat is definitely tastier than vegetables." Suchin remarked. "Indeed. In an effort to correct her pickiness, her mother and I have tried numerous methods. Now we're seeing some success. I blend vegetables with meat and form them into meatballs. Kids are easily fooled and can't taste the difference. Haha." Suchun, appreciating the idea, laughed. "That's a brilliant method. Even if they suspect something, seeing meat will raise no doubts. I'll certainly try it." Yes, it's feasible, and combined with Mr. Su's culinary skills, Tuan Tuan will never notice. Plus, as the two fathers continued their parenting discussions, Suchin's hands remained busy, transforming his small barbecue stand into a bustling eatery. The children gathered around, making it awkward for the parents to approach and cheekily request uncooked skewers in exchange for Su Chen's grilled delights. However, having been fed, the children joyfully played with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. On their way back, Tuan Tuan excitedly told Pan Pan, this place is so much fun. I want to come back again. Next time, I want to bring my parents too. My mom is working today to earn money, so only my dad could come with us. When my mom has a day off, our whole family will come out together. Pan Pan nodded eagerly. All right, let's make sure to come out together next time. Tuan Tuan joyfully hooked her pinky with Pan Pan, while Lei Lei smiled softly beside them. When Su Chen returned home with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, Yin Bingxue was already back. After finishing a video conference, she had some work left, but found it unnecessary to handle it at the office, so she simply brought her computer home. Upon moving to Su Chen's side, she suddenly realized she felt much happier at home than at work. Whenever there was an opportunity, she was always willing to be by Su Chen and the two children's side. The sound of the door opening echoed from the entrance, and Yin Bingxue immediately looked up. Before she could see anyone, she heard the joyful voice of Tuan Tuan. Daddy, today I am really super happy. Pan Pan told me that the barbecue you made is the most delicious in the world. Yin Bingxue promptly rose to greet them. You're back, Mama. Tuan Tuan dashed towards her, diving into her embrace, while Lei Lei joyfully approached and stood beside their mother. Su Chen changed his shoes and walked over, saying, Yes, I'm back. You came home quite early today. Yin Bingxue nodded. I finished my meeting and brought back the remaining work to handle. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei didn't cause any trouble today, did they? Before Su Chen could respond, Tuan Tuan immediately chimed in. No way, Mama. My brother and I were super obedient. Mama, we had so much fun today. Daddy's barbecue was really too delicious, and all the little friends loved it. She couldn't wait to share the amusing stories from their day out and mentioned how she and Pan Pan had quarreled only to make up again. Her little mouth chattering away without pause. Yin Bingxue listened, occasionally glancing at Su Chen, who was sipping tea nearby. Hearing Tuan Tuan mention how Su Chen had grilled many skewers that all the little friends enjoyed, she felt a pang of sympathy for him and said, You've worked hard today. Su Chen shook his head. Not at all. I had a great time playing with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. Besides, if this is considered hard work, then how arduous must your previous efforts have been? Yin Bingxue lowered her head slightly, a smile tugging at her lips. He truly understood her. It turned out that in his heart, he perceived her raising Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei to the age of 3 as a significant challenge. People are indeed peculiar. When she was solely raising Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, she hadn't felt it was arduous, but now, after hearing Su Chen's words, she felt a myriad of grievances welling up inside her, wishing he would give her a comforting embrace. However, recalling how Tuan Tuan had giggled at the sight of her and Su Chen cuddling in the morning, she quickly dismissed that thought. Turning her gaze to Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, she suddenly felt that the two of them brightened the scene. Amused by her own thoughts, she looked up at Su Chen and said, I'm not hard at all. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by her words, then broke into a smile. Within their shared laughter, there seemed to be an unspoken understanding. After resting for a while, Su Chen checked the time and stood up, saying, Since you're back, you can stay home with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei while I go downstairs to buy some groceries. I'll prepare a nice meal for you 3 tonight. I made dinner for Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei yesterday, but I haven't properly cooked for you yet. After yesterday and today, Su Chen felt incredibly confident in his culinary skills. He believed his cooking could rival that of any chef in the house, earning Yin Bingxue's applause. Yin Bingxue looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to remember that she hadn't yet tasted his cooking. In truth, she was already quite satisfied after eating the noodles he had prepared last night. However, knowing that Su Chen was thinking of her and wanted to cook for her made her even happier. Tuan Tuan clapped her hands excitedly. Yay, Daddy's cooking is super delicious. Tonight we can eat Daddy's food again. Giggling, she turned to Lei Lei and asked, Do you want to eat Daddy's food? Lei Lei's shy little face turned red. He initially wanted to say no, but thinking back to the meal Su Chen had made last night, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He wanted to eat it too. This gesture from his son spoke volumes, prompting Su Chen to smile and say, All right, you two stay home and wait for me while I go buy the ingredients. Radiantly cheerful, Su Chen left the house. Just as he stepped out of the community and headed toward the nearby market, his parents, Su Dad and Su Mom, arrived with bags in hand. The three nearly brushed shoulders as they passed each other. Following the address on their phones, Su Dad found his son's home. The elderly couple stood at the door, and Su Mom nervously asked, Old Su, we came suddenly without telling our son. He wouldn't be out, would he? I don't know. It's the weekend. Even if our son and daughter-in-law have work, the 2 children should be on holiday. Surely someone must be home. Su Dad replied uncertainly. Upon hearing the news last night that their son was married and had 2 children, they had hurried over, even shopping for a pile of items, including ingredients for dinner, gifts and supplements for their daughter-in-law, and various blocks and toys for the children. The elderly couple struggled to carry everything. Should we call our son? Su Dad inquired. Su Mom pondered for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. If our son is indeed working, calling him would be inconvenient. Let us just knock on the door and see if anyone is home. Su Dad nodded. All right, if our son is home, we need to call. If not, we can wait here. He and his wife will definitely return after work. Su Dad raised his hand to knock, but Su Mom suddenly called out. Wait a moment. Old Su, I'm feeling a bit nervous. What if our son, daughter-in-law, and the children are all home? Our sudden arrival will make for quite an emotional encounter. Su Dad laughed, looking at his wife. Now you're nervous? After we've come all this way? Don't overthink it. If they're all home, that's wonderful. Aren't we eager to see our daughter-in-law and grandchildren? You'll be delighted once you see them. Of course, I'll be happy. I'm just nervous. Old Su, our son said the grandchildren are already 3 years old. We only had Chin-chun as a child. The experience of raising him has long faded from memory. How should we act to make the grandchildren like us? Su Mom, at that moment, was truly feeling the weight of anticipation. Standing at the door with a flurry of questions swirling in her mind. Su Dad chuckled, pointing to the building blocks in her hands. If all else fails, just play with the kids and stack blocks. Little ones love to play. Just join them, and that will be enough. Now I'm going to knock. Without waiting for Su Mom to hesitate further, Su Dad raised his hand and knocked on the door. Inside, Yin Bingxue heard the sound and stood up, puzzled. Is Su Chin back already? Did he forget something? She walked over to the door and opened it in one swift motion. As the door swung open, the three of them finally came face to face. Yin Bingxue thought the person at the door was Su Chun, and Su Dad and Su Mom presumed the one inside would be Su Chin as well. Seeing that neither was the case, they exchanged surprised glances. Su Mom was the first to react, instantly breaking into a radiant smile. Hello. You must be Chun Chin's girlfriend, right? She had intended to say daughter-in-law, but refrained, fearing it might frighten her. Yin Bingxue was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Hello, I am Su Chin's wife. May I ask who you two are? We are Su Chun's parents, Su Dad introduced. Yin Bingxue's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze darting anxiously around. Why are my in-laws here? This is so sudden. She hadn't prepared for this moment at all. In that instant, it felt as though her once steady heart was about to burst from the unexpected excitement. She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet could not help but feel somewhat flustered as she stepped aside at the entrance. Uncle, Aunt, please come in, she urged. Su Chin has just gone downstairs to buy groceries. Yin Bingxue thought to herself that Su Chun had chosen the most inopportune moment to leave. Had she known her in-laws were coming, she would have adamantly prevented him from descending. What was she to do now? Her sudden appearance here meant that her in-laws were likely unaware of her and the children's existence. After all, during the last video call from her mother-in-law, Su Chun had not mentioned anything about their marriage. When her mother-in-law had just inquired if she was Su Chin's girlfriend, was it possible that she assumed they were merely dating? Would living in Su Chin's home leave a negative impression on the elderly couple? Yin Bingxue's mind was a flurry of confusion, to the extent that she momentarily forgot about the two little treasures in the house. As Su Dad and Su Mom entered, there was an air of awkwardness. They had assumed that their son would be home, and even if he were not, that no one would answer the door. Instead, they found their daughter-in-law alone. This first meeting felt exceedingly rushed. Uncle and Aunt, please make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare some tea for you, Yin Bingxue invited, ushering them to the sofa before hurrying to the dining room to brew the tea. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her hands trembled slightly as she prepared the tea. How nerve-wracking. What kind of tea did they have at home? It seemed to be something Su Chin had purchased. It had a pleasant aroma, though she wondered if it was appropriate to serve it to her in-laws. She should have asked Assistant Zhang to bring some tea leaves from the car. When had the hot water been boiled? It felt like it had been a while. Would the tea taste poor if the temperature was insufficient? As she finally managed to prepare 2 cups of tea, she made her way back to the living room. Uncle, Aunt, here is your tea. Su Mom gently nudged Su Dad and smiled at Yin Bingxue, saying, my daughter-in-law. I am Yin Bingxue, she introduced. Yin means color, and Bingxue refers to the cleverness of ice and snow. Having introduced herself countless times before, she usually did not need to, as she was well known in Zhonghai. However, this particular introduction felt like her most disastrous yet sincere attempt. Su Mom nodded with a smile. Bingxue is indeed a lovely name. Since you have married our Chen-chun, there is no need to call us uncle and aunt. Just refer to us as dad and mom. Yin Bingxue felt her cheeks flush slightly as she bit her lip and slowly replied, Dad, Mom. Ah, Su Mom responded with a warm and loving demeanor. Seeing her mother-in-law so amiable, Yin Bingxue felt a slight relaxation wash over her. At that moment, the phone on the table rang abruptly, and Yin Bingxue quickly reverted to a serious expression, but soon realized her in-laws were present. She turned back, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dad, Mom, Su Dad raised his hand to interrupt her, chuckling. Xiaoyan, go ahead and take your call. We'll sit here for a bit. Yin Bingxue nodded and took her phone to the balcony to answer. From the glass door, Su Mom glanced over and said with satisfaction, Old Su, our daughter-in-law is truly beautiful. But why haven't we seen our grandson and granddaughter? It's my first time meeting our daughter-in-law. And I was so nervous that I forgot to ask. Su Dad began to look around. I wonder, logically, the two children should be home today. Tuan Tuan and Lei had spent the day barbecuing, and just moments ago, Yin Bingxue had sent them to wash off the smell. Lei was the first to finish his bath, emerging from the bathroom clad in an adorable blue pajama set, his hair still damp. He was taken aback to find two new faces in the living room. By this time, Tuan Tuan had also completed her bath. She flung open the door to the master bedroom and dashed toward Lei like a little pink dumpling. Hee, how come you're faster than me again? The little one, dressed in a pink pajama set with two long rabbit ears trailing from her hood, had just washed her hair, and her head was wrapped in a dry cap, making her look irresistibly cute. Upon noticing her brother's expression, Tuan Tuan turned her gaze toward the living room. Oh, we have guests. Su Dad and Su Mom, upon seeing the two delightful children, could hardly remain seated. They immediately stood up. With Su Mom crouching down in front of Tuan Tuan and Lei, her face beaming with affection. Hello, little ones. Tuan Tuan and Lei quickly responded, Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Su Mom's eyes sparkled with surprise as she turned to Su Dad. Old Su, our grandchildren are so clever. They already know we are their Grandpa and Grandma. Su Dad chuckled. Indeed, our little ones are quite astute. He then turned to Tuan Tuan and Lei, asking, Dear children, we are Su Chin's parents, your Grandpa and Grandma. What are your names? Tuan Tuan's eyes widened in delight upon realizing that the two elders before her were indeed their grandparents, and she promptly beamed. Su Chin is my daddy. I'm Tuan Tuan, and this is my brother Lei. Lei, slightly dazed, hadn't quite expected the reality of the situation. He stood with his hands behind his back, feeling a bit bashful. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, he repeated earnestly. Su Dad nodded approvingly. Hello, Lei. Tuan Tuan. Ever the affectionate one, climbed onto Su Mom's shoulder, wrapping her arms around her in a snug embrace. Grandma, what brings you and Grandpa here? Are you here to see me and my brother? The little girl's playful spirit and charm endeared her to the elderly lady, leaving Su Mom utterly delighted. Upon finishing her call, Yin Bingxue returned to find this heartwarming scene. She slightly furrowed her brow and gently admonished, Tuan Tuan, you shouldn't cling to Grandma like that. You might knock her over. Immediately, Tuan Tuan ceased her swaying, yet her little hands remained around Su Mom's neck. Su Mom turned to Yin Bingxue. Don't worry, Bingxue. I'm in good health and can still lift Tuan Tuan. With that, Su Mom lifted the little girl into her arms, and Tuan Tuan laughed joyfully. Lei, come here. Let Grandpa hold your hand, and we'll go play on the sofa over there, all right? While Su Mom cradled her eldest granddaughter, her thoughts lingered on her grandson. Su Dad immediately extended his hand toward Lei, who hesitated for a moment, but then reached out. Although he felt a bit awkward around Su Chun, he was obedient with Su Dad, remembering his mother's words to respect the elders. Yin Bingxue observed her children's behavior, unable to suppress a smile. With the presence of the two little ones, the atmosphere in the house became vibrant and cheerful. As Su Chun returned home carrying a large bag of groceries, he noticed two pairs of shoes at the door. Hearing the laughter of Su Mom from the living room, he paused momentarily. Why are my parents here? Realizing they must have learned about his marriage and children from his phone call the night before, he smiled in understanding. Yin Bingxue, seated at the dining table working on her notebook, spotted Su Chen immediately and exclaimed, Su Chen, you're back. Su Chen nodded with a smile and gestured toward the living room. Yin Bingxue blushed and blinked, indicating that things were just as he thought. The two of them stood together and walked into the living room. Su Dad and Su Mom were accompanying Tuan Tuan and Lei, playing with building blocks, having already constructed a rudimentary shape of a small house. The two elderly and the two children sat on the floor, creating a scene filled with warmth and affection. Upon seeing Su Chun, Su Dad immediately stood up, smiling, Son, you're back. Su Chin wore a smile that mingled surprise with a hint of helplessness. Dad, Mom, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming over? I would have gone to pick you up. Su Dad pointed at Su Mom and said, You told us such significant news last night. Your mother could hardly contain herself. Su Mom raised her head and remarked, Old Su, don't just blame me. Weren't you also eager to come see your daughter-in-law and grandchildren? Observing the smiles on the elderly couple's faces, Su Chun felt a gentle warmth in his heart. Tuan Tuan, who was playing merrily, did not rush over upon seeing his father, but simply looked up and adorably called out, Daddy. Grandpa and Grandma brought us a lot of gifts, with plenty of delicious food and toys. Lei and I absolutely love them. Lei, who had also been brought along, upon seeing Su Chun, immediately set aside his toy and sat there obediently, appearing adorably shy and hesitant to hide. Su Chun chuckled. Why don't you play with Grandpa and Grandma? I'll go prepare the food. I'll accompany you, Yin Bingxue said. Su Chen nodded, and the two of them proceeded to the kitchen together. Once the door was closed, Su Chen immediately asked, when did Mom and Dad arrive? You just went downstairs a little while ago, Yin Bingxue replied. Are you feeling a bit nervous? Su Chen inquired, noticing the blush on her face. Yin Bingxue's cheeks deepened in color as she licked her pink lips and said, I just didn't expect to meet so suddenly. As Su Chen placed items in the refrigerator, he replied, I didn't anticipate they would come over directly either. Last night, my mom called after seeing my posts and asked about the kids. I told her the truth, and I didn't expect them to arrive today. Don't be anxious. My parents are quite amiable. They will surely like you, and Tuan and Lele. Yin Bingxue nodded. Yes, they seem wonderful. Outside, Su Mom stretched her neck to peek into the kitchen and said to Su Dad, Old Su, I'll go prepare dinner shortly. You should take the opportunity to have a good talk with our son. This boy has been keeping such a huge matter to himself until now. Su Dad nodded. Yes, I understand. Hurry and help in the kitchen. Chin can't cook, so don't let your daughter-in-law handle everything alone. Reluctantly, Su Mom stood up and patted the little heads of her beloved grandson and granddaughter, saying, Tuan, Lele, Grandma will play with you again later. I need to go make dinner for you. After saying this, she headed into the kitchen, gently knocking on the door. Chin, take Bingxue out to play with the kids while I cook. I brought plenty of my homemade cured meats. You young people wouldn't know how to prepare them. Su Chen opened the door and looked at his mother, saying, Mom, I can cook just fine. I've become quite good at it. Su Mom pushed him out with a feigned annoyance, saying, You can cook? You can't even boil water. Let Mom handle it. I'll make you all something delicious so Bingxue and the kids can enjoy my cooking. Su Chen was pushed outside and smiled helplessly. All right. Then let Mom show off her skills today. He then winked at Yin Bingxue. My mom's cooking is also quite delightful. Yin Bingxue smiled slightly, only to be gently nudged out by Su Mom. Back in the living room, Tuan immediately waved at him. Daddy, come on and help Tuan build a small house. Just as Su Chen approached, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the baby building block area. The host is rewarded with a 500 square meter, 8-room villa, complete with a 500 square meter garden. The address, door lock code, and property information have been transmitted to the host's mind. Please designate a storage location for the property deed. Chapter 49, Su Dad's shock. Son, you bought a villa worth 70 million. A 500 square meter villa, 8 rooms. The system is impressive. This reward is indeed lavish. Now that I have a wife and children, living in this small rental is certainly inappropriate. It's time to move into the larger house. Please place the property deed in the drawer of the bedside table in the bedroom. Already stored, please check promptly. Perfect. The smile on Su Chen's face grew even brighter as he sat on the carpet, stacking blocks with Tuan. Lele, upon seeing him approach, froze in place but, due to Su Dad's presence, could only continue sitting quietly beside them. Once Su Chen and Tuan completed the small house, Su Dad finally said, Chin, your mother and I forgot to buy some wine, and I've run out of cigarettes. I was thinking of going downstairs to buy some. Would you accompany me? I'm unfamiliar with the area. Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized that his father was intentionally seeking an outing with him, so he stood up and told Yin Bingxue, then followed Su Dad outside. Once downstairs, Su Dad patted his son's shoulder. You rascal, you're quite impressive. Yesterday when you mentioned having 2 kids, your mother and I were thrilled, yet it felt surreal. Now seeing Lele, he looks just like you did when you were little. He must be a child of the Su family. You've kept such a monumental secret well. Su Chen chuckled at his father. Dad, didn't I tell you? I only found out not long ago myself. Su Dad smiled with satisfaction, saying, Chin, your mother and I came today not only to meet your wife and our 2 adorable grandchildren, but also to discuss matters regarding your little family. This house is the one you mentioned renting before, right? Su Chen nodded. Previously, it was just you alone, so renting was no issue. But now that you have a family, being married with Tuan and Lele, it's certainly inconvenient for 4 of you to live in a rental. Your mother and I discussed it and plan to use our savings to help you with a down payment, so you can buy a place here, allowing your wife and children to live comfortably and securely. Your wife has raised 2 kids by herself for 3 years. It must have been tough. Our Su family cannot let her suffer any injustice. As for the wedding, you 2 can set a date. Don't worry about the finances. Your mother and I will find a way to ensure everything is settled. Listening to his father's words, Su Chen felt a wave of emotion. His parents had worked tirelessly for a lifetime, all for his sake. He had thought they had come simply to celebrate, but it was clear they had planned more, determined to set his little family on the right path. However, Su Chen was no longer the Su Chen of the past. He had the system now, and he need not burden his parents so heavily. Su Chen looked at Su Dad and said, Dad, you and Mom don't need to worry about the house. I've already taken care of it. Su Dad looked at his son with confusion. Taken care of? What do you mean? Su Chen continued, I was fine living alone. But now with Bingxue and the kids here, renting isn't practical. So I went to look at houses a few days ago and bought a villa that's fully furnished and move-in ready. Su's dad stared at his son in shock. Chin, you said you bought a villa? Child, I recognize your maturity and your desire to spare your mother and me from worry. However, all parents are alike. The money we save is intended for your marriage and purchasing a home. There is no need for you to deceive your father about this. Father Su suspected that Su Chun was deliberately trying to allay his concerns by misleading him. With a smile, Su Chun replied, Dad, do you truly doubt your son? I have indeed bought a house, and the property deed has been issued. It's just upstairs. Would you like me to fetch it for you to see? If you still harbor doubts, since you and Mom are here, I shall take you both to witness it firsthand. Father Su scrutinized his son's expression and discerned the sincerity in his demeanor, realizing he was not jesting. He swallowed hard, his voice dry as he asked, Son, properties in Zhonghai are exorbitantly priced, especially villas. They must cost a fortune, right? Did you take out a loan? Is it too burdensome? You and Mom have saved for me. Su Chun interjected, placing his hand on his father's shoulder with a grin. I purchased the house outright without any loans. Outright purchase? Son, a villa in Zhonghai must cost an immense sum. How much did you pay for it? Su Chun, possessing the details of the property at his fingertips, confidently responded. The total came to over 70 million. Is that true? Son, where did you acquire such a substantial amount of money? That villa must indeed be costly. Father Su and Mother Su had saved a lifetime, amounting to only a few $100,000. The thought of their son buying a villa outright for over 70 million was astonishing. Su Chun had already prepared his strategy, so as soon as Father Su inquired, he promptly remarked, Your son is quite capable. I earned it myself. Father Su shot his son an incredulous glance, chuckling. You rascal, you are already a father. How can you still act so frivolously? I'm trying to speak seriously here. This is no trivial sum. Where did it come from? Dad, I am not jesting. I genuinely earned it. During my university years, I took on some design projects for mecha toys online and accrued a decent amount of fees. Upon finishing, Su Chun casually tousled his hair and, with a hint of vanity, added, I originally didn't intend to tell you and Mom directly. I feared that if you knew how much I earned, it might cause you anxiety and disrupt your sleep at night. Haha. Father Su, slightly annoyed, shot him another glare before exclaiming in astonishment, Son, the mecha designs you worked on are truly that lucrative? Just designing some toys can yield enough for a villa? Indeed. Mechas are currently a global sensation in high technology, and in recent years, they have gained traction in our country as well. I consider myself fortunate to have seized this new opportunity. Initially, the mecha toys generated modest earnings, but once I design actual combat mechas, the profits will significantly increase. Su Chin stated with unwavering confidence. Father Su's gaze shifted from disbelief to astonishment, culminating in pride and contentment. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chin, you have truly grown. Your mother and I never dared to dream that you would achieve such success. What a wonderful child you are, the pride of the Su family. Your mother and I are indeed aging. We do not comprehend the ways of the younger generation, but I know my son is exceptionally talented. As your father, I am genuinely delighted and proud. Ecstatic, Father Su clutched his phone, eager to share this splendid news with his old friends. His son not only managed to purchase a villa worth over 70 million through his own abilities, but also has the potential to design genuine combat mechas. His son is a prodigy in high technology. Seeing his father's eyes welling with emotion, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement within himself. Chapter 50. Yin Bingxue surprised Su Chun, you bought a house? At home, Yin Bingxue stood hesitantly at the kitchen door for a considerable time, ultimately deciding to knock before entering. Mom, I'm here to help you. Mother Su was washing vegetables and, upon seeing her, promptly replied, Oh, Bingxue, there's no need for that. You don't have to help here. The kitchen was in disarray, and she urged, You shouldn't come in, you might get wet. Go play outside with the kids, I can manage this myself. Yin Bingxue remained steadfast. With her hands wet, Mother Su found it difficult to push her out. Mom, Tuan and Lele are watching television and playing with the toys you bought. They are very well behaved, so there won't be any issues. I've finished my work, so let me lend you a hand. Preparing meals for the family is quite tiring for one person. Oh, Bingxue, you are such a considerate child, but really, I don't need your help. I've always managed fine at home. Haha, I can handle it. You should take a break outside. Mother Su said cheerfully. Yin Bingxue shook her head. I'm not tired, Mom. Let me help you pick the vegetables. You and Dad traveled a long distance and brought so many gifts. You must be exhausted. I can wash and prepare the vegetables without it being tiring. Seeing her insistence, Mother Su smiled and said, All right, just help me pick the vegetables. But be careful not to get your hands wet or greasy. Understood, Yin Bingxue replied, taking a small stool and sitting down obediently to pick the vegetables. From time to time, Mother Su glanced at her, her heart swelling with joy. Her daughter-in-law is truly beautiful and considerate, treating her well, which meant she would undoubtedly treat her son even better. Mother Sue understood that her daughter-in-law's behavior today was slightly reserved because it was their first meeting. But her kindness was undoubtedly rooted in love for her son. It's wonderful. My daughter-in-law is splendid. Tuan Tuan and Lele are delightful. And my son's little family is simply so happy. As Mother Sue worked, her movements became lighter. Bingxue, does Chin Chin treat you well? He hasn't bullied you, has he? If that rascal bothers you, just tell me, and I'll take care of him, she said while washing the vegetables. Yin Bingxue felt a bit shy in this casual conversation. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head and smiled softly. No, he hasn't bullied me. He is very good to me and the children. As Su Chun and Father Su returned with wine, the delightful aroma of soup wafted from the kitchen. He immediately walked over and was greeted by the sight of Yin Bingxue and his mother, one picking vegetables and the other washing them, creating a scene both harmonious and heartwarming. Su Chun couldn't help but smile, thinking how beautiful this moment truly was, having spent a lifetime cooking. Mother Su was swift and efficient, preparing 6 dishes and a soup in just over an hour. The family gathered joyfully around the table to dine. Mother Su incessantly served Yin Bingxue, her satisfaction with her daughter-in-law evident in every gesture. As they ate, Mother Su suddenly recalled the arrangements for their accommodation that evening and hastily asked Father Su, "Old Su, have you booked a hotel nearby? I worry it will be too late, and there might not be any rooms available." Upon hearing this, Father Su beamed with pride and replied, "No need to book a room. We'll be staying at our son's home." Mother Su paused, her brows furrowing as she responded, "Old Su, are you out of your mind? There are only 2 rooms here, and the children are around. We would have to sleep on the floor. Your daughter-in-law is here. Don't say such foolish things." "No, not here. I mean our son's own house." Father Su saw the astonishment on Mother Su's face and chuckled. "Our son has bought a house. A magnificent villa worth over 70 million. He paid in full." Mother Su's eyes widened in surprise and delight, and for a moment, she was left speechless, gazing at her son. Yin Bingxue was equally taken aback. Su Chen bought a house. How could she have not known? Moreover, it is a villa worth 70 million. Could it be? Tuan Tuan blinked her adorable eyes, clapping her hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Oh yeah, Daddy has bought a new house. We can move to a new home. How delightful." Lele, equally astonished, couldn't fathom that Su Chan would actually purchase a new house for them. The little one couldn't resist stealing a glance at Su Chan, her face reflecting a hint of surprise. Suddenly regaining her composure, Su Ma exclaimed in utter disbelief, "Son, you bought a house? A villa worth over 70 million. And you paid in full? Where on earth did you procure such a considerable sum?" Before Su Chun could elucidate, Su Ba proudly interjected, "Our son is remarkable. He works with those mechas, that high-tech stuff we don't even understand. He earned a fortune designing mecha toys while in college." Ironically, the very person who had previously doubted on the way here was now boasting to Su Ma. Su Ma, overwhelmed with joy, nodded gently, saying, "That's wonderful, son. You are truly amazing. Your father and I initially came to show you houses, but who would have thought our son would be so capable, buying a villa all on his own? From now on, your little family is officially established. You, your wife, Tuan Tuan, and Lele must live harmoniously. We are so proud of you." Su Chun handed a tissue to his mother to wipe her tears, chuckling, "Mom, with such joyous news, please don't cry." All right. Mama won't cry. These are tears of happiness." She replied, "So, shall we move into the new house tonight?" Su Chun nodded affirmatively. Tuan Tuan exclaimed gleefully, "Yay? We're going to see the big house that Daddy bought." "Tuan Tuan, later I will take you to choose your room," he promised. "Okay." The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together. In celebration of Su Chen's house purchase, Su Ba opened a bottle of wine, and they all raised their glasses, each face illuminated with happiness. The table was laden with steaming dishes prepared by Su Ma, all familiar flavors, and surrounded by their loved ones. Su Chen felt that life was truly delightful. After dinner, Su Chan encouraged his parents to play with the children for a while he took on the responsibility of washing the dishes. After tidying up, he set off for the new house. Yin Bingxue also assisted in cleaning up, following him inside to help. Su Ma intended to wash the dishes too, but Su Ba grasped her arm, whispering, "Let our son handle it. He and his wife are here. No need for you to join the fray." Su Ma understood immediately, nodding, "Yes, we should give them some space to be alone. Tuan Tuan and Lele, how about your grandparents play with you?" "Okay." Chapter 51, Relatives in Shock. Your son bought a house. In the kitchen, Su Ming was washing the dishes while Yin Bingxue rinsed them for the second time. The running water masked their conversation. Yin Bingxue looked at Su Chun and suggested, "Su Chun, regarding the house, I have a villa nearby. Perhaps we should go there tonight?" Having perused Su Chen's background, she knew he had just graduated from university and likely lacked the funds to purchase a villa. While she believed in his potential to acquire a grand villa in the future, he had only recently graduated. Consequently, she suspected that Su Chen's earlier mention of the house was merely to reassure his parents. Su Chen turned to her with a smile, saying, "Do you think I would rent a villa just to placate my parents?" Yin Bingxue remained silent, pursing her lips in tacit agreement. "Of course not. Everything I said is true. I genuinely own the house. The property deed is in the drawer of the bedside table. I'll show it to you shortly." Yin Bingshue's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Really? Then how come you? If Su Chen had such wealth, how did it go unnoticed during university? I was managing on my own, ensuring my own needs were met. Why would I be preoccupied with buying a house? I purchased this property after I realized Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei were part of my life, and it has been beautifully renovated, ready for immediate move-in." Yin Bingshue's astonishment grew, her eyes glimmering as a wave of emotion surged within her. So, this house was truly for her and Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. She found it hard to believe, as if caught in a dream. Unable to resist, she gently pinched her own arm, but misjudged the pressure, resulting in a sharp sting that caused her to gasp. "What is the matter?" Su Chen exclaimed, startled, immediately putting down the dish to examine her arm. A bruise was already forming on her fair skin, unmistakably the result of her pinch, and it appeared quite fresh. Yin Bingxue hadn't anticipated such an embarrassing situation. It felt like a major faux pas. She wished to disappear on the spot, but with Su Chen holding her wrist, escaping was not an option. She lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Ha ha. Su Chen initially suppressed his laughter, but once he began, he couldn't contain it. Hearing his laughter, Yin Bingxue shot him an irritated glare. Su Chen chuckled, "Dear mother of my children, I've discovered that you can be quite silly in everyday life. If you were skeptical, you could have just asked me, or if necessary, pinch me gently. There was no need to inflict such a painful pinch on yourself. That bruise will linger for days." After another glance at the bruise, he added earnestly, "Hurry and finish up. Later we'll return to the room, and I'll apply some medicinal alcohol to help alleviate the bruise." Yin Bingshue's annoyance was swiftly overshadowed by deep appreciation. Just as she was about to nod, she heard Su Chen say, "And I'll show you the property deed, ensuring you know this is no dream." Why is he still teasing her? Yin Bingxue felt like a wounded soldier, firmly kept at bay by Su Chen. He swiftly tidied the kitchen and then retrieved the property deed from the bedside table, presenting it before her. The authentic property deed was unmistakable to Yin Bingxue. She felt a mix of surprise and overwhelming emotion. Su Chen had genuinely purchased a house. They were moving into a new home. Su Ma and Su Ba were equally delighted, gathering their belongings in preparation for the new house. That evening, having imbibed some wine and with the household bustling, the two Rolls-Royces could not accommodate everyone. Before leaving, Yin Bingxue called assistant Zhang to arrange for a driver to bring a van. When they arrived downstairs, Su Ba and Su Ma were overjoyed at the sight of the luxurious van, believing it was a thoughtful gesture from their daughter-in-law. They thought to themselves how considerate Yin Bingxue was. As the vehicle entered Longting Xiaoyuan, Yin Bingxue couldn't help but blink in surprise. What a coincidence! Her villa was also located in this neighborhood, positioned at the prime spot. She had chosen this villa for its location, perfectly situated between the extraordinary group and the kindergarten. With comprehensive amenities and a pleasant environment, she had selected this place considering both work and her children. Never had she imagined Su Chen's house would be here as well. Were their thoughts aligned? Contemplating this possibility, a smile tugged at the corners of Yin Bingshue's mouth. Su Chen's choice of residence took into account both her and the children, filling her with joy. The van halted in front of a villa, remarkably close to her own, just a short walk away. Upon disembarking, Su Ba and Su Ma could hardly contain their wonder. "Chen Chen, this villa is truly magnificent. The expanse of this garden is simply immense. The children living here will undoubtedly be exceedingly happy. Over there's even a swimming pool. Having a pool at home is incredibly convenient. With such a vast yard, planting flowers and greenery in the future will surely create a breathtaking sight. Even in its current state, it is quite splendid." Su Chen smiled and remarked, "The interior is even more impressive. Dad, Mom, let us step inside and have a look." It was his first visit as well, yet he was aware that the products of the system were nothing short of extraordinary. This villa must be absolutely remarkable. Upon entering, the intelligent home system automatically illuminated the lights, casting a warm glow throughout the spacious villa. The first floor, encompassing over 500 square meters, features a living room that exceeds 100 square meters, providing an astonishing view at a glance. Su Ma's smile was radiant as she explored every corner. Upon reaching the kitchen, she immediately called out, "Old Su, come and take a look." Chen Chen's kitchen is simply fantastic. Such a large kitchen with both Chinese and Western amenities. Cooking in here must be a true delight. Moreover, the living room rivals our own, and the dining area is sizable as well, with a large round table added. It can accommodate guests aplenty. Oh my, there's even an elevator in this house. At 70 million, this villa is exceptionally luxurious. Su Mama exclaimed with unabashed admiration. Tuan Tuan and Lulu were equally thrilled. Tuan Tuan tugged at Su Chun's sleeve, playfully insisting, Daddy, let us go see the rooms. I want to choose my own little room. All right, Su Chun replied, lifting his daughter into his arms. The rooms on the first floor are guest rooms. The master bedroom and other bedrooms are on the second floor. There's a maid's room on the basement level. And the third floor has a relaxation area and a sunroom. Let us head to the second floor now to pick a room for Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Just as Su Dad and Su Mama were about to follow, Su Mama's phone suddenly rang. Chin Chin, you take Tuan Tuan, Lulu, and Bing Shui upstairs to see the rooms. Aunt Yang just sent me a video. I'll chat with her for a bit and come up later. Sure. You and Dad can take the elevator up when you're ready, Su Chin said, leading Yin Bing Shui and the two children upstairs. Su Mama answered the video call, and Aunt Yang smiled from the other side, asking, You and old Su have arrived at Chin Chin's place, right? Yes. We got here in the afternoon and have already had dinner, Su Mama replied joyfully. Your smile is practically ear to ear. It seems you've already met your daughter-in-law and grandchildren? Indeed. We had dinner together. My daughter-in-law is exceptionally beautiful and well-mannered, and the two children are adorable. Su Mama couldn't help but chuckle. Aunt Yang was delighted for her, but she couldn't help but express her curiosity. Oh, where are you? That kitchen looks enormous. Su Mama laughed. This is in Chun Chin's South rented place. This is his purchased home. What? Chun Chin has bought a house. Aunt Yang exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 52, Mother of Children. I find your thoughts to be quite perilous. Yes, this rascal got married and bought a house without consulting me or his father. He managed it all on his own and only brought us here tonight. Oh dear, you're truly oblivious to your fortune. You have no idea how difficult it is for parents when their children buy houses nowadays. Your Chin Chin managed it all himself. You should just revel in the joy of it. Quickly, turn the camera around so I can see your new home. Su Mama happily switched to the rear camera, enthusiastically showcasing, Old Yang, here's the kitchen. Doesn't it look great? This is the dining room, and this is the living room. Downstairs is the guest bedroom, complete with its own bathroom. The basement has a maid's room, and the second floor features 6 large bedrooms. Aunt Yang gasped in astonishment. My goodness, your Chin Chin has bought such a spacious house with multiple levels. It must be a villa. Indeed, it is a villa, Su Mama confirmed with a smile. Impressive. Old Su, your Chin Chin is too remarkable. She bought a villa in Zhonghai right after graduation and didn't ask for a penny from home. This child is truly successful, and she doesn't burden you with concerns about marriage and children. You're indeed fortunate. My son, who is even a year older than Chin Chin, is still unemployed at home. If he had even a fraction of Chin Chin's accomplishments, I would be overjoyed. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tuan Tuan and Lulu quickly selected their rooms. Tuan Tuan chose a pink bedroom adjacent to the master suite, while Lulu opted for a blue-themed room next to hers, each with its own bathroom and dressing room. After making their choices, they remained in their rooms to continue exploring. Su Chun took Yin Bing Shui to view the master bedroom. Facing south, it was the largest of the 8 rooms, spacious and with an expansive walk-in closet. The bathroom featured a separation of wet and dry areas and housed an oversized round bathtub. The room boasted a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, next to which was a raised platform covered in a cashmere carpet. In the center of the room lay a 3-meter-wide round bed, and Su Chin couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing it. This bed is fantastic. It's so large that even if one rolls around, they won't fall off. Upon seeing the grand round bed, Yin Bing Shui's imagination conjured a playful scene of herself and Su Chin rolling about on the bed, playfully pressing against one another without the risk of falling. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stammered, You're talking nonsense. Su Chin, taken aback, replied, What nonsense? Just sleep well. How could anyone fall off? Yin Bing Shui lifted her head, her rosy cheeks and bright, round eyes rendering her irresistibly cute. Su Chin couldn't help but laugh, arching an eyebrow and teasingly suggesting, Mother of children, I find your thoughts to be quite perilous. I was merely commenting on the size of the bed. How did you come to think of anything else? Her bashfulness only deepened under his gaze. Oh dear, why do I always overthink things? How frustrating. She decided to check on Tuan Tuan and Lulu, hastily excusing herself and darting away. Su Chin stood at the bedroom door, chuckling heartily at her retreating figure. This little girl seems to have a vivid imagination. It appears she is quite eager to tackle me. When Su Chin exited the room, Yin Bing Shui was already waiting with Tuan Tuan and Lulu in the corridor. Tuan Tuan excitedly approached, looking up with wide eyes and exclaiming, Daddy, our new home is truly wonderful. Can we sleep here tonight? She was absolutely enamored with the place. Hold on, Tuan Tuan. Yin Bing Shui interjected, aware of her daughter's intentions. She believed it would be better for her to discuss the matter with Su Chen directly. She took Lulu by the hand and led them to the two men, saying, "Tuan Tuan, Lulu, why don't you go downstairs to see Grandpa and Grandma? I need to speak with Daddy for a moment, all right?" Tuan Tuan raised her hands to cover her mouth, her eyes twinkling with mischievous delight. "Okay, Daddy and Mommy are going to have a secret talk. Let us go, Lulu, we can't eavesdrop." The little ones scampered away, hand in hand. Su Chen called after them with a smile, "Slow down, be careful not to fall." Once the children had left, he turned his attention back to Yin Bingshui. With both kids occupied, what did she wish to discuss? Was it about what had just occurred? Su Chen, actually, I also own a villa in this community. The one right in front, the central one, Yin Bingshui confessed. Su Chen paused in surprise, then laughed. Really? What a delightful coincidence. We truly have a connection. Having both chosen homes in the same neighborhood. This is the system's reward, conveniently positioned for the children and Yin Bingshui. Could there be an underlying meaning to this? Considering that Yin Bingshui's house is also nearby? Su Chen, have you informed your parents about my job? Yin Bingshui inquired. Su Chen shook his head, indicating he had not. Yin Bingshui continued, I sensed they might be somewhat misled. While my mother and I were cooking in the kitchen, she kept expressing concern about my hard work and how tiring it was to work on weekends. Her gaze towards me was rather peculiar. Do you think we should tell them that my job isn't as arduous as it seems? Her unique status, being 3 years older than Su Chen, meant she hadn't disclosed these matters to Su's parents yet, leaving her feeling uneasy. Su Chen viewed the situation with simplicity, attributing it to the differences in male and female perspectives. A young man naturally stands firm in front of his parents regarding the woman he has chosen. No matter what his parents say, his decision is made, and thus, nothing should be a problem. However, women tend to be more meticulous, often considering the intricate details and fearing parental disapproval. Su Chen, maintaining a laid-back attitude, suggested, "Sure, I can talk to them later." Yin Bingshui pondered for a moment before responding, "Su Chen, perhaps we should let it be." She hesitated, biting her lip, thinking it might be better to wait. After all, the superlative group has deep roots, and your career is just beginning. I fear that revealing this could cause my parents to worry. Let us discuss it after you've built your mechas. She certainly didn't want Su's parents to perceive Su Chen as a man who relies on others. Su Chen, feeling that everything was manageable, indulgently replied, "That's fine, it's up to you." Seeing his nonchalance, Yin Bingshui felt a bit conflicted. However, having spoken her mind, she realized they could only keep it under wraps for the time being. Downstairs, Su's mother had just concluded a video call and was conversing softly with Su's father. "Old Su, I never imagined our Chunshin would be so impressive. Not only designing mechas, but also joining the superlative group and the national level Lonka Institute. I'm a bit concerned about how remarkable he has become." Su's father, puzzled, replied, "Isn't it a good thing for our child to excel? As parents, we should be delighted, not worried." Su's mother glanced at him with concern and said softly, "I worry that Chunshin's prominence may attract unwanted attention. We've concealed our identities for so many years. I fear they might target Chunshin." Chapter 53, Tonight. Yin Bingshui aims to win over Su Chen. Su's father immediately grasped his wife's concerns and shook his head, saying, "Don't overthink it. These are matters from our generation that won't affect our son's future." Su's mother sighed, "Let us hope that's the case." They ceased their conversation as their grandchildren, a pair of twins, had descended the stairs and were joyfully running towards them. Su's mother instantly donned a smile upon seeing the twins, their presence dispelling all her worries. That night, the Su family settled into their new home. Su's parents slept in the guest room downstairs, while the twins were in their own little rooms. In the master bedroom, Su Chen had taken his clothes to the bathroom for a shower. Yin Bingshui exhaled nervously, glancing at the large round bed beneath her and then at the bathroom door. On her phone, Gu Yusin sent a friendly message. "Shui, what are you up to?" Yin Bingshui replied, "Just lying down, getting ready to rest." Gu Yusin responded, "Why are young people sleeping so early? Where's your Su Chen? Isn't he with you?" If Su Chen were present, Yin Bingshui would certainly not reply so quickly. She typed, "He's in the shower. Hey, darling, how is it going? Are you and Su Chen already?" Gu Yusin's words made Yin Bingshui envision her friend's blushing face. She shook her head helplessly, touching her warm cheeks and pursing her lips. "Stop, Ms. Gu, your thoughts are too dangerous. Su Chen and I are still very much in a friendly, platonic relationship, merely sharing a bed." Gu Yusin exclaimed, "What? Darling, you and Su Chen are married before dating, not fostering a revolutionary friendship. Shui, it's been several days. Your relationship is still so pure? Is your handsome Su Chen not up to par?" Yin Bingshui retorted, "You're the one who is not up to par. Don't say such things, or I'll have Tuan Tuan and Lulu come after you," she added. Gu Yusin laughed. "True. Tuan Tuan and Lulu are the best proof of your handsome Su's prowess. However, your pace seems a bit slow, doesn't it? Schwer, are you not trying hard enough? When pursuing a boyfriend who is also the father of your child, you must take the initiative. Yan Bingxue protested. How can I take the initiative? I'm not skilled at that. She felt she had been making an effort these past few days. Having entertained several inappropriate thoughts, yet Su Qin seemed to harbor no such intentions. Gu Yusin asked, didn't you read the secret novel I sent you? I did, Miss Gu. Your range of interests is truly broad. However, Su Qin is not like the men in those novels. Gu Yusin countered, TSK. Your Su Qin is even more dashing than the male lead, and he is just so pure and ascetic. Schwer, your current mindset is problematic. What man can truly remain untainted? He is no monk. Gu Yusin continued, there are no unattainable gods, only unmotivated women. Trust me, darling. If you want to win over Su Qin, you must take that first step. Did you wear the silk nightgown I bought you for your birthday last year? Put it on and sit on the bed waiting for him. 5 minutes later, amidst a storm of inner turmoil, Yan Bingxue secretly donned the silk nightgown. Although Ms. Gu's suggestion seemed somewhat absurd, and the gown exceedingly straightforward, she felt she had no other means to approach Su Qin and could only resort to desperate measures. She was determined to win him over tonight. After changing, Yan Bingxue fidgeted on the bed, striving to adjust her posture. The silk nightgown was a bit slippery on her shoulders. She gently adjusted it and tilted her head slightly, her long waves cascading down her fair shoulders. Her collarbone barely concealed beneath her dark locks. Su Qin emerged from the bathroom after his shower, surprised to find such a sight as he opened the door. Momentarily halting his movements, he quickly grabbed a large towel and wrapped it around Yan Bingxue, enveloping her like a dumpling. Yan Bingxue looked up in astonishment, her expressive eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and grievance. Su Qin cleared his throat, stating, it's chilly tonight, we're more to sleep. Why were so many clothes to sleep? Yan Bingxue questioned. Su Qin hesitated, unable to respond, and simply tucked the towel better around her before stepping back, saying, I'll sleep in the study. Yan Bingxue watched his departing figure, frustration knitting her brows. Ms. Gu, your terrible advice. What is wrong? Gu Yusin replied. He went to the study to sleep, Yan Bingxue lamented. Gu Yusin was stunned. Su Qin entered the study, exhaling deeply as he looked down, shaking his head in resignation before fetching another towel to take a cold shower. As the cool water cascaded over him, Su Qin felt his heated thoughts gradually cool. What did Yan Bingxue intend to achieve? This was becoming quite taxing. As a man, he could certainly discern Yan Bingxue's desire to win him over. Yet he remained perplexed as to why she wished to do so. Su Qin, a man of bravado when boasting with his friends, often claims that all the beauties of the world are at his beck and call. Yet, when it comes to matters of the heart, he acknowledges their profound significance. Without genuine emotions, sharing a bed becomes a mere physicality, for even if bodies are close, souls can remain galaxies apart. His marriage to Yan Bingxue stems from two primary reasons: the existence of their children, Tuan Tuan and Lei, and his genuine affection for her, a stunningly elegant female CEO. Her willingness to bear his children and remain devoted for 3 years speaks volumes about her intentions. However, he is not so self-absorbed as to believe that Yan Bingxue is hopelessly in love with him, longing to bear his children and share intimate moments. If her feelings were truly that intense, she would have sought him out 3 years ago. The past 3 years remain a mystery to him. He cannot fathom why Yan Bingxue suddenly proposed marriage. Yet, in the present circumstances, the thought of fully engaging in a genuine marital life with her leaves him with a sense of unease. After much contemplation, Su Qin found himself unable to arrive at any conclusions. Sleep eluded him, prompting him to pick up his tools and resume sketching his mecha design. Yan Bingxue was right. As the president of the extraordinary group, her formidable stature necessitates that he, as her partner, achieve success to avoid being labeled as a mere freeloader. The fastest route to recognition is to create a genuine combat mecha that astounds the world. In the master bedroom, Yan Bingxue had already changed into a cotton nightgown. On the other end of the phone, Ms. Gu was growing impatient. Gu Yusin, this shouldn't be. With the straightforwardness of the nightgown I gifted you, coupled with your innate beauty, why would Su Qin refuse? If it weren't for the undeniable evidence of Tuan Tuan and Lei, I would genuinely suspect that your pseudo-handsome's taste is rather peculiar. Gu Yusin, is it possible that the nightgown lacked the desired impact? If not, I can brainstorm other strategies. Don't fret, with my expertise in romance, I will surely help you win over your male deity. Yan Bingxue, this approach won't work on my man. Offer me something else. She too felt that her friend's previous suggestion was rather untrustworthy. While many men might be drawn to sensual allure, most would not appreciate their wives in such a manner. Moreover, she feared that Su Qin might perceive her as a woman of loose morals. Regretting her earlier tactic, she sought a more suitable approach. Gu Yusin, other suggestions? Let me ponder. You mentioned he went to the study, correct? Yin Bingxue, yes. Gu Yusin, then it's simple. You should prepare him a midnight snack and show him some care, or sit beside him while he works. A warm companionship. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yin Bingxue felt it was quite appealing and aligned with her intentions. However, the thought of preparing a midnight snack? She had never personally cooked in her life. Yet, for the sake of winning over a man, there was nothing she wouldn't do. After all, how hard could it be to whip up a midnight snack? In her lexicon, the words unable to do simply did not exist. Resolutely, she exited her room with fierce determination. As she passed the study, she caught sight of Su Chun, engrossed in his work. She found herself momentarily entranced. Su Chun, in the midst of his tasks, bore a serious demeanor. His handsome features devoid of superfluous expression, his focused gaze fixed on the drawing board, his long fingers deftly wielding the stylus. Truly, the saying rings true, a man engrossed in his work is at his most handsome. How charming her husband was. Although she had yet to win him over completely, she remained undeterred. Their marriage was just beginning, and she had ample time to cultivate their relationship. Soon enough, she would ensnare him completely, lost in her daydreams. A sudden cough snapped her back to reality, and she realized that Su Chun had been watching her. Caught in the act of peeking, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly blinked, regained her composure, and said, I just happened to be passing by. Please continue your work. With that, she hurried towards the kitchen. Once inside the kitchen, and seeing that no one had followed her, her shoulders relaxed as she exhaled deeply. Glancing at the pots and pans on the stove, she took out her phone, opened Douyin, and began browsing for a recipe. Following the instructions, she commenced her cooking endeavor. Meanwhile, Su Chun, having noticed Yin Bingshue's departure, returned his gaze to his work. However, he couldn't help but hear the clattering sounds of pots and pans emanating from the kitchen. What was she up to? Setting down his pen, he stood and made his way to the kitchen, curious to see what was unfolding. As he approached the kitchen door, he spotted Yin Bingxue, clad in an apron, skillfully wielding a spatula from a distance, engrossed in her culinary task. Her movements were quite convincing, though there was something amiss. What are you making? He inquired as he stepped closer. Ah, you. How did you get here? Yin Bingxue, wholly absorbed in her cooking, was caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Realizing she was preparing a midnight snack for him, her face flushed anew. Under the warm yellow light of the kitchen, she appeared particularly adorable, resembling a ripe red apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. You still haven't told me what you're cooking? Su Chun asked with a low chuckle. In the pot, there were 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs simmering in water. Is this water-boiled eggs? I'm making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Yin Bingxue puffed her chest with pride. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter, but managed to suppress it. Truly, the billionaire female CEO had a unique flair, even in her culinary approach. It was evident she had never set foot in a kitchen before. Yes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Absolutely. Yin Bingxue felt as though Su Chun was laughing at her. Was she doing it wrong? Yet, the short video she had watched on Douyin had shown precisely this method. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes require chopping the tomatoes and whisking the eggs in a bowl before combining them in the pan. Su Chun explained, then asked, Why are you making scrambled eggs with tomatoes at this hour? Are you hungry? Just as Yin Bingxue was about to admit she was preparing the dish for him, Su Chun's final question prompted her to change her response. Cleverly, she realized her cooking method was incorrect. Her face flushed once more as she stammered, Well, I'm hungry, so I'm making it for myself. But now, I've suddenly lost my appetite. I'm on a diet. You can take over from here. I'm going to bed. With that, Yin Bingxue hastily removed her apron, fearing Su Chun would mock her culinary ineptitude, and quickly retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. Once inside, she flung herself onto the bed, pounding it in frustration. Yin Bingxue, you can't even make a midnight snack for Su Chun. After hammering away on the bed for quite some time, she finally reached for her phone and immediately called her assistant, demanding, Find me the most skilled female chef available. I want to learn culinary arts. The female assistant was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and responded, Yes, President. On Sunday, the family awoke in their new home, and by the time Su Chun stepped outside, breakfast was already prepared. The spread was a delightful fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine, featuring steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, as well as bread, coffee, and sandwiches, filling the entire dining table. One might easily mistake it for a grand banquet. Good morning. Yin Bingxue greeted her with a smile, holding a steaming cup of coffee in her hand. It seemed that the awkwardness from the previous night had vanished entirely. Neither of them mentioned the events of last night, simply treating them as if they had never occurred. Although she was still unable to cook, she could certainly prepare meals for everyone. Once she mastered the art of cooking, she would be able to take charge in the kitchen herself. Did you prepare all of this? Su Chen asked in astonishment. Well, I wasn't sure what Mom and Dad liked, so I had a bit of everything prepared. Is there anything missing? Su Chen glanced at the overflowing table, marveling at the president's extraordinary concept of breakfast. That's more than enough. No more can fit on the table. He chuckled. Seeing him smile, Yan Bingshue's lips curved into a slight grin as well. This was a promising first step in fostering a good relationship with her in-laws. What about Tuan Tuan and Lele? Aren't they up yet? They're awake. Mom and Dad took them outside to swing. Su Chun replied as he sat down at the table and picked up a warm steamed bun. Are you going to the office later? I'm not going today. Yan Bingshue answered without a moment's hesitation. She had previously been a workaholic, treating every day as a workday, weekends included. However, today was different. She was married. And with her in-laws present, she naturally wanted to spend time with them. Shall we take Mom and Dad, along with Tuan Tuan and Lele, out to have some fun? Yan Bingshue suggested. Su Chen looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to take the initiative to propose an outing with her parents. This was indeed a wonderful opportunity to strengthen family bonds. Sure. Su Dad and Su Mom returned with the two children, and upon seeing the lavish breakfast spread, they exclaimed, "Oh my, how did you prepare so much? We can't possibly finish all this." Tuan Tuan and Lele had already washed their hands and started eating breakfast. Su Chen smiled as he handed his mother the bowls and chopsticks, saying, "Mom, this is all prepared by Bingshue. She wasn't sure what you liked, so she got a bit of everything. Please do try it." Upon hearing that it was prepared by her daughter-in-law, Su Mom swallowed the words of reluctance that had almost escaped her lips and sat down, beaming with happiness. After breakfast, Su Chen informed his parents, "Today, the whole family will go out together." Before the elderly couple could respond, Tuan Tuan was already joyfully spinning in circles. "Hooray, hooray. It's wonderful that today Daddy, Mommy, and grandparents are all taking us out." Finding her father was truly a source of great happiness. After going out for a barbecue with him yesterday, being able to spend the day with the entire family was simply splendid. Su Chen hugged his daughter and asked with a smile, "Where does our Tuan Tuan want to go today?" "I want to go to the amusement park. I want to ride the big airplane and drive the little cars." Tuan Tuan exclaimed gleefully. "All right, then we shall take Tuan Tuan and Lele to the amusement park," Su Chun replied affectionately. Yan Bingshue turned to Su Dad and Su Mom, asking, "Mom and Dad, would you like to go to the amusement park? It might be a bit noisy there, if you don't like it. We can find a quieter place." She worried that her in-laws might not enjoy the lively atmosphere of the amusement park, which was more suited for the young and children. Su Dad and Su Mom, their eyes filled with adoration for their grandchildren, were eager to go wherever the children desired. Listening to Tuan Tuan, "We also want to visit the amusement park. We haven't been there yet." Seeing this scene, Yan Bingshue felt a surge of happiness. Su Chen's parents clearly adored Tuan Tuan and Lele. Thus, the family set off for the newly opened Disney park at Zhonghai. As they left, the nanny van from the previous night was parked in the yard. Su Mom glanced at it and quietly remarked to Su Dad, "Old Su, did the kids rent this vehicle? Why is it the same one today? Such a fine car can't be cheap to rent for a few days." Su Dad nodded. "Yes. This vehicle costs several million. Renting it for a day would certainly not come cheap." Su Mom pondered for a moment and said, "Old Su, we should find an opportunity to tell our son that we'll use some of our savings to buy him a car. He has purchased such a large house, and we haven't been able to help. That money would be perfect for buying a car to make commuting and picking up the children more convenient." "All right. I'll look for a chance to mention it to Chin Chin." Seeing the same nanny van from last night and today, Su Dad and Su Mom felt certain that Su Chun and Yin Bingshue had yet to purchase a car. In reality, their own vehicles were too small to accommodate the entire family, which was why Yin Bingshue had requested the driver to bring the family's nanny van. The Disney park was absolutely packed on the weekend, and it took quite a while to find parking upon arrival. Seeing the throngs of people, Su Dad and Su Mom quickly scooped Tuan Tuan and Lele into their arms, fearing the children might get lost in the crowd. "Chin Chun, Bingshue, it's so crowded here. Will we be able to buy tickets?" Su Mom asked anxiously. Yin Bingshue smiled gently. "Don't worry, Mom. We don't need to buy tickets. I have an annual pass." Moreover, it was a black gold VIP pass. At the entrance, she displayed her card, and the staff promptly opened a side door, allowing the family to enter while the visitors in the long ticket line looked on enviously. How wonderful it is to have money. The black gold VIP pass lets you skip the lines at Disney anytime. I'm so envious. Upon hearing this, Su Mom's eyes sparkled with pride as she looked at her daughter-in-law with satisfaction. Her daughter-in-law was indeed thorough, having meticulously prepared everything for their outing. However, that black gold card must have cost a fortune. It seemed that despite raising two children alone, she had not deprived them of a material life, which must have been quite a burden for her. Upon entering, they found themselves in a shop, and as soon as Tuan Tuan laid eyes on the adorable stuffed toys, she became transfixed, struggling in her grandmother's arms to get a headband adorned with Disney characters. Tuan Tuan particularly adored the purple Duffy and Friends headband, and quickly grabbed a fluffy one to put on her head, joyfully turning to show everyone. Grandpa, Grandma, look, Tuan Tuan is Duffy. With her fair skin and large eyes, the purple plush had accentuated her cuteness, making her little face shine even brighter than the character itself. Su Dad and Su Mom were overjoyed and immediately pulled out their phones to take countless pictures. Look, you wear this. Tuan Tuan chose a plush hat featuring Duffy's head for Lele. Lele looked at the fluffy hat with a face full of reluctance. But Tuan Tuan, undeterred, tiptoed over and placed it on her sister's head. Lele wanted to shy away, but seeing her sister's happy smile, she could only indulge her. The adults watching this scene felt it was a beautiful display of sibling affection. Wow, Lele looks so cute. Lele is Duffy's good friend. Tuan Tuan clapped her hands in delight. Lele's mouth twitched, her expression a blend of reluctant happiness. Grandfather and grandmother also made a purchase, and the little one eagerly went to persuade Su Dad and Su Mom. The elderly couple quickly waved their hands, stating that they did not wish to wear such things. Tuan Tuan, they said, Grandpa and Grandma have specially styled their hair this morning. Wearing hats would ruin it. Why don't you ask Daddy and Mommy to wear them instead? Su Mom cast a meaningful glance towards Su Chun and Yin Bingxue, a broad smile illuminating her face. Tuan Tuan, not wanting to trouble her grandparents, clutched the Minnie and Mickey headbands and scampered off to her parents. Daddy, you wear Mickey. Mommy, you wear Minnie. Minnie and Mickey are a pair, and so are you too. The little one's sweet voice made Su Mom chuckle heartily. Their clever granddaughter was already playing a role in fostering her parents' romance at such a tender age. How delightful. Su Chen glanced at the childish headbands in his daughter's hands, feeling a moment of hesitation. As a grown man, he truly wished to decline such frivolities. Yet, much like his son Lele, he found it impossible to resist Tuan Tuan's adorable and earnest gaze. Thus, he resolved to indulge his daughter's whimsy. He donned the Mickey headband first, and then held up the Minnie headband in front of Yin Bingxue. Come on, dear, you wear it too. Yin Bingxue looked up to see Su Chun adorned with two large bow headbands, and couldn't he help but burst into laughter, her lips painted red and teeth white. Resembling stars scattered across the ocean, illuminating the world around them. Isn't this a bit childish? I don't want to wear it, she candidly replied. After all, she was the aloof CEO. How could she possibly wear such childlike accessories? Su Chen pointed to himself and said, Look, I'm wearing it. Just think of it as keeping me company. Tuan Tuan tugged at her mother's hand, pouting adorably. Mommy, you should wear it too. If you do, you and Daddy will be a pair like Mickey and Minnie. Yin Bingxue gazed fondly at her daughter, thinking that if wearing the headband could connect her heart to Su Chen's, she would wear it every day. I'll help you wear it. Lower your head, Su Chen said, raising the headband. Yin Bingxue hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she slightly bowed her head. Su Chen gently placed the headband on her head, and when they both looked up, laughter erupted between them. Wow, Daddy and Mommy are wearing them too, Tuan Tuan exclaimed. Grandpa and Grandma, come take our picture. She called for Lele to join her as they posed with Su Chun and Yin Bingxue, while Su Dad and Su Mom excitedly snapped photos with their phones. How wonderful. This family portrait will surely serve as a cherished screensaver. The Disney park was bustling, with long lines for nearly every attraction, yet for Yin Bingxue, this was hardly a concern. Holding a black gold card, the park staff cleared a path for them. All attractions had dedicated VIP lanes, allowing them immediate access without waiting. The sight of those waiting in line filled with envy was palpable. They were left in the sweltering sun for mere minutes of fun, while the affluent could bypass all waiting with their black cards. How fortunate to be wealthy, Su Mom remarked in astonishment. Once Su Dad and Su Chun took the children to ride bumper cars, Su Mom seized the opportunity to ask Yin Bingxue, Know, does this annual pass offer such extensive privileges? There are so many people waiting outside. Don't we get to skip the lines with this card? Yin Bingxue replied, Mom. This isn't an ordinary annual pass. A regular one merely saves on ticket costs. This black gold card is for VIP treatment. Su Mom nodded, somewhat impressed, I see. But it must be quite expensive, right? Yin Bingxue blinked, pondering how to explain that this card was exclusive to investors. There were only two in the entire Dragon Kingdom, one held by the park manager and the other by her, the investor. Having agreed with Su Chun just yesterday not to reveal her identity, she hesitantly replied, It's not too bad. It's for the kids to enjoy. So it's worth it. Su Mom regarded her with increasing satisfaction, taking her hand and saying, Know, from now on, Tuan Tuan and Lele will be under your and Chun Chen's care. As for financial matters, don't hesitate to let Chun Chen shoulder the burden. He is a man, and it's his duty to provide. Save your money for yourself. Hearing her mother-in-law express such sentiments stirred a gentle emotion within Yin Bingxue. Thank you, Mom. Chun Chen and I will work hard to provide the best life for Tuan Tuan and Lele. Su Mom shook her head, laughing, silly child. You've worked so hard taking care of the children alone for over 3 years. Listen to me. Keep your earnings for yourself. If you ever find yourself short, just call me, and I'll send you some pocket money. Let us not wait for later. Let us add each other on WeChat now. Su Mom took out her phone and quickly added Yin Bingxue. Just as Yin Bingxue accepted, she received a notification of a transfer. Su Mom had sent her 5,000 yuan. Since university, Yin Bingxue had been financially independent, often sending her mother pocket money, so the experience of receiving pocket money from her mother-in-law felt quite novel. I snow. Keep this money for yourself, and don't tell Chen Chun, Su Mom urged. Mom, what shouldn't I tell Chen Chun? Su Chun emerged with Lei Lei in tow. Overhearing the last part, Su Mom quickly pulled Yin Bingxue closer, saying, Shoo, this is a secret between me and my daughter-in-law. Don't pry. Chapter 56, Strengthening Bonds. After enjoying several attractions, noon approached, and with half the park still unexplored, the family decided to dine within the park. According to the guide, there were 2 dining options, a public cafeteria offering a variety of affordable meals, albeit not comparable to those outside, and a royal banquet hall, where one could indulge in lunch amidst a fairy tale setting with beloved Disney characters. Naturally, Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei opted for the latter. However, a note indicated that reservations were required 3 days in advance, which they clearly had not made. Su Mom suggested they go to the regular CAF, but Yin Bingxue confidently replied, Let us go to the royal banquet hall. But we don't have a reservation, Su Chen inquired. As soon as he asked, he regretted it. With President Su present, what did a lack of reservation matter? Reflecting on how they had bypassed all queues and enjoyed exclusive assistance throughout the day, he realized it was inconsequential. Don't worry, we can just go directly, Yin Bingxue assured. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei seemed accustomed to their mother's privileged lifestyle, nonchalantly boarding the tour vehicle summoned by the staff. The royal banquet hall resembled a castle, and upon entering, they found it completely empty. Su Mom exclaimed in surprise, Why is there no one here? I just passed the public dining area, and there were people queuing. Yin Bingxue approached, linking arms with her mom. Isn't it great that it's empty? Just our family can enjoy a peaceful meal. Su Chen quickly realized that they had clearly arranged for a private dining experience. As staff were still tidying up tables nearby, Su Dad and Su Mom remained oblivious, watching the Disney characters in costume approach as the children began to play. The family enjoyed a delightful and tranquil lunch before continuing their afternoon of fun. When they reached the Seven Dwarfs mine train, Tuan Tuan excitedly insisted on riding it. Yin Bingxue hesitated for a moment. Su Chen tilted his head and asked, What's wrong? Yin Bingxue shook her head, her complexion slightly pale. This was a roller coaster, albeit one of moderate height, suitable for families to enjoy together. They had already experienced several rides earlier in the day, but restrictions on age and height had prevented them from participating in some of them. Tuan Tuan wants to ride this one. Grandma, take me. Lei Lei automatically positioned herself beside Grandpa. With a smile, Su Ma turned back and said, All right, we shall ride this. I'll take Tuan Tuan, and Lao Su will accompany Lei Lei. Chen Chun, you and Bingxue can sit in the same row. This attraction also did not require queuing, but patrons had to ascend a platform that was 7 or 8 meters high to board the ride. Su Chen distinctly noticed that Yin Bingxue's pace had slowed, and her expression was far from cheerful. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Yin Bingxue turned to him, her eyes wide and startled like a frightened rabbit. Her demeanor slightly vacant. I have acrophobia. Her hand gripped the railing of the steps tightly, her slender fingers paling under the pressure. Seeing her genuine fright, Su Chen slowed his own pace and instinctively took her hand. Yin Bingxue seemed momentarily taken aback, her icy palms suddenly damp with fine beads of sweat. How about we let our parents accompany Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, and we can wait for them down here? Just as Su Chen finished speaking, they reached the top where Tuan Tuan was waving and calling out, Mommy, Daddy, don't whisper. Hurry up and join us. The ride is about to start. Looking at her daughter's eager expression, Yin Bingxue gritted her teeth and said, I'm fine, let us ride with them. Are you sure you can handle it? Su Chen inquired. Yin Bingxue nodded, her small face pale, though her eyes reflected a blend of anxiety and determination. Su Chen held her hand tightly, speaking softly, All right, I'll stay beside you. Passengers had already boarded, and Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, guided by Su Dad and Su Ma, were seated in the front rows, leaving only the last row available. Su Chen led Yin Bingxue to the back. After securing his own safety belt, he turned to assist her. The safety measures are excellent. There's no need to worry. This ride is suitable for children, and with a height of just 10 meters, it's not excessively daunting. Don't be afraid. Yin Bingxue nodded, her face devoid of color. The staff's announcement rang out, informing everyone that the mine cart was about to depart and to prepare themselves. In an instant, Yin Bingxue tensed, instinctively clutching Su Chen's hand with such force that it nearly pained him. Ah, so she truly is frightened. He had anticipated that Yin Bingxue, who usually exuded an air of aloofness, would be afraid of roller coasters. The cart began to move slowly at first, but it gradually ascended. This process was rather excruciating, as everyone knew they were approaching the peak, followed by a rapid descent, the moment of weightlessness being the most exhilarating. Yin Bingxue clenched her jaw tightly. Her eyes filled with terror, yet she kept them open, her large almond-shaped eyes wide with innocent fear reminiscent of Tuan's current age. Su Chen's heart ached for her. He paid no mind to the scenery around them, his focus solely on Yin Bingxue. If you're scared, don't just clench your teeth, let it out. Shout your fear away, and let the wind carry it off. I'll hold on to you. Just close your eyes and scream. The descent will be over in a flash. Yin Bingshue's voice trembled as she replied, The first syllable quivered with a shaky inflection. It's coming. Don't be afraid. I'm here. No sooner had Su Chen spoken than the roller coaster plunged rapidly downward. And he immediately felt the imprint of several fingernails on the back of his hand as Yin Bingxue gripped him tightly, biting her lip to suppress her scream. The cart reached the lowest point and then shot up to another height, followed by a spiraling track, the sensation of weightlessness persisting throughout. In the midst of the exhilarating speed, Su Chen shouted, "Let it out." At his encouragement, Yin Bingxue seemed to find her voice and finally cried out, "Ah, ah." As they descended after the 3-minute ride, Su Chen was drenched in sweat, not from fear, but from the pain of Yin Bingshue's tight grip. When they disembarked, her cheeks were flushed from the wind, and her lips were pale. It took her a moment to regain her composure. Su Chen still held her hand firmly. Their fingers intertwined without either of them realizing it. Tuan, brimming with excitement, ran over, dragging a somewhat apprehensive Su Ma along. It was so much fun. Tuan loves roller coasters. The little one was blissfully unaware of her mother's trepidation, her eyes squinting joyfully as she smiled. Su Ma's gaze, however, fell upon the intertwined hands of her son and daughter-in-law, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Chapter 57. Encountering the high school belle at Lonka Institute. The subsequent attractions were more leisurely and less thrilling, yet Su Chen and Yin Bingxue continued to hold hands, neither willing to let go. Disney Park was adorned with various performances, featuring Disney princesses in splendid gowns and animated plush mascots cheerfully greeting the visitors. As they walked, crowds of onlookers surrounded them, and Yin Bingxue appeared somewhat dazed, her gaze unfocused. Just as they were about to be bumped into by a photographer, Su Chen gently pulled her into his embrace. Yin Bingxue looked up, their faces mere inches apart, and she blushed, her heart fluttering with an unfamiliar sensation. Su Chen, too, had only just realized that he was still holding Yin Bingshue's hand, and he felt a peculiar warmth in his chest. Nevertheless, he did not release her grip. As Su Dad and Su Ma led the children, while Su Chen continued to hold Yin Bingshue's hand, and the family joyfully explored the entirety of the Disney park. On Monday morning, Su Chen had arranged with Chow Fan Group to visit Lonka Institute for his onboarding procedures. He parked his car in the temporary parking lot outside, intending to complete the paperwork quickly before returning to work. After securing the vehicle, he approached the entrance of Lonka Institute, just as two individuals emerged from the gates. One was a charming beauty clad in a white dress, and the other was a somewhat portly man with glasses. Naturally, the beauty garnered more attention. "Su Chen," the woman called out, puzzled. Upon seeing him glance her way, she smiled brightly and confirmed, "It really is you." Su Ming turned toward the woman, instantly conjuring an image of a pure, youthful girl in his mind. "You, Lily?" "Yes, it's me. I didn't expect you to remember me," she replied with a beaming smile. Su Chen smiled slightly. "Of course I remember. You were the belle of our high school class. You haven't changed much. You're still very beautiful." He stood politely, his smile devoid of any ulterior motives, simply pleased to encounter an old classmate. You, Lily, however, was quite animated. Skipping over to him. "Su Chen, you've changed quite a bit. You're even more handsome than in high school." Cough, cough. The man beside you, Lily, feeling neglected, cleared his throat to regain some attention. "Su, the campus heartthrob, only greets our class beauty and ignores me. Your old classmate?" The man tilted his head slightly, regarding Su Chen with an air of superiority. Su Chen regarded the man, puzzling over his identity for a moment, unable to recall who he was. You, Lily, noticing his confusion, chimed in, "Su Chen, this is Qian Cheng from our class. He always sat at the back, wearing those oversized black-framed glasses. Do you remember now?" Su Chen nodded in sudden realization, unable to resist glancing at Qian Cheng, and remarked with a smile, "I have a faint recollection. But it seems that Qian Cheng has been enjoying quite a sumptuous diet these past years. Back in high school, Qian Cheng was short and slender. Yet now he had grown significantly taller, standing at over 1.7 meters, though he appeared to weigh no less than 170 pounds. You, Lily, chuckled, "Indeed. Qian Cheng has put on 30 to 40 pounds these past few years. It's understandable that you wouldn't recognize him." Feeling the sting of the truth, the plump Qian Cheng immediately soured, adjusting his ill-fitting suit jacket and raising his chin haughtily as he addressed Su Chen. Sue, the campus heartthrob. Your university life doesn't seem too prosperous. You look skinnier than in high school. Could it be that your living expenses are too meager for you to eat properly? Su Chan cast a sidelong glance at Qian Cheng and replied nonchalantly, "The quantity of money is inconsequential. I am quite particular about maintaining my physique." As he spoke, he stood tall, the contours of his muscles subtly visible beneath his thin summer t-shirt. Yu Lily felt a blush creeping to her cheeks, and, somewhat shyly, interjected, "Su Chun, what brings you to Lonka Institute? Are you here to meet someone? Would you like me to assist you in getting in? My father is an academician there, and I am quite familiar with the staff downstairs." Qian Cheng quickly chimed in, "Yes, Sue, my father and Lily's father are both academicians here. If you require any assistance, feel free to ask. We will surely help you out as old classmates." His tone was notably arrogant, as if he were the one of high stature at Lonka Institute rather than merely the son of an academician. It dawned on Su Chun that Qian Cheng and Yu Lily's father had worked at Lonka Institute together many years ago, which explained why their high school teachers had always been particularly favorable towards them. Moreover, Yu Lily had been the class beauty, and Qian Cheng harbored feelings for her, often telling classmates that their families were well-matched due to their parents' esteemed positions. Now, seeing them together, with Qian Cheng exuding such hostility towards him, it was evident that he had not yet given up. However, though Yu Lily stood beside him, she maintained a slight distance, suggesting that Qian Cheng was still pursuing her. Understanding this dynamic, Su Chin smiled and said, "I am indeed here to meet someone, and I have an arrangement with the individual to come today. So I can go straight up." "How casually you speak, Su Chin. If I recall correctly, you graduated from a rather ordinary third-tier university this year, and I imagine you haven't even secured a job yet. It's only natural to be unfamiliar with what Lonka Institute entails," Qian Cheng scoffed. Lonka Institute is the pinnacle of scientific research in Longhua, where the nation's cutting-edge technologies are studied. The security system is top-notch. Visitors must undergo rigorous checks, and even those with appointments need someone from inside to personally escort them. "Su Chun, are you perhaps hoping to engage in some dubious activities at Lonka Institute? You're raising suspicions by not even grasping the basic protocols. Pray tell, who are you looking for?" "My father is an academician here and oversees many people. I frequent this place, so do tell me who you seek. I can verify your claim and even vouch for you to avoid being stopped by the guards later." Yu Lily shot Qian Cheng an annoyed glare and replied, "Qian Cheng, what are you doing? We are all old classmates. Why speak like that? Su Chin certainly wouldn't deceive us." Upon meeting Yu Lily's gaze, Qian Cheng quickly donned a flattering smile. "Lily, one must know both faces and hearts. I understand your kindness, but we haven't seen Su Chin in 4 years. Who knows what he has been up to during that time? Think about it. He studied automotive design at a third-tier university. How could he possibly know anyone at Lonka Institute? He might have ulterior motives, and I merely wish to protect you from potential heartbreak. Lily, don't be mad. I am certainly looking out for your best interests, especially since our families are so closely linked." "Qian Cheng," Yu Lily interjected, her cheeks flushed with irritation, casting a glance at Su Chun as she pouted. "Stop saying nonsense. Lily, I am not being unreasonable. Didn't Uncle Yu mention how well our families get along? Our futures. That was my father's statement, and I never agreed to it." Yu Lily interrupted, her eyes repeatedly drifting towards Su Chun. Qian Cheng, not oblivious, recognized that Yu Lily harbored feelings for Su Chun. After all, during their high school years, they were the class beauty and heartthrob, often discussed as a perfect match. Now, after 4 years of separation, Su Chun remained as handsome as ever, and it was only natural for Yu Lily to have some tender feelings. However, he was resolute in not allowing Su Chun to succeed. He had pursued Yu Lily for years, and with graduation behind them, their parents were supportive of their union. The likelihood of their families merging was high. He could not allow Su Chun, this unexpected rival, to snatch away what he believed was rightfully his. Thus, Qian Cheng's hostility towards Su Chun intensified. "Su Chun, tell me, who exactly are you looking for? If you can't clarify, I might have to call for someone to chase you away." The entrance of Lonka Institute is not a place for just anyone to act recklessly. Chapter 58, Astonishment. Su Chun is actually the genius consultant personally invited by Elder Yuan. Su Chun was unfazed. There was no need to be angered by a barking dog. Nonchalantly, he crossed his arms and said, "Very well, old classmate, since you are so eager to assist, could you fetch the esteemed Director Yuan from the Mecha Research Branch of Lonka Institute for me?" "Ha ha." Qian Cheng erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his jowls shaking with mirth. "Director Yuan? Su Chun, why not just go to the Southwest Sea in the imperial capital and look for him? I see you are here merely to stir up trouble. Security, come here." Recently, in an effort to curry favor with Yu Lily's father, and due to his own lack of job prospects post-graduation, Qian Cheng had been visiting Lonka Institute frequently, making him well known to the security personnel. He waved his arms, commanding the guards with an air of authority, pointing at Su Chun. This person claims he wishes to see Director Yuan. You all know what to do. The guards nodded and approached menacingly, declaring, "Who is this impoverished loser? Do you think just anyone can meet our Director Yuan? Scram, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." One guard brandished an electric baton, deliberately activating it to produce a crackling sound before Su Chun. Yu Lily stomped her foot in anger, exclaiming, "Qian Sheng, what are you doing?" Qian Sheng turned to her with a placating expression. "Lily, please, don't be upset. It's not that I disregard our old friendship, but look at Su Chun. His lies are far too audacious. Director Yuan is someone our fathers wouldn't dare offend. He is the head of the Mecha Research Institute. How could Su Chun possibly know him?" "Lily, don't be deceived by Su Chen's looks. If he knows Director Yuan, then I will." "What will you do?" Su Chen interjected with a cold chuckle. Qian Sheng, upon hearing his tone, quickly adopted a fierce demeanor. "I will declare 100 times in our high school group that I am a fool." Su Chen nodded, smiling. "That won't be necessary. Just say it 3 times and change your name to Fool. Don't revert for a year, and that should suffice. If you seek the spotlight, the classmates wouldn't even bother to glance at your spam." "Su Chen you!" Qian Sheng exclaimed, his face flushed with fury, glaring at Su Chun. Su Chun retrieved his phone and dialed Director Yuan's number. At that moment, Director Yuan was listening to a report from Yu Lily's father and Qian Cheng's father. Upon seeing the incoming call, his face lit up with joy. "Don't say a word. The genius consultant I invited has called." Academician Yu and Academician Qian exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a blend of curiosity and excitement. The dean had been extolling the virtues of this consultant for several days, mentioning him repeatedly in the morning meetings, asserting that he was undoubtedly a genius capable of aiding the Dragon Kingdom in creating mechs. Both Academician Yu and Academician Qian, being at the forefront of this research, were naturally filled with anticipation regarding Su Chun. Upon hearing that Su Chun would be arriving today, they deliberately prolonged their work reports, eager to catch a glimpse of this prodigious talent. According to Elder Yuan, this brilliant consultant had only just graduated from university, prompting both men to exclaim in admiration, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth." "Hello, Mr. Su, have you arrived?" During the call, Qian Cheng mocked, "Huh? You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." "Security. My friends, please bear with it a little longer. Let him perform for a while longer." Su Chen chose to ignore him, speaking instead to Elder Yuan on the other end of the line. "Elder Yuan, I have arrived at the Dragon Institute, but it seems I am not particularly welcome here. I can't even get through the door." Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly stood and made his way outside, saying, "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. I had clearly instructed the front desk, but they must not be aware of your identity. Please wait a moment. I will come down to fetch you." He continued to explain, "Mr. Su, I hope you can understand. The security protocols at the Dragon Institute are indeed stringent. You must be aware of the confidentiality surrounding the mech research at the Extraordinary Group, which necessitates such rigorous access controls." "Elder Yuan, I understand completely. I bear no ill will towards the staff. It's merely a slight delay. As you know, I still have to return to work at the Extraordinary Group," Su Chen replied. Yes, I am already in the elevator. Please wait just a moment. I will be right down." As Su Chen ended the call, the security personnel stood in stunned silence. Extraordinary Group? This person hails from the Extraordinary Group? Their mech research technology is top tier. Could it be that he truly has an appointment with Elder Yuan? The guards dared not move, stepping back cautiously. However, Qian Cheng remained oblivious, his face still adorned with ridicule as he remarked, "Su Chen, you are quite something. The Dragon Institute is not enough for you to boast about. You even fabricated a connection to the Extraordinary Group. What will you do there? Even as a cleaner, they wouldn't have you, huh?" Qian Cheng, silence yourself. Academician Qian, having just descended the stairs, immediately heard his son's words and was compelled to intervene. "Su Chun, isn't that the name of the genius consultant invited by Elder Yuan?" Upon hearing his father's outburst, Qian Cheng's smile faltered, and he awkwardly turned around. He was taken aback to see Elder Yuan approaching with the 2 academicians. How did Elder Yuan and the 2 professors arrive here? Could it be that Su Chun truly made that call? Yu Lily was astonished, then excitedly exclaimed, "Su Chun, you really have come to see the dean?" She lowered her voice, adding, "How impressive. You actually know Elder Yuan." Su Chen offered a faint smile before quickly reverting to his previous expressionless demeanor. To Elder Yuan, this demeanor suggested he might be slightly displeased. Having overheard Qian Cheng's comments, Elder Yuan and the 2 academicians quickly grasped the situation. Elder Yuan cast a disapproving glance at Academician Qian, sternly stating, "Old Qian, you have been in the institute long enough to know the rules. Irrelevant individuals should not be allowed to wander in and out freely." Academician Qian felt a deep frustration. His son was a disappointment, having graduated without securing a respectable job. Recently, he had been courting Yu Lily, leading him to frequently bring his son to the institute, hoping to teach him some valuable lessons. He thought that if all else failed, he could have his son assist in the institute, facilitating discussions about their children's futures. However, who would have imagined that this troublesome boy would offend the newly arrived consultant? Now, he was being reprimanded directly by Elder Yuan, driving academician Qian to the brink of exasperation as he lowered his head in compliance while secretly glaring at Qiansheng. Qiansheng, now thoroughly cowed, realized that Elder Yuan was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Su Chun. The elder's attitude spoke volumes. Su Chun was not boasting. He truly was exceptional. Chapter 59. Entering the Mech Institute of the Dragon Institute. Yu Lily was overjoyed as she approached her father, linking her arm with his. Dad, why did you all come down? What is your relationship with Su Chen? I've never seen Elder Yuan so warm before. This is the genius consultant invited by Elder Yuan, a leading talent in mech technology. Academician Yu explained. Realizing his daughter was addressing Su Chun by name, he inquired, Dear, do you know Mr. Su? Yu Lily nodded yes. We are high school classmates. Academician Yu's expression brightened as he glanced between his daughter and Su Chun. As someone who had experienced such matters, he could clearly see the admiration in his daughter's eyes when she looked at Su Chun. This was splendid. He had initially hesitated. He trusted Elder Qian as a colleague for many years, but he found Qiansheng to be quite lacking. If not for their family's connections, he would never have agreed to the arrangement. Lately, he had been loosening his stance, as Elder Qian had mentioned wanting to bring his son into the Dragon Institute. He thought that settling for Qiansheng might be a reasonable choice. But now that Su Chen had appeared, Qiansheng seemed utterly insignificant. This worthless slacker was not even in the same league as Su Chun. If his daughter admired Su Chun and they were classmates, it would indeed be a glorious union for the families. As these thoughts raced through Academician Yu's mind, he stepped forward to stand behind Elder Yuan. Smiling at Su Chun, observing the situation, Qiansheng realized that Su Chun was formidable. He had been yearning to join the Dragon Institute. But with his father's status as merely an academician, it was no easy feat if Su Chun were willing to speak a word on his behalf to Elder Yuan. Perhaps his employment prospects would solidify. Then he could legitimately approach the Yu family for marriage. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Qiansheng completely forgot his earlier disdain for Su Chun, approaching him with a sycophantic demeanor. Su, the campus heartthrob, look, this is like the flood washing through the Dragon King Temple. Strangers in the same family. I can be quite tactless, so please don't take my earlier remarks to heart. You work at the Dragon Institute, and my father is here too. Our families will both belong to the Dragon Institute soon enough. Su Chen glanced at Qiansheng and scoffed. Qiansheng, what are you trying to do? I am here as a consultant under Elder Yuan. Others' affairs are none of my concern. This mildly irritated retort immediately caused Elder Yuan's expression to harden as he admonished Academician Qian, Old Qian. The Dragon Institute is not your backyard. Personal matters should be resolved at home, not here. Indeed. Dean, Mr. Su, it is my fault for failing to educate this brat. I will certainly discipline him when I return. Academician Qian said, raising his foot to deliver a swift kick to Qiansheng's backside. You insolent child. We will settle this at home. Now get out of here. Dad. Qiansheng called out, but seeing his father's fierce expression, he could only retreat in humiliation. As Su Chun watched him walk away, he suddenly turned back, saying, Qiansheng, don't forget to amend your name in the class group. Enraged, Qiansheng could only comply, pulling out his phone and repeatedly posting I am an idiot in the class group, even changing his WeChat name to reflect the same. His classmates were bewildered, filling the chat with laughter. Su Chen paid little attention to these matters as Old Yuan had already led him inside. Old Qian, Mr. Su will henceforth serve as our esteemed consultant. You must learn from and seek his guidance. Academician Yu nodded promptly. Director, Mr. Su is a young talent. We will surely follow his lead and learn diligently. He then turned to his daughter behind him, saying, Lily, since you and Mr. Su are classmates, this is a splendid opportunity for you to learn from him as well. Do you understand? Lily nodded gently and quietly left after escorting them to the elevator. She was not a staff member of the Dragon Institute and thus had no right to enter. Yet, Su Chun was truly remarkable. Who would have thought that after 4 years, he not only grew more handsome, but also possessed such extraordinary capabilities, surpassing even her father. Old Yuan enthusiastically began showing Su Chun around the Mecha Research Institute. This institute represented the pinnacle of mecha research in Longhua, larger in scale than the mecha division of the superlative group, and it utilized cutting-edge technology, with many resources reserved solely for military use. The iris recognition system at the entrance controlled access and monitored foot traffic. Su Chun initially stood beside Old Yuan, but as they entered, the weight detection system suddenly triggered an alarm. Old Yuan gasped, My apologies, Su. I was so excited that I forgot to set the limit on the number of entrants. A door appeared on the inner side. While the entrance door shut, confining them within this small space. Old Yuan re-authenticated the system using his fingerprint and password, and after resetting the parameters, the doors reopened. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the stringent protocols of a national-level academy. Once inside, the vastness of the space was astonishing. The walls appeared to be ordinary white, but upon closer examination, one would discover a layer of specialized graphene material. The lightest and strongest New Age nanomaterial with exceptional thermal and electrical conductivity. Referred to as black gold, it holds the title of the king of new materials. While its intrinsic value is modest, the complexity of its manufacturing process is what makes it precious. The use of such materials and techniques in the exterior of the Dragon Institute speaks volumes about Longwa's current technological prowess. The functional zoning of the Mecha Research Institute was meticulously organized. The main hall seemed merely a display area, surrounded by glass walls, suggesting that behind these single-pane glasses were distinct research zones. Each zone represented different technological studies, supporting collaboration while maintaining a degree of privacy. Thus, even in the event of an issue, adversaries could only grasp a small part of the technology. As Su Chen walked, he observed his surroundings until they reached the center of the hall, where a massive combat mecha stood on a display platform, its broad treads occupying nearly a square meter. Standing before the towering mecha, Su Chen and his companions felt like ordinary people who had stumbled into a land of giants. Su Chen circled the colossal mecha and frowned slightly, asking, "Old Yuan, what is the purpose of this enormous mecha model here?" Just as he finished speaking, a light chuckle came from behind. Turning around, he saw a group approaching, led by a man in his 30s wearing a white lab coat and frameless glasses, exuding an air of youthful brilliance. These individuals were researchers from the Dragon Institute, and only those of at least academician level could appear on this floor. Among them, the one who smiled earlier was the youngest, while the others were all over 40, with several elderly gentlemen present. This young man was none other than Lin Fifan, a student of Old Yuan, who, having gained access to this level at a mere 30-something, was evidently a favored disciple. However, with Su Chen's arrival, Lin Fifan felt a pang of disbelief. His teacher had declared Su Chen a true genius capable of creating mechas, which seemed implausible to him. Given the current state of Longwa's top technology, their research on mechas was still largely theoretical. How could an ordinary student from a third-tier university, not even specializing in bioengineering or mechanical studies, truly comprehend mechas? Lin Fifan harbored some resentment towards Su Chen, especially upon hearing him refer to the mecha here as a model. Chapter 60. Establishing the consultant's position with strength. Lin Fifan positioned himself beside Old Yuan, who promptly introduced him. "Fifan, you're just in time. This is Mr. Su, whom I mentioned earlier. He will be our top consultant from now on." "Mr. Su, these are the research academicians here. The younger one is my student Lin Fifan, who has only been here for a little over a year." "Fifan, you should learn from Mr. Su, understand?" Lin Fifan smiled, his gaze towards Su Chen laced with scrutiny. This young man appeared fresh out of university. Could he truly possess profound knowledge of mechas? He was unconvinced. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Lin Fifan." "Hello," Su Chen replied coolly. "Mr. Su, you mentioned this is a mecha model?" Lin Fifan asked with a hint of amusement, gesturing toward the large mecha beside them. "Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about mechas?" Su Chen cast a glance at the massive machine and replied with a smile, "What does Mr. Lin believe this to be? This is our Longwa's #1. Surely you haven't overlooked our current mechas, have you? The piece before you is our pride at the Dragon Institute." Su Chen chuckled softly, causing Lin Fifan's voice to falter. Old Yuan instantly detected the tension in the air and coldly interjected, "Fifan, Mr. Su is someone I invited." Lin Fifan, feeling somewhat defiant, retorted, "Teacher, listen to yourself. Our institute's most prized work, and he refers to it as a model. Am I at fault for that? He clearly knows nothing about mechas." Old Yuan's expression darkened, as if he were about to explode. However, Su Chen's remark about the piece being a model indeed unsettled him. After all, this was the culmination of years of research at the Dragon Institute. Although some technologies were admittedly outdated, to label it a mere model felt like a grave insult to the collective efforts of everyone involved. Noticing the skeptical gazes directed at him, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Circling the grand mecha as he stated, "Let us tentatively classify this as a mecha. Its exterior is made of iron." "What iron?" "This is an alloy." Lin Fifan interjected, regarding Su Chen with the eyes of an outsider, eager to refute him. Su Chen smiled, then asserted firmly, "The material used for the armor is indeed an alloy, but it is fundamentally iron. Iron mixed with other metals can enhance its hardness and flexibility, but it is still referred to as iron." Old Yuan nodded in agreement. Su Chen's assertion held merit. Initially, before titanium alloys were discovered, the shell of No. 1 was constructed using iron alloys. Su Chen continued, "Thus, From the perspective of external materials, it can be deemed a subpar product. While the iron alloy has improved hardness and flexibility, its weight is excessive, leading to high energy requirements, and its operation is cumbersome. Furthermore, considering its components, the first dual-foot design employs treads, resulting in inadequate adaptability during combat. Do you truly believe the battle arena will adjust to accommodate your mecha's transformations? Second, the hip joint is singularly designed, solely controlling body orientation. The waist joint is not independently set. In a combat scenario, if you aim to attack an enemy behind you, your mecha must turn entirely around. In real warfare, time is of the essence. Thirdly, the absence of a control chamber renders all mechanical power weapons devoid of such a feature, relegating them to the mere status of automatons. Consequently, they are incapable of responding instantaneously to human actions during combat, a significant limitation. Even if the control system of this mech were flawlessly designed, it would still fail to exert a substantial impact on the battlefield due to its lack of adaptability. Furthermore, there exist numerous issues concerning the skeletal and joint configurations. Far too many to enumerate. It is not my intention to target any individual, but the distinction between this mech on the battlefield and a mere model lies in the fact that it may endure a few seconds longer. Once Su Chun concluded his remarks, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Elder Yuan's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He had indeed not misjudged this individual. The ability of Su Chun to identify such a plethora of issues with just a few glances indicated that his understanding and knowledge of mechas far exceeded their current comprehension. He suggested that Model 1 was merely a prototype. It was not that he failed to grasp the underlying technology, but rather he believed that the technological prowess exhibited would be of no distinction in real combat scenarios. Some individuals looked down on others out of arrogance, while others possessed genuine strength, standing taller and gazing further. Thus, a casual remark from them may sound like mockery to your ears, yet in reality, they are merely stating facts. This implies that Lin Fifin's skepticism stemmed solely from his own inadequacy. The surrounding academicians were equally convinced, their gazes towards Su Chun filled with admiration. The future of mech research in the Dragon Country had been salvaged. This young man brought back by Elder Yuan possessed insights into mechas that were truly commendable. With him as a top-tier consultant, it was conceivable that the Dragon Country could indeed become the first nation in the world to successfully create a mech. At this moment, Lin Fifin's expression had completely transformed. He was both embarrassed and astonished, tinged with a hint of excitement. Those engaged in academic research often exhibit a somewhat obsessive nature, as their intense focus on a subject may render them peculiar in the eyes of others. He genuinely cherished mechas and was deeply engrossed in their study. Perhaps just a few minutes prior, he had indeed questioned Su Chun's capabilities, but now, Su Chun had become his idol. The academicians praised Su Chun, with one of them giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Consultant Su is truly remarkable. What you just articulated resonates with the adage that listening to a single sentence from you is worth 10 years of study. With your guidance, our research will undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs swiftly. Consultant Su, the true combat mecca of the Dragon Country depends on you." As Lin Fifin approached Su Chun, who was surrounded like a star, he lowered his head, his cheeks flushed, and extended his hand. He earnestly stated, "Consultant Su, I owe you an apology. My perspective was shallow. I felt envious and displeased due to your youth and the fact that you were personally brought in by the teacher. However, I now realize that your merit is undeniable. I hope you can forgive my earlier behavior, and I aspire to learn from you moving forward, if that is permissible." Lin Fifin's demeanor was earnest, devoid of any flattery, and he was genuinely impressed. Su Chun perceived him as a person of true character. Thus, he readily extended his hand in return. The handshake between two men spoke volumes, transcending the need for excessive words. A group of people surrounded Su Chun. An elder Yuan jovially declared, "You can pose your questions later. I will first escort Consultant Su to complete his onboarding process. He has yet to visit his office." The crowd gradually dispersed, but when Su Chun completed his onboarding and proceeded to his office, he discovered everyone waiting at the door. Each individual clutched a small notebook and pen, resembling diligent students eager to learn. It was somewhat endearing to observe, given their advanced ages as professors and instructors. Su Chun's office was private, featuring a workspace and a small lounge complete with a restroom, truly a top-tier arrangement. After Elder Yuan concluded the tour, the eager group swiftly converged around them. "Consultant Su, I have a question regarding energy sources." Consultant Su, about the hip joint versus the waist joint issue. Consultant Su. Chapter 61, Love is in the Air. Su Chun had not anticipated spending an entire day at the Dragon Academy. The fervor and multitude of questions from the attendees were unrelenting, even extending into lunch when they insisted on treating him, resulting in a mealtime filled with inquiries. Su Chun found the experience both amusing and delightful. These elder academicians possessed a genuine passion for mechas and were deeply committed to their research. Listening to Su Chun speak felt akin to returning to the classroom, as they diligently took notes, their earnestness rendering it impossible to feel irritated. Thus, the time slipped away, extending past the end of the workday, with several individuals still lingering in Su Chun's office, their questions yet to be addressed. Elder Yuan approached, clearly displeased, and urged them. It's time to leave. Why are you still here? You may be willing to stay, but Consultant Su has a home to return to. Hurry along. Consultant Su will be visiting once or twice a week from now on. Any remaining questions can wait. The few academicians sheepishly apologized to Su Chun before bidding their farewells. Reluctantly departing, Elder Yuan sighed. Consultant Su, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. On your first day, we nearly made you work overtime. As Su Chun gathered his belongings, holding his phone, he replied with a smile. No worries, Dean. Everyone simply wishes to contribute to the advancement of mecha research in the Dragon Country, and I understand. However, I truly must leave now. My wife is here to pick me up. Half an hour prior, Yan Bingxue had informed him that she was nearby and inquired if he would like to accompany her to collect their children from school. Su Chun was more than willing, and as he answered questions, he awaited her arrival. Just moments ago, Yan Bingxue had messaged to say she had arrived. The prospect of being personally picked up by his wife filled Su Chun with delight. Moreover, they would soon be picking up Tuan Tuan and Lele. Tuan Tuan would undoubtedly be overjoyed to see both parents together, while Lele would surely be secretly delighted as well. He had driven himself to work that morning, but it was of no concern, as Yan Bingxue had arranged for a driver to accompany her, who could drive his car back afterward. Whistling cheerfully as he descended, Su Chun made his way to the lobby, only to unexpectedly encounter Yu Lily. Yu Lily was seated on a sofa, her gaze fixed intently on the elevator entrance. Earlier that day, her father had called to inquire about her feelings, having discerned her interest in Su Chun. He had urged her to seize the opportunity, as Su Chun was an exceptionally outstanding man. Thus, Yu Lily had come over in the afternoon and had been waiting for several hours specifically to see Su Chun. Upon spotting him descend, she immediately approached. Su Chun, you're off work. Yu Lily, what are you still doing here? Su Chun asked, puzzled. Yu Lily blushed and smiled. I came over this afternoon. It has been many years since we last saw each other as old classmates, and I thought to invite you to dinner. I drove here. Let us go together. Su Chun was taken aback. She had intentionally returned this afternoon, sitting here to wait for him to have dinner? Her flushed cheeks indicated she had feelings for him. Being pursued by a former school beauty was undoubtedly a joyful experience for any man. Alas, it was too late. Su Chun was now happily married. He was a loyal and devoted husband. Thus, in the face of the tender emotions that were just beginning to bloom within Yu Lily, Su Chun could only assume the role of a heartless executioner, swiftly extinguishing them. Su Chun smiled faintly and suddenly remarked, Classmate Yu, it's quite thrilling to see you again after all these years, but let us forego dinner. As a married man, it would be rather inconvenient for me. He smacked his lips a couple of times, and though his words conveyed a sense of difficulty, the expression on his face radiated happiness. Turning his gaze towards the entrance, Su Chun noticed that Yan Bingshue's car had arrived, and he quickly added with a grin, Thank you for your kind offer, Classmate Yu. But my wife is here to pick me up, so I must take my leave. Yu Lily, still reeling from the shock, watched as Su Chun briskly walked toward the door. The driver who alighted from the vehicle received something from Su Chun's hand before opening the back door, allowing Su Chun to enter. Once inside, he closed the door behind him. Though it was merely a fleeting moment, Yu Lily caught a glimpse of a stunning woman seated in the back, her fair profile and elongated neck unmistakably suggesting that she was indeed a beauty. Even if her features remained obscured, Su Chun is married. Was that beautiful girl his wife? Yu Lily could hardly believe it. After 4 years apart, she had thought their reunion was a serendipitous twist of fate, only to discover that it was all too late. Surely, what Su Chun had said could not be mistaken. How regrettable, if only she had seen him sooner. Alas, this world offers no if-onlys. Yan Bingxue had been waiting at the entrance for a while and had naturally witnessed the scene between Su Chun and Yu Lily. Thus, upon entering the car, she appeared somewhat displeased, her rosy lips pressed into a thin line, and she refrained from initiating conversation. Cheerfully settling into the car, Su Chun noted the driver taking the wheel while assistant Zhang drove ahead. He turned to Yan Bingxue and cheerfully inquired, What prompted you to come pick me up? Yan Bingxue replied coolly, I happen to be in the area for work. Her brief response was laced with a frigid tone. Su Chun could clearly sense her discontent. Yet, she had seemed quite cheerful during their earlier text exchange. What had transpired in such a short time? As Su Chun reflected on his conversation with Yu Lily and glanced at Yan Bingshue's demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Oh, the little one is feeling a touch of jealousy. Clearing his throat, he feigned exasperation and said, Oh dear, my dear wife. Do you think my striking looks might pose a bit of a danger? Yin Bingxue, already displeased by his interaction with another girl, could not suppress her slight pout upon hearing Su Chun's words. Safety is not dictated by appearance, but by the heart. Indeed, you are quite right. My dear wife. Today, at Lonker Academy, I encountered a high school classmate who just proposed dinner together. However, as a married man, it is inappropriate for me to dine out. I must return home for dinner. Wouldn't you agree? Hence, I had no choice but to decline her kind offer. Moreover, when I mentioned that my wife was coming to pick me up, you should have seen her envy. Tut, tut. I believe that old classmate will surely yearn for marriage herself after witnessing a family man with a partner to share both work and meals. How lovely it is. The moment Yin Bingxue heard the term wife, her expression shifted, and she could not help but let a small smile tug at her lips. So, Su Chen had indeed said that to the young lady? No wonder the girl appeared so astonished and disheartened when she glanced into the car. He had been explaining himself to her, after all. Hee. Yin Bingxue felt an overwhelming sense of joy, yet she feigned indifference, saying, since she is your high school classmate, and it's been years, having a meal together is nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing the playful contradiction in her demeanor, Su Chen was thoroughly amused. Oh, but that would not do. Even if she is a classmate, as a married man, it would be ill-advised for a lone man and an unmarried woman to dine together. Perhaps we should save such gatherings for a class reunion instead. After all, nothing is more important than returning home to fetch our children. These words struck a chord with Yin Bingxue. She broke into a delighted smile, attempting to mask it, her pursed lips appearing utterly adorable. Chapter 62. Buying Roses for One's Beloved. The car approached the nearest intersection, where the green light had just turned red, necessitating a wait of a minute and a half. A small girl selling flowers gently tapped on the car window. She seemed to have walked from further ahead, stopping at each vehicle to politely inquire, hello, sir, would you like to buy some fresh flowers? Perhaps a bouquet of roses for the lovely lady beside you? The little girl wore a faded dress that had seen better days, but her hair was neatly styled, and her face was clean. She held a bunch of vibrant red roses, her demeanor polite and sweet. Su Chen glanced at the roses and pulled out some money, saying, how many do you have? I'll take them all. Thank you, big brother. You and the beautiful sister make such a lovely couple. As she handed over the roses, the little girl beamed, wishing, may you both enjoy a loving and harmonious relationship, and may you share a lifetime of happiness. The girl counted the roses and found there were exactly 9, a symbol of eternal love, a fortuitous omen. Su Chen paid for the flowers, and the car continued on its way. He turned to present the 9 roses, gathered into a bouquet, to Yin Bingxue, saying, here is a little gift for you, dear wife. The moment Yin Bingxue beheld the roses, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Accepting the bouquet from Su Chen, she glanced down and suddenly burst into laughter. Su Chen, puzzled, looked over and raised an eyebrow, asking, what has got you so joyful? Yin Bingxue nodded, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. What a coincidence. I have a gift for you as well. With that, she turned and retrieved a neatly tied bouquet of roses from the back seat, presenting it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the bouquet, glancing between it and the one in Yin Bingxue's hands. The 2 bouquets were wrapped identically. Even the bows appeared to have been tied by the same hand. Wait, are they the same? Did you also buy flowers from that little girl? Yin Bingxue nodded with a smile. I happened to buy them while coming to pick you up. It was a red light, and I saw the little girl selling flowers. I bought 9 as well, just in time to make a bouquet. What an extraordinary coincidence. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, looking at the roses in their hands and remarking, perhaps this is what they mean by a telepathic connection. Meanwhile, in Su Chen's villa, he and Yin Bingxue were preparing for work, while their 2 children were off to kindergarten. Su Dad and Su Mom, having nothing to do at home, busied themselves tidying up their son's large house. From the interior to the courtyard, the elderly couple worked tirelessly, their faces glistening with sweat. Yet their smiles beamed with joy. Upon reaching the garage door, Su Mom said, old Su, let us clean the garage for our son as well. Once we buy him a new car, it will fit perfectly inside. Su Dad nodded. All right, when our son returns tonight, I'll discuss the car with him. Having returned home exhausted from a long night, Su Dad hadn't had a chance to mention it. As the elderly couple entered the garage, they began to tidy up when suddenly, a car pulled in. Su Dad quickly pulled Su Mom aside, and once the vehicle stopped, the couple stood there, their expressions filled with astonishment. The car was simply exquisite. The sleek black and silver design flowed seamlessly, and the sleek division between the front sides and the engine hood made it appear as though it could transform into a robot at any moment. The recently halted vehicle emitted a melodious roar from its engine, and the striking crimson emblem gracefully descended into the hood, fleetingly passing before the elderly couple. Su Ma, taken aback, inquired, old Su, what kind of car is that? I barely caught a glimpse. Su Papa, his face alight with delight, exclaimed, that is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. No, It's even more exquisite than the Phantom. It appears to be a custom edition. Regardless of age, men possess an inherent affection for automobiles. And although the flamboyant emblem had just been lowered, Su Papa had still caught sight of it. This was indeed the hallmark of Rolls-Royce. Su Ma, maintaining her composure, queried, "Isn't a Rolls-Royce exceedingly expensive? How could it possibly be in our son's garage?" No sooner had she uttered the words than the driver had parked the car, and, upon raising his head to see the elderly couple in the garage, hesitated momentarily. "Good day, may I ask if you are from the Su family?" The driver, being Yin Bingshuez, was aware that Su Chun was the son-in-law. Yet this was his first visit to the house recently purchased by Su Chun. Observing the elderly couple, he felt they did not resemble mere caretakers. So he politely posed his question. Su Papa nodded immediately. "Yes, I am Su Chen's father. What about this car?" "Ah, this is Mr. Su's vehicle, which I have brought back for him." "Good day, Mr. Su, may I hand you the keys?" Upon receiving the keys, Su Papa's certainty intensified. Wasn't this indeed a Rolls-Royce? After the driver departed, Su Ma tugged at her mesmerized husband, her brow slightly furrowed. "Old Su, is this car particularly expensive?" Su Papa nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, it is a Rolls-Royce. It resembles a Phantom, but is slightly different. It could be a custom model or perhaps part of the Phantom's other series, but the price is undoubtedly exorbitant, starting at no less than 60 million. 60 million, Su Ma exclaimed in astonishment, nearly shouting. She quickly grasped Su Papa's arm, slapping his hand away as he reached to touch the car, admonishing, "Old Su. Such an expensive vehicle. Do not touch it carelessly. What if you break it?" Su Papa glanced at the car, hesitating to withdraw his hand. His wife was right. He indeed could not afford such an opulent vehicle at present. The man had mentioned that this car belonged to their son, Old Su. "What do you think our son is up to? Surely he hasn't rented this car." Su Papa, igniting a cigarette, stepped back to take a puff, contemplating. "I don't think so. Our son isn't that ostentatious. Having purchased such an extravagant house, perhaps he has indeed bought the car as well." Su Ma frowned. "But our son has just graduated. Even if he is exceptionally talented and has earned a substantial income over the past few years, how could he afford such a grand villa and a car worth tens of millions? I find it hard to believe. It's likely that he rented this car to impress us, especially since he now has a daughter-in-law and a child, having lived an ordinary life for many years." Su Ma dared not dwell on such extravagant thoughts. Su Papa hesitated as well. "Let us call our son and inquire," Su Ma suggested. "Renting such an expensive car must not come cheap. We should ensure he doesn't squander his money. We can buy him a car worth a few $100,000 ourselves." As she spoke, Su Ma reached for her phone, but Su Papa hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and restrained her hand. "Never mind, dear. Let's wait for our son to return and ask him tonight. He might be with his wife now, and if we call to inquire, how could he respond truthfully?" Su Ma nodded, acknowledging, "You're right. I was being foolish. We'll ask later. We must not embarrass our son in front of his wife." Chapter 63. Learning to cook for the man she adores. Su Chun had already arrived at the kindergarten, having made a call in advance. Tuan Tuan and Lei went to the life teacher's room after school, only bouncing out when Su Chun and Yin Bingxue arrived. "Daddy, Mommy." Tuan Tuan dashed over, embracing Yin Bingxue before quickly running into Su Chen's arms to seek affection. The soft, sticky little rice dumpling was utterly adorable. Upon seeing the flowers in her mother's hand, Tuan Tuan stretched out her tiny hand, exclaiming, "Mommy, flowers. Tuan Tuan likes flowers, may I have some?" Hearing her daughter, Yin Bingxue promptly hid the roses behind her back. These were the first flowers Su Chun had ever given her. She intended to treasure them, transforming them into everlasting flowers to preserve them forever. Thus, she declined her daughter. "No, dear." Tuan Tuan pouted slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. Yet she refrained from pressing her mother further. Turning her head, she spotted the rose in Su Chen's hand, and her eyes immediately sparkled. However, since her mother had just denied her, she hesitated to ask her father, fearing he might refuse as well, and could only gaze longingly with her big, round eyes. Observing this, Su Chun indulgently offered the rose to Tuan Tuan, saying, "Here, Daddy's flower for Tuan Tuan." Yin Bingshue's eyes widened in excitement, then she pouted slightly. "Humph, this was my first gift to Su Chun. How could he so easily give it to Tuan Tuan? He doesn't appreciate it at all, humph." Tuan Tuan gleefully accepted the flower, inhaling its fragrance before planting a kiss on Su Chen's cheek. "Daddy is the best." Lei sat in between them, while Tuan Tuan nestled on Su Chen's lap. The two little ones, merely 3 years old, found the embrace of their parents to be their safest haven. After playing with the rose for a while, Tuan Tuan noticed that her mother seemed a bit unhappy. The clever little girl pondered, realizing that taking the rose might not be appropriate. So she had an idea and suddenly presented the rose to her mother, sweetly saying, "Mommy, this is for you. It's the rose that Daddy gave you." And Tuan Tuan is the little dove delivering the message. Yin Bingxue was momentarily stunned, her heart blooming with joy. She struggled to maintain her composure, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Chun, who stood nearby. That look in her eyes held a hint of shyness, a touch of delight, and a hint of sweetness concealed beneath the surface, making it all the more intriguing. Realizing this, Su Chun felt a rush of affection. How adorable was this little girl, even competing with Tuan Tuan for his affections. As they arrived home, Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei immediately dashed towards their grandparents. Su Papa and Su Ma, originally troubled by the Rolls-Royce in the garage, instantly donned smiles upon hearing the children's voices. Su Chun and his wife had bought ingredients for dinner, intending to cook themselves. Yin Bingxue washed her hands and entered the kitchen to assist. Su Ma, while playing with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei, craned her neck to peek into the kitchen. Finally, she set down what she was holding and said to Su Papa, "Old Su, I think I should go check on the kitchen. How could our Chin Chin know how to cook? I should go help." Su Papa chuckled, grasping his wife's hand. "What's the rush? If the children wish to cook, let them. You could simply wait to enjoy the meal. Wouldn't that be delightful? Wasn't it you who lamented how tedious cooking is, wishing someone would prepare meals for you? Regardless of the taste, you'd be pleased." Suma laughed. "I was merely voicing a casual complaint. Furthermore, how could we truly expect our son and daughter-in-law to cook for me? I really ought to check." "Not necessary." Su Papa grinned, signaling her with a glance. Gesturing towards the kitchen, "The young couple is busy in there. What business do you have intruding?" Suma instantly comprehended. The kitchen serves as an excellent nurturing ground for relationships, and it is indeed a favorable development for the son to attempt cooking on his own. It is improbable that both Su and his father can remain here indefinitely to assist them once they depart. The son and his family of four will still need to contend with the daily task of meal preparation. With a smile, Su's mother decided to leave the culinary matters to them, focusing instead on watching cartoons with Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei. Tuan Tuan, captivated by the show, merely caught snippets of the earlier conversation between her grandparents. She, somewhat slow to react, grasped her grandmother's hand and said, "Grandma, don't worry. My daddy's cooking is absolutely delicious." Su's mother chuckled as she affectionately ruffled her eldest granddaughter's round little head, not taking the child's words too seriously. Tuan Tuan, being her father's #1 fan, would likely declare anything Su Chin cooked as delectable. The little one was both sweet-tongued and considerate. In the kitchen, Su Chan was diligently slicing vegetables. Each julienne of potato appeared consistently uniform, showcasing remarkable knife skills. Yin Bingxue, nearby washing vegetables, occasionally glanced at Su Chun, increasingly convinced that he was indeed an exceptional man. "Your culinary skills are truly impressive, and your knife work is so proficient it appears as if you have undergone formal training," she praised. Su Chin chuckled. He had never taken culinary classes, but the system's bestowed chef skills were far superior to any formal education. "Do you like it? Would you like to learn? If you're interested, I can teach you, and it won't cost you a thing." Previously, Yin Bingxue had been solely focused on earning money and had never considered the art of cooking. The meals she consumed were prepared by Michelin-starred chefs, with ingredients flown in fresh, and the chef's skills were beyond reproach. Moreover, she had never placed much emphasis on culinary delights. However, after marrying Su Chun, she felt a shift in her perspective. What was once her top priority, the job she held, seemed to have taken a back seat to spending time with family, specifically with Su Chun, Tuan Tuan, and Lei Lei, which had become the most significant aspect of her life. After her earlier attempt at cooking scrambled eggs with tomatoes, she vowed to improve her culinary skills. Although Su Chun's cooking was exceedingly delicious, she yearned to contribute something meaningful for him. With Su Chun managing 2 jobs at the Extraordinary Group and Lonka Institute, and still finding time to work in his study at night, she pondered how he would manage cooking amidst his busy schedule in the future. If she could master his culinary techniques, she could prepare warm meals for him when he returned home. Reflecting on the cozy, warm yellow light of their small rental apartment, and the sight of a table laden with hot food that Su Chun had prepared made her feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. She longed for Su Chun to experience that same joy. When this thought crossed Yin Bingxue's mind, she was taken aback. It was truly remarkable that, having met Su Chun, she would entertain the notion of cooking for him. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she nodded. "All right, teach me. I'm very clever and learn things exceptionally quickly." This was no boast. She had always been a bright girl, capable of taking over the entire Extraordinary Group at her age. "Su Chun, there's a gathering tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Su Chun was amused by her request. He handed her a lightweight chef's knife, saying, "Sure. But remember, mastering knife skills takes time. Be careful not to eat your words later." Yin Bingxue had observed Su Chun slicing vegetables for quite some time and thought it appeared simple and effortless. She was not convinced it would pose any challenge. "Not a chance. You'll soon see just how clever I am," she confidently declared, accepting the knife and positioning herself beside Su Chun. Standing alongside him, her stature of 1. 7 meters seemed diminutive next to his tall frame. As they stood side by side, Yin Bingxue tilted her head slightly to watch Su Chen's demonstration, her fair features reflecting a serious demeanor. "I've got it," she proclaimed with conviction. With that, she picked up a potato, tossed it lightly into the air, and caught it perfectly, confidently beginning her performance. To Julienne, "You must slice first," she recalled, but to her surprise, the first cut revealed a thickness she hadn't anticipated. "Huh, why is this so thick? It should be thinner. Wait, if I cut it thinner, it's not even a slice anymore." Anxiety began to creep in as she realized her mishap. Initially, Su Chen wanted to laugh, but as he observed her growing frustration, concern took over. Just as she nearly sliced her hand, Su Chen swiftly took the knife from her. Yin Bingxue, startled, widened her eyes in shock, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Su Chen gently patted her back, chuckling softly. "Don't panic. What would you do if you cut yourself? Your grip on the knife is fine, but your left hand's position is incorrect. Come here, let me guide you." He pulled her into his embrace from behind, encircling her hands with his, and helped her adjust her stance. Their bodies were nearly pressed together, causing Yin Bingxue to stiffen slightly. The warmth of his presence made her heart race, her senses heightened. As she became acutely aware of Su Chen's solid chest, the rhythmic beat of his heart, and the subtle rise of his muscles. Thump, thump, thump. It felt overwhelming. Once he had finished explaining, he noticed her flushed face and stiff fingers. Lowering his gaze slightly, he brushed aside a stray lock of hair that had fallen against her cheek and asked, "Why is your heart racing? What are you so nervous about?" "It's just cutting a potato, and besides, it's just the two of us in the kitchen. If you make a mistake, I want to laugh at you." Although he claimed he wouldn't ridicule her, the corners of his mouth betrayed his amusement, and his eyes sparkled with mirth. Yin Bingxue found it hard to endure the atmosphere. Flustered and embarrassed, she set the knife down and gently leaned away from Su Chen's embrace, with her hands now empty. Su Chen paused, turning to look at her. He then noticed her flushed cheeks and averted gaze, realizing that cutting vegetables shouldn't provoke such shyness. Perhaps it was due to their earlier position, and the thought made him chuckle even more. This little girl was far too easily embarrassed in daily life. It was utterly adorable. Seeing him laugh only intensified her embarrassment, and she turned back to washing the vegetables, declaring, "I'm not learning anymore." Su Chen replied with a grin, "You're giving up just like that? Who is it that claimed to be clever?" Being clever doesn't necessarily have to manifest in cooking. After all, it's sufficient for one person in the household to know how to cook. Yin Bingshue's retort seemed weak even to herself, as she suppressed a silly smile at the corner of her mouth. Su Chen shook his head with amusement. All right. Then I'll handle all the cooking from now on." "Oh dear, as a man, I suppose I can endure the exhaustion. It won't kill me." He said this playfully, sneaking a glance at Yin Bingshue's reaction. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue became flustered and quickly retorted, "I won't let you tire yourself out. We have a chef at home, and we can also eat out. In the future, I will learn to cook well and help you out." She spoke earnestly, as if making a promise to Su Chen. Su Chen softened his expression, lightly pinching her petite nose, and laughed. "Silly girl, I'm just teasing you. How could cooking for you and the children tire me? I relish it." His words flowed into Yin Bingshue's heart like honey, and despite biting her pink lips, she couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto her face, feeling an overwhelming sweetness within. Continuing to wash the vegetables and prepare dinner, Yin Bingxue placed the clean greens on the counter and turned to Su Chen, saying, "I might not be home for dinner tomorrow night. Are you going on a business trip?" Su Chen inquired while chopping vegetables. "No." Yin Bingxue hesitated, pressing her lips together. "There's a business circle gathering tomorrow night, and I must attend." "That's fine. I'll pick up Tuan Tuan and Lulu. With my parents around, the three of us can handle the two little ones without any trouble." Noticing that Su Chen didn't think much of it, Yin Bingxue felt a twinge of anxiety. She took a deep breath and said, "Dad of the child." Su Chen turned to look at her. "The gathering tomorrow allows partners to attend. Everyone will bring their partners, and it would be inappropriate for me to bring someone else or not bring anyone at all. So, could you accompany me?" She finished in one breath, her gaze intensely focused on Su Chen, anxious to know if he would agree to accompany her. She wished to take this opportunity to introduce Su Chen to everyone, to let them know that Yin Bingxue was already taken. They should no longer harbor any fantasies about her. Moreover, with so many people at the gathering, if he were willing to go with her, it would publicly acknowledge their relationship. Upon hearing this, Su Chen responded without hesitation, "Of course. Tomorrow night, right? I'll leave work and go with you." Yin Bingshue's eyes lit up with excitement. She nodded vigorously. "Great." "Oh yeah," he agreed. Thus, the next day, their relationship could be made public. Furthermore, the four of them would go together and dress up. Yin Bingxue couldn't help but daydream, and as she imagined, she began to smile dreamily. He looked so handsome, Seeing her so delighted even while washing vegetables, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 65. Su Dad and Su Mom are astonished. Son, you are our pride. Dinner was ready in about an hour. Su Chen prepared 5 dishes and a soup for the 4 adults and 2 children. There were spicy and sour shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs, stir-fried greens with vermicelli, garlic stir-fried pork, pine nut corn, and a Westlake beef soup, a delightful combination of meat and vegetables that looked utterly appetizing. Su Mom approached the dining table, unable to resist swallowing her saliva at the enticing aroma. Tuan Tuan and Lulu were accustomed to it. But Su Dad and Su Mom couldn't help but be astonished, their mouths agape. Su Mom exclaimed in shock, Son, did you make all of this? Yes, Su Chen replied, untying his apron, which Yin Bingxue promptly took and returned to the kitchen. Su Dad, equally surprised, asked, Son, when did you learn to cook so well? Although I haven't tasted it yet, it looks delicious. The aroma is divine, and the colors are beautiful. Yin Bingxue brought out bowls and chopsticks, and they all sat down at the table. Su Mom couldn't contain herself, saying, Let's dig in. I can't wait to taste it. This is the first time I've eaten a meal cooked by you. She picked up a bite of shredded potatoes and put it in her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor was delightful, and the potatoes were cooked to perfection, each piece crisp and tender. With just that one bite, her taste buds danced with joy. So delicious. Lao Su, you have to try this. Our son's cooking is truly fantastic. Su Dad took a piece of his favorite stir-fried pork, and the premium pork was devoid of any greasiness. The lean meat was tender, complemented by the fresh garlic aroma, making it utterly delectable. Su Dad couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his son, saying, Son, this stir-fried pork is really delicious. It surpasses your mother's cooking. Before Su Dad could finish, he suddenly realized that his wife was right next to him and quickly amended. Both have their unique qualities, but they are all very tasty. Haha. Su Dad's sudden survival instinct made Su Chen and Yin Bingxue burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Tuan Tuan and Lulu were gnawing on the ribs, mouths greasy, exclaiming, Grandpa and Grandma, I told you, my daddy's cooking is super delicious. Yes, it's delicious. It truly is amazing. Su Mom happily devoured 2 large bowls, which was quite unusual for her, as she usually only had a small bowl for dinner. However, the meal prepared by her son was so delicious that it opened her appetite. After dinner, Yin Bingxue took on the responsibility of washing the dishes, while Su Dad and Su Mom seized an opportunity to call Su Chen to their room privately. Son, what on earth has happened during these years you've spent at university? How have you become such an excellent cook? Your food is even better than what we eat at fancy restaurants. Su Mom asked, patting her belly. Su Chen smiled and replied, What is the big deal? Mom, I'm clever. I'm self-taught. Su Mom shot him a playful glare, her mouth breaking into a smile. You little rascal, you have no sense of modesty at all. Su Dad chimed in. Our son's skills are so impressive that there's no need for excessive humility. Son, your cooking is genuinely better than that of 5-star chefs. Su Mom nodded in agreement. Yes, son, now that you have your own little family and can cook so well, your dad and I can finally rest easy. We were worried that when we're gone, you and your family would live like those young people in the news, relying on takeout every day. We were concerned about your health. Don't worry, Mom. Bingxue and I will definitely not rely on takeout. Tuan Tuan and Lulu are still small. Even if we neglect ourselves, we must take care of the kids, Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing her son say this, Su Mom felt a wave of relief as she grasped his hand. Chen Chen, you've truly grown up. Seeing you like this makes me so happy. Tears welled up in her eyes as she wiped them away. Recalling the reason she had called him in, she glanced at Su Dad. Lao Su, bring out the car keys. Su Chen looked at his parents in confusion. Su Dad pulled out the keys to a Rolls-Royce and handed them to Su Chen, saying, Son, while you were out today, your mother and I found someone who delivered a car while we were cleaning the garage. They told us to give you these keys. Oh right, I had someone drive the car back. Su Chen casually accepted them. Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged glances, and Su Mom hesitated before saying, Son, we know that you're doing quite well now, with a good job and a bright future ahead, so your father and I want to worry about you. However, you bought such a large house in Zhonghai and spent so much money. You must be low on cash now. As she spoke, she gently nudged Su Dad, who immediately pulled out a bank card. Su Mom handed the card to Su Chen. Son, this contains some money your dad and I saved for you. Not much. Just a few $100,000. Originally, we intended to give it to you for a down payment, so that you and your wife and kids could have a home. But now that you've sorted out the house, we thought this money could go towards buying you a car for commuting and picking up the kids. Mom, there's no need. Su Chen pushed the bank card away with a smile. That's your hard-earned money. You should keep it for yourselves. Now that I'm doing well, you two don't need to be so frugal. You should enjoy life. As long as you're happy, I can be at ease outside. Su Mom shook her head. Son, you keep this card. I know men care about their pride. Although this money isn't much and can't buy you a luxury car like the one in the garage, it's enough for a decent vehicle. You should listen to your parents and use this money to buy a good car, so you don't have to rent anymore. Rent? What do you mean? Su-chin asked, puzzled. Su-mom explained. Yes, these past few days I noticed we keep switching between the nanny car and other vehicles. Now we have that expensive car in the garage. We know it must be one you rented secretly. Such an expensive car isn't cheap to rent. Chin-chun. You're now the head of the family. Money should be spent wisely on necessary things, like this car, Mom. Mom. Su-chun helplessly interrupted his mother's words. Beside them, Father Su quickly interjected. Chin-chun, your mother and I share the same sentiment. We recognize your capabilities. But given that you have just graduated and your career is still in its nascent stage, if you desire a vehicle, let us utilize this money for the purchase. When you earn sufficient funds, you may then upgrade to a better car. Dad, Mom. Su-chin chuckled, shaking his head. Who told you I rented a car? That vehicle in the garage is inherently mine. I drove it out today, and when I return, Bing Shue will come to pick me up. I merely had her driver bring it back. It's not a rental. What? It's yours? Father and Mother Su exchanged incredulous glances. Father Su remained skeptical, shaking his head. Son, please do not deceive us just to put our minds at ease. That car is a Rolls-Royce. The cheapest model costs over 6 million. And judging by its appearance, it's certainly isn't a base model. It's likely worth several tens of millions. How could you possibly afford such an extravagant purchase? I already mentioned it, didn't I? During my college years, I earned quite a bit. I've even managed to buy such an expensive house. Surely, I can afford a car. Su-chin replied. Upon reflection, Father and Mother Su conceded that he had a valid point. Mother Su inquired, Son, is this car truly yours? Su-chin nodded affirmatively, absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can show you the registration. Rentals do not come with a registration. And while my driver's license is indeed mine, the vehicle's registration proves ownership, with each car's chassis number being unique. Su-chan retrieved the registration from his wallet and presented it to his parents. Upon seeing it, Father and Mother Su were instantly astounded. Father Su exclaimed with delight, Son, you are truly remarkable. Haha, I've never even had the chance to sit in, let alone drive, such a luxurious vehicle. You actually bought a Rolls-Royce. My son is exceptional. Chapter 66, An Unusual Evening. Now aware that the car belonged to their son, Mother Su felt a wave of relief wash over her. And she joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, Chin-chin, you are simply incredible. Your father and I are immensely proud of you. After a moment of shared joy, Father Su suddenly asked, Son, which model is this car? I couldn't find any information online. How much did it cost? Su-chin hesitated briefly before deciding to mention a more common Phantom Model's price. He thought to himself that if they saw the Rolls-Royce emblem, they might be horrified and try to dissuade him if they learned it cost over 1.7 billion. Perhaps they would even suspect he was involved in some illicit activities. Parents tend to worry. If their child struggles, they fret about their well-being. If they thrive, they still worry, fearing their child may be engaged in unlawful endeavors. It's just a Phantom, albeit a customized version that I designed myself, which is why you can't find it online. It's slightly more expensive than the standard model, around 7 million, but I purchased it outright. No loans, so you needn't worry. Hearing the price, Father and Mother Su gasped. Yet reflecting on their son's ability to buy such a grand house and drive such an exquisite vehicle, they felt genuine happiness and pride for him. Chin-chin, I am at a loss for words. How could my son be so remarkable? I might just wake up laughing from dreams tonight. Father Su patted Su-chun on the shoulder, his eyes glistening with emotion. Son, you've secured a good job with a promising future. And you've addressed the significant issues of housing and marriage. Your mother and I have no reason to worry. Having a child like you brings us immense joy. Indeed. Son, I feel as though your father and I must have amassed some karmic fortune over several lifetimes to have such an obedient, intelligent, and capable son. As Su-chan gazed at his parents, warmth enveloped his heart. To be a source of pride for his parents brought him immense joy as well. All right, Mom and Dad. You can take back that card now. I don't need to rely on your hard-earned money for the rest of my life. Please save it for yourselves. Spend it freely, and if you need more, just ask me. It's now my turn to give you pocket money. Mother Su chuckled. You rascal. Your father and I are still in good health. We need you to support us financially. You keep that money. We'll hold on to it for when you and your future wife decide to hold a wedding. Father Su nodded in agreement. Yes, son. You're doing splendidly in all aspects. And with your wife now officially recognized, it's time to consider wedding plans. Wedding? Su-chun had not yet contemplated that. He hadn't even met Yin Bingshue's parents, the chairman and lady of the extraordinary group. He wondered how well they would get along, regardless of their attitude. He would ensure they consented to his union with Yin Bingshue. While at home, Father and Mother Su delighted in spending time with their grandchildren. not only out of love for their grandchildren, but also to afford Su Chun and Yin Bingxue more opportunities for private moments together. Thus, after dinner and cleaning the dishes, the elderly couple encouraged them to retreat to their room while they took their grandchildren to their own bedroom to put them to sleep. It was only 8 o'clock when they entered the room, and since Yin Bingxue had no pressing work, once in the master bedroom, the atmosphere between them seemed to heat up. Su Chun scratched his head. Shall I take a shower? Yin Bingxue blinked. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she replied, You go ahead first. I'll shower later. All right, I'll go first then, Su Chun replied casually. As he entered the bathroom, Yin Bingxue fanned herself lightly with her hand, her left hand brushing against her cheek, which was burning with heat. How could she possibly find a way to make Su Chun fall for her? From the very first day of their marriage, they had shared a bed. Yet after all this time, there had been no progress. Yin Bingxue retrieved her phone, opened a novel sent to her by Gu Yusin titled The Cold CEO's Nightly Indulgence. Just the title alone made her blush. Surely it contained tips on how to win over someone. Engrossed in reading, she didn't even notice when Su Chun emerged. Bingxue? Bingxue? Su Chun called out, raising his voice. Startled, Yin Bingxue quickly tossed her phone aside. Her cheeks flushed as she looked up at him with wide, panicked eyes. Why you? How did you come out? Su Chun, toweling off his damp hair, chuckled at her bewilderment. I just finished my shower. What's wrong? What were you looking at? I called for you several times. Yin Bingxue hastily retrieved her phone, quickly clearing the screen, before grabbing her pajamas and dashing into the bathroom. The room echoed with her voice. I'm going to shower now. Once inside the bathroom, Yin Bingxue gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her complexion radiant and her eyes sparkling like stars, her lips glistening with moisture. Oh dear, this is all Gu Yusin's fault. What kind of novel is this? Taking a few deep breaths, she quickly turned on the cold water to cool down. After a few minutes under the icy shower, her teeth chattered, and her mind finally cleared. She swiftly switched to hot water, reminding herself to avoid catching a cold. Meanwhile, Su Chun, having towel-dried his hair to a damp state, picked up his notebook to review the materials he had obtained from Lonka Institute. The current research capabilities of the extraordinary group were already at the forefront. But to create the mech he envisioned in his mind, many programs and materials were still inadequate. Lonka Institute was a hallmark of research in Longhua, with many resources reserved solely for military and research purposes, and even numerous academicians there lacked the privilege to access certain information. However, Elder Yuan had fully entrusted Su Chun with everything, and they had signed a confidentiality agreement. Lonka Institute and the entire nation of Longhua were willing to provide Su Chun with all necessary resources, within the parameters of what they had available, thus granting him unrestricted access to all classified information from the Institute. After assessing the technological capabilities at the Long Science Institute, Su Chun had a clear understanding of the situation. From the internal systems, it was evident that the military systems of the Dragon Nation were significantly more advanced. Although there remained some gaps compared to his expectations, he firmly believed that with the resources at the Long Science Institute, he would swiftly resolve the system issues at hand. Is there any work left? Yin Bingxue's voice broke through his thoughts. Su Chun immediately set his notebook aside and replied with a smile. No, I was just browsing. Now that you've finished, let us retire for the night. Yin Bingxue nodded, feeling a gentle warmth in her heart. Su Chun had been waiting for her to finish her bath before they could rest together. However, why exactly was he waiting for her? Was there something more to this evening? Chapter 67. Yin Bingxue had a fever. A spark of realization flickered in Yin Bingxue's eyes as she approached the vanity to apply her skincare products. After a moment of contemplation, she also lit a solid aromatherapy candle. The delicate fragrance of jasmine would surely enhance the ambience. Once she finished, she sauntered slowly to the bedside and lay down. They both reclined on opposite sides of the expansive round bed, which could easily accommodate 2 more people in the center. Su Chun turned his head and remarked, It's rare to be able to sleep this early today. Let us rest now. I'm turning off the lights, all right? Yin Bingxue nodded, gently pulling the blanket around herself. It was indeed preferable to have the lights off. With them on, she would feel too bashful to leap into Su Chun's arms. If only he would take the initiative. As soon as the lights were extinguished, the room was enveloped in darkness. Yin Bingxue closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them again, gradually acclimatizing to the dim surroundings. Why wasn't Su Chun moving? Was he truly going to sleep so early? Pouting slightly, she clenched her fists in frustration. Fine, then she would take the initiative. With a feigned roll, Yin Bingxue shifted closer to Su Chun. He remained unresponsive. Gritting her teeth, she continued to turn, inching even closer. Still no reaction from him. In the enveloping darkness, their senses sharpened, and Su Chun could distinctly hear the rustling of Yin Bingxue shifting, the distance between them shrinking with each movement. This little girl could have simply expressed her desire to sleep closer instead of resorting to such elaborate tactics. Just as it appeared she was about to cross the threshold, Su Chen suddenly reached out, pulling her firmly into his embrace. What are you doing? Yin Bingxue exclaimed, startled, then immediately regretted her words. Oh dear, what was she doing? Wasn't she the one who wished for him to take the initiative? Why was she reacting this way now that he had? She hoped he wouldn't think she was rejecting his affection. She hadn't objected. She truly wanted to leap into his arms. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, Yin Bingshue's mind was racing with tumultuous thoughts. He held her close, gently patting her back, his tenderness akin to soothing a child to sleep. All right, time to rest. Good night. Was that it? Was it merely sleep time? Yin Bingxue felt tears welling up in her eyes. Yet, a new thought crossed her mind. Now that they were already in each other's arms, wouldn't it be easier for her to make her move? However, she felt apprehensive. She needed a plan to approach him, but simply leaping into his arms felt too bold for her. Before she could devise a strategy, Yin Bingxue succumbed to slumber, blissfully unaware of whether it was the calming aroma or Su Chen's warm embrace that lulled her into a deep sleep, her heartbeats steady and reassuring. The perfect lullaby that led her into a profound dream. Throughout the night, her dreams were filled with scenarios of her bravely leaping into Su Chen's arms. But as time passed, they morphed into surreal landscapes. In one particularly vivid dream, she found herself traversing a barren desert, the sun scorching the earth, turning it into a sweltering furnace. She was drenched in sweat, suffering unbearably from the heat, parched, and her head pounding. Meanwhile, Su Chen, sound asleep, was suddenly roused by a soft groan of distress. Blinking awake, he noticed that Yin Bingxue had kicked off all her covers. The warmth radiating from her body was alarmingly high. Bingxue, are you all right? You're burning up. He reached out, feeling her forehead, and was alarmed by the intensity of her fever. Quickly, he sat up, turning on the bedside lamp and gently calling her name. Bingxue, Bingxue. She offered no response. Lost in a feverish haze, mumbling incoherently, her pale lips dry and peeling. Frowning, Su Chen rose hastily. With the elderly and children already asleep, he didn't want to alarm them. He hurried downstairs to fetch a medical kit, returning to take her temperature. 39, 2 degrees, this is a high fever. How could she have fallen ill so suddenly? Without further ado, he prepared some fever-reducing medication and patches, placing the cooled medicine on the nightstand before heading to the bathroom to fetch a basin of water. He used a damp cloth to wipe her face and hands. She felt scalding hot, akin to a furnace. After cleaning her face and hands, he continued with her neck. Yin Bingxue was clad in a cotton nightgown. The V-neck cut modest, allowing him to only wipe her neck and collarbone. Yet, her attire was completely soaked, clinging to her skin, undoubtedly uncomfortable. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chen set the towel aside, applying a fever patch to her forehead. He then lifted the cooled medicine, supporting her as he urged, Bingxue, wake up and take this medicine. Still trapped in her fiery dream, she only slightly parted her lips in a daze. Unable to rouse her, Su Chen resorted to forcing the medication down her throat, only for half to remain inside, while the other half was spat out, leaving him uncertain of the efficacy. Having done all he could, Su Chen dared not sleep, her fever so severe that if it didn't subside in 2 hours, they would have to go to the hospital. In her dream, Yin Bingxue wandered through the desert, when suddenly a figure appeared, bringing her water. Just as she felt herself fading, the cool water revived her. Upon opening her eyes, she realized it was Su Chen offering her water, his hand cool against her forehead. A lifeline in the scorching desert. After half an hour, Yin Bingshue's temperature had dropped to 39 degrees, yet she was still sweating profusely. The sheets beneath her were soaked, which was untenable. With her clothes damp and the bedding similarly wet, lying there would surely negate any effects of the fever medication. Su Chen carefully lifted her and placed her on the sofa, then changed the bed linens and duvet. He also retrieved a clean nightgown. However, just as he reached to change her clothes, he hesitated. Should he change her or not? Sleeping in wet clothes was certainly unwise, but undressing her would mean exposing everything. Su Chen felt an internal conflict. He looked at Yin Bingxue and said, Bingxue, if you don't wake up soon, I might really have to change your clothes. But it's only because of the circumstances, right? You are feverish. I cannot possibly allow you to continue sleeping in those damp pajamas. My intention in changing your clothes is solely for your health. So when you awaken tomorrow, do not accuse me of being improper. Would you prefer to change by yourself? I shall count to 10, and if you do not rise, I shall take action. 1, 2, 3, 9. Su Chen cleared his throat. 10. This is your own tacit agreement. I shall proceed. Chapter 68. A family of 4 in matching outfits. Upon finishing his words, he reached out to remove Yin Bingshue's sleeping attire. Just as his fingers grazed the hem of her nightgown, a somewhat hoarse and startled voice emerged. What? What are you doing? Yin Bingxue awoke. Well, how fortuitous that you have woken. Su Chen immediately stood up, his demeanor serious as he declared. My dear wife, You have finally awakened. This is splendid. You may change out of those pajamas yourself. With one hand pressed against her chest, Yin Bingxue gazed at Su Chun with a mixture of fright and embarrassment. Why am I on the sofa? What happened to the changed bedsheets? Surely, they aren't soiled. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that I slept through such commotion? Seeing her lost in thought, Su Chun quickly tapped her forehead and chuckled. You had a fever last night, and the bed became damp due to you. Thus, I changed it. You should clean yourself up and change your clothes to avoid alternating between hot and cold, which might prolong your fever. Yin Bingxue paused, her hand reaching to touch her forehead, where a cooling patch was still affixed. Instantly, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, swiftly snatching the pajamas from Su Chin's hands and darting into the bathroom. After donning fresh clothing and washing her face, Yin Bingxue felt considerably better. Observing her pale reflection in the mirror, a smile crept onto her lips. It turned out that everything in her dream was indeed real. She had a fever, and it was Su Chun who had come to her aid. He had been so attentive in caring for her. Although she had been unconscious, she could still sense him feeding her medicine and wiping her face. Her body felt sticky, yet her face and neck were refreshingly cool. He must have wiped her down. But why had he only done so up to her neck? Despite burning with fever and being unresponsive, she would have been unaware of any of his actions. Yin Bingxue glanced down at herself, pouting slightly, murmuring, could it be that I lack allure? Humph. After using warm water to cleanse herself in the bathroom, she emerged dressed in clean, fresh pajamas, hurrying to lie down on the bed. Su Chun patted the space beside him. Yin Bingxue approached and lay down, looking up at Su Chun, who was leaning against the bed's edge. Thank you. What? Su Chun was preoccupied with ensuring the blankets were tucked in snugly. Thank you for taking care of me. Did I wake you? And have you not slept at all? Yin Bingxue inquired, a hint of shyness in her voice. Su Chun chuckled softly, playfully pinching her nose. What are you saying? I am your child's father. With you burning up like this, how could I neglect you? Should I simply sleep beside you, blissfully unaware? Silly. Beep. He held a thermometer to her ear, and upon seeing the reading, he let out a sigh of relief. 373 degrees. While you still have a slight fever, it's much better than before. You should get some sleep, and by tomorrow, you should feel fine. And you? Yin Bingxue asked. I will sleep shortly. You rest first. I'm quite awake now, Su Chun replied, settling himself beside her. Though Yin Bingxue initially wished to converse further, her feverish state and the medication made her drowsy, and she quickly drifted off to sleep. Throughout the latter part of the night, the occasional beeping sound could be heard, likely from the electronic thermometer. Su Chun had cared for her the entire night. The following morning, when Yin Bingxue awoke, she found Su Chun still asleep. As she opened her eyes, his handsome face loomed close. One of his hands lay over the blanket covering her, as if to shield her from any drafts. A smile graced her lips, and in a cheerful manner, she mouthed, Good morning, my idol. Today, they descended downstairs at 8 o'clock, where Su's mother had already prepared breakfast. Tuan Tuan and Lele sat at the table, sipping porridge, and looked up at their parents, exclaiming, Daddy and Mommy are sleeping in. How embarrassing. Su's mother, with an amused expression, replied, It's perfectly fine. Young people should sleep a little longer. Ha ha ha. Yin Bingshue's cheeks flushed crimson as she shyly stepped back, hiding behind Su Chun. With a resigned smile, Su Chun addressed his mother. Mom, what nonsense are you saying in front of the children? We merely stayed up late last night, so we woke up late today. Besides, you and Dad are here. I can sleep soundly. His mother chuckled, playfully nudging him, and whispered, I understand, I understand. Mom, what do you understand? You're just making wild assumptions. Without granting him a chance to explain, Su's mother merrily hummed a tune as she headed to the kitchen. I've prepared steaming hot lean meat porridge for you, with red dates and goji berries added. Make sure to drink plenty to nourish your body. Upon taking a sip of porridge, Yin Bingxue realized her stomach was empty after a night of fever, and she longed for a warm bowl of porridge. However, as she heard her mother-in-law's words, she choked and began coughing. Su Chun, caught between amusement and exasperation, patted Yin Bingshue's back. Later that morning, Su Chun had business at Lonka Institute and would return to Supernatural Group in the afternoon. The two jobs did not conflict, as the work was similar. He had discussed the shared research process with Old Yuan. As the workday neared its end, Assistant Zhang approached him. Mr. Su, the president requests your presence. Upon arriving at Yin Bingshue's office, Su Chun discovered that Tuan Tuan and Lele had already been picked up. Today, they appeared quite different. Typically, Tuan Tuan's hairstyle was meticulously styled. Although Yin Bingxue was a formidable presence, she never slacked in dressing her daughter. Tuan Tuan adored her princess dresses, complemented by the various fanciful hairstyles Yin Bingxue prepared for her, resembling a fairy tale princess. However, today, Tuan Tuan looked noticeably different. The little girl had her hair tied up in a simple high ponytail, with wisps of hair curled playfully, making her look adorable. She wore a lovely outfit in shades of white and pink, fresh and charming. "Daddy, how do you like Tuan Tuan's new clothes?" "Beautiful. My Tuan Tuan is a fashionista. She looks adorable in anything." Su Chan's eyes sparkled with admiration for his daughter. Such a delightful little girl was truly captivating in any outfit. Lei had also changed into new attire and was seated with his sister, eagerly awaiting Su Chen's arrival. Today, he donned a new outfit, curious about his father's reaction. Upon Su Chen's entrance, however, his attention was entirely captured by his daughter, seemingly oblivious to his son. Lei felt a pang of annoyance, straightening his back and inching closer to Tuan Tuan, striving to catch Su Chen's attention. Only then did Su Chen notice his son, who sported a white and blue athletic ensemble, his hair styled into a charming little slicked-back look, his fair face fully visible. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that both his son and daughter wore matching styles. Oh, how utterly adorable these two little treasures were. Su Chen discerned his son's subtle intentions and immediately added, "Lei's outfit today is exceptionally charming. Boys indeed look dashing in casual attire." Upon receiving his father's compliment, Lei's face lit up with joy as she pressed her little lips together, striving to conceal her delight. Surveying the office, Su Chen noticed Yin Bingxue was absent and inquired of Tuan Tuan and Lei, "Where's Mama?" Tuan Tuan pointed toward the lounge, saying, "Mama is changing clothes." Just as he spoke, the lounge door swung open, revealing Yin Bingxue, who stepped out gracefully, her beauty captivating to the point of rendering one unable to look away. Indeed, the mother of his children was stunning. In an outfit mirroring Tuan Tuan's single ponytail and adorned in a delightful pink and white casual ensemble, she radiated an ethereal glow. Her elongated neck resembled that of a swan, elegantly slender and enchanting. Strangely enough, despite the snugness of her attire, she appeared even more statuesque, exuding an aura of youthful purity. Today, a different Yin Bingxue graced them, embodying beauty in abundance. Noticing Su Chen's gaze upon her, Yin Bingxue subtly pressed her rosy lips together, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. "What prompted this sudden change in style today?" Su Chen inquired, admiring the beauty of both the children's mother and his offspring. Yin Bingxue explained, "Since the gathering is at a casual entertainment venue, I thought it more fitting to wear something comfortable. We have prepared a change of clothes for you as well. Would you like to change?" She retrieved a brand new outfit from the table, evidently a matching set, albeit in blue and white, akin to Lei's. Su Chen found this notion rather intriguing. The prospect of the entire family donning coordinating attire felt delightful. "Papa, hurry and change. We will all be dressed alike," Tuan Tuan urged, tugging at Su Chen's hand toward her mother. Taking 2 steps forward, Su Chen accepted the clothes, glancing at Yin Bingxue, then at Tuan Tuan and Lei, who all regarded him with eager anticipation. He flashed a charming smile and declared, "All right, I shall change too." He then entered the lounge. While outside, Tuan Tuan stifled a giggle. "Mama, Papa will undoubtedly look incredibly handsome in that outfit, and you look beautiful today." Lei chimed in, retrieving Yin Bingxue's phone and softly suggesting, "Mama, you can take pictures." Upon hearing this, Yin Bingxue praised her son, "Lei, you are wonderful. Once Papa joins us, we shall capture some memories." She activated the camera, her gaze fixed on the lounge door, eagerly awaiting Su Chen's emergence. When he finally appeared, she was momentarily entranced. How handsome, she thought, marveling at how the casual attire accentuated Su Chen's tall frame, his boyish charm unmistakable, resembling a male model stepping off a runway. "Wow, Papa looks so handsome. Mama, did you get that?" Tuan Tuan exclaimed, jolting Yin Bingxue back to reality. She quickly pressed the shutter button multiple times, saving the images, intending to cherish them secretly later. Noticing the radiant smiles on the faces of his 3 girls, Su Chen couldn't help but wink charmingly, saying, "How could we capture just me? This is our family's first time wearing matching outfits. We must take a family photo." With that, he produced his own phone and settled onto the sofa, one arm around Yin Bingxue, the other encircling Tuan Tuan and Lei, as they posed for a grand family portrait. At 6 in the evening, a Rolls-Royce pulled up at the entrance of the club. Su Chen was the first to alight, moving to the passenger side to open the door for Yin Bingxue, while Assistant Zhang assisted Tuan Tuan and Lei out of the vehicle. This leisure club was a sprawling estate, featuring various zones. Su Chen glanced inside and noted the presence of a racing arena, shooting gallery, climbing wall, golf area, and snooker and various sports halls. It was indeed a venue befitting the affluent. Their immediate destination was the restaurant, where dinner awaited before they indulged in the various activities. The restaurant was already bustling with guests. At a large round table sat several affluent young men from Zhonghai, all of similar age, engaging in lively conversation. Had Su Chen been present, he would have recognized 2 familiar faces among them, Jiang Hui and Cui Haoyu. Unlike the animated discussions surrounding them, the 2 sat in a corner, making a concerted effort to remain unnoticed amidst the ongoing chatter, particularly as the topic turned to Yin Bingxue. Young masters. Tonight the Yin family's young lady will also be attending. Are you all prepared? Inquired Qi Yi, the young master of the Qi family, his eyes revealing a roguish charm. Prepared for what? Who doesn't he know that the Yin family's young lady has no intentions of marrying? Does young Master Qi intend to pursue her despite this? Another young man jested. Qi Yi chuckled, kicking the chair of the one who spoke. Come now, Zhengping, don't be so coy. Who wouldn't he be enamored by a woman as beautiful and capable as the Yin family's young lady? You dare claim you are not interested? Besides, she has remained unmarried for years, and I recently heard that her father is eager to arrange a marriage for her. Thus, we all have a chance. A scoff interrupted the table's atmosphere as Eugenio, lounging with his legs crossed and a tablet in hand, turned to Qi Yi. What do you mean by that? Young Master Qi, I find your reasoning compelling. Who doesn't he know that your family has recently allied with a political heavyweight's daughter? Your business is thriving. So your affection for Miss Yin is hardly surprising, but it's clear the Qi family relies on women to prosper. You, Qi Yi retorted, don't overstep, Eugenio. Just because we know you have a fondness for Miss Yin doesn't mean you have any claim. After 8 years of pursuit, do you think she has ever glanced your way? Don't sour your own grapes. Eugenio's expression faltered slightly, and he shot back. Whether I'm sour or not is none of your concern. At least I have 8 years of camaraderie with Miss Yin, while you are nothing but a privileged heir, likely not even worthy of conversing with her. Miss Yin launched her own business at 18, established her brand at 20, and acquired the extraordinary group by 24. She is a woman of substance. Qi Yi, consider your standing. Do you really think you, a mere second-generation rich kid, are worthy? Eugenio, you go too far. Qi Yi exclaimed, rising in agitation, the tension escalating as it appeared a confrontation loomed. Cui Haoyu cast a glance at the two, pulling on Qi Yi's arm to intervene, aware that their families were connected and it wouldn't be appropriate to sit idly by as a ruckus ensued. Young Master Qi, don't lose your temper. What are you two even quarreling about? Miss Yin is already taken. Cui Haoyu recalled the night he had been thoroughly outmatched and couldn't help but sigh in irritation. The rest of the table, save for Jiang Hui, was taken aback. What? Qi Yi exclaimed. Cui Xiao, what are you saying? Everyone knows that although Miss Yin has twins, she is still unmarried. Her father is quite worried about this. Cui Haoyu shot him a disdainful look. You know she has twins, yet you think she bore them alone? Surely, the children have a father. What father? Miss Yin has always been single. Qi Yi still refused to believe it. Cui Haoyu, disinterested in further discourse, succinctly remarked, after all, Miss Yin is already married. His encounter at the Civil Affairs Bureau was indisputable. This statement not only elicited laughter from Qi Yi, but even stirred amusement in Eugenio. Cui Xiao. Such slander could lead to legal repercussions. He retorted, believe it or not. Cui Haoyu, agitated, tossed his head aside, his demeanor prompting a wave of doubt among the onlookers. Could it be that Yin Bingxue truly tied the knot? Yet, how could they remain oblivious to such news? From where did Cui Haoyu glean this information? Just recently. Yin Lao had been orchestrating marriage arrangements. If Yin Bingxue were indeed wed, how could he possibly let such tidings slip? Amidst the crowd's murmurs of suspicion, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the main hall. The Yin family made their grand entrance, immediately drawing a throng of well-wishers, most of whom were eager to greet Yin Bingxue, their curious glances occasionally darting towards Su Chun. Whispers circulated, speculating the identity of the gentleman accompanying Yin Bingxue. As the gathering recognized Yin Bingxue's arrival, they promptly rose from their seats. The seating arrangement had been preordained, with the younger generation positioned at one table, placing Yin Bingxue in their midst. Anticipation hung in the air as they awaited her approach. After a round of greetings, Yin Bingxue finally extricated herself, leading Su Chen along with Tuan Tuan and Lulu to their designated seats. Noticing the handsome gentleman beside Yin Bingxue, Qi Yi and Eugenio exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Similarly, Cui Haoyu and Jiang Hui were taken aback. Jiang Hui instinctively bent his waist, feeling compelled to bow his head upon seeing Su Chun. While everyone remained standing, Yin Bingxue did not acknowledge the crowd, merely turning to Su Chen to say, our seats are here, let us sit. Once settled, the family of four appeared quite harmonious, with Tuan Tuan and Lulu nestled between them. Eugenio's thoughts raced. The resemblance between Lulu and Su Chun was striking. Could this man truly be the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu? If so, did that spell the end of any hope for him and Yin Bingxue? Qi Yi, seated next to Su Chun, scrutinized him closely. The resemblance between Su Chun and Lulu was uncanny. Could he genuinely be the children's father? Unwilling to concede, Qi Yi craned his neck toward Yin Bingxue, inquiring, Miss Yin, will you not introduce your companion to us? Yin Bingxue, preoccupied with fixing Tuan Tuan's disheveled hair, did not immediately respond. Qi Yi turned his attention to Su Chun, directly asking, "Sir, I am Qi Yi. May I inquire who you are?" Su Chen nodded slightly. Introducing himself, "I am Su Chen, the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu." Qi Yi's expression darkened, nearly boiling over with anger. The father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Could it be that this Su Chen was indeed Yan Bingshua's husband? Opposite Su Chen, Yu Jinyu scrutinized him. Setting aside his tablet, his fists clenched tightly. "Mr. Su is the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu?" he queried. Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Then where did you hold your esteemed position a few years ago? I do not recall hearing of you before. It seems the Su family is not known in Zhonghai." Yu Jinyu reasoned, his logic clear. He believed that while Su Chen bore a resemblance to Lulu, it did not necessarily assert him as the children's father. After all, if they were indeed a family of four now, what of the past 3 years? Where had Su Chen been during Yan Bingshua's pregnancy? Where had he been while Tuan Tuan and Lulu grew up? A true father could not possibly appear out of the blue when the children turned 3. Su Chen replied candidly, "A few years ago, I was still in university. I just graduated and have yet to attend my graduation ceremony." The assembly was taken aback. Yan Bingshua had indeed chosen a university student? Qi Yi's realization dawned, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Jinyu. Though they had almost clashed moments ago, they now found themselves allies against a common adversary, Su Chen. Staying seated beside Su Chen, Qi Yi concluded that he could not possibly be the father of 2 children. For how could Yan Bingshua have had a baby with a university student? "May I inquire what your family does, Mr. Su?" Qi Yi continued, feigning cordiality. "We are all familiar with one another here. It is only natural for us to inquire further, especially given potential business dealings in the future. Wouldn't you agree?" Su Chen understood the underlying intention behind the query. He responded truthfully, "My parents are both educators and currently work in the Education Bureau, compiling textbooks." "Oh," Qi Yi replied, his tone laden with implications, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. While the profession of teaching was respectable, it stood in stark contrast to the affluence of the gathered businessmen. Su Chen's parents were merely low-ranking employees in a bureaucratic system. How wealthy could they possibly be? Yu Jinyu erupted into laughter, casting a scornful gaze at Su Chen. "Mr. Su, I imagine this is your first encounter in such a setting. It must feel rather overwhelming?" "Not at all. I find it quite pleasant," Su Chen replied with calm composure. Yu Jinyu scoffed, his tone provocative. "Oh really? I had thought you might feel somewhat out of place, considering you've likely never attended such an affair before." He then turned to Yan Bingshua, smirking. "Bingshua, I know you disapprove of your father's attempts at matchmaking, but surely you need not bring along someone as unqualified as this recent graduate to appease him and the rest of us." Finally managing to tame Tuan Tuan's hair, Yan Bingshua lifted her head, her expression icy as she fixed a piercing gaze upon them. "Have you questioned enough? My man is not subject to your scrutiny." Yu Jinyu felt the sting of her words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Qi Yi chuckled. "Miss Yan, we understand your discomfort regarding the matchmaking. But you cannot simply drag along a mere boy fresh out of university to placate us." The disdain for Su Chen was palpable in his tone. Just as Su Chen was about to respond, Yan Bingshua slammed her palm onto the table. The force was light, yet commanded immediate silence from the room. All eyes turned to her as she raised her head, her striking features radiating a chilling authority. "To placate you? You greatly overestimate yourselves. Even if you lack a mirror at home, surely a glass of water will suffice. Take a good look at your own countenance. Do you deem yourselves worthy to speak of my man? Is Su Chen's name one you are entitled to mention? Allow me to clarify. I have brought him here today to make it clear that I, Yan Bingshua, am indeed taken. Henceforth, if anyone dares to broach the subject of matchmaking in my presence, be forewarned that the legal team of the Chaofan Group is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, should anyone dare to slander Su Chen again, you shall soon learn just how formidable a son-in-law from the Yan family can be." Upon witnessing her fierce defense of Su Chen, Yu Jinyu's frustration peaked. "Bingshua, what has come over you? What merits does this Su Chen possess? He is but an ordinary, impoverished boy. He may well be approaching you solely for your wealth." "Silence," Yan Bingshua reprimanded. "Yu Jinyu, it appears you have not comprehended my earlier statement, have you? Utter another word, and brace yourself for a formidable lawyer's letter." Her words rendered the crowd speechless, commanding the attention of all. Yan Bingshua then turned her gaze towards Su Chen, a gentle smile gradually gracing her lips, transforming her from a fierce corporate leader into a vision of warmth. Su Chen felt elated, appreciating the unique charm of his partner's fiery temperament. "Su Chen is not an ordinary man. He has saved my life," she declared with quiet conviction. "I willingly bore Tuan Tuan and Lulu for him." This proclamation left everyone present, including Su Chen, momentarily stunned. Had he truly saved her life? Was it related to that incident 4 years ago? Qi Yi interjected. "Miss Yan, if you have long had someone you cherish, why have you not married him all these years?" Yan Bingshua shot him a cold glance and replied, "When I gave birth to Tuan Tuan and Lulu, Su Chen was still in university. I did not wish to hinder his studies, nor did I want him to miss out on his precious college years due to our children. I, along with the kids, am his family, and I refuse to become an unexpected complication in his life. Now that he has graduated, we are married. From this day forth, Su Chun is my man, the father of Tuan Tuan and Lulu, so I expect you all to show him the respect he deserves. Chapter 71. Without me, Su Chun wouldn't dare. Tuan Tuan and Lulu held hands, listening to their mother's heartfelt confession about their father, the little girl blushing with a radiant smile. Su Chun, tilting his head to admire Yan Bingshua's earnest profile, noticed a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Although her face bore no trace of it, her ears were flushed. At that moment, Su Chen's heart swelled with excitement. So it was true. His partner had merely been waiting for his graduation. She hadn't sought him out because she didn't like him. Rather, she had waited nearly 4 years, believing her affection was too profound. With that realization, Su Chen's spirits soared. However, Yu Jinyu and Qi Yi wore grim expressions, their hearts filled with animosity towards Su Chun, particularly Yu Jinyu, who had long considered Yan Bingxue his equal and childhood friend, felt a deep-seated resentment as he witnessed the woman he had pursued for years choosing someone he deemed unworthy. Today he was determined to humiliate Su Chun publicly, to make him the laughingstock of the affluent circle. Dinner commenced, and aside from Su Chun, the table of men consumed their meals with little enjoyment, as their intentions had been solely to see Yan Bingxue. To their surprise, she arrived with her children's father and openly declared her affection for him. Su Chun, in high spirits, donned matching family attire and even served Yan Bingxue some food. When she caught sight of the crystal shrimp in her bowl, she paused, looking up at Su Chun, a smile forming on her lips. Their eyes met, and it seemed they both sensed an unspoken connection between them. With some barriers broken, their honesty transformed the atmosphere into one of warmth. After dinner, the main event awaited. The gathering of the wealthy often revolved around entertainment that was both competitive and lucrative. What appeared to be games were, in truth, contests of skill and prestige, where those with talent reveled in the limelight. Qi Yi stood up and proposed, now that we've all eaten, why not head outside for some exhilarating go-kart racing? Known as a notorious playboy in Zhonghai, Qi Yi relished such spectacles. He had even participated in a Formula One race in Longhua, returning with a third-place trophy, which fueled his eagerness to challenge Su Chun today. Upon reaching the racetrack, he immediately called out to Su Chun, "Mr. Su, since this is your first time here, how about you join us for a race?" Before Su Chun could respond, Tuan Tuan dashed over, clutching a pink cartoon helmet, and tugged at Su Chun's hand, saying, "Daddy, this helmet is so pretty. Please help Tuan Tuan wear it. I want to drive." The go-kart track also featured a children's play area, Tuan Tuan's favorite. With adoration in his eyes for his daughter's cuteness, Su Chun took the helmet and carefully placed it on her head. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have checked in at the go-kart track. You are awarded the racer skill, activated with a single click in 5 seconds. Su Chun couldn't help but smile. Tuan Tuan was truly an angel, and the system was indeed reliable. With the skill activated, Su Chun surveyed the go-karts, instantly comprehending their structure, engine, chassis, and tire parameters. He felt an exhilarating urge to race. Qi Yi, noticing Su Chun's silence, assumed he would shy away from such a high-stakes challenge and grew increasingly smug. "Mr. Su, why are you so quiet? Surely, you can't drive, can you? I mean, you haven't even graduated yet. Do you even have a license?" His taunts drew laughter from the surrounding wealthy heirs, who eagerly awaited the spectacle. Yan Bingshue's face flushed with indignation as she prepared to defend Su Chun, but he gently raised his hand, stopping her with a confident smile. "Don't be angry, dear. Let me handle this." As he lifted his gaze, it transformed. He was gentle with his partner, but became resolute when addressing Qi Yi. "You wish to race? Is that right?" he asked. Qi Yi nodded eagerly indeed. "Are you ready to compete?" "Of course. But if we are to race, let us establish a wager. Otherwise, winning would lack excitement. Don't you agree?" Qi Yi eyed Su Chun warily. "A wager is fine, but don't try to pull any tricks. There are too many eyes watching you." "Huh. It's merely a race. Do you really think I need to resort to tricks to defeat you? You overestimate yourself." Su Chun replied confidently, immediately overpowering Qi Yi's bravado. "Enough of the chatter. Let us settle this on the racetrack. What shall the wager be?" "Simple. If I win, you will have to let Tuan Tuan be your racing girl," Su Chun proposed with a grin. Laughter erupted from the crowd, while Qi Yi's expression soured considerably. While the idea of a racing girl was not inherently problematic, having a man serve as one for a child was a clear affront, a move fraught with humiliation. With gritted teeth, Qi Yi retorted, "Fine. But if you lose, you must run around the track 3 times, shouting that you are a fool." "Qi Yi, do not push your luck," Yan Bingxue exclaimed in outrage. Su Chun turned back and gently patted Yan Bingshue's back, saying, "Dear, please do not be upset. It is an improbable occurrence, and there is no need for us to be angry over it. Huh, just wait for my performance later. He flashed a dazzling smile before heading backstage to change into his racing attire and helmet. This smile utterly enchanted Yin Bingxue, causing her usually aloof demeanor to soften, revealing a bashful and innocent smile akin to that of a young girl. Tuan clapped her hands excitedly, shouting, "Daddy, go for it." Even before the competition began, the surrounding young elites were already seething with jealousy. Humph, why should Su Chun be so cherished and supported by Yin Bingxue? Qi Yi must win. He cannot allow this young man to steal the limelight. Go, young Master Qi. Yu Jinyu shouted from the crowd. Meanwhile, Su Chun and Qi Yi had donned their racing suits and professional helmets. Su Chun shook his head and wrists, performing some simple warm-up exercises. It was evident that, despite wearing a helmet and professional karting gear, Su Chun stood out as significantly more handsome and imposing beside Qi Yi. Wow, Daddy is so handsome. Go, Daddy. You must come in first. Tuan's face flushed with excitement. Her small fists clenched tightly in encouragement for Su Chun on the track. The young elites, momentarily distracted by Su Chun's charm, quickly redirected their gaze upon hearing Tuan's voice, awkwardly returning to their earlier cheers for Qi. Go, young Master Qi. You are the professional. Claim the first place. We await the spectacle. Chapter 72. Daddy Go. Standing alone, Tuan felt outnumbered. Hearing the multitude cheering for Qi Yi, she stamped her foot in frustration and tugged on her brother's hand, exclaiming, giggling, "They are so mean. You must help me cheer for Daddy. We need to be louder than them." Lei, who had been watching Su Chun, suddenly flinched at her words, his face betraying a mix of shyness and panic. What is there to compare? Racing is about their skill, not about who can shout louder, Lei stated seriously. Tuan pouted, her face round and cheerful. But their voices are so loud. Daddy won't be able to hear us cheering for him. When Daddy races, we must cheer for him. The little girl looked utterly earnest. Lei, observing his sister, found himself unable to counter her. As the crowd continued to chant for Qi Yi, Lei felt a surge of frustration. He remembered that formidable uncle on the track, who seemed exceptionally skilled and had likely won awards. Could Su Chun really defeat him? Su Chun appeared to excel at everything, consistently triumphing over the strange uncles around their mother. Surely he could manage this time as well? Lei felt anxious, and with Tuan chattering beside him, he resignedly called out, all right, I will cheer with you." Tuan beamed with joy, grasping her brother's hand. "Then let's cheer for Daddy together. I will count to 3, and then we shout, 'Daddy Go!' 1, 2, 3. Daddy Go! Daddy Go!" Lei's voice was nearly drowned out by Tuan's exuberance. Tuan turned back, looking at Lei with a pout, giggling, "Your voice is too soft. Daddy can't hear." Lei blinked, biting his lip in embarrassment. He felt shy about shouting so loudly. He might hear me, he thought. Oh, giggling, Daddy is getting in the car. Hurry. Tuan coaxed. Once more, Lei glanced toward the racetrack, where Su Chun had chosen a vehicle. Unlike Qi Yi's meticulous selection, Su Chun scanned the options and directly chose one of the highest performing cars. Under his discerning gaze, the vehicles appeared to him as alluring as beautiful women, each with distinct shapes and characteristics laid bare. Tuan watched as both drivers settled into their cars, positioned just outside the starting line. The race was about to commence, and the cheers around them gradually subsided. At that moment, Tuan cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted, 1, 2, 3. Daddy Go! Daddy Go! Lei exerted all his effort, fists clenched, eyes shut tight as he shouted. To their surprise, the surrounding noise had completely ceased, making the voices of the two small children resonate distinctly in the arena, their innocent tones seemingly imbued with magical power. Su Chun turned to their direction and waved at Tuan and Lei. In an instant, Lei's face turned crimson, his body's reaction outpaced his mind, and he ducked behind their mother, unable to meet Su Chun's gaze. Yin Bingxue gently ruffled her son's hair, holding Tuan's hand with the other, offering silent encouragement to Su Chun with her eyes. Su Chun felt a surge of confidence. The support of his wife and children was more potent than any stimulant. The modified adult go-kart engines roared like racing cars as the judges began to signal the start. The audience fell silent. Yu Jinyu silently vowed, "Su Chun, today you shall surely lose spectacularly." Yin Bingxue clutched Tuan with one hand and Lei with the other, her palms slick with perspiration. She firmly believed that Su Chun would emerge victorious. Although Qi Yi was a professional racer, Su Chun was renowned for creating miracles. Since their reunion, Yin Bingxue had witnessed countless astonishing feats from him, and she knew her man was the best. Go for it. As the flag fell, both racing cars surged forward almost simultaneously, but an astute observer would notice that Su Chun had gained a slight advantage from the start. Qi Yi felt a jolt of surprise. What was happening? Su Chun's launch was unexpectedly quicker than his. He was a professional. How could Su Chun manage that? Was it possible that Su Chun was indeed a true professional racer? Yet, he had never heard of such a name in the racing circuit. Qi Yi could no longer afford to underestimate him and fully concentrated on the race. The distance between the two cars was barely 10 centimeters, imperceptible to the average observer, as straightaway speeds were difficult to separate. The most probable opportunity for overtaking would arise in the drifting around the corners. He had strategically positioned himself on the inner track, which granted a significant advantage in the turns. He was certain that Su Chun could not surpass him in drifting. Su Chun had his own strategy in mind. Currently on the outer track, overtaking on the inner track was not impossible, but now was clearly not the time. Most would assume the inner track held the advantage in curves, yet in reality, the outer track offered a longer acceleration distance after drifting, making overtaking during cornering less safe. The ideal approach would involve transitioning from the outer to the inner track and back out again, overtaking the opponent during the acceleration phase and widening the gap between them. The first turn loomed ahead, capturing the audience's attention and hearts. Yin Bingxue silently cheered in her heart, though her fingers trembled slightly. She did not care about winning or losing. Her primary concern was Su Chen's absolute safety. The sounds of brakes squealing pierced the air, the friction from the drifting cars igniting the audience's fervor. Qi Yi's lips curled into a smirk. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The inner track's drift was more direct, and he had successfully overtaken Su Chun in the turn. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As they exited the turn, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Su Chen's car shot forward like an arrow, maintaining speed without faltering, swiftly positioning itself in front of Qi Yi's south inner lane, forcing him to brake and change lanes immediately. Damn it! The very first turn saw Su Chen effortlessly leave his competitor behind. With a slight tilt of his head, a faint smile graced his lips. Creating distance was merely the first step. In the subsequent 3 turns, he intended to demonstrate to Qi Yi the stark contrast between a novice and a seasoned racing deity. Qi Yi, recognizing the advantages of the outer lane, was well versed in racing techniques. Seizing upon this insight, he resolved not to make the same mistake again. Thus, as he approached the second turn, he aimed to emulate Su Chun. Yet, Su Chun was not one to grant him such an opportunity. Just as they neared the turn, Su Chun, originally positioned in the inner lane, abruptly swerved, executing a drift that sent his car's rear spinning outwards. Qi Yi, instinctively pressing the brake, found this deceleration rendered him incapable of even attempting a drift. Oh yeah, Daddy is so cool. Tuan Tuan cheered exuberantly. On the racetrack, Su Chun had already widened the gap between himself and Qi Yi. Although Qi Yi pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration, his mindset remained commendably composed as he swiftly resumed his pursuit. However, the distance was steadily increasing, and to close the gap, he would need to pursue an extreme velocity. Chapter 73, Astonishment. Su Chen's driving skills were nothing short of miraculous. Turbocharging was the only recourse available. The go-karts here were modified versions, capable of rivaling race cars. A feat not particularly challenging to achieve. Yet, the drawback was that each race was limited to just 30 seconds, and he had to surpass Su Chen within that time frame. Furthermore, such extreme speed came with inherent risks. The track was not sufficiently long, and if he failed to overtake before the turn, that velocity could very likely send him hurtling off the course. While the protective barriers surrounding the go-karts ensured his safety, any excursion off the track would spell the end of the race. Qi Yi did not linger in despair, as time was of the essence. He had to win. This battle was a matter of his dignity. Spectators outside observed as Qi Yi's speed suddenly surged. Su Chen took note as well, furrowing his brow slightly. He was not anxious. Rather, he found Qi Yi's determination to resort to turbocharging in such a contest of go-karts rather desperate. If that was the case, then let him lose in a more humiliating manner. Su Chen increased his speed, but with the turbocharged acceleration, the distance between them continued to shrink. At this rate, they had 20 seconds before reaching the turn, a sufficient amount of time. A smile curled at the corners of Su Chen's mouth, like a fisherman. He would increase his speed just as Qi Yi was about to catch up, allowing him to fall behind, almost as if he were waiting for him. Qi Yi was drenched in sweat. While others could not comprehend Su Chen's strategy, he understood it all too well. His opponent was deliberately forcing him to maintain high speeds. And unless he chose to abandon the pursuit, he would surely be thrown off the track before the turn. Damn it, Su Chen was humiliating him in this manner. Overcome with frustration, Qi Yi decided to cast caution to the wind. He abruptly changed lanes, steering his car into the inner lane and charging directly towards Su Chen's vehicle. The referee blew the whistle urgently, waving the flag, yet Qi Yi remained undeterred. Su Chen, sensing the gravity of the situation, was compelled to yield the inner lane, and their vehicles were nearly side by side as they approached the turn. At this speed, Qi Yi was bound to veer off course, but Su Chen, closely trailing behind, would undoubtedly collide with him. This Qi Yi was truly reckless. Unable to win, he sought to take down his rival with him. Su Chen's heart raced as he focused intently on the track. Just before the turn, Qi Yi grinned as he surged forward, his car colliding violently with the tire barriers. The jarring impact left him momentarily dazed, yet the anticipated subsequent collision never came. Su Chen had executed a drift, bringing his car to a halt. Damn! Su Chen had brought his car to a stop. With a smooth halt, he then proceeded to accelerate steadily, leaving Qi Yi in a state of shock as he continued towards the finish line. Qi Yi, realizing he could not pursue, was left standing on the track, cursing, "Su Chen, you bastard." Cheers and whistles erupted as Su Chen's vehicle came to a steady stop at the finish line. Those who had initially rallied behind Qi Yi, eagerly awaiting his victory over Su Chen, momentarily set aside their biases, applauding Su Chen's decisive maneuvers during the thrilling race. Amidst the applause, Tuan Tuan dashed towards Su Chen, leaping into his arms as he caught her effortlessly. She planted a playful kiss on his helmet, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Daddy is amazing. Daddy is first. I knew he would win. My daddy is the best. I'm so happy." Lei watched Su Chen with excitement, her little face beaming with delight. Yan Bingxue approached Su Chen, holding a bottle of water and a towel. As soon as he removed his helmet, she eagerly took it from him, her eyes filled with admiration. "You were incredible, darling." Su Chen's prowess was evident to all. One could not overlook how he managed to execute such a timely stop in the face of blatant rule-breaking by his opponent. His calmness and decisiveness were qualities not possessed by the average person. The previously aloof onlookers now surrounded him, their attitudes transformed as they offered him enthusiastic praise. "Mr. Su, your driving skills are truly exceptional. Are you a professional driver? You were so impressive. I almost felt like I was watching an F1 race. Your performance was textbook perfect. That emergency stop was something else, and your maneuvers through the turns were breathtaking. I had no idea drifting could look so magnificent." In the face of the accolades, Su Chen simply smiled with graceful composure. As a certified racing deity, he was indeed living up to his title. He glanced at Yan Bingxue, who gazed at him with unabashed admiration, and a wave of happiness washed over him. Being looked at in such a way by the mother of his child was an exhilarating feeling. Meanwhile, Qi Yi, dejected and disheveled, stood in a corner as the event staff discussed compensation with him. Annoyed, he snapped, "Just put any amount on my tab. Do you think the Qi family can't afford it? Get lost." After casting a frustrated glance at Su Chen, he clenched his fists in vexation, yet this time refrained from charging forward, opting instead to sneak away. However, this attempt did not escape Su Chen's notice, and he called out loudly, "Is young Master Qi in such a hurry to change clothes? Does the lady's outfit come in Mr. Qi's size? Boss, why not help him find something?" It was not so easy to escape after a loss. All eyes turned towards Qi Yi, who now dared not make a move. Losing was already humiliating enough, but to do so in such an undignified manner would render him unable to face anyone in this circle again. Therefore, he could only muster the courage to stiffen his smile and say, "No need to trouble, Mr. Su. I will go change right away." Su Chen affectionately ruffled Tuan Tuan's hair, softly saying, "Then we shall also go change, as we have to prepare to become little race car drivers soon." Tuan Tuan joyfully leaped from her father's embrace, taking Lei's hand as she exclaimed, "Let us race together, just like Daddy did." A few minutes later, Tuan Tuan and Lulu had changed into their racing suits. Tuan Tuan donned the charming pink helmet, while Lulu opted for a striking red one, which he deemed quite cool. "Daddy, do I look good?" The little girl eagerly approached, seeking praise. Su Chen smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You look splendid. My Tuan Tuan is the most beautiful." Lulu trailed behind, his large, expressive eyes peering through the transparent visor of his helmet, silently brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Su Chen. Remembering the enthusiastic cheers his son had just given him, Su Chen's smile widened as he added, "My Lulu looks incredibly dashing in that outfit. Make sure to cheer together with your sister later." Lulu's heart soared with joy, and despite his efforts to conceal his delight, the brilliance in his eyes could not be hidden. "Daddy is cheering for me." After waiting another 5 minutes, Qi still had not appeared. Could young Master Qi be trying to escape? Someone in the crowd speculated. "Oh my goodness, look over there. Ha ha ha, young Master Qi. Your outfit is simply..." The crowd erupted in laughter, and Su Chen's family turned to see. Qi had changed into a rather revealing little dress. The top barely covered his well-defined abdominal muscles, and the skirt paired with his coarse leg hair created an oddly jarring image. Fortunately, Qi's features remained relatively handsome, rendering the sight less nauseating. Tuan Tuan could not help but stifle a laugh, whispering, "Daddy, that uncle is wearing a girl's dress. How funny." Lulu, with utmost seriousness, interjected, "Tuan Tuan, don't look. Boys wearing girls' dresses are weird." As children often do, their innocent remarks elicited laughter from the adults, who found it amusing rather than insulting. However, Su Chen, hearing his son's words, responded with a serious tone, "Lulu, we shouldn't say that. Everyone has their own choices. Some boys like wearing dresses. But that doesn't mean they are strange. But if it's a creepy uncle wearing a dress, you must stay far away, understand?" Lulu nodded, somewhat confused, and remarked, "But that uncle looks like a creepy one." His innocent comment sparked another round of laughter, while Chi-Yi, nearby, was nearly fuming. Yet, having made a bet, he was determined to walk over, regardless of the circumstances. Tuan, Lulu, and a few other children began to race go-karts. This was not a competitive event, but purely for amusement, creating a harmonious atmosphere amongst the children, except for the awkwardly moving Chi-Yi in his dress. Many in the crowd discreetly captured the moment on their phones. Yin Bingxue observed Chi-Ye's embarrassing predicament and couldn't help but chuckle, but when she looked up again, her view was suddenly obscured. Su Qin's hand shielded her eyes. A voice, both playful yet assertive, whispered in her ear, "Dear mother of the children, you shouldn't gaze upon such inappropriate sights. His attire is far too revealing. We must avert our eyes." A spark ignited within Yin Bingxue, as if fireworks had burst in her mind. Su Qin's protective gesture hinted at jealousy. Did he not want her to see another man dressed so scantily? Surely, he must have feelings for her. Turning to him with eyes sparkling like stars, she smiled and said, "All right, then I shall only look at you." What a charming girl she was. Su Chun felt sweetness wash over him. Since hearing her public declaration during dinner, all doubts had dissipated. With a child between them and mutual affection evident, what was there to hesitate about? Tonight, he would take the leap with the mother of his children. Previously, he had held back due to reservations, but reflecting on the past 3 years, he felt a sense of deprivation. This time, he would seize control. Just as Yin Bingxue had once pursued him, he would return the favor, first with a suave wall-leaning move, followed by the ultimate embrace. After the children completed their racing laps, the proprietor personally approached with the helmets Tuan and Lulu had chosen. "Sir, your performance in the informal race was truly spectacular. As the host of this non-competitive event, I have no rewards to offer, but I noticed your children like these helmets. Consider them a small trophy to take home." "Thank you very much, boss," Su Qin replied with a smile. Tuan and Lulu, receiving their cherished helmets, awarded by their father, were overjoyed, dancing with excitement. A crowd gathered around, eager to glean racing tips from Su Qin. "Young master, who doesn't he adore the allure of a thrilling racing game?" Among the onlookers, Yu Jinyu clenched his fists in frustration, envious of Su Qin's popularity. How did Chi ever manage to place third? Surely he must be bluffing. He can't even compete with an amateur like Su Qin. It was clear that to humiliate Su Qin, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Unlike the inept Chi, he was a true contender in his domain. As the crowd chatted and laughed while exiting the racing area, Yu Jinyu intentionally led the way to the shooting range. Upon entering, Su Qin heard the familiar system notification echo in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for checking into the shooting range with your son and daughter. Reward, marksman skill, activate with a 5-second key press. The system was truly benevolent. Su Qin felt an exhilarating rush. Activating the skill, chef, racer, marksman, he wondered what other surprises Tuan and Lulu would bring him. Upon entering the shooting range, Yu Jinyu felt as if he had returned to his territory, instantly puffing up with pride. Observing the lingering discussions about racing, he sneered, "Gentlemen, racing is merely a flashy spectacle. What is there to be proud of? A true man speaks with his gun. Since Mr. Su is so skilled, I presume your marksmanship is equally impressive? How about we have a friendly competition?" Chi, now back in his regular attire, appeared disheveled and was avoided by those around him, all thanks to Su Qin. He longed to see Su Qin humiliated, wishing to drag him down to his level of disgrace. Thus, he quickly chimed in, "Mr. Su just bested me in racing. Surely he wouldn't shy away from a challenge now?" He couldn't believe Su Qin was a true jack of all trades. Yu Jinyu's uncle, a retired special forces soldier, had raised him amidst firearms, and his shooting prowess was well known. If Su Qin were to compete against him, it would only end in shame. Yin Bingxue, aware of Yu Jinyu's background, frowned and said, "Yu Jinyu, Chi, have you two had enough of your nonsense?" Yu Jinyu raised an eyebrow and replied with a smirk, "Bingxue, don't be upset. I merely want everyone to know more about Mr. Su. After all, you're our circle's goddess. If Mr. Su wishes to marry you, he must first pass our test." With an indifferent gaze, Yin Bingxue regarded him as one might a bothersome adhesive bandage. "The man I choose does not require your approval." I, Yu Jinyu, found myself at a loss for words, so I turned to Su Qin and said, "Su Qin, if you are truly a man, stop hiding behind women. Are you brave enough to compete in shooting?" Su Qin chuckled lightly, his tongue playfully resting against his cheek, and replied, "Mr. Yu, if you are envious of my wife's support, you needn't be so bitter. We are not foolish. Very well, if you wish to compete in shooting, I stand by my previous statement. The stakes must be substantial. These individuals, wishing to see him humiliated, would soon learn who the real jester was. Qi Yi had already faced the consequences of his actions, and now Yu Jinyu dared to challenge him. Let him become the laughingstock of the elite circle. Just like Qi Yi. Chapter 75. Loser wears women's clothing. As Yu Jinyu recalled Qi Yi's earlier embarrassment, he felt a flicker of hesitation. Yet, he could not believe that Su Chen was truly so formidable as to triumph over his prodigy, a former Special Forces soldier. Moreover, this was his sole opportunity to redeem himself in front of Yan Bingxue. He would show her who the real man was, who possessed the strength to protect her and their 2 children. Very well, what stakes do you desire? Su Chen regarded Yu Jinyu without an immediate reply. As the crowd began to stir, wear women's clothing. Wear women's clothing. Some voices chimed in. Wearing women's clothing is dull. How about the loser kneels and calls the winner daddy? Ha! I have a splendid idea. The loser must publicly declare their ineptitude at the event, and will record it for posterity. Such petty suggestions provoked Yu Jinyu's ire. He glared at Su Chen, demanding, speak up. Su Chen, what stakes do you want? Surely you don't expect me to wear women's clothing? Su Chen smiled, his gaze unwavering as he declared, I have no interest in seeing you in women's attire. You are far more frightening than young Master Qi. The stakes I desire are this. Should you lose, you will record a video publicly wishing my wife and me a joyful marriage and a harmonious life together. From this day forth, should you encounter my wife, you must take a detour. Let me reiterate, my wife is your goddess. Should you harbor any thoughts towards her, you are but a fool. The once raucous young gentleman fell silent. A voice from the crowd murmured, wow, splendid. This tactic of moral persuasion is truly brilliant. Although the stakes were not as amusing as before, if Yu Jinyu were to lose, his reputation would be utterly tarnished. It was indeed a high price to pay. Yu Jinyu's expression darkened significantly. Gritting his teeth, he acquiesced to the stakes. Very well, I agree, for I cannot possibly lose. Su Chen's face shifted, his eyes narrowing as he shot a fierce glance at Yu Jinyu. No deal. Yu Jinyu furrowed his brow, questioning. What do you mean, Su Chen? Are you afraid? I am absolutely certain of my victory, but I refuse to wager my wife and children. Su Chen asserted with unwavering determination. Although Tuan Tuan and Lulu were too young to grasp the depth of his words, Yan Bingxue understood completely. Her eyes brimmed with emotion as she gazed at Su Chen, feeling that at this moment, her man was nothing short of heroic. Huh, in the end, you are still afraid. If you were so confident in your victory, why not wager this matter? You simply fear losing everything. Yu Jinyu scoffed. Su Chen cast a scornful glance in his direction, shaking his head as he replied, you, of all people, would struggle to comprehend my sentiments. You merely seek to win a match. I could care less about the consequences if I lose. However, I will not wager my children and wife. Yu Jinyu was thoroughly exasperated. Su Chen's words instantly elevated his stature in the eyes of others, and upon seeing Yan Bingxue's adoring gaze, he felt a pang of annoyance. Very well, I shall propose a different wager. You have just graduated, yes? Should you lose, you must come to my company and clean toilets for 6 months, full-time. This was indeed a humiliating proposition. Not only would Su Chen be forced to clean toilets, but he would also endure humiliation in Yu Jinyu's company for half a year. Even the strongest willpower would struggle to withstand such degradation. Yan Bingxue immediately objected. Yu Jinyu, Su Chen is currently employed at the Extraordinary Group and Lonka Institute. Do you truly believe you can withstand this humiliation? To each their own. Bingxue, since Su Chen refuses to accept my first proposal, this one is non-negotiable. Su Chen, what say you? Are you willing to wager? Su Chen gently squeezed Yan Bingxue's delicate hand, reassuringly stating, no worries, we will take him on. I will not lose. Yan Bingxue initially hesitated to speak further, but upon meeting Su Chen's gentle gaze, she nodded in agreement. All right, then do your best. Go, Daddy. You can definitely take first place. Tuan Tuan exclaimed, clenching his tiny fist. This time, Lulu also chimed in. Daddy, show him your strength. Go for it. Su Chen glanced at his son with delight, pleased with his progress. With the support of you three, I dare not leave the stage without a grand triumph, he declared with a smile. Meanwhile, Yu Jinyu sneered, grand triumph. Huh? Su Chen, this shooting range uses real guns, not your backyard toy guns for shooting birds. Disregarding Yu Jinyu, Su Chen proceeded to change his shoes. The indoor shooting range primarily featured pistol shooting, which was convenient and required minimal space. Additionally, there were no specific attire requirements, aside from the need for professional shoes for better grip. Besides Su Chen and Yu Jinyu, several other young gentlemen also participated, as men are naturally drawn to firearms. The first event was a 10-meter air pistol rapid-fire competition, which, according to international standards, typically involved 60 shots. Yet, Given the duration of their competition, which lasted 120 minutes, such a number was excessive. 10 shots ensured a shorter competition time, but demanded greater accuracy, as even a single misfire could significantly impact the score. Su Chun took his stance, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly became lively. His posture appeared impressive, rivaling that of Yu Jinyu, who had received training from special forces. Yu Jinyu glanced at Su Chun, sneering, looking good in stance won't matter. What truly counts is the score. Su Chun, do try not to miss the target. That would be quite embarrassing. Perhaps you should heed your own advice, Su Chun retorted, unwavering in his focus. At the referee's signal, everyone began firing. A hush fell over the crowd. A few inexperienced participants, after firing just 2 shots, quickly put down their weapons, unable to endure the recoil that left their hands numb. The competitors who had finished returned to the audience, unable to suppress their astonishment, exclaiming, "What are those 2? Monsters? Don't their hands hurt?" Su Chen's speed was astonishing, even surpassing that of young Master Yu. Could it be that he wasn't aiming at all? Had he merely fired blindly? In just 15 seconds, Su Chen finished all 10 shots, while Yu Jinyu was left with 4 bullets, causing him to feel a surge of urgency. Yet, he could not rush, for in pursuit of speed, accuracy would falter. Thus, he steeled himself and continued to aim under pressure. But Su Chun's rapid completion only intensified his stress. His final shot veered off course, uncertain if it remained within the 10 ring. However, as he lowered his weapon, Yu Jinyu felt a flicker of confidence. Su Chen's swift finish must have been mere luck. The competitors returned to the stage to check their scores. Chapter 76, A Godlike Performance. Su Chun is incredible. Haha, young Master Sun, you are quite pathetic. You didn't even hit the target with 2 shots. Young Master Su, you are merely 50 steps mocking 100 steps. You hit only 1 target out of 3 shots. Lin Zhou has achieved remarkable results, accumulating a total of 10 rings across 3 shots, along with an impressive 5-ring score. My goodness, the professionalism is truly evident. Come, everyone, take a look at Yu Zhao's score, an astounding 100 rings. Yu Jinyu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. TSK, what a pity that there was a minor error on the last shot, slightly off target, though it still landed in the 10 ring. I suppose I can be somewhat satisfied with this score. Yu Zhao, your standards are exceedingly high, someone remarked. You hit the target perfectly, and yet you're merely somewhat satisfied? Of course, my uncle can hit the bullseye with every shot, deviating by mere millimeters. While my score is perfect, there remains substantial room for improvement in comparison to my uncle, Yu Jinyu replied, though a proud smile graced his face. As everyone gathered to scrutinize the scores, only Su Chun remained unperturbed, laughing and chatting with Yen Bingxue and the 2 children, seemingly indifferent to his own results. Yen Bingxue couldn't help but inquired, "Dear, aren't you going to check your score?" Su Chun smiled mysteriously. No need to look. I assure you, I shot with great precision. This statement, while perfectly contextual, was delivered by Su Chun with a deliberately playful intonation, causing Yen Bingxue's face to flush crimson. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. What on earth is happening? How can there be only 1 bullet hole on Su Chen's target? Could it be that all 9 bullets missed the target? No wonder he finished so quickly. I told you, Su Chen can't possibly compare to our professional Yu Zhao. A young gentleman at the front, observing Su Chen's score, expressed confusion. This doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Those in the back queried. Can't you see? We should have Yu Zhao take a look. I can see. There's only 1 bullet hole right in the center of the 10 rings. There are no others. Wait, the score is 100 rings? No way. The crowd fell silent for a few moments before erupting into a chorus of astonishment. Goodness, is he a shooting god? 10 bullets hitting the exact center of the target. What sorcery is this? I bowed down before this divine marksmanship. Mr. Su, please accept my kneeling tribute. A child exclaimed to his mother. Why am I kneeling to see the results? Su Chen's incredible shooting skills left everyone in awe. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinyu's expression changed dramatically, and he pushed his way through the crowd to verify the results personally. The truth was evident to all. Yen Bingxue, too, was taken aback, staring incredulously at Su Chun. Su Chun merely smiled serenely. Why are you so surprised, dear? I told you I would win. Yen Bingxue, her excitement palpable, tugged at Su Chen's sleeve and exclaimed, Dear, you are truly amazing. Yu Jinyu burst forth from the throng, pointing at Su Chun, accusingly declaring, Su Chun, you cheated. Su Chun regarded him as if he were foolish, replying, Yu Jinyu, are you accusing me of cheating just because you lost? Everything here is provided by the venue owner. How could I cheat? Impossible. You cannot have achieved this score. Even my second uncle cannot. Yu Jinyu shouted. Su Chun chuckled. Oh, didn't your second uncle teach you? There are always greater mountains and more skilled individuals beyond what you know. Preposterous. Su Chun, how dare you compare yourself to a professional soldier? I'm not comparing myself to a soldier. I'm merely competing with you, Su Chen countered. Fine, let's go again. This time, we'll use moving targets, Yu Jinyu insisted. Refusing to concede, Su Chen walked towards the arena, unfazed. The amateur competitors now sat back to enjoy the spectacle. This round would still involve 10 rapid shots with a pistol, but the distance had been extended to 25 meters, and the targets were now moving, significantly increasing the difficulty. Yu Jinyu, now on high alert, swiftly entered a state of readiness. Meanwhile, Su Chen retained his calm demeanor, even turning back to wink at Yan Bingxue, prompting the wealthy young men present to exclaim that they could hardly stomach such a display of affection. As the competition commenced, Su Chen ceased to jest. This time, precision and bullet chambering were crucial. At the referee's command, both competitors sprang into action, with Su Chen clearly faster in loading his bullets. Yu Jinyu felt the pressure mounting but had to maintain his composure. The moving targets proved even more challenging, requiring his utmost effort. As the targets passed before them, with Su Chen in the lead and Yu Jinyu trailing, it became evident to Yu Jinyu that he was destined to lose. He watched in disbelief as Su Chen, a veritable prodigy, consistently hit the center of the 10 rings with every target presented. When the scores were announced, Yu Jinyu felt utterly defeated. Emerging from the arena, he resembled a vanquished rooster. However, the audience remained fervently enthusiastic, quickly rushing to see the results. Goodness, Su Chen has achieved another 100 rings. And every shot hit the bullseye. Incredible. To hit moving targets with such precision is truly a divine feat. I bowed down before the shooting god. This time, Yu Deshao had genuinely lost, with only 82 rings to show for his efforts. Yu Jinyu glanced at Su Chen, though he was reluctant to admit it. He finally conceded, Su Chen, I admit defeat. Su Chen smiled knowingly, as if it were all expected. His unwavering confidence seemed to weigh down Yu Jinyu's shoulders even further. Upon hearing the results, Lei reacted even more quickly than Tuan, springing up to shout, Daddy is first place. Daddy is amazing. While Tuan was indifferent to the shooting competition, Lei placed immense value on it. To him, his father was now the epitome of strength. Not only could he craft massive mechas and was a top-tier racer, but he was also exceptionally skilled with a gun. This is just too incredible. Tuan clapped her hands joyfully, cheering alongside her brother. Daddy has won again. The gazes of the young gentleman towards Su Chen had completely transformed. He had become a figure of almost mythical stature in their eyes. In the crowd, Jiang Hui could not help but remark, I told you all along that Su Chen is extraordinary. You never believed it. Now you've witnessed his prowess. This sentiment echoed throughout the crowd, a palpable admiration for Su Chen, knowing that Jiang Hui was also one of Yan Bingxue's admirers. Su Chen is truly a jack of all trades. It's no wonder he has captured Miss Yan's heart. You two are a perfect match. I wholeheartedly endorse your union. Wishing Su Chen and Miss Yan a lifetime of happiness together. You are indeed a power couple, a legendary pair in the commercial realm of Zhonghai. No, the whole of Longhua. Chapter 77. Yan's father rejoices, for his daughter has finally found a man to marry. Amidst a chorus of blessings, Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand, with Tuan and Lei gathering around. Tuan held her father's hand, while Lei held onto their mother's, creating an immensely happy family of 4. Yu Jinyu, in a state of dejection, stepped away, fulfilling his promise, and this moment was immortalized in video form for all to see. He soon left, his head hung low, unable to appear in the same space as Yan Bingxue again. Qi Yi, feeling equally embarrassed, slipped away unnoticed. With their departure, the atmosphere of the gathering lightened considerably. Su Chen spent the rest of the day enjoying time with his wife and children at the mountain villa, concluding the day's festivities. At the Yan residence, Tang Shuyun held her phone, grinning foolishly. The video playing on her device captured the entirety of the evening's events at the leisure club. She couldn't help but exclaim, I must say my son-in-law is simply outstanding. This is truly a display of unparalleled versatility. That car race was simply exhilarating. Watching it made her blood surge with excitement. Go for it. My son-in-law, give it your all. How utterly wicked of Qi Yi to wish harm upon my son-in-law. This is unacceptable. I must whisper sweet nothings into old Yan's ear, to rally the family and defend my son-in-law. Haha, my son-in-law is simply amazing. Qi Yi in a dress is utterly comical. Haha. As Yan Jinwei pushed open the door and entered, he immediately caught sight of his wife grinning at her phone like a fool. What are you watching that has you so joyous? He inquired, hearing her husband's voice. Tang Shuyun swiftly shut off her phone, but thinking of her son-in-law's recent performance, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. 120%. In fact, since her daughter and son-in-law were already legally wed, she was determined to keep him. Without hesitation, she decided to probe old Yan's thoughts. Putting her phone away, she approached him with a smile and said, Old Yan, may I ask you something? What is it? Yan Jinwei observed his wife's sly expression, sensing something was amiss. Old Yan, If one day our daughter has someone special in her life, how would you react? Tang Shuyun dared not directly mention her daughter's marriage to Su Chun, opting instead to drop a hint to gauge his reaction. After all, her husband had quite the peculiar temperament, stubborn and difficult, so she wanted to tread carefully to avoid alarming her son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yin Jinwei instantly furrowed his brows and asked, "Someone special? Male or female?" Tang Shuyun stifled a laugh, playfully rolling her eyes at him. Of course it's a male. It was no wonder the elderly couple was overthinking. Like Tang Shuyun, Yin Jinwei had harbored suspicions regarding their daughter's sexual orientation. For years, she had surrounded herself exclusively with women, showing no interest in any potential male suitors. When he arranged blind dates for her, she blatantly ignored them and left the scene without a word. It was truly perplexing. Thus, when Tang Shuyun explicitly stated it was a man, Yin Jinwei could hardly believe it and asked, "Are you certain it's a man? Not some male kitten or puppy?" No. Just tell me, is it really a human? Because I find it more credible that you might be referring to a small animal than a person. You old fool, what are you talking about? It's a human, a solid, manly one at that. A true iron-blooded hero. Yin Jinwei, visibly shocked, began pacing the room in agitation. After a moment, he clasped his hands behind his back and excitedly gazed at Tang Shuyun. "What is going on? Just tell me directly. Has our daughter said anything to you?" Seeing her husband's reaction, Tang Shuyun felt reassured. He was pleased, which meant he wouldn't oppose the relationship between their daughter and son-in-law. Thus, she divulged a bit more. "Our daughter hasn't told me much, but I still have my suspicions." "What do you know? You're just guessing," Yin Jinwei said, disappointed. He had hoped for a direct confession from their daughter. In his eyes, unless Yin Bingxue herself admitted it, he would never believe it. After all, over the years, their daughter had been resolutely against dating and marriage, leading him to feel she might remain single for life, raising 2 children on her own. "I have my ways of knowing, you wouldn't understand. But I'm 100% sure. Because I have evidence," Tang Shuyun said mysteriously. Yin Jinwei immediately leaned in. "What evidence? Do you want to see it?" Tang Shuyun asked with a smile. Yin Jinwei stepped back, clearing his throat. He initially didn't want to, but with his daughter's future weighing on his mind, he reluctantly approached again. "All right, I desperately want to see it. Hurry and show me." Tang Shuyun couldn't help but chuckle at his eagerness. She retrieved her phone and reopened the video, watching it with Yin Jinwei. The moment he laid eyes on Su Chun, Yin Jinwei was momentarily taken aback. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to their family's Lele. Could it be? No, that wouldn't make sense. If he were Lele's father, he should have appeared long ago. Yin Jinwei thought perhaps their daughter preferred this type, hence her choice. Nevertheless, he had to admit, the man was indeed quite handsome and appeared well matched with their daughter. The harmony between him and Lele was also evident. The family stood together, exuding a wonderful aura. Upon witnessing Qi Yi's provocation towards Su Chun, Yin Jinwei couldn't help but scowl. "Whose child is this?" "The Qi family's," Tang Shuyun quickly replied. "It's far too excessive for him to speak so disparagingly about our son-in-law." Yin Jinwei snorted derisively. With such a dim-witted brat emerging from the Qi family, it seems there's no need for future cooperation. Tang Shuyun playfully nudged him, laughing. "Oh my, has my old man already begun to defend our son-in-law?" Yin Jinwei shot her a glare. "Nonsense. I simply can't stand to see my daughter being targeted like this. Humph, it's all for the sake of our daughter." As they continued viewing, Yin Jinwei cheered when Su Chun won the race, exclaiming, "Splendid. This match was truly outstanding. Shuyun, what is the background of this lad? Is he a racer?" Yin Jinwei assumed Su Chin's professionalism indicated he must be a race car driver. Though he pondered, such a profession could be somewhat dangerous. Would their daughter worry for him often? Tang Shuyun replied with a laugh, "I don't think so. I believe he is involved in mecha research." She knew Su Chun worked in the mecha research department at the Extraordinary Group. Tang Shuyun understood her daughter well. She wouldn't have arranged for Su Chun to be placed in the mecha research department due to their relationship, but rather because Su Chun possessed such talents. Mecha research? That aligns quite well with our family. But how does he race so proficiently? He seems like a professional. Tang Shuyun giggled. "The boy is exceptional. Don't interrupt. Just keep watching. He is capable of much more than just racing." As they watched Lele take the stage, they couldn't help but laugh. Especially when Qi faced the consequences of his actions, prompting Yin Jinwei to give a thumbs up. This kid has set the stage perfectly. It's truly satisfying to see the Qi family's disgrace. Now I can rest easy. Chapter 78. The Adorable Yin Father. They continued watching, surprised to see the group at the shooting range. Yin Jinwei exclaimed with delight, "Are they going to shoot?" For Yin Jinwei, racing was suited for the young. He may have once dreamt of it, but had long since outgrown that age. However, shooting was different. Every man, regardless of age, harbors a mysterious fascination with firearms. If their son-in-law could shoot, that would certainly be a plus. Tang Shuyun laughed. "I won't spoil it for you. Just watch." Her words were already a hint, suggesting that their son-in-law would indeed excel. Yin Jinwei eagerly continued watching, but when he saw Yin Bingxue standing in front of Su Chun, fiercely confronting Eugenio, he couldn't help but frown. With his arms crossed, the old man huffed, "Humph, I'm not watching anymore. What's wrong?" Tang Shuyun felt confused. Yin Jinwei cast a glance at the phone, his face darkening. "Just look at how your daughter is acting. She is protecting that boy more fiercely than she ever has with us." Upon hearing this, Tang Shuyun immediately burst into laughter. "You old fool, why are you so jealous? If you say you're jealous of me, that's one thing. But how can you be envious of our son-in-law, when your daughter and son-in-law share a loving bond? Take solace in that. Moreover, what's wrong with a daughter protecting her husband? Just moments ago, someone remarked that Qi Jiao was nothing but a scoundrel. So, you choose to ignore this scoundrel from the Yu family?" Tang Shuyun chuckled. Yin Jinwei, feeling vexed, replied, "Of course I need to keep an eye on him. I will certainly hold the Yu family accountable. But our daughter's actions seem a bit excessive." "Excessive? Isn't this just a testament to their strong feelings for one another? Are you truly not paying attention? The excitement is just beginning. If you're not watching, I'll enjoy it alone. And if you miss the thrilling moments, I want to rewind for you." Upon hearing this, Yin Jinwei felt a pang of disappointment. Look, he moved closer to continue watching, and, upon seeing Su Chen's shooting scores, his face lit up with joy. What a remarkable talent. His shooting skills are exceptional. I doubt even a special forces soldier could match his accuracy. He's practically a sharpshooter. "Oh my, this is the first time I've heard such high praise from you," Tang Shuyun exclaimed gleefully. "It appears you are quite pleased with our son-in-law." Yin Jinwei immediately adopted a serious demeanor, snorting softly, "I never claimed to be overly satisfied. I merely believe that as long as our daughter is willing to date and marry, and the other party has no significant flaws, it's all acceptable. If he is exceptionally outstanding, that is even better. After all, our daughter is remarkable and deserves nothing less. Shuyun, I notice our daughter seems quite close to him, and the two children treat him well. It stands to reason that their relationship is progressing nicely. We should arrange to meet him, don't you think? Choose a time to set up a dinner at our home." With this pronouncement, Yin Jinwei effectively accepted Su Chun as his son-in-law. However, Tang Shuyun did not acquiesce. "Old Yin, our daughter hasn't mentioned this to us yet. This video was something I procured on my own, considering our daughter's personality. It's best we don't act without her consent." Yin Jinwei pondered and realized she had a point. Since Yin Bingxue hadn't brought him home herself, being overly proactive might upset their daughter and deter her from pursuing a relationship altogether, which would be undesirable. So what should we do? Must we wait for our daughter to take the initiative before we can meet him? Tang Shuyun chuckled, her tone somewhat smug. "Not necessarily. I've already met our son-in-law." Yin Jinwei furrowed his brows, displeased. "You've met him? When did this happen? Did you sneak off to see him with our daughter?" Tang Shuyun joyfully swayed and shook her head. "Our daughter is unaware. I went to see him on my own." She recounted her visit to the company to speak with Su Chun, and at the end, she seemed to seek validation. "What do you think? Am I not clever? I didn't alert our daughter and still managed to meet our son-in-law." Yin Jinwei rolled his eyes in disappointment. "Humph, I've met him too." "What? Old Yin, are you bragging? If I hadn't mentioned him, you wouldn't even know of his existence." Tang Shuyun expressed disbelief. "I did meet him. I just saw him in the video. Does that even count as meeting him?" Tang Shuyun shook her head in exasperation. Yin Jinwei pouted. "If your encounter counts, then mine should too, humph." With that, he placed his hands behind his back and exited the bedroom, heading to his study. Once inside, he promptly shut the door, and his expression transformed instantly. He had been so proud just moments ago, yet now he radiated exuberance. With hands clasped in prayer before his chest, he engaged in a fervent gesture of gratitude, his face blooming with joy, thanking the heavens, the myriad of deities, and the ancestors of the Yin family. "My daughter has finally chosen to date someone. No, to marry a man. Ancestors, look upon me. I am not a sinner. My Bingxue has finally chosen to step out, to embrace love, and it's with a man, not a woman, nor some pet or creature. This is truly wonderful." For 4 long years, since Bingxue returned with a pregnancy test, my heart has never found peace. Such a wonderful child, adored by so many. Why would she refuse to marry? It seemed she had to bear children on her own. Oh ancestors, I genuinely thought this child had no affection for men, that she deliberately sought other scientific means to acquire children to silence her mother and me. But now, all is resolved. I have a son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Thank you, ancestors, for your divine intervention. Yin Jinwei continued to revel in his joy, feeling elated beyond measure. If he didn't find a way to express this joy, he might not sleep a wink tonight. After offering his thanks to the ancestors and the celestial beings, he thought it best to share this joyous news with old friends. The first person who came to mind was old Gu. The bond between the Yin and Gu families runs deep. Yin Jinwei, and old Gu are old friends. While Tang Shuyun and Gu's mother share a close friendship, and Yin Bingxue and Gu Yusin are inseparable companions. Although their friendships are strong, they each maintain their own secrets, and the two pairs of close friends don't share everything with their families. Yin Jinwei dialed old Gu's number, his hands rubbing together in excitement, his whole being trembling with anticipation. He simply placed the phone on the table and switched to speaker mode. Old Yin, why are you calling me so late? What is up? Did you have another spat with Shuyun? TSK, old Gu, why don't you wish me well? Yin Jinwei replied. I was merely noting the odd hour. It's 9:30. You and Shuyun are usually in bed by now, so what could possibly be so urgent? If it's not an argument, then what is it? You sound overly excited. It must be good news. Indeed, it's tremendous news. Yin Jinwei chuckled. Old Gu, I have a son-in-law now. Chapter 79, the proud father of a son-in-law. What? Your Bingxue is in a relationship? This is truly wonderful news. No wonder you're so happy. Old Gu exclaimed, winking at his wife. In truth, he had known about Yin Bingxue's marriage long before, as it was he who informed his wife, who then shared it with Tang Shuyun. However, his wife had instructed him to keep it under wraps, especially from old Gu. She mentioned that Bingxue is quite headstrong. If she and T brought it up, they should refrain from mentioning it to avoid any awkwardness. These past few days had been quite a test for old Gu. He never expected Yin Jinwei to bring it up himself, and he chuckled heartily. Yes, I was completely unaware of the details. Yin Jinwei continued, brimming with excitement and pride. I just found out. My Bingxue is wonderful in every way, but she is just too assertive and doesn't like to share major events. That is perfectly fine. Even if your daughter is silent, at least she is taking action. Look at my Yusin. Let us not even get into that. It's disheartening. If only she had half the ease of your Bingxue, I'd be perfectly content. Old Gu lamented. Upon hearing this, Yin Jinwei quickly reassured him. Old Gu, don't fret about Yusin's situation. Children will find their own paths. We can't worry ourselves over their affairs. Perhaps one day, Yusin will bring home a son-in-law just like Bingxue did. I certainly hope so. Unfortunately, Yusin currently has no male friends around her. She spends all her time with the characters from those novels she reads, always dreaming of a domineering CEO as her partner. Dismissing all others, old Gu sighed. Yin Jinwei was beaming with joy, yet he was also considerate of his friend's feelings as he remarked, It's nothing, old Gu. In the future, I will have Bingxue spend more time with Yusin. The two kids get along so well. Perhaps seeing Bingxue and my son-in-law so affectionate will inspire Yusin to consider romance as well. If that doesn't work, I can have my son-in-law see if he knows anyone suitable to introduce. Upon hearing this, old Gu instantly understood. So, Lao Yin, you seem quite satisfied with your son-in-law. He was aware of Yin Bingxue's marriage certificate, but was unaware of her partner's identity or character. However, the tone of his old friend suggested that it was no ordinary matter. Before Yin Jinwei could respond, he couldn't help but chuckle, pride and boasting evident in his words. It was impossible to conceal. Well, I suppose I am quite pleased. Haha, you didn't attend the gathering of the younger generation tonight, did you? My son-in-law and daughter took the two kids. Oh, you wouldn't believe how rowdy those youngsters can be. They all seem to have a bone to pick with my son-in-law, racing and shooting competitions. My son-in-law is not one for many words. Yet he excels in everything, always coming in first. Old Gu, you should have seen it. The scene was exhilarating. My son-in-law overtook on a curve, executed a perfect drift, and stopped on a dime. It was truly spectacular. Surely, only a professional racer could reach such a level. And as for the shooting competition, you know that the Yu family has a special forces soldier, right? Well, that young man was completely outmatched by my son-in-law. He was left speechless. Ha! My son-in-law hit the bullseye every time. 10 shots, 10 perfect holes in the center. Oh my, even television dramas wouldn't dare to portray it like that. Old Gu, had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe that such an outstanding young man exists in this world. Ha! Yin Jinwei's exuberance was nearly spilling out of his phone. Old Gu's feelings were complex. He felt envy and jealousy, yet he was also genuinely happy for his old friend. However, what he truly desired was to meet this remarkable young man in person. Lao Yin, after hearing you say this, I am eager to meet your son-in-law. Such an exceptional young man is indeed a rare find. By the way, have you met him yet? Yin Jinwei found himself momentarily speechless, but he quickly replied. Of course I've met him. I've seen my son-in-law after all. Humph, seeing him through a video counts as meeting, right? Old Gu felt an even stronger pang of envy. Lao Yin, you are truly fortunate. Since you've already met, it seems a wedding is on the horizon. We should prepare to celebrate. Rest assured, indeed, our families are closely tied. When the time comes, Bingxue will definitely have Yusin as her bridesmaid. And you will be among the honored guests. Make sure that Bingxue reserves the bouquet for Yusin. And as for your son-in-law, please help me inquire if there is anyone suitable he could introduce for Yusin. With someone so exceptional, the The people around him must also be remarkable. Yin Jinwei was thoroughly pleased and replied, agreed. However, finding someone like my son-in-law will undoubtedly be a challenge. Even I think he's 1 in a million. The two continued their conversation, with most of the dialogue coming from Yin Jinwei's enthusiastic recounting. Once his excitement subsided, they finally ended the call. Yin Jinwei paced around his study with his phone in hand, feeling the pressing need to find a way to meet his son-in-law soon. Such an exceptional son-in-law was a treasure not to be let go. Therefore, it was imperative to see him as soon as possible. Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow it would be. But how to arrange this meeting? Inspiration struck. At that moment, Su Chen's family was on their way home. After a lengthy gathering, Yin Bingxue had asked assistant Zhang to return ahead. As they drove home, Su Chun was at the wheel while Yin Bingxue occupied the passenger seat. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei were safely seated in the back, clutching their spoils from the day, a pair of stylish helmets. The two children whispered excitedly to each other. Tuan Tuan, filled with satisfaction, gazed at his helmet and exclaimed, don't you think Daddy is amazing? He won us these helmets and chased away all the bad uncles. Daddy is the best. Lei Lei, equally joyful as he admired his helmet, smiled broadly and stole a glance at Su Chun, silently agreeing with his sister's sentiments. Yes, Daddy is truly wonderful. Though, I still can't fully forgive him after all. Daddy had been absent for 3 years. In the front seat, Yin Bingxue and Su Chun were engaged in conversation. Since leaving the club, Yin Bingxue had appeared pensive, glancing at Su Chun repeatedly, as if struggling to find the right moment to speak. Eventually, Su Chun, sensing her hesitation, turned to her and asked, Honey, is there something you wish to discuss? Yin Bingxue nodded. She indeed had something on her mind. Today, at the gathering, they had essentially made their relationship public. She had boldly expressed her feelings in front of everyone, and now the entire business community of Zhonghai would likely be aware of her relationship with Su Chun. Therefore, even if her parents had not attended, it was impossible to keep it a secret. After all, with so many people present, it was likely that someone would inform them, perhaps even live-streamed. It was probable that her parents already knew. Thus, bringing Su Chin home had become an urgent matter. Honey, when are you free to accompany me back home? Chapter 80. Honey, it's me who's marrying a wife, not me who's marrying. Su Chun, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Sure. It's about time to meet the in-laws. Shall we go tomorrow evening? That works. Su Chun nodded. Yin Bingxue, pleased with his prompt response, couldn't he help but inquire, Aren't you going to think it over? Su Chin chuckled. What is there to consider? We are already married. Logically, we should have met the parents long ago. Yin Bingxue slightly lowered her head, a smile slowly spreading across her face. Hearing Su Chin affirm their marriage filled her with joy. Moreover, after mustering the courage to express her feelings that evening, she sensed a subtle shift in Su Chun's attitude towards her, bringing them closer together unconsciously. Had she known that confessing her feelings would win his heart, she should have declared her feelings the very first day they reunited. You're right. So, after you accompany me home, let us invite both our parents out for dinner. We've obtained our marriage certificate, but we still need to hold a wedding ceremony. Don't worry, I won't skip any of the necessary steps. Upon hearing this, Su Chin felt something was amiss. Indeed, he soon heard Yin Bingxue continue. We both have houses now. My villa is in the same neighborhood. If you like the one you bought, we can use it as our new home. If you prefer a more ceremonial approach, I can redecorate my villa and set it up as our new home. We both have cars now, so what else do we need for the wedding? The 3 golds. Right? If you like gold, I can buy you some. If you find gold too mundane, we can opt for something modern, like a watch or something similar. By the way, how much is the bride price in your area? From what I hear in Zhonghai, it's roughly between 500,000 to $1 million. Would 2 million be acceptable? Are there any other customs I should know about? I'm not very familiar with wedding traditions, so if you know anything, feel free to let me know. I'm open to all requests. Yin Bingxue sincerely laid out her thoughts. Finally, Su Chin realized where the confusion lay. The way she spoke made it sound as though he were the one getting married. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to several days ago, the moment he first encountered Yin Bingxue at the extraordinary group. At that time, she had directly asked him if he had brought his ID card and household registration book, mentioning that the Civil Affairs Bureau would close in 2 hours, and that they could make it in time to obtain their marriage certificate. Those exact words remained vividly etched in Su Chin's memory. Thus, when Yin Bingxue broached the subject of marriage, presenting herself as if she were the one to be marrying him, Su Chin felt no irritation. Rather, he found her candidness endearingly charming. Reflecting on those 2 instances made him smile. Yin Bingxue paused for a moment, her almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at him. What is the matter? She inquired. Su Chin turned to her with a serious expression, saying, Dear mother of our child, consider this. Wasn't what you just said a bit off? Yin Bingxue pondered for a moment, feeling that she had not overlooked any customary etiquette, and shook her head, Her large eyes filled with a hint of confusion. I can't think of anything. Su Chun continued, Dear mother of our child, it is I who is marrying a wife, not the other way around. You mentioned a dowry of 2 million. Have you considered everything else? As you said, although we are obtaining the marriage certificate, you certainly should not lack what any other woman would have. Think about it. What else is there? Su Chun recalled that he should have over 1 million in his bank account, a sum left by his parents for his wedding, which was more than sufficient for the dowry. He already owned a house and a car. The engagement ring had been purchased, and preparing other minor items would be quite simple. The details of the wedding could be gradually worked out, and with the system's support, Su Chun felt no anxiety. From the very beginning, he had never contemplated living off someone else. Yin Bingxiu seemed to suddenly grasp the situation, her cheeks flushing momentarily. Oh dear, how did I let this slip again? Su Chun was no ordinary man. He had rejected her proposal before, only to surprise her with an elaborate proposal of his own. Thus, it was natural that he held the reins in matters of marriage. Having heard too much from her parents, Yin Junwei and Tang Shuyun, who had been eagerly anticipating her marriage, they often remarked that as long as she loved someone, he could be brought home without any demands. Coupled with her decisive nature, always wanting to handle matters herself, it was understandable why she made such statements earlier. However, being married off felt far more gratifying than marrying someone else. Unable to conceal her joy, Yin Bingxiu exclaimed, I have no other demands for the marriage, as long as it is you. Everything else is secondary. As for the dowry, I merely mentioned it offhand. I do not insist on 2 million. The dowry is fundamentally a matter of attitude, and your attitude, dear father of our child, is priceless to me. Therefore, 2 million is unnecessary. Yin Bingxiu knew that Su Chun had only just begun working, and with his recent purchases of a villa and a car, he must be financially constrained. Her mention of 2 million was based on her own economic standing, and if it were Su Chun, she would naturally not require such a sum. However, Su Chun remained resolute on the matter. Of course I will provide a dowry. The mother of my child is worth every bit of it, and all the money I earn in the future will be yours. After all, it is just a mere 2 million. Really, it's not needed, dear father of our child. I do not lack for money, and my family does not place importance on the dowry. Moreover, you have already prepared a house and a car for us, ensuring our material life after marriage is secure. The dowry is merely a formality and does not need to be emphasized. Su Chun felt immensely satisfied by her words. He believed that preparations before marriage should be about mutual understanding. For instance, the dowry, often discussed, signifies a man's respect for the woman and serves as a basic guarantee for her life post-marriage, illustrating his economic capability to provide for the family. How the woman perceives the dowry, whether to accept it, whether it should be returned immediately after marriage, was also a matter for her consideration. The mere fact that Yin Bingxiu thought of him in this way made Su Chun feel profoundly happy. Yet as a man, he believed that 2 million was well within his means, and the customary gestures should not be overlooked. This matter is not open for discussion. Instead, let us deliberate on other preparations, such as what we need for the wedding, and what gifts would be suitable when we meet your parents tomorrow. Also, we should consider the household registration for our little Tuan Tuan and Lele. We cannot have our family divided across 2 household registers. Su Chin's final remark reminded Yin Bingxiu. She turned to glance at their son and daughter, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, and said, I overlooked this, dear father of our child. Since we are now married, Tuan Tuan and Lele should indeed change their surnames. Chapter 81. Changing the children's surname. Su Chun had intended to discuss the matter of transferring the household registration, not realizing that changing their children's surnames was also on the agenda. Tuan Tuan and Lele excitedly chimed in. Mommy, are we going to take Daddy's surname? Yin Bingxiu nodded. Yes, from now on, you will be surnamed Su. Do you like that? Tuan Tuan enthusiastically nodded. I like it. Tuan Tuan wants to have the same surname as Daddy, yay? Lele, in a serious tone, added. All my classmates have Daddy's surname, so I have no objections. Yin Bingxiu looked at her children with warmth and smiled at Su Chun. In that case, we will take Tuan Tuan and Lele to change their names tomorrow and handle the household registration as well. What do you think, dear father of our child? Su Chun was naturally pleased at the prospect of Tuan Tuan and Lele adopting his surname, as it is a long-standing tradition in Chinese culture for children to inherit their father's surname. Furthermore, he was not in a position of being an outsider in his relationship with Yin Bingxiu. However, he felt it necessary to respect her choice, given that she had raised Tuan Tuan and Lele alone for 3 years. Thus, Su Chun earnestly looked at Yin Bingxiu in the passenger seat and asked, Dear mother of our child, are you truly willing to change Tuan Tuan and Lele's surnames to mine? I have not been a part of their upbringing for the past 3 years. If you wish to maintain the current situation, I will fully support that. Yin Bingxiu beamed, saying, Of course I want to, dear father of our child. Do not dwell on the past 3 years. It was I who did not seek you out, and you were unaware of Tuan Tuan and Lele's existence. Therefore, This matter is not your fault. Lele, sitting in the back seat, felt a slight stir in his little heart upon hearing his mother's words. He had always thought that Su Chun's sudden appearance after 3 years was akin to a hero crashing into their lives, either vying for their mother or attempting to take them away from her. However, since his mother said it was because he did not know of their existence that he had not been present, then perhaps he had not been wrong, after all. Moreover, Su Chun had treated him and Tuan Tuan quite well during this time, and he could indeed be considered a good father. The little one could not help but sneak a glance at Su Chun, contemplating how it would feel to call himself Su Lele in the future. It actually didn't seem so bad. Upon hearing Yin Bingshua's sentiments and the children's agreement, Su Chun felt a wave of warmth wash over him. How wonderful it was. His wife was so understanding, showing such generosity regarding his past absence. The children also held affection for him, although 3 years late. The harmony and closeness of their family truly felt like one of life's greatest blessings. Su Chun nodded, saying, "All right, since you all agree, we shall proceed with the name change. Thank you, dear mother of our child. And to our beloved Tuan Tuan and Lele, I will love you both even more." Yin Bingshu slightly pouted, her expression sweet. Humph, why is it that for Tuan Tuan and Lulu, there's an abundance of affection, yet when it comes to her, it merely translates to a simple thank you? Can't there be love for her as well? What is Su Chin's true attitude towards her at this moment? Will she be able to successfully win him over tonight? Yin Bingxue is filled with confusion. Let us take care of this matter after lunch tomorrow, she suggests. And once everything is settled, we can return home together for dinner. At the Su family villa, Su dad and Su mom have already finished their dinner. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Su mom occasionally casts her gaze towards the entrance. Why haven't the children returned yet? She inquires. Why are you so anxious? Su dad replies, watching television. It's only 8 o'clock. Su mom shoots him a disapproving look. You're not anxious? You're just sitting here watching soap operas, a genre you usually detest. Caught in his own contradiction, Su dad chuckles and says, I was just missing the kids. I hope they are enjoying themselves out there. I truly wish our son and daughter-in-law would spend more time together to nurture their relationship, Su mom expresses. Just as she finishes speaking, the sound of a car engine echoes from the courtyard, prompting both of them to rise immediately. The children are back, Su mom exclaims excitedly. And Su dad quickly follows suit. Before long, the door swings open, and Tuan Tuan rushes in like a little cannonball. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back. The sweet, melodic voice of the little one melts the hearts of all who hear it. Oh my little Tuan Tuan and Lula have returned. Did you have fun tonight? Did you eat something delicious? Su mom embraces Tuan Tuan, inquiring. Yes, Grandma, we had an amazing time, and Daddy even won us prizes. The little one points to the 2 helmets in Luli's hands. Look, Grandma, those are the prizes Daddy won from the competition. Lulu and I absolutely love them. Is that so? Then let me see them. Su mom eagerly squats down to admire the helmets, showering the children with praise, their faces beaming with pride. Tuan Tuan, bubbling with excitement, begins recounting the events of the evening, explaining how Su Chin triumphed over his opponents. While some details elude her understanding, she knows her father secured first place, though she cannot articulate why he was so exceptional. Lila chimes in with specifics, mentioning how their father hit the same target with every shot during the shooting competition. Su dad and Su mom listen, both astonished. Really? Grandma had no idea your father was so skilled. They had no inkling that during his 4 years at university, Su Chun had acquired such a wealth of knowledge, mastering both racing and shooting with finesse. Tuan Tuan beams, lifting her head with bright eyes. Yes, Grandma, my daddy is truly amazing. All the uncles say that Daddy is the best. Lula proudly adds, Daddy is a man who earns his living through his skills. Upon arriving home, Su Chun and Yin Bingxue hear the little one speaking. Su Chin smiles and walks over to ruffle Tuan Tuan and Li's hair, filled with paternal pride. The joy of being praised by his children is simply exquisite. Dad, Mom, we're back, Yin Bingxue announces as she enters, feeling somewhat parched. Su Chun heads to the kitchen to pour some water, and she follows him, noticing that their parents have left. Tuan Tuan suddenly grins mischievously and leans close to Su Mom's ear. Grandma, can I tell you a secret? Su Mom eagerly leans in. What secret does Tuan Tuan have for me? Today, while we were eating out, my mommy confessed her feelings to my daddy in front of everyone. The little one whispers, but her innocence prevents her from understanding the need for discretion. The kitchen's occupants cannot hear her, but Su dad and Lila do. Su Mom's face lights up with surprise as she shares a knowing glance with Su dad, both feeling elated. No wonder their son went to the kitchen with his wife right after returning. It seems tonight will be a delightful evening. Chapter 82. Do you want a little sister? Su Mom gently pulls Tuan Tuan and Lila close, whispering, do you both want a little sister or brother? Tuan Tuan immediately nods, eager for one. I really want a baby. My good friend Lily has a little sister, and she says little sisters are super cute. I want one too. Lula shyly nods in agreement. Su Mom's smile widens with glee. Well then, Tuan Tuan and Lulu, if you want a little sister, you must go back to your rooms and sleep quietly without disturbing your daddy and mommy. That way, they might bring you a little brother or sister. Though the two children are unsure why their obedience would result in a sibling, they wholeheartedly trust their grandmother's words. All right, I'll go upstairs to wash up and sleep now. Tuan Tuan declares. I'll go too. Lula chimes in. The two little ones giggle, covering their mouths as they enter the room, engaging in soft conversation. Tuan Tuan asks, Lulu, do you prefer a little brother or a little sister? Lula ponders for a moment before replying. I like little brothers. If I had a little brother, we could play together. Hearing this, Tuan Tuan pouts, feeling displeased. Lulu, I can play with you too. Don't you like playing with Tuan Tuan? Lula quickly reassures her. Of course I like playing with you. But a little brother is different. We could play boy games together. Understanding this, Tuan Tuan responds. Then I want a little sister. Lily says little sisters are soft and super cute, and I can play girl games with her. Lila hesitates, realizing that a little sister could also be wonderful, likely as adorable as Tuan Tuan was as a baby. I like little sisters too. Let us pray for a little sister together. Tuan Tuan declares, putting her hands together in a gesture she learned from television, where people kneel and make wishes to deities. Lula nods, mimicking her sister's action. Emerging from the kitchen after finishing her water, Yin Bingxue spots the two little ones with their hands clasped in prayer. Confused, she asks, Tuan Tuan, Lulu, what are you doing? Immediately, they drop their hands and shake their heads vigorously. It's nothing, mommy. Tuan Tuan is sleepy and wants to go upstairs to wash and sleep. With that, the little one takes her brother's hand, and he, too, feels tired. We're going upstairs now. The two little ones scamper off. Su Chun and Yin Bingxue exchange puzzled glances, as it is unusual for the little ones to head to bed at this hour without playing a bit longer. Typically, they require their parents' presence until they drift off to sleep. Why are they so obedient tonight? Su Mom nudges Su Dad and smiles at Su Chun and Yin Bingxue. Chun, Bingxue, your dad and I overate this evening and are feeling a bit uncomfortable. We're going for a walk and to the supermarket to buy ingredients for tomorrow. Is it really wise to go out this late? We can buy groceries in the morning, Su Chun suggests. Madame Su smiled at him, playfully raising her eyebrows and said, Oh dear, since there's nothing pressing at the moment, your father and I won't be able to sleep so early, right, old Su? Old Su nodded eagerly indeed. I'll accompany your mother for a stroll. With that, the elderly couple hastily exited the door. Instantly, only Su Chun and Yin Bingxue remained downstairs. They exchanged a glance, each comprehending the underlying intention of their parents, to provide them with a private space. Su Chun felt a surge of delight. Today was indeed a momentous occasion, and he had planned to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Yin Bingxue tonight. It seemed that his parents had discerned something and were intentionally giving him an opportunity. Su Chun smiled and asked, Are you feeling tired, dear? Yin Bingxue shook her head, indicating she was not fatigued. Shall we watch some television and enjoy a drink? Su Chun suggested, feeling that in such an atmosphere, a bit of wine would enhance their comfort. Yin Bingxue's ears flushed slightly. She understood the significance of the evening and shyly nodded her agreement. Su Chun retrieved a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet, along with a decanter and elegant glasses from the kitchen, and they settled onto the sofa in the living room. Outside, Madame Su was in high spirits, having walked quite a distance before she turned to old Su and exclaimed, Old Su, this is wonderful. I believe tonight, our son and daughter-in-law will undoubtedly experience a significant breakthrough. As seasoned individuals who had spent several days at the residence, they could easily discern that despite being married, Su Chun and Yin Bingxue interacted with an air of formality, as though they were mere acquaintances. It was evident that the newlyweds' relationship had yet to transcend the final barrier of intimacy. The sole explanation was that their marriage was rather abrupt, and they had yet to fully express their feelings. However, Yin Bingxue's public declaration of love earlier was clearly the catalyst to break through that barrier, creating a uniquely delicate ambience between the couple tonight. Old Su, I find myself increasingly fond of our daughter-in-law. Just think. A girl with the courage to confess her feelings publicly is truly admirable, Madame Su remarked, her face beaming with appreciation. Old Su chuckled. It seems you are indirectly praising yourself, isn't it? After all, during our courtship, you were the one who penned the first love letter. Madame Su, with a look of pride, retorted, So what if I did? Are you denying that you liked me back then? Old Su, with a resigned smile, replied, Yes. I actually liked you long before. I just felt too shy to admit it. I believe our son is quite similar. He harbors his own sentiments. Observing the couple over the past few days, Old Su noted that their affection was evidently mutual, though they had not yet broached the subject openly, resulting in some lingering distance. Madame Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, they have been apart for over 3 years. During that time, our daughter-in-law has raised 3 children on her own, and the struggles she endured are known only to her. However, if they can communicate openly now, I am certain their family will thrive. As the elderly couple strolled beneath the moonlight, they both contemplated the situation at home. Old Sue, what do you think our son and daughter-in-law are doing right now? Have they perhaps already retreated to their room? Madame Sue asked with a mischievous smile. How could it be so quick? The children are still awake, and we have yet to return. Old Sue replied, knowing our son's character. He is likely engaged in a heartfelt conversation with his wife. To truly open up, a face-to-face connection is essential. Chapter 83, The Past. Oh, you speak as if you possess great insight. Regardless, I wager they will indeed. Ha ha ha. Old Sue, let us not dawdle. Let us hurry to the supermarket and buy some nourishing items for our daughter-in-law for tomorrow morning. We mustn't forget the hen. I noticed that the large supermarket nearby has a section for live poultry. Let us purchase a sizable one, along with some red dates and goji berries to prepare a nourishing soup for her. Old Sue chuckled. You truly think she will be able to consume chicken soup first thing in the morning? Why not? After a night of exertion, she will surely need it. Besides, I can make a light broth. It's essential to nourish our daughter-in-law. Come on, Old Sue, let us hurry. I have a long list of things to buy, and we mustn't let the supermarket close. Madame Sue urged, almost breaking into a jog. The supermarket was still open, and upon entering, Madame Sue pushed a large shopping cart directly to the poultry section. Madam, I would like a good quality free-range chicken. It must be farm-raised, no matter the price. As the supermarket was relatively empty, the shopkeeper engaged her in conversation. Rest assured, the free-range chickens here are sourced from the countryside, home-raised for optimal nutrition. You must be preparing this for your children, correct? Madame Sue smiled brightly. Indeed, I'm buying it for my daughter-in-law to help her regain her strength. The shopkeeper, understanding, smiled knowingly. Ah, so your daughter-in-law is in confinement? We also have fresh fish over there, which would be perfect for soup. Not quite yet, Madame Sue replied. But it's essential to take care of her health to have that opportunity later. Haha, you are truly kind to your daughter-in-law. Allow me to select a chicken of suitable size for you. Nowadays, children in the city do not favor overly fatty meat. This one is just right. All right, I'll take this one. Please also fetch me 20 free-range eggs. They must be free-range. Madame Sue cheerfully completed the transaction and placed the prepared chicken and eggs into her cart. Come on, Old Sue, let us continue shopping. Madame Sue then went on to purchase red dates, goji berries, walnuts, and red beans, all beneficial for a young woman's health. We must also buy some snacks and treats for the children. Madame Sue exclaimed as she rushed toward the snack aisle, grabbing items as she went, embodying the spirit of someone who had no intention of paying. Don't forget the vegetables we need for tomorrow's meals. We are running low on fruit at home as well. After selecting fresh produce, Madame Sue picked out some vegetables. Old Sue, let us buy some chives to take home. We can make scrambled eggs with chives for our son. Not only does our daughter-in-law need nourishment, but our son should be well taken care of too. Old Sue shook his head in mock resignation, chuckling. Dear, our son is barely in his 20s. He is in the prime of his youth. Surely he doesn't need all this. Madame Sue placed a bunch of chives into the cart, raising her chin defiantly. Whether he needs it or not, it won't hurt to nourish him. The newlyweds are in their blissful phase, and with all the energy they expend, they surely need to replenish. Let us hurry and grab some milk, so our son, daughter-in-law, and the two children can enjoy fresh milk daily. It's good for their health. After an hour of shopping, their cart was overflowing, yet Madame Sue remained undeterred. She excitedly pulled Old Sue toward the baby supplies section, saying, Old Sue, let us check out the baby items and prepare some small gifts for the second baby. Old Sue quickly interjected, calm down, dear. There's no need to get ahead of ourselves. Our son and daughter-in-law haven't even mentioned wanting a second child yet. And we don't know if the baby will be a boy or a girl. What purpose does buying these items serve? It would be quite embarrassing for them to see it when we return. After contemplating, Madame Sue nodded. You're right. Our daughter-in-law is quite shy. If she sees these gifts, it would certainly be awkward. We can always purchase them later. Now, let us hurry to check out before the supermarket closes. My arms are getting sore from holding all this. Back at the villa, Su Chun poured the decanted red wine into glasses, gently clinking them together. To you, dear. As Yin Bingxue stepped out, she frequently indulged in red wine, yet never had she cherished the ambience of companionship quite like this evening. With a smile, she responded, cheers. The television was airing a sweet idol drama, depicting a scene where the male and female leads professed their affections for one another atop a Ferris wheel. Hearing declarations of love stirred within her memories of her public confession to Su Chun that very night, which now, in retrospect, filled her with a tinge of bashfulness. Under the glow of the red wine, her cheeks appeared increasingly radiant and alluring. Su Chun, too, reminisced about the scene at the dinner table that night, and a smile crept upon his face. Darling, were those words you spoke in front of everyone today truly heartfelt? Yin Bingxue nodded earnestly. Yes, of course. Those were my genuine feelings. A joyful grin spread across Su Chen's face. Is that so? So my dear has harbored such fondness for me all along. Having fallen for me at first sight 3 years ago. His forthrightness only deepened Yin Bingshue's embarrassment. She lowered her head, pretending to sip her wine to mask her shyness, though the flush upon her earlobes rendered them nearly translucent. She made no denial, leading Su Chen to ponder whether her initial infatuation was indeed genuine. He recalled the events of that year vividly. He had been drowning his sorrows after a heartbreak, and she had confronted him with a knife to his throat. Yet he had bravely scared off 2 assailants wielding blades. Reflecting on their first encounter, he acknowledged how thrillingly perilous it had been. He remembered how proactive Yin Bingxue had been, her assertiveness distinctly remarkable. That day, you were set up, weren't you? He inquired. Yin Bingxue glanced at him and gently nodded. Yes, I had just joined the extraordinary group and lacked experience. I was ensnared by a business rival, and had it not been for you, I might have truly struggled to escape the clutches of those 2 skilled thugs. Thus, when I say you are my savior, I am not exaggerating in the slightest. Reflecting on those times, Su Chen felt a surge of courage in his past self. Facing 2 armed ruffians, he had audaciously shouted at them. Truly, the fearless nature of youth. Yet, he held no regrets for his actions that day. Without that sudden surge of bravery and serendipity, how could he have forged such a profound bond with Yin Bingxue? What if, back then, you had encountered someone other than me? Who was it that truly captured your heart at first sight? Your savior, or I, Su Chen? He asked earnestly. He believed that feelings of affection and gratitude were not synonymous, especially since he and Yin Bingxue were now married and would spend a lifetime together. It was essential that they understood each other's hearts clearly. Chapter 84. The past was about liking you. Mutual confessions. Yin Bingxue was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful features suddenly tinged with indignation as her almond-shaped eyes regarded Su Chen with an unspoken grievance. Su Chen, what do you truly think of me? Do you believe that my actions that day were merely the result of intoxication? I, Yin Bingxue, have always preferred quality over quantity. For all these years, I have not been involved with any man because I was waiting for you. Just as back then, had it not been for you, I would never have surrendered myself. You say I fell for you at first sight. Indeed, I was captivated by you from the start. Even when I was outside, I had my sights set on you, and later followed you inside before taking action. This statement was entirely in line with Yin Bingshue's character. She was an extraordinary woman, resolute and daring in pursuing what she believed in, no matter how unconventional. Just like when she proposed to him, insisting on providing a dowry to bring him home. From the very beginning, she had unequivocally chosen him. Now, her cheeks flushed slightly, her pink lips pursed, revealing a hint of sorrow. Su Chen realized he had misspoken and quickly shifted closer, taking her hand. Bingxue, I apologize. It's not that I distrust you, but I seek honesty between us. We have missed out on 3 years, and I wish for us to lay our hearts bare to one another. Thus, I wish to ascertain your feelings for me. Yin Bingxue lifted her gaze to meet his, their proximity almost intimate, their eyes locked in a gaze filled with sincerity. Do you now understand my feelings? Su Chen nodded, fully comprehending. And you? Yin Bingxue blurted out, only to feel a wave of shyness wash over her afterward, her beautiful brows slightly lowering. Observing her reaction, Su Chen's smile widened. I like you too. However, my affection might have come a few years later. To be honest, back then, I was quite inebriated. And in the dim light of that small inn, I barely caught a glimpse of your features. The mark you left behind left me utterly perplexed. Now that I think of it, it was your initials. You should have left me a contact number back then. I would have called you immediately upon waking. He declared earnestly. Yin Bingxue chuckled at his words, covering her mouth. Who would leave you a number? Didn't you just say you fell for me at first sight? If you had left me a phone number, we might have already been in a relationship. Yin Bingxue opened her mouth, only to swallow her words back down. Unwilling to broach that embarrassing incident from years ago, Su Chen, perceptive as ever, noticed her fleeting expression and leaned closer, propping himself up on the sofa. His handsome gaze fixated on her. Darling, your expression tells me there seems to be a little secret from back then that I am unaware of. What is it? Yin Bingxue shook her head, her gaze wandering as she replied. There is nothing. I have said everything. Very well, since you are unwilling to share. Let us play a little game. If you lose, you must tell me. If you win, I shall leave it to your discretion. How does that sound? Although Yin Bingxue was reluctant to discuss the past, her curiosity and competitive spirit got the better of her. After all, in a game, she still had a 50% chance of winning. However, the condition was that the game must be entirely fair. What game? Simple, rock, paper, scissors. It relies solely on luck, with no advantages for either side. What do you say? Care to play? Su Chen smiled. Upon hearing this, Yin Bingshue's competitive spirit surged. All right, let us play. Great. I choose rock, Su Chen declared confidently. Yin Bingxue scrutinized him, her mind racing with complex thoughts. If Su Chun truly chose rock, then she would need to choose paper to win, but if he happened to choose scissors, she would lose. If she opted for rock to tie, and he also chose paper, she would still lose. If she picked scissors and he indeed chose rock, oh dear, his words only muddled the situation further. Yin Bingxue pouted, her eyes glimmering with newfound pride. 1, 2, 3, shoot. They both revealed their choices simultaneously. Yin Bingxue chose paper, and as expected, Su Chen revealed rock. I won. Yin Bingxue asked in disbelief, taken aback by Su Chen's unwavering choice. Wasn't he the one who wanted to uncover her secret through this game? How could it be? Su Chen beamed at her, ruffling her hair affectionately. Silly girl, how could I deceive you? Well done, you won. And now you may do as you please. He spread his arms wide, adopting a playful demeanor as if to say he was at her mercy. Yin Bingxue lifted her gaze, and, perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, felt a slight dizziness. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. Topple him. Topple him. After pondering for so many days about bringing Su Chen down, it seemed that the moment had finally arrived. Su Chen had said she could do as she pleased. Should she seize this chance to topple Su Chen? Her cheeks flushed instantly, her heart pounding like a drum, her eyes fixated on Su Chen's delicate lips, which seemed coated with sweet honey, irresistibly drawing her gaze. Half a minute later, Yin Bingxue, somewhat dazed, spoke up. All right, then I shall pose a question to you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, a bemused smile gracing his lips. A question? Are you certain you wish to use this opportunity to inquire about something rather than engage in other activities? He recalled how this young lady had been intent on pushing him down just days ago. Now that he had offered her the opportunity, why was she hesitating? Had she merely been bluffing before? Yin Bingxue averted her gaze, resolutely nodding. Yes, I will ask just one question. Very well, then ask away, Su Chen replied, straightening his posture and shedding his previous nonchalance. When you proposed to me, and when we obtained our marriage certificate, what were your true feelings? Did you marry me because I am the mother of Tuan Tuan and Lulu, or was it because of who I am, Yin Bingxue? This question echoed the essence of Su Chen's earlier inquiry. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen responded, both. Because you are Tuan Tuan and Lily's mother. I must take responsibility. However, had you not been Yin Bingxue, I might not have been so eager to propose. Perhaps I would have sought other means to fulfill my responsibilities. Yin Bingxue's eyes instantly sparkled, her countenance transforming like a night sky suddenly illuminated by countless fireworks. A moment of resplendence that was breathtakingly beautiful. So, you also harbor feelings for me. Su Chen nodded without hesitation. Of course. If I didn't like you, why would I marry you? It is true we have children together, but if we were not in love, it would be better for our baby to grow up in a single-parent environment. Chapter 85. A woman 3 years older embraces wealth. Yin Bingxue felt an overwhelming joy, surpassing even the thrill of winning a lottery worth billions. Once, only wealth could bring her happiness, but now she realized that the joy Su Chen brought her was unparalleled. After a moment's restraint, she could no longer suppress her laughter, her brows and eyes curving like a crescent moon, vibrant and radiant. All right, in light of your splendid answer to my question, I have decided to reveal a secret I previously withheld. Oh, another surprise? Su Chen inquired with a smile. On the television, the protagonists were confessing their feelings. The scenery and atmosphere atop the Ferris wheel perfectly aligned, creating an ideal moment for a kiss. In the living room, Su Chen and Yin Bingxue gazed at each other, their emotions entirely transformed from before. This was the beauty of opening one's heart. Actually, I never intended to separate from you for so long. It was just that day I woke up early and accidentally saw the identification you left on the bedside table. You have no idea how frantic I was when I discovered you were still a college student. I am 3 years older than you and already working, while you were still a student. It was simply too. In short, I dared not even consider the prospect of dating you, so I decided to leave quietly. Su Chen was astonished that it was a student ID that had caused the rift. At that time, a student ID could secure discounts at hotels, so he always carried it with him. However, he had already turned 20. If I recall correctly, I was already 21 then, right? Child's mother, I am an adult. What is wrong with being in school? Just because you are 3 years older than me, does that mean we cannot date? Haven't you heard that a woman 3 years older than a man holds wealth? Su Chen chuckled helplessly. Yin Bingxue turned her head. You don't understand. You're not a girl. A relationship with an age gap, especially with you being a student, would have negative repercussions for you at school. Su Chen shook his head. Silly girl, you overthink things. I do not care about such matters. However, those are all in the past. There is no need to dwell on them, as we are together now. Yes. Yin Bingxue nodded vigorously, their gazes locked in an intimate exchange. When Su's parents returned at 10:30, they were laden with bags. As they entered the yard, Su's mother deliberately softened her movements, tiptoeing toward the door. Su's father followed suit, initially intending to open the door, but Su's mother quickly slapped his hand, signaling him to wait. After listening intently for a while without detecting any noise, she finally gestured for Su's father to open the door, cautioning him to be quiet. Su's father nodded, inserting the key with exaggerated slowness and turning it gently to minimize noise. They tiptoed into the house, feeling like intruders in their own son's home. Su's mother stood at the entrance, cautiously peering inside, discovering that the living room television was off, with only a small light illuminating the space. Not seeing her son and daughter-in-law, she let out a sigh of relief. They must have gone upstairs. Let us put our things away and return to our room quietly. Su's mother continued to speak in hushed tones. Su's father, somewhat exasperated, thought of how his son and daughter-in-law might be sharing a sweet moment and complied with her subdued actions. They placed the snacks on the table, stowed the tied chicken in the bathroom, secured the door, and then took the vegetables to the kitchen, placing them one by one into the refrigerator. As a large man, Su's father inevitably fumbled. While placing a box of tofu inside, he accidentally knocked against the egg compartment, producing a sharp sound. Both were startled, frozen in place for half a minute, listening for any signs from upstairs, and only after confirming there was no response did Su's mother shoot Su's father a glare, mouthing, "Be careful." Su's father nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Once everything was set, they stealthily made their way to the downstairs bedroom. It was only after they crossed the threshold that Su's mother felt comfortable enough to speak. "Old Su, I just saw that the bottle opener was taken out. Our son and daughter-in-law must be drinking at home. Hee hee, it seems we might soon be welcoming another grandchild. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Su's father remained silent, but thoughts of grandchildren danced in his mind, causing him to chuckle softly. During Tuan Tuan and Lu Li's upbringing, they had not been able to be present. But if their son and daughter-in-law were to have a second child, they would be sure to help care for it. The house had been devoid of the scent of children for far too long, and visiting their son had filled them with joy. Being able to see Tuan Tuan and Lulu. Su's mother lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling. "Old Su, I believe everything that has transpired in recent days has been as beautiful as a dream. Our son is so accomplished. Not only with a good job, but also having established his own little family. Ha ha ha. I have been dreaming such beautiful dreams these past few days. Who hasn't? I increasingly feel the weight of age upon me. In the past, I regarded my son, now in his 20s, as being in no rush to settle down, often dismissing the concerns of my colleagues who lamented their desires for grandchildren as trivial. However, now that I have been blessed with a grandchild, I have come to understand the profound joy this life brings. Over the next few days, let us capture numerous photographs of the children, so that upon our return, we can proudly share images of our beloved grandchildren on social media. Moreover, when we are at home, we can fondly reminisce about the two little ones by looking at their pictures. Su Dad deemed this a splendid proposal and nodded in agreement, saying, "Excellent. I shall commence taking photos tomorrow, ensuring we have plenty of keepsakes of the children." Su Chun and Yin Bingxue ascended the stairs with a bottle of red wine, first setting their belongings down before proceeding to check on their daughter and son. Typically, they would stay with them until they fell asleep, yet tonight, after finishing their baths, the children returned to their respective rooms without a fuss, surprisingly refraining from causing any commotion. Nevertheless, as parents, Su Chun and Yin Bingxue felt a tinge of unease. Stealthily, they approached the two little ones and were astonished to find both had already drifted into slumber. The room was dimmed, save for a bedside lamp casting a warm glow, illuminating the adorable, cherubic faces of Tuanchuan and Duoduo. In the darkness of Lele's room, the soothing sound of the child's even breathing assured them of his peaceful sleep. After gently arranging the blankets for the two children, Su Chun led Yin Bingxue back to the master bedroom.